What is up, YouTube? Welcome into another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. The Buck and I will be taking you all the way until 10 o'clock. We've got plenty to get into, areas of improvement for the Texas Longhorns, plus our biggest overreactions from week one of the NFL season. Where do the Jets go from here now that we officially know Aaron Rodgers is done for the 2023 season? And some Major League Baseball talk as well, as the Astros drop a series to the A's while the Rangers have maybe figured something out. We'll talk about all of it and have plenty of fun with you people on a Wednesday morning. Good morning, Buck.
Good morning, BK. How are you this morning, my friend?
I'm fantastic, my friend. How about you?
I am doing marvelous as the rain has subsided here in the little hamlet of Dripping Springs, Texas. How did it feel, BK, to get a little bit of that wetness this morning?
I was asleep. I didn't even realize it rained. You told me to look outside, and I'm like, at what? I know what outside looks like. And sure enough, there's puddles of water on the ground. It rained at some point overnight.
How glorious a day. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated, and we appreciate you, your families, and everybody surrounding you for keeping us safe. And you be careful out there, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, the rain has it's come and gone. I heard it probably around 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning, but it now has, the deluge has subsided. So get used to it. If I tell you it's Easter, then dye your eggs. I don't care if it's June. I don't care if I say it's Easter. What you folks need to understand is you should start dyeing eggs then, okay?
Hold
That's
on.
all you need to know.
Are you allowed to take credit for this rainfall?
I mean, I have a 24-hour circumference of when I make that prediction. I said Thursday it would rain. Did I not?
Yeah.
I'm in the 24-hour hit zone. So it rained last night. I saw it starting to cloud up. Hey, it still may rain on Thursday, which gives me another 24 hours. But just be thankful. See, the people in Oak Hill, not excluding you, are starting to be believers after what just happened this morning. And those around me, next, Doc Trey will call up and tell me how he had rain out in that Leander area of his, but maybe not. Not a lot of believers in the Buck out in that area right now.
I'm still not sure I'm a believer. I'm convinced that you paid somebody to spray water down on my apartment parking lot so it looked like it rained, because I didn't hear any rain, and it ain't raining right now. So I'm convinced that, I don't know, someone brought an inflatable pool out here and just spilled it or something like that.
Yeah, ask your oak trees there in Oak Hill how that feel. How does that taste? A little bit of that rain will help go a long way with some of our oaks that are even starting to struggle right now. So I'm excited. I've got it in my gardens. I've got it out on my lawn. You know, even my dogs are out there getting wet, and they needed it because they're filthy animals. So it's a good thing. I am happy for it.
There you go. Yeah, we're all happy for it. And I don't know who we need to thank, but thank.
First of all, I'm the second person that should be thanked.
Who's first? God?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Of course, I'm always number two. Okay? Everybody, no, not a deuce. I'm not a deuce. I'm not that kind of number two. I'm always number two. There's number one and then the Buck. That's what people have to understand when it comes to weather. I'm second in charge, okay?
Okay. So all of those billboards I've seen that say I am second, it's actually talking about you. You're the one who's second.
Yes. Number two. Oh, no, maybe I shouldn't say number two. Number two just doesn't come off right. I don't want to say I'm number two. I'm second. Yes.
We don't need your number twos everywhere. We don't need those falling from the sky, please.
Wow.
And yes, rain, a beautiful sight. Hopefully we get some more of it over the next couple of days.
Don't be greedy. Listen, don't be greedy.
I'll let you know. It's rained once in the last 3 months. I can ask for twice in the last 3 months, can I?
I gave it to you a couple Tuesdays ago. Let's not forget that one. This is not like my first rodeo. I hope people understand. This is the second time I've called for rain and it's appeared. So
no, it's like the 14th time you've called for rain, and it's the second time it actually has rained. You're not hitting at a 100% clip here, all right?
Yeah, where's this Doc Trey? He doesn't show up this morning. You know why? He's in hiding right now because he's a non-believer.
You know why he's not showing up?
Why is that?
Because his internet is out.
Oh, come on. What is he? What is he riding with? Spectrum?
Rectum, as I like to call it.
Well, I've got that. I've been very fortunate that Spectrum has worked for me in Dripping Springs. Now, my wife got a new phone, so I could be under some stress this morning because she's been stressed out all day with a different phone. She's gone from androgynous to whatever one I have is. What's that thing called that I have? iPhone.
What the hell? Androgynous?
Yeah, whatever it is to, yeah, now she's got the iPhone.
Oh, Android?
Yeah. Yeah.
She switched from Android to iPhone.
Yes.
Oh, good call on her part. What took her so long?
I don't know. She's loved that phone, man. Everything works, and it's been so hectic without, her trying to make the move right now.
Oh.
And it can't carry over to this brain. This melon right here, it's got some screws, but they don't work that well. So I've got to be careful.
Yeah, they're pretty loose. Wait, so this is the first time she's ever had an iPhone. So she just made the change.
Yes.
Oh, dude.
And so Spectrum's involved. AT&T, they're out to win. I mean, there's some different things going on with that. Getting contacts and pictures and things like that. I could always reach in here and grab my faithful. I've still got a BlackBerry, a brand new BlackBerry, ready to get back in business at any time.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to use that thing. Just
never.
Keep that for your grandkids and let them sell it off in like 50 years when it's a antique item somewhere.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Indeed. All right. Well, we've got a lot to get into. By the way, the first text this morning on our still unsponsored text line, 512-222-9328. Thank you, Uncle Bucky, for the rain.
That's all I needed. Hey, I'm not looking for much. That right there is enough. That's already made my day.
That's one text.
That one text has already made my day. I'm good to go. You other non-believers can go about your business, the way you do your lives. But that text right there just made my day. Thank you. Who sent that, BK?
I don't know, 512 number.
Okay, thank you, 512. I appreciate that. As cars go by in the puddles, you can hear the puddles going by here now. It's great.
Oh, man. All right, plenty of sports to get into. We'll talk some Texas Longhorn football, things that we need the Longhorns to improve on as the season progresses, some Major League Baseball, some NFL. We open up with some Aaron Rodgers conversation, Buck, and I've got some Vegas odds on who the next Jets quarterback is going to be. So as of now, they're riding with Zach Wilson. He was obviously the backup going into the game on Monday night. He ended up playing and doing just enough to win that game on Monday. But as I said yesterday, he was the guy in the group project who didn't do anything and still got an A. Obviously, the Jets defense and Garrett Wilson and the special teams, including the SFA kid, making the plays that got the Jets that huge victory on Monday Night Football against Buffalo. But we've got some Vegas odds. If the Jets go a different direction, who will be the next quarterback the Jets sign or trade for? You got a guess on who the favorite might be?
I think you said it yesterday. I think, can you coax Tom Brady, away from, his Brady products and the kids? Can you get him in a place like New York for 1 year, with that defense, possibly get them to the Super Bowl? He's got all kinds of weapons. Will he come out of retirement again for 1 year just to do this? This is just be doing a favor. This is just a favor for their owner. Would he do that? I can see it. I can see Tom Brady saying, listen, I'm just coming to the rescue. This isn't about me wanting to play. This is about me wanting to help the New York Jets. This is me about wanting to help the NFL, the National Football League. This would be his deal. Wouldn't be about Tom. This wouldn't be about all his give me one more Super Bowl deal. I think this would be about him helping a league that's done an awful lot for him, and he's done a lot for the league. I can see that. But if he's truly no go, I don't know. What do you do? Go to Matty Ice? Matt Ryan would be maybe the second guy, I would think. What's he doing? He's doing nothing.
He's broadcasting.
Bring him out of the booth. Hell, come on out for an opportunity. Matty Ice would lead the broadcasting booth, and I'd say in a couple of days, be ready to fling the ball around. He'd be okay.
I don't even know if Matt Ryan has officially retired yet, right? I think there was this weird clause in his contract with the Colts that like allows him to still get paid if he doesn't officially retire. So I think he's still technically a free agent if he wants to be. Now that dude sucked last year, man. Like he ain't anywhere close to the player he was when he was winning league MVP and having the Falcons competing for a Super Bowl. Like he's lost it, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
That guy is even an upgrade over Zach Wilson, and that's saying something because Zach
yeah,
Wilson.
but or the little lollipop gill guy, Zach Wilson, that little dude in the pocket playing against the Cowboys this week, they better move him around. They better go run and shoot because he can't stand in the pocket and throw the ball. He's not going to be able to throw the balls against the Cowboys. They're going to have to change their offense. I mean, they had that brilliant mind as the offensive coordinator, so they should be able to do that in a week. You know what I'm saying? They can't just drop back and pass. The Cowboys will crunch him up. I mean, between he and Kyler Murray, the small men in the quarterback position, I just don't see it against the Cowboys. He can't be – there's not even three-step drop, one-step drop that can get the ball off with that dude. So they're going to have to go big. He can't be the one to lose it for the Jets. And I think a guy like Matty Ice can go in there just because he's tall enough to get the ball out and not get every pass batted down. They may have a chance with their defense.
Man, Zach Wilson is 6'2". He's not.
Get away from me. That guy's
he's not Kyler Murray. He's over 6 feet.
That guy is a full 5'11" and 3/4 maybe. That's all I'm giving him. That guy's not 6'2".
He plays like he's 4'11" and 3/4, but he's 6'2", man. He's just not very good. What you call him, the boy with the lollipop?
Come on, not Olipop, lollipop. I just don't see it. I don't see them going anywhere with Zach Wilson. I mean, and in the conference they're in the AFC, you're not going to be able to turn the ball off to what you think is a great running game and survive. You're going to get outscored.
Yeah.
All you're doing is praying that you can get 2 touchdowns and run the clock out with your run game and your defense. Not possible in their division. It's just not possible.
Forget run and shoot. They got to go run and run if Zach Wilson is their quarterback. I mean, that guy can't throw. I almost think they'd be better off just putting Garrett Wilson back there and running a wildcat type of offense this season just to avoid Zach Wilson turning the ball over. He had an awful interception on Monday night. Right? All this talk all offseason long about how he's different and how Aaron Rodgers has changed Zach Wilson and if his number is called upon, he's going to be ready this year. I mean, he looked like the exact same dude on Monday night, and that dude is a huge bust in the NFL. But Matt Ryan is on this Vegas list. So is Tom Brady. But those guys aren't the favorite to be the next New York Jets quarterback if they do.
I can only say one other guy who's the world traveler. Heineke. Where is he at? Is he in Washington still?
Taylor Heineke?
Heineke, where is he? Where's that dude? There's a guy much traveled.
He's in Atlanta. He is the backup to Desmond Ridder.
He's wanting out right now. He's probably saying, I'd love to go to the Jets right now.
Well, if I'm Atlanta, I'm not trading that dude because I'm not sure Desmond Ridder is good enough to make it through the season.
Yeah, Critter Ritters may not be the guy either. So
Critter Ritters.
Yeah,
he looked bad in week 1. The Falcons got the win because Bijan played well and Tyler Algier played well. They were able to run it all over Carolina. Carolina obviously has some issues, but yeah, I don't know if Atlanta is willing to trade a quarterback after what they saw from their starting quarterback on Sunday.
What about who else is in the list? Give me the list. Give me some of these guys.
So Taylor Heineke is on the list. He's towards the back end of the top 10. He's at 14-1. But the favorite to be the next quarterback the Jets sign or trade for, Austin's own Nick Foles.
Much traveled dude.
Very well-traveled dude. And then
okay,
2 on this list, not technically Austin's own, but we like to claim him here in Austin as our own. Legendary lifetime Longhorn, Colt McCoy.
Why not? Why not? How about that guy with that team with that defense?
Both of those guys are free agents, so the Jets wouldn't have to give anything up. Not that they'd have to give much up to go get a backup quarterback off of somebody else's roster anyways. But obviously Colt McCoy, a late cut by the Arizona Cardinals. Nick Foles, also a free agent right now. Those are your 2 favorites. What do you think?
Well, I like it. I like the deal with Colt McCoy. I think that's fantastic with the kind of defense, a veteran quarterback like that. Nick Foles has been in Super Bowls. I mean, I know he's much traveled, but here's a guy that they are going to lean on their run game. There's no doubt about that. But once again, you have to be able to protect the quarterback, but the quarterback's got to be able to protect himself. And that's one thing I don't think Zach Wilson knows how to do. I don't think he knows how to protect himself, and that's scary for the group that they're playing this week. But I think Zach is going to be their quarterback to start, period, over the next couple of days, and they're going to lose to the Cowboys. They're not going to win that football game. The Dallas Cowboys are going to smear those dudes. But we're talking about a team that still has, that still believes they can get to the playoffs because of their defense and because of their run game. They've got to this is truly a group that needs a quarterback that can manage a football game for them and not lose a football game. There are not many teams like that in the NFL that just need a game manager. This is a group that just needs a game manager that the quarterback doesn't lose the game for them.
Yeah, I mean, they've got an elite defense, right? We saw that on Monday night. We also saw that last year. They were a top 3 defense in the NFL. Their run game is really good with Breece Hall back. That guy looked like he was perfectly fine. Dalvin Cook, they bring him in. That may be the best 1-2 running back punch in football. They've got tons of talent on the outside. It starts with Garrett Wilson, of course. Yeah, they don't need a lot at the quarterback spot. They just need a guy who doesn't turn the football over a whole bunch. And unfortunately, Zach Wilson turns the football over a whole bunch.
And the thing about the NFL, you can't win with just defense. And in the AFC, you can't win with just defense. And you can't just, you just can't run the football and win. And that somebody's going to outscore you. There's too many quarterbacks that throw the ball all around and they score too many points. You can't win just running the football. It's just it's not possible to do. And in modern football, you can't do that. The old days of running the clock out, you're going to have to throw the ball. You can't average 125 yards passing a game. You're not going to win those games in the AFC. That's just not going to happen. And they can't do that.
No.
If they would have, they would have done it last year.
Right.
Because they can run the ball.
Yeah.
We know that, and they can play defense. If they didn't win last year, all of a sudden they're not going to win this year because because Breece Hall is looking good, feeling good, and they've got Dalvin Cook. If they didn't do it last year, they're not going to all of a sudden do it this year. Nobody's going to let them run the ball and win games.
No, they were kind of in the mix for a while last year, but, in close games, they needed their quarterback to step up and make some plays. And their quarterbacks, they had a few. Zach Wilson got hurt. They had Mike White for a little bit. They had somebody else for a little bit. I can't remember who. Was it Flacco? I don't know who it was.
Taylor Heineke, was he there at any time? He's everywhere.
They'd love to have Taylor Heineke. He'd be the best quarterback on that team right now. But here are the top 6. There were some interesting names. Once again, Vegas odds for who the next quarterback the New York Jets will sign or trade for. I mentioned Nick Foles is the favorite at 3-1. Colt McCoy right after him at 4-1. Oh.
What? No, please don't say Phillip Rivers. Please don't tell me Phillip Rivers is not leaving his 14 kids to come play football anymore. He's not allowed to play sports anymore.
Phillip Rivers would kill to leave his 14 kids to play football. He doesn't want to deal with that playground at his house.
My God. No, wow.
He's not on the list. It's even worse. The boy on the bicycle.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's just another run game guy. No way. They got run game. They don't need another running. We don't need another runner. Come on, they got enough runners. They need somebody that can throw the ball. That dude can't throw. Voldemort. We know he can run, though.
He's Voldemort, man. He's 5-1.
Wow.
Or the Candy Man. I'd rather say that guy's name a few times than.
Don't. Let's not do that. Let's not do that here.
Oh, you're worried about that, huh?
I don't play games like that.
What's the deal? You say it in the mirror 5 times fast?
Oh, yeah. I don't do it. I don't play. I don't play. I don't do that at all. No.
Well, boy on the bicycle is 5-1.
Okay.
Davis Mills, Texans backup quarterback, the guy who was the starter down there for the last couple of years. He's at 7-1.
Get him for what do you get him for? A draft choice?
Yeah, day 3 draft pick. I think that's all that would cost. And then Carson Wentz.
Oh, for sure. I'd take that chance right now. He'd be the first one I'd call, probably.
Oh, he stinks.
Yes, I know, but he'd be that guy's had so many bullets fired at him. I mean, at least he knows how to duck. Some of those dudes you're talking about won't even duck. They'll just get hit in the head. You know what I mean? When the bullets start flying, they don't even duck in the hole. They just stand upright.
You know who should?
At least he would duck.
You know who should call Carson Wentz?
Who's that?
The Buccaneers. So they can start to lose games. They can't be winning all of these games. They need to be losing games so they could draft a quarterback. And Carson Wentz is the best tanker of all time.
They have Baker, money maker. What do they need a quarterback for?
Baker's too good. They need a quarterback who's worse.
No. They're playing to get to the playoffs this year in that weak division. That's what they're looking to do.
Carson Wentz is 5th, and I'll give you 6th just because there's a Texas tie-in. Cooper Rush, Cowboys back up, 10-1.
No, because the Cowboys understand eventually Dak will suck at some time, and they're going to have to, or he's going to go down with something. His foot will turn around backwards, or he'll jam a thumb or something like that. Cooper Rush, they know they'll need him sometime this year. They're trying to go places this year in Dallas. So they need to have a backup because they know Dak won't last the entire season. Dude, none of these quarterbacks, it's hard to last an entire season. It's hard to last in college football. It's hard to last in the NFL. I mean, Aaron Rodgers the other day, what the hell did he do to do all of that? I mean, that's just an old body. That's what happens to an old body. I got one of those. I understand. You know, you start getting transient global disorders and shit like that start happening to you. Your old bodies just start deteriorating in different spots. The brain, the foot, the leg. Aaron Rodgers making a little twist of all of a sudden you see the ripples in his calf muscle. I'm like, what did you do to that? That just happened to you. It wasn't like you made some sudden move. I mean, that dude,
injury happens, man. Not just the old guys.
He's not done for just this year. He's done with football.
Oh, you're putting in the call.
Oh no, Aaron Rodgers is done. I mean, a guy that age having to come back from that type of injury and then to be effective again and to drop back in the pocket again, if that's what sent him out, believe me, him getting that thing repaired and laying back for a year, he's not coming back. He's not going to be the Aaron Rodgers we've ever seen again, period. He's done. He'll come to a point of this year in his rehab, being an old dude and say, you know what? I'm not coming back. I'm going to go smoke mushrooms or do whatever I have to do. That's it for him. For the New York Jets, the Jete, Jets, for that fan base, that dude is not coming back to you the following year. So you better start looking for another quarterback if it's not Zach Wilson. Because that old dude right there, that old body's starting to come apart. He's not coming back to play football again. I don't believe. That's my opinion on that.
I'll bet you money
that he comes back.
He comes back. Yeah.
He'll go in another TP for a couple months, and then all of a sudden his body will heal up and he'll be ready to go.
Yeah. I mean, look, guys recover from torn Achilles. It'll be a little tougher because he's going to be 40 when he comes back. But
40-year-old quarterback dropping in the pocket, but Micah Parsons chasing your ass all the time. No, dude, he's done.
He doesn't want to go out like this. Come on.
He's not going to have a choice. Nobody wants to go out like that. Sometimes you just don't have a choice. You just have to go out. The rehab of that of that injury is tough on a young man, much less a guy who's always going to have to run for his life. I mean, I don't see it. I don't see Aaron Rodgers continuing to play the game of football. I see him being 40 years old saying, you know what? I've had a really nice career. I wanted to do this for the fans in New York. I wanted to be a part of trying to win, but I'm not coming back to do this anymore. He doesn't have to. He's still a Hall of Famer. He's going.
You know how much money he makes, though, if he comes back?
You know how much money he's getting and he's not even going to play? How about this? How about the money that dude's going to collect for not even stepping on the field and being chased by Micah Parsons and others? Yeah. He doesn't have to play.
That's true. I don't know. I think he comes back. I don't think he wants to go out like this. You said it. Nobody wants to go out like this, but I think Rodgers is going to.
But you know what I like to go out as?
What?
Wearing this Travis Matthew gear right here. What do you think of that?
I'm going out that way. Walking billboard today.
Isn't that nice?
That is sweet.
Star behind me, star on the top, star on the side. It's awesome. That group is fantastic. And I've got a bunch of gear from the folks at Travis Matthew, and they're going to gear us up. You know, you and I may be broadcasting in the stars on Saturday. How about that?
I like that.
I like this gear. I wish I could afford some of this gear when I go to Dick's Sporting Goods and seeing how much one of these Travis Matthews shirts cost. I wish I could sport that I'm sporting, I don't know, Goodwill, old used golfing shirts. I mean, come on, man.
Well,
This stuff is, and you can tell the difference the way it feels on your body.
there you go.
My wife said, boy, you look good in that shirt. She said, I mean, my wife doesn't, my wife's not going to throw out, because I wear so many different kind of golfing shirts. She said, you look really nice in that shirt. And I said, you know what? This shirt feels different.
Yeah, you're getting some love from the commenters and on the text line. People complimenting your get up today.
Yeah, I mean, it feels different. When you look good, you sound good.
Oh, all right, Dion. You look good, you feel good, you play good.
That's
you
right.
Play good, they pay good.
They pay good. That's right.
Those are the rules for Coach Prime. Yeah, you could have a lot of money, but you told me that you were volunteering for Texas Sports Unfiltered and you wanted to work for free. So I
ain't volunteering for shit anymore. I do stuff for the kids only.
Come on, I'm a kid.
Yes.
Compared to you, I'm a kid.
You know what? It's like driving a car. I don't swerve for dogs, squirrels, animals. I only swerve for babies, and mark that down, babies and old ladies. If you're an old man and you jump out in front of me, I'm not swerving and hitting a pole. I'm going right through you like your old ass should have it done to you. That's just it. I have certain rules about swerving. I don't swerve. When was the last time you swerved for a squirrel? All you waited to hear was that ba-boom, ba-boom, and move right along. You don't swerve and hit a tree for a squirrel.
I don't swerve and hit a tree for a squirrel, but I swerve to avoid the squirrel and then keep driving.
No, I just move right along, right on through that squirrel.
Oh,
no, sorry, squirrel.
You said babies and old ladies.
Yes.
What if it's like a 6-year-old walking across the street?
What the hell's that 6-year-old doing out there in the street? That's what I'm going to say. No,
school zone. She loses mom and dad. She's wandering, trying to find her parents. So
okay,
she crosses the street, and then boom, you're running her over.
I will try. I will try my best. Not a baby. I can tell a baby from a 6-year-old. I'll be able to do that.
Yeah, the 6-year-old's walking. The baby's not. It's pretty easy to tell. Carriage. Yeah. No, the baby's going to be with the parents. The 6-year-old's going to be on her own or his own.
Yeah, I've seen people swerve for like animals and stuff. I'm like, why? Why are you doing that?
Because it can mess up your car too.
No, you could hit that tree. No. I may have a passenger with me that I don't want to die in the car. And me.
Yeah, hopefully you're in a spot where you have other options besides either hitting a dog or hitting a tree.
Tip for you kids, tip for you first-time drivers, always have an out.
Yes, that's a good tip.
Always look for an out in a tough situation, 18-wheeler. Always find out where your out is. If you've got to go off the road, you don't go off the road into the telephone pole. You know what I'm saying?
I thought your tip was going to be, if you see an old man, run his ass over.
No. We don't try to.
That's what you said you would do. So that means if they're following your advice, if a kid sees you walking in the middle of the street,
I'm down me. Don't sacrifice yourself for the tree or the telephone pole. Go on through me. I shouldn't be out there anyway.
Oh,
there's no reason I'm out there. I shouldn't be out there.
If your global transgender amnesia pops up, then.
And first of all, we got to get this straight. I don't have any transgender anything going on. That's called transient global amnesia. Can happen to anybody, and it generally only happens to them once. I'm not trying to transgender over to be the old black woman who gardens. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not purposely trying to move in another direction. I'm good.
All right, Caitlin, whatever you say.
I'm good.
Oh, man. All right, before we shift gears and talk some Texas football, how about this fun recorded spot we have from Tom McKay and AV Consultations? Take a listen.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audiovisual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
Go Bruins. Wow.
Yep. She's up in Boston now for school.
That'll do it to you. Maybe she should start saying, go Red Sox.
Oh, what happened to the Sox yesterday?
I'll tell you what happened to the Sox. This is what happened to the Sox, as it happens to a lot of teams where this guy is involved. They go down. Now they are tied with us. That's right. The team has won 27 world championships. That's right. Yeah. Look who's up this morning, fans. It's Derek Jeter without the kids and the wife. He wants to play ball again.
That guy is up every morning thanks to you.
Yeah.
You know he doesn't play for them anymore, right?
He's the captain. You know his heart is always there. It's like saying Thurman Munson doesn't play for him anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't play for them anymore.
Are you kidding me? These people live on. I mean, their spirits live in Yankee Stadium. Come on now.
Oh my God!
You don't think the mixture is running around center field?
Yeah. Look, the Yankees are bad, and they look like they've been trotting Thurman Munson out there, but he's not actually playing for them this year. You know that, right?
Man. Whitey Ford, our whole gang is out there right now. The spirit of those players are behind the modern Yankees right now, and they're trying to move out of the cellar. They don't look good in the cellar, the Yankees. They just don't.
What is this, a Field of Dreams remake you're talking about?
There you go.
Yes, your Yankees did sweep a doubleheader against the Red Sox, and by doing so, they have now tied the Red Sox for fourth place.
Almost out. We're almost out.
Yep.
It looks like the Astros are trying to get their way right back down in there.
Oh, my God. Yeah, the Astros have lost 2 in a row to the Oakland Athletics at home. Insane. And the A's just went into Houston and won a huge series. Not for the A's. The A's suck. The only thing they're playing for is trying to avoid 100 losses, which the next game they lose will take them over the century mark. But the Astros in a division race, still fighting for a playoff spot. You figured, hey, they're playing the worst team in baseball. That's 2, if not 3, easy wins. And they've dropped the first 2 against the A's at home. And now the Astros are 500 at home. They're 37-37 at Minute Maid Park this year. Bad time to be bad for the Stros right now. And
it really is.
The Rangers have actually won 4 in a row. They're in the middle of a huge series against Toronto north of the border. The Rangers and the Mariners and the Blue Jays are all fighting for the last 2 wild card spots. And the Rangers have won 4 straight, and they've taken the first 2 of that huge series with the Blue Jays. And by doing so, they also took the tiebreaker with the Blue Jays. So if those 2 teams are tied at the end of the year, then the Rangers will be in and Toronto will be out. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of folks, myself included, kind of left the Rangers left for dead. And, well, they're only 1 game back of the Astros for first place in the AL West because the Astros can't beat the freaking A's.
Yeah, I mean, one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in baseball right now is the A's. And I don't know. I was thinking this is going to be easy pickings for the Astros from this point on. And I thought the Rangers would really suffer playing in Toronto. And now they've woken up. And this is a good Toronto team, too. I mean, this is a group that can bat. They've got great bats. And right now, all of a sudden, when the Rangers start to pick up the pace, if their pitching can hold up, BK, they're gonna either win it or they're gonna be the wild card. I still believe because they've got it. It looks like it's starting to sparkle just a bit. I don't see them taking a fall of having a streak where they lose 4 or 5 games in a row any longer. I think they're gonna win a couple, maybe lose one here or there, but they're not gonna go on a losing streak. The Rangers right now because they got them both going. They got bats and pitching going well right now. And beating Toronto in Toronto,
big. Yeah, they go for the sweep.
But for Astros fans, that experience should have led you to victories over the Athletics for sure.
Oh, my God. It's so weird. Like, the Astros are 18 games over 500 on the road this year, and they're at 500 at home. Like, they've been good everywhere since 2017, but they've dominated at home. And this year, they can't beat anybody right now.
No.
at the juice box, which is just crazy to see. It's almost like it might be better for them to be a wild card team so they get more games on the road than they do at home. Like most teams want home field advantage, and I'm sure Astros fans are like, nah, we'll still take the home field advantage. And of course, if you win the division, you're more than likely going to get a bye in the first round. So you'd prefer to have that. That's obviously the easier path in the playoffs. But it's bizarre to watch how good they've been on the road and how bad they've been at home this season. Not used to seeing that from them. And
not at this time of the year either. I mean, we're getting there. We're starting to slide into that middle of September, getting towards October. That's kind of scary for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Astros try to avoid the sweep tonight. They send Hunter Brown to the mound against Pete Blackburn. The Rangers going for the sweep in Toronto. The bad news for the Rangers, Max Scherzer, who got the start last night, who had been struggling a little bit as of late. He was pitching really well. He had to leave his start with a triceps injury. So talk about the Rangers pitching, figuring some things out. The injury bug may have crept up again for the Rangers. We'll see what the deal is with Max Scherzer. Obviously, a big trade deadline acquisition for the Jers. They're hoping this injury is not going to keep him on the shelf for very long. But yeah, just when you kind of thought the Astros were pulling away in the American League West, they start to slide a little bit. The Rangers get the win last night. Once again, they've won 4 in a row. The Mariners got a win last night. So those 3 teams are all within a game and a half of first place in the American League West. That division race continues.
Yeah, I know the team in there. I don't see the Mariners, BK, coming out of that. I just don't.
Yeah, they're 3-7 in their last 10. Like they were the best team in baseball for a 4 or 5 week span, and they've cooled off a lot. And they've resorted to kind of what they were for the majority of the early stages of the season, which was just an average ball club. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they've got the talent. They won 90 games last year. They made the playoffs last year, so I wouldn't completely count them out right now. But it's wild. Look, the A's are in the AL West, so it's hard to call them the best division in baseball. The AL East is still the best division in baseball because right now all 5 of their teams are above 500. But you talk about the best division race in baseball, there's no doubt it's what's going on in the wild American League West. It's a lot of fun. And I beg your pardon. Thank you, Jake, for the comment. We've got 2 more games for the Rangers and the Blue Jays. So they're not going for the sweep today. The hope is they'll be going for the sweep tomorrow.
Yes.
After they put together another win. But the final game of that A's-Astros series is tonight down in H-Town. All right, Buck, let's give some love to a few sponsors before we get into some Texas Longhorn football and talk about a few things the Horns need to improve on following their massive win over Alabama. How about the great folks at Covert out in BK?
Well, we'll be out there on Friday for our meet and greet at 11:30, folks. So we invite you out to have a little lunch with us. Casey Stutter, that's right, lifetime Longhorn Casey Stutter will join us, and there'll be a lot of crazy talk going on, him trying to talk offensive line play out there and giving his opinion on the Texas Longhorns and what they need to continue to do to keep on winning. Right now, 2-0, looking good. Offensive line looked fantastic last week, but having Casey out there, this is a guy who's played in the NFL. This is a guy who's a national champion. He's going to be there with us. And they've got 3 new state-of-the-art dealerships out there carrying all kinds of beautiful cars and trucks, Buicks, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Now, don't forget their other locations. No, they got Ford out in Hutto. We know that. And Lincoln Ford in Austin. And while you're out there, please do say hello to Dan Covert, Mike, and Stacy, the whole gang out there. And, folks, they've got something for everybody. And for more information on the weekly sales, I'm not talking about monthly sales out at Covert. And it is a beautiful 42-acre location out there, 3 dealerships. And that's where we house ourselves, of course, on Fridays of home games for meet and greet. And we will have the meet and greet there, as I said, 11:30, probably about an hour or so. Talk some football, get you up there on the erase board, figure out what you know out there, you people, which you don't know that much. But for more information, go to covertbks.com. And nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
No, come see us on Friday. Casey Studdard, one of our favorites, will be there, as the Buck mentioned.
Free lunch.
Food. Free food. Yeah, and it's good food, too, from Smoky Mo's Barbecue and Verde's Mexican Pizzeria. This stuff is legit. There's some leftover queso from last Friday. I've been noshing on that all week long.
You didn't leave that in the fridge there? That had to come with you?
It had to come with me.
You're still banging on that queso?
I'm not banging queso. I'm eating the queso.
Okay.
What is banging queso? How does that work?
That's jamming it down your gullet.
Yeah, I'm not putting anything in there if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Okay.
This is a
Not
family
wa-
program.
Not warming it up. It's not like you do with the cherry pie, I presume.
No, it's a little different.
Different. That's a different world, huh?
Hey, what's a good number of people? Like if we get 40 people out there, we'll give something away. If we get 50 people
Absolutely.
out there, like what's the number? 40?
I would say if we ever got 40 people out there, and as I said, we understand what Fridays mean to you people. It means that you go to lunch at different spots and then you go home. Well, I'm not saying that because you guys are keeping America and keeping the state of Texas going by going back to work. And I applaud most of you for doing that because that's right. To get a full day in is very important to what we do. You know what I'm saying? It's good for the kids. It's good for education. It's good for your bank. And I noticed most of the people last week probably went right back to work after the get together. Right? No, that's not what happens.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm going home and getting my weekend started, baby.
Good grief. Yes, but I'd say if we get 40 out there on a Friday, we'll do something special. We'll do it right there. I mean, whether we give away some tickets or give away dinner at some spots, we'll get it done. So please come join us. You don't have to stay long. You can come there and just have a sandwich, have a barbecue sandwich, have some queso, some salsa, some chips. And then if you've got to get back to work, get back to work. We'll put your name in the bucket. We just want to say hello to you folks and want you to meet the Covert family while you're out there. And they are absolutely wonderful folks. They really have done some good things for us and continue to do that. And we want to make it a habit of getting out there before the home games. Now we will be doing the show, our 2-hour pregame show from there every week. We'll be doing during the football season. And who knows what holds for basketball, because this Longhorn basketball team is going to be pretty good too this year. It's going to be an awful lot of fun watching all Texas sports this year as we get ready to enter into the SEC. That's right, SEC.
Oh,
yeah.
Those Texas fans doing that chant in Tuscaloosa on Saturday?
Oh, I heard some of that. I heard that in the background. Hell yeah.
I've been telling people that's going to happen. You might be against the SEC chant, but there are Texas fans who are going to do it, especially this year, right?
Oh,
They're
yeah.
going to do it in Alabama if we won that game. And if Texas is beaten Big 12 teams on their way to the SEC, they'll be doing some SEC chants, both here in Austin and on the road, too. Get ready for it.
That's right. That's right. Get ready for that, Tech, for Turkey Day, having that shoved down your throat, SEC. Oh. You're going to get a piece of that. But first of all, we'll take care of business that you didn't take care of this week.
Against the Cowboys?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, before we get into Texas, real quick, another shout out to one of our great sponsors. How about Olipop? Love these guys, man. Their slogan is a new kind of soda. That's exactly what Olipop is. You get the same soda taste, but this stuff is actually good for you. Inside every can, you get a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics, meaning you're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, and there's only 2 to 5 grams of sugar. There's not a lot of calories. I'm telling you, this stuff is actually good for you. And oh, by the way, the flavor is absolutely there. The classic soda flavors you grew up drinking: cola, root beer, lemon lime, Dr. Goodwin, which is their version of a DP. They've got cherry cola. They've got grape as well. So many great flavors, plus some unique flavors like strawberry vanilla and tropical punch. This stuff is addicting, man. I'm telling you, it tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of digestive health support as well. It's ridiculous what these guys have been able to accomplish. A great tasting soda that's actually good for you. You get the best of both worlds, right? You want to try to be healthy from time to time, but you also want to enjoy what you're putting into your system. Olipop has this thing down to a science. This stuff is legit, and it's all over town, and it's all over the state. Pick it up. H-E-B, Costco, Whole Foods, Target, Walmart, wherever you go, you can find Olipop. This stuff is the best. Got to get you some of that stuff too, Buck.
Absolutely. And I was at Costco yesterday, of course, went to the United Nations of Foods, Fine Foods, and there was a nice crowd. One of these days, I'm going to sit on the bench and have myself lunch. But it's just kind of wild there, man. Lunchtime is wild. And I don't hit the kiosk like some of you people do over and over again as you come back for another sample.
You're not getting the samples?
No, I never get the samples. I never stop off and get a sample.
It's the best part.
I think some people get a card just so they can go there for lunch and keep going. They'll go around the aisle and then they'll come right back. I'm like, I mean, I'm starting to eyeball people like I do at airports. I'm starting to eyeball you people when you make that, oh, I'll grab something at the little food kiosk, and then you'll take a little circle, little trip around, and then you come back. Believe me, I'm there watching you.
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
The workers don't care. Who
go
cares?
to lunch. Go to lunch and get yourself. So go to some other establishment. Costco isn't that's not your lunch place.
Well, here's what you do. You get a bunch of samples, and then you go to the deli and get you a hot dog and a soda for like $1.50.
Okay, I can see that.
What's wrong with that?
Let me catch you with a bunch of those little mini cups in your hand. I'm going to bump right into you. Kids, adults, I don't want to see it. Get your
sorry
sample.
about that. Didn't see you there.
Yeah, get your sample and move along, will you?
Come on,
And
man.
the people that don't get a chance to have it, they don't want to see you there for your 5th time in a row within 5 minutes, pretending that you're having samples. Instead, you're having lunch at Costco. We're going to have to put an end to that.
There's
we're going to have to get a Costco police force. That's what we need.
Dude,
I'm for that.
You're the only person who is for that.
Come on.
The Space Force is better than this.
Oh, come on, man. We need this Costco security. That's right.
Dude.
I'm gonna make myself like the captains on airplanes. Who the hell ever made them captain? What did they just decide? When you came in, you're a captain. I'm gonna make myself captain of the Costco security force. That's what I am now.
Okay. I think it takes a little bit more training and time to be a captain on a plane than to be captain at Costco security.
Why is he captain? Why can't he just be plane pilot? Why can't he just be, why does he have to be captain? The hell is that? I never hear anybody talking about the first mate, you know what I mean? Or lieutenant, the guy that sits beside him. What is he? Is he a lieutenant? What is he?
The co-pilot.
Yeah, that's right. Co-pilot. So the other dude is just the pilot.
What about the co-captain?
No.
What if Derek Jeter's flying a plane? Can he not be the captain? He's just got to be the pilot?
Oh, no. He's the true captain. Let me bring him back one more time for you people. That's what's keeping the Yankees afloat still to this day. 27 world championships. Do you think anybody led by this guy is going to be at the bottom of the heap when the season's over with? Of course not. Look out, third place. We're coming.
No, you're not. You're not catching third place because that's Toronto, and they're actually fighting for a playoff spot. Here's your next job, Buck. Look at Jake's comment.
No, I'm not doing Walmart greeting. No.
You're about at that age. I'd trust you more with that gig than I would Costco security.
Can you imagine me running through the parking lots as Costco security? That would be great. With a little scooter. I'm going to give myself a little scooter. You know, life is good as you get older. This is good. There are so many things to happen to you as you get older, BK, when you finally start to get older. You know what I mean?
I am getting older. What do you mean when I finally start to get older? I'm just like you. We age at the same pace.
Things like transient global amnesia, things like that start to set in out of nowhere.
I don't want that.
Because you didn't have a drink of water. All of a sudden you're out there like looking for your dogs and wondering what time of day it is, wondering if your wife is in the country. I mean, really? What the hell is that? What just happened to me, by the way? I asked a lot of that. What just went on with me?
I'm not sure. Just glad you're okay.
Good.
Glad you're okay. All right. Hey, our buddy Chip Brown, of course, you can hear him and watch him on Texas Sports Unfiltered every afternoon with Zay Collier from 1 to 3. He put together a piece over at Horns 24/7 talking about some things that Texas needs to improve on going into this matchup against Wyoming on Saturday. So I'll ask you, Buck, because Steve Sarkisian himself at his Monday press conference pointed out 3 areas where the Longhorns need to get better coming off the Alabama win. But for you personally, where do you think the Longhorns need to improve on after what you've seen from them through a couple of games?
Well, they definitely have to improve their run game. They're not going to make it through this season just flinging the ball around. They're going to have to have a consistent run game. They're going to have to do some things, whether it's misdirection, draw plays, or whatever. People are going to start coming for this quarterback. They're going to start bringing people. I like the way so far they've protected in the passing game, but be assured that teams like Wyoming, who have nothing to lose, BK, coming in here, are going to bring pressure and bring them from the inside. They're going to. I mean, I watch these guys pass protect. I watch the running backs pass protect. They're okay. They can do that, but they're going to have to start hitting people with the run on some of the blitzes that are going to hurt you and keep you from blitzing Quentin Ewers, keep you off of him in ways. So Number one for me is they're going to have a better consistent run game, and no better way this week than being at home in front of 100,000 that are still foaming at the mouth from what happened in Alabama. So your football team needs to foam at the mouth a little bit, like a couple rabid wild dogs now, and get after this group in the run game. You got to show people that you are going to run the ball against them. I know what people say, don't beat your head against the wall. I'm not about that. And if you can throw and they can protect you in the throwing game, but in order to win a championship and be in a championship game, you're going to have to run the ball. I mean, when do you start doing that? I mean, it's game number 3. Your consistent run has to be there. And I think this is the week. That, for me, it's number one, a consistent run game. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you're running draw plays. I don't care if you're running toss sweeps or wide sweeps, the fly sweep with other guys besides your running backs running it. But I think counter plays, this looks like the group that can run some counters. And now you've got to feel pretty good about your offensive line, as I say, vacating areas, pulling guys, kicking out people. Then your backs make a decision on inside or running outside. I think you need to start doing that in order to win a champion. I'm talking about championships. I'm talking about getting to a championship game. I'm not talking about just winning weekly games. I think it's that time. I think Wyoming, who's a pretty good run defense. They're not chopped liver when it comes to defending the run, but they need to become chopped liver at home.
Yeah, you'd like to think you don't have to bang your head against the wall to be able to run it successfully against Wyoming, right? I mean, you just think of the talent difference between these two teams, and Wyoming's a pretty talented bunch. We obviously saw what they did against Texas Tech a couple of weeks ago. So they've got some dudes on their team, but come on, compared to Texas, I don't have to tell anybody that there's a pretty big talent gap between these two sides.
And Wyoming's defensive line compared to Alabama. I mean, you're going to have to do that. You're going to put your you're going to have to take your strength, and your strength is your offensive line right now. I mean, they proved that last week. And when they needed to run, they were able to run the ball, to keep Alabama off the quarterback. You're going to need to run because you want to run. Yep. You know what I'm saying? This is the week for me that you want to run the football. You want to prepare yourself for conference play, because and within conference, there are going to be some teams that are going to try to stifle your run game. They're still going to want to put the ball in Quinn Ewers' hand. They want you to do that. They want you to win games. You're going to have to run because you want to run this week. I think for me, that's the number one thing, because we don't want to be a passing team. Just the only way we can win is to pass the ball. You want to be able to run. So it's time for Texas to place their will upon other teams. And I think this week will be the week for me.
Yeah, teams want to make Quinn Ewers beat them. That's not a shot at Quinn Ewers. That just means you're able to turn Texas into a one-dimensional offense, right? Like, to be a great offense, you've got to be able to throw it. You've got to be able to run it. And right now, Texas has not shown a consistent ability to run it. In the early stages, of course, we only played 2 games, but in the early stages of 2023, they averaged 4.1 yards a carry against Wyoming, and it was only 2.8 yards a carry against Alabama this past weekend. Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. We've got a couple of cuts, but we'll start with this one since we are talking about the Texas run game right now. Sark was asked in his Monday presser about ways to improve the ground attack. And here's what the Texas head coach had to say.
I felt like we probably could have ran the ball better if I was maybe a little more committed to it in game. But the plan was the plan. We wanted to be aggressive and we wanted to try to attack them down the field. So it's probably a few more passes and shots and things that because that was the plan. But I felt like we were moving them okay. And I felt like if we were in run mode, I think over time in that third quarter we could have started to establish ourselves better. But I think ultimately it paid dividends there in the fourth quarter when we had to run it. I'm okay. This is a big week. This team, Wyoming is a very good run defense. I don't think they've given up 100 yards total on the year yet in rush defense. So it's a great challenge for us. It's a veteran group. They play blocks really well. They play well together. They're very gap sound, and so it's going to challenge us on a lot of levels. And so this is a great challenge for us to grow as a team when you start talking about developing and improving your team and being as versatile as you need to be, because there's no telling we're going to run into a game where the elements say we can't throw it the way we would like to, and we're going to have to run it. So we got to continue to improve that, yes.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you, who the hell else are we going to run it against from this point on if we don't run it against Wyoming?
Yeah.
When we get into Big 12 play, which group are we going to be able to turn it off? And Baylor, maybe.
Yeah.
That group, because that group sucks right now on defense. So maybe I'm not as worried about the Baylor football team as I was before. I've watched the last 2 weeks, teams just gut them with the run. So if you want to decide, but nobody wants to take a chance when you get in conference play of trying to get your run game going then. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course he would have loved to run the ball against. I mean, if he committed himself to really running the ball against Alabama, that's beating your head against the wall. They were going to stone you. You weren't going anywhere. I mean, you can say that if we would have been more committed. Well, you've been more committed to getting 2 yards a clip. That's all. That's just coach speak right there. That's not realistic. You weren't going to take that ball and shove it down Alabama's throat. And we understand that. You did all the right things, coach. You did a fine job. You ran the ball when you needed to. You threw the ball when you needed to. So that whole thing about if we would have been more committed, okay, then you would have been more committed to getting 2 yards a clip and running. It wasn't all of a sudden going to happen where you're going to start breaking off, 26-yard runs against Alabama. Nobody does, and nobody has. Yeah. And you weren't going to be the group to do it. So you had a nice game plan. It's a nice thought. It's nice coach speak. This is the week to do it. This is the week that you can be committed to the run game and still do your passing game and still win a ball game. We're not looking for you to beat point spreads. We're looking for you to win games and make your team a better team. So in order to make your team a better team, you got to be able to run the ball with some consistency. And if you don't run it against Wyoming, who on your schedule are you going to pick on to run the football?
Yeah, those questions will be asked if the Longhorns' rushing attack isn't very effective this weekend. But I'm glad, like you said, Sark wasn't committed to the ground game. If he was committed to the ground game, we would have lost at Alabama. Like Quinn Ewers is the reason why Texas won that game. And I'll just say the passing game as a whole is why Texas won that game, right? The O-line was obviously better in pass pro. The receivers went out there and made some huge plays. JT Sanders went out there and made some huge plays. Obviously, Ewers made a couple of huge throws. Hell, more than a couple of huge throws in that win.
Your job is to win the game. Find ways to win the game. Yep. And if you're going to say on a Wednesday, maybe if we'd have been more committed to it, I would say, I'm glad you weren't committed to it, Coach. I'm glad you decided not to make that commitment to do that because you would have got stoned. You were getting stoned until late in the football game when everybody was getting tired. That's just the way it is. Sorry, even Alabama football players get tired after having a bunch of 300-pounders just lean on them for a while. They'll get tired too. And your commitment at that time was fantastic, Coach. But if your commitment would have been in the first quarter, we're going to run it down Alabama's throat, you would have got stoned like you did for an average of 2 yards. That's, as I said, it's nice coach speak. But this week, if you show me a commitment, you should be able to do both. You should be able to run the ball and pass the ball against Wyoming at home in your ballpark. You should be able to do that. Now, if you stay a little bit more committed this week, I understand, as long as you're winning the game. You know what I'm saying? If you're up, 10, 14, 21 points in the fourth quarter and you want to be committed to the run, I'm okay. Yeah. If they stuff you a couple times, but you're committed to the run game for the future, that's fine with me because your job is to win the football game.
All this talk about getting stoned, man, my mind is wandering. Trying to hang out with Aaron Rodgers right now. I know he's got some free time on his hands now.
He's going to have some free time from this point on in his career because he's not coming back to play football. He is not coming back. That, once again, that Achilles tear, I've seen young people, what they've had to do to come back from that, BK, just to be walking around, going to the mall. You know what I'm saying? Going to play a round of golf, much less running from people at age 40.
Oh,
you believe he's coming back again, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
I don't.
Of course I do. I believe he's coming back this week to play the Cowboys because he loves beating the Cowboys more than anything else. I think that dude's going to try to play this Sunday.
That dude's about to find out which cave he needs to go and which mushrooms he needs to pick. That dude is chilling. You know what I'd like to see him do, though? I'd like to see that leadership that he came there with and the excitement he came there with just continue, to help grow. I mean, coach this team, coach that kid up. Zach Wilson's going to need all the coaching he can get. But eventually, physically, he's going to have to go out there and perform. I just don't know if he can carry that team. And that's a good football team. I don't know if he can carry them to playoffs in that AFC conference. It's just too good.
Now, all right, back to the Horns for a little bit. I will say this. Texas was able to run the football effectively when it mattered most. Right?
Yes.
That final offensive possession. That was great to see. Obviously, you want to see that over 60 minutes versus just over the last 7 minutes. But it's good to know that when this Texas team needs to pick up yards on the ground, they can do that. But more consistency would be nice. Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. One more cut, because this is actually from his opening statement on Monday, Buck. things to improve on. Sark kind of himself talked about some of the things that the Longhorns need to fix before this game against Wyoming, and obviously before the remaining 10 games this season. Here's Coach Sark.
But like anything, there's things for improvement. We already touched on the offense. We've got to take care of the ball better than we did. That thing cannot be as loose as it was. We still missed a couple opportunities in the red area where we had chances to score, which is somewhere where we definitely need to improve. I thought defensively, we got a little sloppy in our coverage and allowed them to make some explosive plays there in the fourth quarter. 3rd and 17, they get a big completion over the middle, and then obviously the long catch and run for the touchdown was just just awareness of what we're trying to do coverage wise. And when we play really great football, we minimize those explosive plays. We're very aware situationally, so areas for us to improve, no question, as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these 3rd and longs with this football team and this defense over the last couple of years give up not 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 2, but 3rd and 13, 3rd and whatever. These guys get first downs on. That's got to stop. That's got to be the automatic where if you put an umbrella at that just in front of where that first down marker is, let them catch it, and then they've got to rally, but they can't get behind you.
Did you hear what Sark said at the beginning of that?
What did he say that you just picked up on?
But like anything, there's things for improvement. We already touched on the offense. We've got to take care of the ball better than we did. That thing cannot be as loose as it was.
That thing cannot be as loose as it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to make sure that thing is tight.
Yeah.
It can't be loose.
It usually doesn't get tighter over time. That's just from my experience.
Good Lord. Man, oh, man, oh, man.
Oh, man.
That went right on by me, that one. Sorry.
Yeah, nothing ever gets by me when it comes to
I've
innuendos.
got that transgender meditation thing going on right
now. Now, you're right, and he's right. Like, that last Alabama touchdown drive, their second to last possession of the game, because their last possession of the game, Texas forced a 3 and out. Anthony Hill had that huge sack on 3rd down, and then he went, oh, man. I heard Chip talking about this on Monday with Zay. Texas dodged a bullet on that play. Anthony Hill got that huge sack on 3rd.
Oh, yeah, off the corner, yeah.
And then Anthony Hill runs like 20 yards all the way to the back of the end zone, right in front of the Alabama student section, and starts like talking shit to them.
I mean, he was in the NFL getting ready to take a photo with the defense?
Dude, and I'm like, oh my God, they're about to throw a flag. He's about to give Alabama a first down. And I can't remember. I think it was Jalen Ford. Someone ran right over to him and is like, dude, stop. Like, what are you doing? Like, go act like we've done this before. Go celebrate on the sideline. Don't pick up this dumb penalty to keep the drive alive and keep Alabama in the game.
Run that way. I just didn't know. I didn't know from I must have walked away because I was so excited. But he just continued on. I mean, they start trying to bring the defense over there to take these little photos that they do in the NFL with the defense.
I don't think it was that, but it was a little solo selly that
you got to watch out for that.
Yeah.
You won't be able, when you play in conference, you're not going to be able to get away from that because the conference officials are going to throw flags any chance they get. We know that. That's about to come. Texas has got one more game where they may get a break. From that point on, it's going to start getting ugly. And Texas fans are going to start looking around going, what the hell was that penalty for? That's about to come. You only have one more week of, hopefully non-Big 12 officials coming in here. Because after that, look out.
I'm worried if Texas tries to do a touchdown dance after getting into the end zone, there's going to be a 15-yard penalty thrown.
All these things are going to happen. All these things that you always think are borderline in college football, for Texas, it's not going to be borderline. They're just going to throw the flag.
Yeah, you're right. But all right, the drive.
They're going to throw it at Oklahoma too because Art Briles will probably be standing on the sideline. Might as well throw one because he's over there.
Yeah, that's worthy of a penalty, though. I think.
No doubt.
So the drive before, I got sidetracked there telling that story, but the drive before where Alabama scored and then got the 2-point conversion to make it 27-24. 3rd and 17, and then the long touchdown to Niblack where Texas defenders were tackling each other instead of tackling the ball carrier. Like that was brutal, man. It felt like Texas had done enough with the touchdown and the interception and the touchdown in a 3-play span. It's like, all right, we're in control. We've got this game. And then you get them to 3rd and 17, and it's like, oh, we're about to get the ball back and really put these fools away. You're right. You cannot let that happen. That was brutal. And the guy was wide open over the middle of the field. And then, yeah, like 2 plays later, they get that super long touchdown. That type of stuff, dude, you're lucky to be up 2 scores. If this was a 1-score game, obviously you're in trouble because Alabama ties it or takes the lead. But Sark's absolutely right. They got to clean that up. And those long third downs, you can't allow those to be converted because those are back breakers.
Dude, that's been your bugaboo for years. Last year you finally got rid of that kind of stuff. But the year before that, BK, if it was 3rd and 8, teams would just hand the ball off and run it for a first down. You were very sloppy on defense. And actually, for the first 2 games, you've been pretty good at that. You can't let that start to seep in that 3rd down and 5s, third and longs become too easy for the teams to get first downs. You got to stuff that out.
Yeah.
They've got to do something about that. That can't be a part of the plan now.
And I'm sorry to bring this up, but 3rd and 17, the LSU game here in Austin back in 2019. Remember that? Like Texas down a score. They're about to get the ball back with a chance to tie or take the lead. And they force LSU into a 3rd and 17. And then Joe Burrow finds, I think it was Jefferson, and he takes it to the house and boom, ball game over.
PK's had numerous 3rd and longs that people didn't have to do very much to get a first down, which really disappoints your fans. I mean, you're supposed to now you start to see teams where they line up when it's 3rd and 15 or whatever, just in front of the first down markers. Now, I always get nervous about that because if some guy catches it at 3rd and 17, he catches it at 14, everybody rallies to the ball and they make sure you don't get 3 yards. I'll get worried about Texas that they'll give that up. I mean, 3 yards doesn't seem to be much, but people are doing it now. They just put a wall across there and don't let anybody get past you, but they rally to the football. I mean, I've thought of people doing that in the past, but they're actually really doing it now. They'll put up the wall and say, we'll let you catch the ball at 9, but you're not getting to 17. We're going to rally in front of you and get that. That's truly a thing now that defensive coaches are starting to do.
Yep. And then the first thing that Sark talked about in that cut we just played, hanging on to the football, right? I think of A.D. Mitchell's fumble, which thankfully J.T. Sanders recovered it. That was on the very first drive of the game. And then, oh my God, I don't think we've talked about this play yet. The 4th and 1 where they had to review it for like 5 minutes to figure out what the hell just happened. And I didn't know what the hell had just happened. And it almost looked like a design fumble Rooski type of play that Texas was running there where, hey, I wanted to see Texas QB sneak it, right? On a 4th and short, get under center and run a quarterback sneak because that's the most successful short yardage play in football. Well, I didn't want that. I mean, I don't even think Quinn Ewers ever touched the ball. Like the snap was botched.
He never made contact with it.
All of a sudden, Jonathan Brooks is picking up the ball and running for a first. I mean, that was a shitstorm, dude.
Well-designed play, Sark. That's what I said. You called a great game. If that's one of their new plays, keep it in there. That looked great.
I guess that's when you know it's your night if you're getting that type of break, right?
Well, the quarterback doesn't even touch the ball. The center quarterback exchange, there is no exchange whatsoever. There's no skin on the ball except from the center's hand. Other than that, it didn't touch the kid, I don't believe.
Oh, it was bizarre. And then I guess, look, the refs probably should have let it play out in hindsight. Maybe Jonathan Brooks could have ran for a lot more than he did, but they blew the play dead, not knowing what the hell went on. And I don't even know if I blame the officials for that because I had no idea what the hell was going on. They've got to clean that up. Like they need the QB sneak. I was saying put Malik Murphy in there because that guy's 6'5", 6'6", 240.
Yeah, that's that dude. He should be practicing snaps like that all week long for him.
Oh, dude, I don't care. Like if every defense knows that Malik Murphy's coming into the game, it's going to be a QB sneak. I don't care. They're still not going to be able to stop it.
Right.
Like just do that. But if it is Quinn Ewers running those sneaks, they obviously have to be better than whatever that was on Saturday because that was almost a disaster.
Yeah, they've got to clean that one up. They've got to clean their 3rd and short and 4th and short. And now with this group, it's almost, when I say short, it's less than a yard short if they're going to be running these quarterback sneaks and all that stuff. I mean, I expect to see a lot more draws come into play. Jonathan Brooks has to catch the ball when he's out there by himself in the swing screens and things like that. And that's why, as you said, guys like Jaden Blue, that's the guy you need to get out in space. I mean, he's got that kind of mentality, I believe. I like him running through the tackles still, but I'd love to see him in some open space, BK, get out there and catch the ball too. The ones that Jonathan's been dropping, I mean, I know you can't bring him in just to every time he comes in, he touches the ball. he's going to have to pass protect and do some other things. But boy, I'd like to see him get it. I mean, I don't know what to expect from the freshman. I just don't. I'm not saying that, but all I know is so far 2 games, two ouchies in 2 games. I don't know if it's an ankle, ribs. I just know this. You start getting those ribs starting to hurt and bruise up. You're talking about putting it on the ground, and you can't afford it. You can't afford turnovers, whether it's home or away. You don't like to have turnovers. I'm just not quite sure that he'll be ready. I mean, eventually. And when I say eventually, I mean eventually this season. I'm not talking about he shouldn't get snaps. Obviously, he did some things that the coaching staff saw that were better than what the other guys did. So you got to keep on playing him. But you can't have him. He can't drop it, and he can't get hurt every time he touches it.
Yeah,
that just can't be a part of it.
I'm with you.
In 2 games, he's hurt twice. No, heal up, get himself ready. There's plenty of running backs in that stable right now that can go in there and get some things done against a Wyoming group, even in the following group. Get that guy to where he's healthy, because he's probably never played with bumps and bruises. He's probably carried the ball 50 times in a game, and he goes out with his high school buddies and has a ball, and he's not sore. This is different. These hits are different. But you can't come up lame every game.
Right.
You just can't, because then the next week, you as a coach, you're wondering, do I give him the ball? Should I give him the ball on this? You can't wonder about your running backs. Are they hurt? You just got to trust that when you turn around and hand it off, he's not going to come up limping and not going to be there the following game. And Jonathan Brooks is pretty steady right now to me. I mean, I like what I see of him. I like what I saw of him last year. I don't understand why they don't like that much of him now. Give that dude the ball 15, 20 times. See what he's all about. Let him run. Let him run.
Yeah, I mean, what he did on that last drive on Saturday was huge,
sure.
Right?
And maybe he's deserving of those opportunities to me now.
Yeah, maybe if CJ Baxter was healthy, then they're splitting carries. Maybe all of those carries are going to Baxter instead of Jonathan Brooks. But as our guy Nash says in the comments, yeah, Jonathan Brooks showed a lot of hustle, falling on a couple of fumbles in that game on Saturday. And obviously give the O-line credit too, of course. But on that final drive where Texas called nothing but run plays to bleed out the final 7 minutes and change, Jonathan Brooks was huge there. So he's the best running back on this team right now. Like, I think Baxter's got more potential down the road than Jonathan Brooks probably. But for right now, no.
That's that same thing about beating the run game. I mean, if that's like Sark saying, you know what, we should have run the ball more. I should have tried to be a little bit more stubborn in the run game. No, coach, no, you were just fine. You were stubborn when you needed to. There's you averaged 2 yards a clip. Did you want to spend the night with 40 carries, averaging 2 yards a clip? I don't think so. Your job is to win the game, and your job is to put the right people in to win the game too.
Yeah. One more thing that I think Texas needs to improve on that Sark didn't say in that audio we just played, they need to be a little bit better in the red zone. They had a 1st and goal from the 5-yard line in the first quarter. They had to settle for a field goal. That was the drive with the Xavier Worthy drop. That should have been a touchdown, but hey, they didn't execute, so it wasn't a touchdown. And then they also had a 1st down from the Bama 13 later in the game, and they had to settle for a field goal there. So a couple of those red zone drives, look, they won. They put up 34 points against the Nick Saban defense. They did a lot of things right. I feel bad criticizing anything because Saturday was so much fun and the biggest regular season win for Texas in at least 15 years. But yeah, the red zone execution, Buck, another thing that's kind of been a problem for this team in recent years, that could be cleaned up a little bit, turning 3 into 7.
Yeah, and I'd like to see the special teams become special. You know, for the first couple of years, they were blocking punts, getting after it. You know, I like to see this group try to get a punt return or try to go block a punt, especially this week at home versus Wyoming. You want to deflate a group that's coming in here thinking that, oh, yeah, their daubers will be down. They just played Alabama. They're not going to be up for us. They're not going to be up for the Cowboys. This is the great time where you go block one of their punts and show them that you're in it. I mean, you're in the game in your special teams. Let your special teams be a part of the win this week. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Texas to have a special teams game on Saturday and get after Wyoming. This group was good. I mean, Robinson has blocked a couple punts. This would be the weekend for me to see him get through there and slap one down.
Yep. I wouldn't hate that. And the kicker's pretty good. Bert Auburn did miss a field goal last week. He did miss one against Rice. That was like a 56-yarder. I won't criticize him too much for
it's
that.
The ones that he misses where he pushes the ball.
Hey, he did push one last week, but for the most part, he's been solid this year. The punter's really good. Talked about him
Oh,
a
yeah.
little bit before the season. Like, nobody cares about the punter. No one's going to talk too much about the punter unless your name is Michael Dixon. But that guy, Ryan Sanborn, he had a couple of really nice punts
Yes, he
in that
did.
game on Saturday. Credit to Sark and company for realizing that they needed to upgrade there after Machete, a.k.a. Danny Trejo, was the guy last year. And then you talked about it, man. Like, Sark said something. I can't remember which cut it was, so I'm not going to play it right now. But he talked about the return game in the press conference on Monday.
Right.
And he's like, we're close. I'm like, what do you mean you're close? Like, Xavier Worthy's close to catching the football? Is he still letting them bounce?
Can't let them bounce, man. That's key. The yards lost and balls bouncing. It's, you see it a lot. I mean, when I do high school games, I see it a lot because the kids are afraid. As I said, they don't get to the point where they think the ball is going to come down. They'd rather be going full speed, BK, to catch it instead of getting over there. As I said, your job is to watch the punter. I mean, guys don't watch the punter enough in warm-ups. I mean, I had guys that I may sit over there, as I said, the group that I had of Wayne McGarity, Kelvin Martin, Brian Brennan at Boston College, really, really good punt returners even when they got to the NFL. I made them watch. I said, stand over here and watch the punter. Just watch this dude punt and tell me if he's booming, how many 70-yarders is this guy booming? Where are these balls averaging coming down? Well, on a good kick, maybe 46 yards, maybe 44 yards. I said, so know in your mind what this dude's average is so you can get to the spot so that the balls aren't hitting the ground and dribbling down the sideline for another 20 yards behind you. Just know what you're doing. You have to, I mean, you can watch it in film, but to see it in person pre-game is really, really important. And Xavier's got to make sure that he can get to those spots, cruise around, and catch the ball. Now, whether you return it or not, my deal is catch the ball.
Yep.
They don't need Xavier Worthy to get jacked up by some guy trying to make the club by going down on a punt return and jacking him up. But eventually he won't be the guy to me.
I don't want him back there, man.
Eventually one of these young guys will show at practice they can get it done.
Yeah.
But for right now, and I understand against Alabama, I'm not just sticking somebody as much as I like the Cook kid. I didn't want to see him back there. If he hasn't done it all summer long, and then you're doing it to save Xavier Worthy, and you're playing teams like Alabama, or you're playing in a championship game, no thanks. Put Xavier back there. But he's still got to fill the ball the right way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want him back there. And that's not a slight at Xavier Worthy. It's actually a compliment to Xavier Worthy. Like, he's just too valuable as a wide receiver. Like, I don't want him getting hurt in punt return. That'd be a huge loss for this Texas team.
But he does have to fill the ball.
Yeah, somebody back there needs to fill the ball, whether it's Keelan Robinson or Jonte Cook or whoever.
Sure.
I'd put somebody else back there and make sure he can catch it. But Sark and Jeff Banks, special teams coach, they clearly trust Xavier Worthy back there. So,
and who are you going to trust against Alabama? You had to see him back there.
Yeah, you trust the upperclassmen over the true freshman 10 times out of 10. So it worked out okay. But yeah, Texas they're losing hidden yardage by letting those punts bounce and roll for 5, 10, 15 yards.
And they never seem to bounce the other way.
No, they haven't yet. Not this year. Not this year.
Yeah, this group, there are things that need to be cleaned up, but number one is don't get over your skis. I mean, this is a tough one because, once again, those dudes have been on campus. People have their arms around them talking about, I watched the Alabama game. They've been hearing it from their parents. And I know it's coach speak, but it's true. I mean, everybody tells you how great you are. They'll tell you about the stats of how when the last time Alabama lost to a non-conference game, people will be in your ear telling you how great you are. I mean, the cheese, the poison cheese, whatever you want to call it, the shit sandwich, whatever you want to name it, you just can't take a bite out of it. You just got to go back to doing the things that made you win the game, that help you focus on winning. And what is it that you can improve on to win the next game, like we're talking about now? What did you do wrong? Don't think about all the stuff that you did right in the game. Don't get yourself above the clouds that you can't come down. Find out the things. You look at the film and say, what are the little things that I did that I could do better this week to prevent some of the other things that happened to you? That's where they need to fall in. They need to understand after this week, it's all about getting to the championship. So they have one more week of kind of prep work to be done. And I know people now start talking about the big picture after beating Alabama that, it's about getting to the Final Four. It's about getting to the playoffs at the end. Well, not so fast. because the other playoff is important. This is your last kind of test. This is your last preseason game before you start playing conference foes that coaches understand you. They've got film on your individual players. They'll start breaking things down. People will start talking to you about championships, but you can't be thinking about the big picture before you start into the little things that you need to have done in your preseason play, your non-league games. And this is it. This is the last one.
Yeah, it's not preseason. I know you said non-league. I know you know that, obviously, but a
Sure.
loss to Wyoming counts the same as a loss to Alabama.
That's right.
A loss to Wyoming. Obviously, it's not a conference loss, but it still shows up as a loss on your schedule. It counts
in your
the
big
same.
picture that other people are thinking about. A loss is a loss.
Don't blow it this week. Please don't lose as a 4-touchdown favorite to Wyoming. And I like that. The shit sandwich, not the rat poison, not the rat cheese, the poison cheese, the nut cheese.
Saban, no.
Talking about this.
You screw up. This is a straight up shit sandwich if you do that. If you fall for this.
Yep.
But it's all right. Yep. But you know what? It's how you handle that too. I mean, the maturity of your ball club. I'm not buying. This is not a young team. This team has some guys that played when they were young, but it's not a young team. This is a group that should be mature football players that went into Tuscaloosa, won a game, didn't play all that great against Rice, but won that game. But then the following week were mature enough to go to Tuscaloosa and beat Nick Saban's football team, the best coach in college football. They beat their team. That was not a mistake. That wasn't winning on a field goal. They beat them by 10 points at their own place and beat them pretty soundly. So, people are going to love you. Just don't fall for it. Don't take that bite out of that sandwich. Put that one back in the wrap. Wrap that away and freeze it up. Don't take the bite of it. Do not bite that. Do not bite that sandwich. There's a lot more to do, and you can get a lot better.
Hey, tip for kids: don't eat shit. All right. Whether it's in a sandwich, in a taco, in a burrito, as a pizza topping, do not eat the shit.
Even if they put pepperoni on it, don't eat it.
Hey, let's give some love to some of our sponsors. Buck, I'll let you talk about Centex tickets a little bit because you keep talking about this Lana Del Rey concert coming up. If you need tickets to
Alana Morissette, is that who it is?
No, not Alanis Morissette. Hey, God, I hate her. She sucks.
It's not
Lana Del Rey.
Alana Del Rey. Lana Del Rey, not Alana. Lana Del Rey.
Yes, okay. They got those tickets at centextickets.com,
yes, they
right?
Do. And my man Shelby is going to take his daughter to college in England. So, but they still got a whole group there waiting for you. So if you need those premier soccer tickets, you can get them right there at Centex Tickets. They have them for every event. Anything happening at the Moody Center, ACL is coming up. COTA, we were out there last week. Circuit of the Americas got the Formula One race coming up. Be a part of that. Queen, the Killers are out there. Be a part of that. And Centex Tickets has everything. I mean, Broadway tickets, Vegas. Get ready for Super Bowl in Vegas. First one in Vegas. Get ready for that. Get to Shelby. Start getting and preparing yourself for the Super Bowl. Hell, start preparing yourself for the national championship football game in college football is just right down the road in Houston. The group I was with last year didn't even know the damn basketball championship was right down the road. That's the group that just were out there in space and stuff. They didn't realize the damn national basketball championship was down the road. We're making preparations, y'all. And you can too with Centex Tickets.
Absolutely. Check them out, centextickets.com. Shout out to them and shout out to our friends at Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. Go see our friends over there to help you tackle any job that you may have. They offer an extensive selection of rental equipment for everything from small home jobs to large construction sites. They've got all of the biggest brands like Steel, Hustler, Toro, Walker, DeWalt, and more. Our buddy Brandon Mars, great dude. Love this guy. He's the best, and he runs a clean show over there at Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. They are Austin's #1 source for all of your rentals, sales, and supplies, and they've been that way since 1996. That's right. These guys are no fly-by-night company. They've been around. They've got everything you need to get anything done. 2 Austin locations, up north in Anderson Square, down south on South 1st Street. TopGun.net. We will shoot you straight.
You're ready to get your pole saw out again maybe this year. But then again, when the weather comes, I'll let you know about the weather, okay? But there's nothing like don't come knocking at my door saying, hey, can I use that pole saw of yours? Because I may need it to knock down some of these branches as winters will start to come upon us in January. You know what I'm saying? But don't worry about it. I'll let you know when it's coming. I'll let you know, but there will be some winter. Winter is going to come, okay? So
Oh,
if you're thinking about a pole saw, that's the place they've got them. They've got great ones over there.
wow. Bold prediction by you saying that winter is going to happen this year. That is impressive. I can actually tell you what date winter is going to happen this year.
Oh, they just make up a date. That's not true.
That'd be December 21st, when winter starts every year. I'm going to make the call because I'm also a weather guy. I'm going to make the call that winter this year is going to begin officially on December 21st.
Dude, that's just some bullcrap day that they decided it'll be this year on the 21st. I mean, cut me a break. Just come to me if you really want to know when it officially starts. I'll let you know when the change of the seasons is. Don't take that upon yourself because some predictor said it's always going to be on the 21st. It's not. It's not going to always be on the 21st. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Come on, Miles Standish. You can't just do that.
This year, it's on the 21st of December.
I will have looked into that's right. I'll get the Farmer's Almanac. I'll let you know when it starts. I'll let you people know when it's going to happen. Just like I'd let you know within a 24-hour span when the rain was coming. Still kind of cloudy outside. I'm not making any predictions today. I'm not going to do that. I'm not feeling it yet. You know why I'm not feeling it? Because my friends at the Relax the Back store have got me in a chair that I don't have to worry about that. So I don't have that pain. It generally comes with the pain in my back when I start to feel the weather starting to change. Unlike a lot of you guessers out there, you meteorologists, you amateurs, I'm the guy that knows when it's coming. But when my back feels good, thanks to Relax the Back, like it has for a long, long time, for over 20 years, I love it. And I do love Relax the Back, and so do you. If you got problems with your lumbar area, thoracic area, neck area, if you start to feel those pain there, you need to go over to Relax the Back. They got two great locations. One is at the Galleria across from Whole Foods in Austin, at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. They've got pillows, they've got mattresses, they got office desk chairs for those who go to an office away from their home, like I expect you to go back to on Friday after you come to our meet and greet. Get back in that Relax the Back chair. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
You really are an old school football coach, man. Analytics is obviously a huge thing nowadays in sports.
Yes, I do like analytics. Analytics. Yeah. Analytics. Yes, I do like those.
That's not how it's pronounced.
Okay.
Are you talking about something else here?
No. Okay, go ahead.
This is a family program. Don't forget.
Kids are at school. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Sorry about that, sick Johnny, if you're listening today.
Sick Johnny, who didn't go to school today.
He's hearing you talking about anyways. The meteorologists use the technology. You use the feel. Old school football coaches use the feel.
Absolutely.
Is the analytics. So you're not a numbers guy. You're a feel guy with football and with weather.
That's right. Absolutely, man. You're absolutely correct on that. And so far, so good. Had a nice football career, and now my meteorological skills. Everybody understands where I am right now. How about the thanks that I got this morning for the rain, for the rain prediction? First thing out of the box this morning was a thank you on that text line, which you're very welcome. We'll do it again. We'll do it again soon. How's that?
512-222-9328. You got a couple of thank you texts this morning. ATX Pack says, Buck, I believe. You've got somebody else named Meep saying rain doesn't come without the Buck. And also Stay at Home Dad texted in sending his love. And you've got a Buck of Thrones text as well, because I guess you decide when winter is coming. So you're the king of Winterfell these days.
Oh, boy.
I guess. All right. How about some overreactions from week 1 of the NFL season, Buck? I'm going to give you 5. And I want you to tell me if these are overreactions or if these are truths from what we have seen thus far in a very, very young NFL season. Overreaction number 1. The Cleveland Browns will win the NFC North. Real or overreaction?
Overreactions. For sure.
They look good on Sunday.
Yeah, they did. Boy, and Garrett, what a monster that dude is.
Oh
man, he got after him on Sunday, but I don't think they're going to win. I'm still looking at the Ravens to still do some damage.
Yeah, I still think the Bengals are the best team. The Bengals can't beat the Browns. and Joe Burrow really struggles against the Browns, and it doesn't make a
Sure.
lot of sense. But I still think Cincinnati's the best team. I also think Baltimore is better than Cleveland.
I do too. Yes.
So, maybe Pittsburgh's fourth because they looked like
I
dog.
know. You're
What
right. They look terrible.
on
My guy,
Sunday.
little hands didn't look that good.
Tiny Hands Pickett
Yeah, he was terrible.
with his whittle hands.
But his little hands did not play well.
Can't
You know,
whip
never
the
been a
whittle football.
I've never been a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Never have, being from that part of the country. Just like I'm not an Eagles fan. But Pittsburgh, I didn't like the way they looked Sunday. That offense looked just terrible with little hands.
It did. You know the last time the Browns have won a division?
No, was I coaching?
Yeah. You weren't even at Texas yet, though.
Wow.
89.
Oh my goodness.
The last time the Browns have won a division, and they were still the
University of
original.
Illinois. I was at Illinois with Red Grange.
Yes. LaGrange, the ZZ Top song.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So I'm with you on that. Deshaun Watson didn't look that good. He was awful in the first half. He made a couple of throws in the second half, but he still left a lot.
It's that defense of theirs that played so well.
Yeah, that defense was legit, holding Joe Burrow to less than 100 yards passing and obviously to only 3 points as well. But I'm with you. Overreaction on the Browns being the best team in the AFC North. What about this one? Tyreek Hill will become the first wide receiver to win the MVP award. Real or overreaction?
I think, did I not have him as the MVP? Yes, I did. Yes.
Did you?
Yes, I did. I had them going to the Super Bowl, remember? Them and the Eagles?
Yeah.
Yes, and I still have Tyreek Hill. I'm that's not an overreaction. I know
Wow.
Tua's going to be a big part of that, and as long as he's upright and they keep hitting the way they are. You know what about Tyreek Hill? He makes tough catches too when you watch him play. It's not always Tua throwing them bombs to Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill goes up and makes in tough windows, he's got really good hands. I mean, I like his skill set on every throw for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the little guy that gets up and he'll go, and those one-on-ones, he'll go up there and get them, those 50-50 balls. He can go get those over you.
Yep.
I mean, he's just a good athlete, period. I mean, he's not just fast, not a fast cat that's going to outrun you. That guy's a really good athlete. You can tell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's the most unguardable player in the NFL right now.
Yeah, I would say I'm still buying on him as the MVP.
I think it's him and Travis Kelce, and it's crazy that those two guys were on the same team at the same time. Like nobody can guard those guys. Everybody knows the ball's going to Tyreek Hill. He still gets open. Everybody in Kansas City knows the ball's going to Travis Kelce. He still gets open.
Right.
It's insane. But yeah, look, Tyreek Hill's off to a great start. I mean, he did a lot of talking this offseason about becoming the first receiver to eclipse 2,000 yards. And, well, he is 1/10 of the way there through 1/17 of the season. 11 catches, 215 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And, oh, by the way, that's the third time he's hit 215 yards in his NFL career. Yeah. So, look, he's not going to win MVP. He might be the favorite for Offensive Player of the Year because that is usually the award given out to the best non-quarterback on the offensive side of the football.
True.
So he's got a damn good chance to win that one. But I'm going to bank on a quarterback finding a way to win MVP because that's just always what happens. But, man, if he keeps putting up numbers like that week in and week out, then he's got a
Offensive Player
shot.
of the Year. Yeah, I think you're right about that. That's if he goes on that. I mean, if he gets 2,000 yards, if he gets close to it, he'll be the offensive player. But MVP, you're probably right. That's set for a quarterback. Some quarterback has to have that.
Yeah, and
but it won't be Aaron Rodgers.
No, no, it won't be Aaron Rodgers. How about this one? Real or overreaction? The Dallas Cowboys are the most complete team in the NFC.
San Francisco still is to me.
Okay.
After week one, I'm still saying San Francisco. And I expect the Dallas Cowboys, I expect them to take full advantage of the Jets this week without Aaron Rodgers as being, Aaron Rodgers has been a thorn in their sides for a lot of years. This kid playing quarterback this week he's not going to be a thorn in anybody's side on the Dallas Cowboys defense. They're going to destroy that offense of the Jets. This is one of those deals where their running back that looked pretty good is probably going to say, you know what? I'm feeling just a little pain in this knee again. after that long run last week. I don't think this week bodes good for what's going to happen to the Jets. I think they get slaughtered this week, and I think they really have. They will find out, as you said. We'll start thinking about who's going to be quarterback in the New York Jets. I think this is a 2 to 3 turnover game for Zach Wilson because of this defense, how fast this defense is, and I'm going to find out just how smart this guy, their offensive coordinator, is, because if they drop him back in the pocket to pass without moving him around, they're asking for a problem. They're just asking for a problem.
Yeah,
they're asking him to do something that against certain teams he may be able to do, but against this particular team with the speed, you can't set him up in a pocket like you do regular NFL quarterback. Not only is he not tall, but his mobility against this group is going to be fast against any of the quarterbacks. I don't care if it's Lamar Jackson. This defense of the Dallas Cowboys is going to end up being one of the best of all times coming up after this year.
Wow. Yeah, just ask Daniel Jones what's it like to try to stand back there in the pocket against this Cowboys pass rush.
And he's a mobile guy that can move and really does well in the pocket and feeling the pressure. He couldn't escape. He couldn't get out of his own way. And they all ran him down when he started to run. Guys just ran him down. So Zach Wilson is not going to get away from the Dallas Cowboys defense this week.
They call Daniel Jones Vanilla Vic. He looked more like Vanilla Ice trying to play football.
Oh, he did last
weekend. Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm with you. I don't think the Cowboys are the most complete team in the NFC. I would still go San Francisco, and I'd still go Philadelphia. Those are the two favorites in the NFC. I think Dallas is a clear number 3 in that conference right now. And would it be the craziest thing if the Cowboys leaped over one of those two other teams? No, I don't think so. But I would still put the Cowboys behind those two, even though the Cowboys had the most impressive performance in week 1. I mean, what San Francisco did in Pittsburgh was great. Philly, nice road win in New England. Hell, AFC included. Nobody had a better week 1 performance than the Dallas Cowboys.
And they have to continue to get their run game. Pollard has to continue to be, the inside type of runner that we saw a little bit of down the goal line last week, because that's where I do miss Zeke. Although Zeke fumbled. Who wants him back? Oh, I didn't realize he fumbled in the game last Sunday.
Yep.
He coughed one up.
He coughed one up early, too. It was one of his first touches.
Man.
Yep. Tough.
Yeah, I think they have to continue BK to get better in the run game for the Cowboys.
Well, we got to see what this Cowboys offense is. Like, the Cowboys might have the best defense in the NFC, but their offense, they didn't have to do anything against the Giants. They could have
stayed in the locker room. They could have stayed in the locker room. The defense scored enough to win the game.
Yeah, so they were great. They were great, but Dak only threw for 143 yards. So the Jets have one of the best defenses in all of football. Just ask Josh Allen, right? He couldn't throw the ball to his own team on Monday night. This Mike McCarthy offense, right? Kellen Moore's gone. Mike McCarthy is taking over the play calling. How does the Cowboys offense look against a great elite Jets defense
with two really legit cornerbacks too?
Yep, that's we're going to learn a lot about this Dallas offense this weekend, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
It's one of the best defenses in the NFL.
But I expect their defense to score.
Yeah, they might.
Or give you the ball where you can score or score field goals. I mean, I don't like scoring field goals, but I think this defense of the Cowboys against Zach Wilson will give them opportunities to score touchdowns, but you need to be scoring. I mean, you need to score, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's going to happen. But I don't expect Dak Prescott to be giving it to I don't care how good the Jets are. I don't expect him to be the turnover guy this week. Against as good as the Jets are, it needs to be Zach Wilson who's turning the ball over, not Dak Prescott.
Absolutely. All right, a couple of more real or overreaction questions following week 1 of the NFL season. Real or overreaction, Buck? The Detroit Lions are legitimate Super Bowl contenders.
They can win the North. Just say that. Let's just not go any further than that. Yes, they can beat my Vikings. They can end up, they're not going to the Super Bowl. Kneecap biters aren't going anywhere. No.
You're not buying in after that big win in Kansas City?
No. Kansas City is so good. I mean, that's a group that can win 2 or 3 here and there, and you wonder, how did that happen? What happened to them? And they still end up getting in the playoffs. They end up in Super Bowls with the quarterback. I mean, I think a lot of people thought that Detroit was going to win that opener. I really do. I think there were more people that understood that Detroit was good enough But for the long haul, Kansas City's in it for the long haul with their coach and their quarterback. I don't know if this group can be in it for the long haul. I think if they get on one of those streaks where they lose 2 in a row, BK, that 2 could end up being 4. Kansas City not losing 4 games at any given time as long as that quarterback's there.
No, I'm not asking you about the Chiefs. I'm asking you about the Lions. I think everybody is believing in the Chiefs to bounce back and be good.
No, I don't. It's overreaction. I don't think they're going to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I still think the 3 other NFC teams that we talked about with Philly, with San Fran, and with Dallas, I think all those teams are a step above Detroit. But hey, a very impressive win for them. They play the Seahawks, who are coming off of an embarrassing loss to the Rams.
Right.
We'll see how the Lions fare against Seattle. But, yeah, big-time performance by them to open up the year. Finally, real or overreaction, Buck? Jordan Love is the answer in Green Bay.
I know you hate that, but he looked pretty good. I'm going to say, for right now, he is the answer, and he can get them in the playoffs. I know you hate every bit of that thought. But, yes, he looks like a guy who's been sitting back and learning. He's got a better chance than Trey Lance. So, yeah. I like Drew. I liked what I saw from him last week. I mean, he's kind of in tune to those young receivers. He's a young dude. I thought they looked good.
15 of 27, 245 yards for Jordan Love, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He was also 8 of 10 on 3rd or 4th down on Sunday. So he came up clutch in a couple of big spots for the Packers in that one. But who do they play against, Buck?
I know a lot of Cowboys fans would probably make the switch right now.
What?
Between that dude and Dak, probably thinking, man,
oh my God,
dude.
no.
Come on now.
Cowboys fan, if you're trading
That's
Dak,
what I want to hear, BK. That's exactly what I want to hear from you.
Dude, oh my God. I would go up and murder Jerry Jones myself if he made that trade. And I don't think I'd be first, because I'd have to be driving from Austin to go get to him. Somebody in Dallas would off that dude if he made that type of trade. Come on.
Who do they have this week? Who do they get to maul on this week?
The Packers?
Yes.
Oh, I'll look it up. Not the Bears. Now that's why Jordan Love looks good. You or I could play quarterback against the Bears. They suck.
Yeah, the
Packers play in Atlanta this Sunday.
Good football game.
Yeah.
Good to see this Atlanta run game with Bijan Robinson, and the other kid BYU can still keep it going week number 2. They're not going to stop trying. Arthur Smith is never going to be the guy that says, I wish we would have stuck with the run. Like Sark says, if we would have just maybe stuck with the run, we could have done a little bit better. This dude is going to stick with the run because he's not having Critter stand back in the pocket and throw it to the other critters. He's not going to do that.
No. Quinn Ewers might be better than Desmond Ridder right now. Honestly, Ridder did not look great against Carolina in week 1. The Falcons got the win, but you're right. It was Bijan and it was Tyler Algier carrying the load for the Falcons in their season opening victory.
By the way, Algier doesn't make a lot of cuts, but when he makes one cut and he plants his foot and goes, he carries people with him. He is a load. I know Bijan Robinson can take people with him, but this dude, I mean, he's already been in the league for a year. He is a thumper now.
Yeah. No, Algier's a good player, and so is Bijan. That's a dangerous group back there.
It really is.
If they had a quarterback, then they could make some noise this year. Hell, that division is so bad, right? The NFC South sucks. Yeah. A lot of people were picking the Falcons to win that and make the playoffs this year. But without a proven quarterback, and maybe Ridder figures it out, but God, he didn't look like a franchise guy in week 1. It's hard to imagine Atlanta going that far. All right, there are your 5 real or overreaction questions following the opening weekend of the NFL season. Buck, before we close out with some Texas Longhorn conversation, you're done with your reads today. I got to do some stuff.
Done, brother.
I got to talk about my favorite beer in the history of the known universe. That's Altstadt beer. Love these dudes. I'm actually hanging out with a couple of the Altstadt guys tomorrow, working on getting some remote broadcasts put together. Not just for this show, but for a couple of different shows here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Altstadt, this stuff is liquid gold, man. I love drinking Altstadt beer. It's all over the place, too. HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, wherever you get your 6-packs, you can find 6ers of Altstadt. and also at your favorite bars and restaurants all throughout the state of Texas, but especially in Central Texas. You can find Old Stat just about everywhere. This stuff is growing like crazy, but with damn good reason. It is a damn good award-winning beer. If you haven't tried it yet, you're probably tired of hearing me talk about it. Go get you some. If you have tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. It is the official beer of Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Old Stat beer. No impurities, no regrets, and also some love to Woods Comfort Systems. Buck, of course, you've got the Woods Comfort System AC unit at your place. These guys have been around for 60 years. They're the best at what they do. The highest quality HVAC and plumbing services that you can find all throughout Central Texas. Just give them a call, man. They want you and your family to be comfortable in your home 24/7, 365. They can take care of any HVAC or plumbing issues you have. 512-842-5066 or check them out online at woodscomfortsystems.com.
Get that warranty that goes along with it so they can come out there once a year and make sure all your stuff's ready. So when I start to forecast when winter is going to get here, that you're prepared, that your heating system, that you've got all the filters that you need to get them all cleaned and ready to go. But don't worry right now. I'll let you know when winter's about to hit so you can get to Woods Comfort Systems, and they'll get everything all hooked up for you for sure.
Yeah, I'm letting you know right now, winter is going to happen on December 21st this year.
Who made that up? Was it the same guy, the captain of the plane, that they made the captain instead of just the pilot? Hey, captain. Yo, captain. Who made you captain? You're a pilot.
I believe it was Sum Ting Wong who.
We too low? Is that what you're saying?
Holy fook.
We can't. Come on, man.
Hey.
I'm not buying in. Next time I go on a flight, which won't be on Delta Airlines, next time I get on a flight, I'm gonna ask the captain. I'm gonna say, by the way, who made you captain? You're a pilot. What is that dude right there, or that dudess? What is she? What did you make her the lieutenant? Who gave you the ability to make her lieutenant?
Because she's a woman, she can't be a lieutenant.
I'm not saying. No, I'm just saying. I'm gonna say who gave the authority to make her co-pilot is cool. That's okay.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, because it's a woman. She can be the but she can't
dude can be co-pilot. He can't be co-captain. Nobody said that dude could be the captain of the plane. Who gave him the right to be the captain?
Let me ask you
this.
The
military? Is he a military man, or is he just a guy who learned how to fly commercial flights? Who made you the captain? Who says you can be captain? You're a pilot. And you over there, you're the co-pilot. You're not the co-captain. You're the co-pilot.
Let me ask you this.
And you dudes that are on flights serving people, you're the manservant. Okay? That's how that goes. That's how that works.
Wait, what are the female flight attendants then?
They're attendants. They're flight attendants.
Okay, but the guys are
manservants.
Oh my God.
That's how that works.
Let me ask you this. The male pilots are pilots?
Yes, they're just pilots.
And female pilots don't exist. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Oh, then they got to be co-pilots. They can't be pilots.
No, they can't be co-captains. No, you're not the co-captain, just a co-pilot. And the captain is just a pilot. He's not a captain pilot. He's just a pilot. I don't know who started giving out wings for commercial flights. Who started that? Delta? Was it Delta Airlines that started that? Probably.
Oh, probably. Yeah, they've started a lot of shit over the last few weeks.
Yes, they have.
Oh, man.
When are we going to get a sponsorship from Delta? That's what I want. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You're the spokesperson. You're supposed to be on this.
Just take care of my wife when she goes to Israel, please. Please take care of her on that journey. I don't want her to end up in Pakistan or Kumbaya-stan. Don't do it. Just get her to her destination.
You better hope.
For the sake of the animals around here, we can't be losing her.
You better hope no one downs Taco Bell right before that flight.
God.
Otherwise, she could be in trouble.
I need to find that out. I need for a pilot to tell me. I need to talk to my man Gene, who's a pilot.
Yeah, love Gene.
I never call him Captain Gene.
Does he call himself the captain?
Huh?
Does he call himself the captain?
I wonder if he does. I'm going to find all this out. I'll have an answer for you all tomorrow. I'm going to ask Gene. He flies for FedEx. He flies those big ones. If anybody should be a captain, he should be. But I guarantee they don't run around calling, hey, FedEx captain. I bet you they just call him pilot and co-pilot and manservant and flight attendant.
They don't call anybody manservant, dude.
A dude on a plane that serves food is not a manservant?
You ask one of them that next time you fly.
No, because I want my peanuts. I want them nuts.
Yeah, you'll get some nuts in your face. Probably what you'll get if you start calling this dude manservant. Hey, you want to end with the light story, Buck?
What's that? Something good happened out there?
Yeah. How about this? How about some sodomy? You a fan of that?
No, not at all.
Well, how bad is Alabama down after their loss to Texas? I'll answer that. Antonio Ross, a walk-on for the Alabama football team, was arrested on a charge of second-degree sodomy with a juvenile female.
What a
19-year-old receiver. He was arrested Monday after the loss to Texas. He was released on Monday on $50,000 bond, but Alabama has cut ties with the walk-on receiver. They released a statement saying Antonio Ross is no longer part of the program and has been removed from campus.
That is so sad. That is sad for his family. It's sad for the young lady. It's sad for the University of Alabama. He can head to jail. How old is he? Is he old enough to go to jail?
Yeah, he's 19.
Okay, in jail you go. Under the jail you go.
Yeah. So, rough week for Alabama football, and obviously that made it a little bit rougher. But horrible story.
Absolutely.
For Tuscaloosa. Did you see? There was a 5-star committed to Alabama who, right after the game, I literally think on Sunday, he basically announced to the world that he's about to take an official visit to Texas. Did you see that?
Now we're starting the destruction. That's what we're needing right there.
Yep.
Hey, and don't worry, texters. We will get Wyoming for you this week. We haven't forgot you, Coach McGuire. We'll do what you couldn't get done. We'll get it done.
That's the best part besides all the rest of it about Texas's win over Alabama. Like, I saw development, Buck.
Oh, yeah. It's everywhere on this football team. All the things that we're trying to figure out, what can they improve on? But what you did see is development. You saw guys that in the heat of battle can get things done. You saw guys that didn't fold. You saw guys that continued to do their job. And, they can still get a little bit better. Like I said, when that run game comes, they have to devote themselves that we're not going to let Wyoming be the team to stop us from doing what we want to do in the run game. And no, we're not going to beat our heads against the wall, because the important thing for Sark to do, once again, is to win the football game, no matter how you win it. But this is the week to say, you know what? We are going to run against you, Wyoming. We know that you're a pretty good team in the run game, but we're going to do it. We're going to figure it out, and we're going to get our offensive line and our runners, and we're going to get more than 2 yards a clip against you. It's just going to happen. It's just the time. You don't have any more weeks to do it, because, as I said, as good as Wyoming is on defense, BK, the teams in the Big 12 from that point on, with the exception of maybe Baylor, Tech, you just got it. This is it. Your preseason is done now after this week. So all the things that you really need to work on to go to play in a championship game, this is it. It starts after this week. It really does. Now, big picture for everybody thinking about national championships, going to that game, okay, that can start some other time, but that doesn't start this week. This is about getting yourself prepared for Big 12 play and getting to a championship in the Big 12. Here's your last opportunity outside of your conference. So, this one don't mean anything. You still can win your conference championship. You can still have big things in front of you. But this is the one you get some of those little things that you didn't get done in the first two games, whether you're playing Rice or Houston, Rice or Alabama, Houston or Alabama. This is now the time to get it done, set for league play. So this is a big game. Then this is a big mental game for the Texas Longhorns. Yeah, I know people will say, no, we're going to stomp them. No, this is a game mentally where, as I said, all week long, people are going to tell you how great you are. But are you mature enough to go and handle that, what you did last week, and take it into play with you this week?
Yeah, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. These were his opening comments about Wyoming from his presser back on Monday.
We got a really tough opponent. that challenge you a lot of ways. Coach Bowles, a tremendous coach. He's got a really veteran football team, a lot of 4th, 5th, and 6th-year seniors on their team. As we've touched on, really well coached, hard-nosed team. They make things challenging on you because they execute really well on both sides of the ball as well as on special teams. So great challenge, 2-0 team coming in here confidently. But for us, like we talked about to the team, that one game isn't going to define our season last week. What we do moving forward, I think championship teams continue to improve as the season goes on. And we've got goals and aspirations of being champions this year. We've got to continue to improve this week, and that was the starting point here this morning.
Awesome. Well said.
Yep. Do you care if Texas covers the 4-touchdown spread this weekend?
No, not really. No, I don't care. Win the football game.
Okay. You don't care if it's –
I mean, there's some things
close.
that if you win by a field goal, you've won the football game. But there's probably going to be a lot that we'll be talking about on a Monday, and a lot in post game, and a lot to improve on. But guess what? You'll be 3-0, not 2-1. You'll be 3-0 if you win by a field goal, if you win by a touchdown, if you win late. That doesn't mean there's nothing to work on. Still got to go back to work the following week, right? But guess what you'll be? You'll be undefeated.
You'll be undefeated. God, I should know this, and I'm sorry I don't, but when's the last time Texas has opened up a season 3-0? It's been a long time, dude. Like, I don't think you have to go all the way back to 2009, but it's been a minute since Texas has been 3-0/undefeated through the non-conference slate. Somebody on the text line, 512-222-9328.
CB will get it to you.
Yeah, or on the YouTube comment line. Yeah, here we go. 2012. Thank you, Jake. 2012. So it's been more than 10 years since Texas started a season 3-0. That is, God, that's so pathetic. Oh, my God. 3-0? That's it? I'm not talking about 10-0 here. I'm not talking about 7-0, 8-0. 3-0. It's been 10-plus years.
Hey, stay on the bright side, baby, crossing the road. Be careful with yourself.
Me?
I'll be out. Yeah, I'll be out there today. 6-year-old, 7-year-old. Don't cross in front of me with that attitude.
That's how you're ending the show. You're sending a message to the kids that
no,
they need to watch out for you because your ass ain't stopping. If you guys are in the street, you're getting run over by the Buck in his Subaru today.
No, I'm going to be very careful today. I'm going to take it upon myself to raise my age limit on that, who I go through. How's that sound? Buck can't swerve, though. We're not doing swerving. And you squirrels out in the neighborhood, now that you've had your glass of water with the rain, don't be out in the middle of the street playing around.
Are you too old to drive yet?
No, and nobody needs to check my license. I'm a licensed checker. I'm saying at 75, we need to have some things where you go back, check the license out a little bit, maybe a retest. But no, I'm not there yet. I'm in my 60s.
You need to be tested and checked today because you're talking about willingly running over 6-year-old kids.
No.
Yeah.
I've changed my attitude.
You're not swerving. Forget hitting a tree. You're not even moving the wheel a little bit to try to avoid the kid. Now, if little Johnny or little Sally takes one step, if they're in the bike lane, your ass is veering over to run them over. That's what you're saying.
School? They should be in school when I go out here at 10 o'clock.
That's your punishment, kids. If you're not in school, the Buck is running you over. There's your tip for kids.
That is horrible. That's a horrible tip. That's different
what you
today.
said.
I'm smiling. I'm feeling happy. You just need to watch out if you're out there playing street ball because it's rained a little bit and you're feeling good about this day. Because everybody's smiling today. We're all smiling. We've had rain. And where's my doctor? Where's Doc Trey at? He hasn't even jumped in here to thank me for the rain that we've had today. Not even a thank you from that guy. I've had to get it from the text line, which I very much appreciate. Thank you very, very much. What's that? 512-222-9328. Yeah, I can't see that. That's a little small for me over there. But yes, thank you, texters. I appreciate that.
Hold on. If you can't read that, then you can't be driving anymore.
What? I just had to bend over a little. That thing is, get that out of the burnt orange and put that in some white so I can see that black lettering right there. Everything else is good. I can see all the other sponsors. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Final shout out to a few more sponsors. 7-Eleven. I might give me a Slurpee today to celebrate the rain. Love those folks.
There you go.
7-Eleven.
That's what I'm talking about. Celebrate the rain.
Come on. There's one right by me. There's one right by everybody. Go say what's up to them and get you your snacks and your drinks. They've got you covered. You know that. And then Last Stand Hats. Shout out to them. We're working on getting some gear for not only us, but for you people as well. Thanks to our friends at Last Stand Hats. You don't have to wait, though. Go to laststandhats.com, get that badass Texas gear, and get ready for this weekend. Get ready for the rest of the season with our friends at laststandhats.com. Buck, what's for breakfast today? You going to get a big breakfast?
Time to go to gyms today. Time to get something into me. I'm at my lowest weight right now that I've been since I was in high school. So, yes, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm starting to get fragile looking, and over the last couple of days I have not pounded down some junk. Time to get some junk in me too if I have to, but I can't be at this weight. I can't be low 150s. It's just no. I need to be up there high 150s. I need to be at Baker Mayfield's weight. That's what I need to be.
Don't be pounding down any dude's junk today, please.
Oh my God.
All right, we're done. I see the boys. Wags is back, which is great to see. Bucky, we'll bring these guys on. Bucky, great show today, my friend. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hook 'em.
Fellas, take it away.
What? How do we even come into this?
How we follow that?
Apparently, the chaos theory was going down from 8 to 10 this morning because Bucky's out here getting 6 points for hitting kids.
This is crazy, man. I'll tell you, it's like yesterday. I'm telling Buck how great he is. People are counting on him and all this different shit, and then he comes up with that. Hey, Wags, and I wanted Bucky to hang around because look, I told you I do the Farmer's Almanac too. It's a stocking stuffer. So I'm with Bucky on the weather thing. I saw this coming, my man. So, hey, welcome back, dude.
Thank you. I'm still a little
tummy?
under the weather. I got a hoodie on still, man.
Yeah.
My son and I are still sick, but I feel a lot better today to where I don't have to consistently keep leaving the screen to go use the bathroom. And I got to I'm sitting on a blanket for provided, extra cushion underneath my my bunions here because, dude,
yeah,
I did a lot of wiping yesterday. I did a lot of wiping, and we're a little sore. We're a little sore down there, my guy.
When you have that going on, I don't care how many plies you have of shit paper, it's not going to help, and that's. Yeah, when you text me yesterday and you're like, dude, I just can't.
Oh,
like, man.
I mean, before we
bad.
If you guys if you're eating your breakfast, I hope you can stomach this, or if you've already gotten it down, I hope you can stomach this because the aftermath that I found, like my son was sick too, right? So, and he's 16, so I'm thinking, all right, he's got it under control. Like we'll check on him, making sure that he's getting it down, puked in the bucket, which was good, but then dumped the bucket in the shower. And that's where things got a little bad. Because then we had to unclog the shower.
Dude.
Like
man.
I've done some foul things before, but man, that was brutal.
You
know how spaghetti leaves like a residue in Tupperware?
Dude.
The shower had residue, like the bathtub had residue. Yeah, but I was bleached out, man. Dude, I was.
Lord,
it was gross. It was gross. Yeah, don't get on a Delta flight. No, I feel you. We talked about that Delta flight incident, man. But thankfully, like I had been in my own. Like I've sat in my own mess for days. You know what I mean? In the military, just because of training and being on missions and stuff like that. So there's extremes that I've gone through, but man. I don't want to relive them or revisit them. You know what I'm saying?
No, dude.
That got me thinking, man. Remember in that scene in Shawshank, how Andy Dufresne has to swim through the sewers? I don't know if I could have done that. I don't know.
Dude.
Anyways, man. Welcome to Chaos Theory, Rodney.
I raised two girls that are in college with very long hair, and I would have to go in their shower and clean the drain out with hair, just hair. But oh my God!
Oh, there was hair down there. There was hair in the drain. There was vomit in the drain. There was meat.
I would gladly take hair. I would gladly take hair rather than what, oh my God, dude, and it's one thing if you weren't feeling like dog shit too. I mean, if you were okay, that'd be one thing, but oh my God. Yeah.
So, hey, at the bottom of the hour, we got a special guest, Alex Taylor, beat writer for the Cowpokes for Wyoming Cowboys. He's going to be coming on and talking a little bit about the breakdown about going into week 3 here. Hey, look, we can't overlook these Cowboys, man. An overtime win in week 1 against the Red Raiders, dude. And apparently, like, the Big 12 still goes through Lubbock. So we still got to find out about that. And then in another impressive win last week, I'm telling you right now, Rodney, you better not be looking over, your schedule, thinking about other teams and not paying attention to these Wyoming Cowpokes, because they might be coming in here to turn on some game here, man.
I mean, what more motivation do they need? I mean, to come in here and knock off, Texas.
Everybody gets up for Texas, remember? Everybody gets up for Texas.
Everybody gets up for Texas. And now they're going to get up even more. I was talking about that yesterday, to where I really hope that this team, this program, is prepared, because that intensity is ratcheted up even greater now with what happened this past weekend. So it's and this is where I'm hoping. And we've discussed this, to where so much of this is the coaching part. This is where the coaching staff has to have these guys ready to go. You don't overlook these guys. You don't overlook Wyoming. You don't fucking overlook anybody at this right now. And this is something we've mentioned this in the past, is playing down to your competition. And no offense to Wyoming, because they're 2-0, a couple of impressive wins right there. But when I say down, I'm down talking about talent and so forth.
I gotta let Bianca in the door real quick. I'm not
you're going to take a shit, aren't you?
No, I'm not leaving you. I swear to God, I'm not gonna leave you solo. I swear, I'm just gonna walk away for 2 seconds. Give me 1 minute.
That's fine. But and we'll pick that up, because that really is the key. How does the team respond is the thing that I really want to see. We talked about it last week on the first drive. What was the first drive going to look like against Alabama?
Right.
Well, I'm curious to see what the initial the first quarter is going to be against Wyoming, because, dude, you're going to have, this fan base is rabid now. And I've been one that I've said it for years, is this fan base. Now that you've won this game, hell, you're going to have all the fans in the world.
Right.
Maybe you lose that Alabama game. Maybe folks are like, no, we're going to hang out somewhere else and watch the game. But they're going to be out in force, dude. And this team, you said it, don't overlook the Wyoming Cowboys. Ask Tech about that shit.
Yeah, seriously. Now, AP comments with a great one here too. Playing down is what we do
all the time.
I feel this. I feel this so hard, man, because, and I almost feel like it's my, and I'm not a narcissist by any means, but man, Maryland didn't win that much when I was rooting for them, and when I got to Texas, they've lost like their winning ways. Like they've kind of been a little bit above mediocre, but it's still been bad. And I'm wondering if I'm the reason here, man. Do I need to leave? Man?
No.
But no, we also, like, JW Crunch here says piece of cake. Piece of cakes. I don't know, man.
Hey, that's great. That's great for him to think it. The fucking team doesn't need to be thinking that.
Right, exactly.
Right?
So the cigar, all the smoking the cigars, that needs to go away. We need to get focused and get on point here to beat down the Wyoming Cowboys, because they're coming into Austin and they're going to be looking to steal a victory from us here. Look, Portland State got kind of handled by the Wyoming Cowpokes. I can't wait to see what this Peasley can do, man, against an authentic defense like the Texas Longhorns. I don't want to take anything away from the Red Raiders. I think they got a pretty decent defense too. But an overtime loss in week 1 to the Cowboys has me thinking that the Cowboys can come here and get ready to play in Austin.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've already done it once. I mean, you have to think, if you're Wyoming, I mean, that big win, over Texas Tech, I mean, how big was that? I mean, and I think for Wyoming, I think realistically for them, they're believing they can win this ball game. But I think if they stay within arm shot of this, I think it's a win for them and a great payday. So I think that's the main thing that counts for them. But you can't play down. You can't play down, and that has been the problem. The hangover week is the one thing that worries me. That honestly, Wags, after the game on Saturday night, I thought about that. I'm like, oh man, here we go. You got to play up to the. I said it yesterday, dude. Every game, and this is not coach speak. This is not anything. Every game is a big game, but now every game is a real damn big game because you have just vaulted yourself, and you're in the top 4. I mean, you're in the top 5. You are now a legit national championship contender.
Yeah, like the rap, like what Jalen said too, and what Jake Bayless brings up. Jalen knows about the rat poison. The whole team has to have that mentality. Not just that, you got to go out there with murderous intent, man. You have to have nothing but hate. You have to have a chip on your shoulder, Rodney. You have to think that you're the underdog still. You have to make that mentality. Remember that mentality that Jordan had? He would just make stuff up about, oh, that coach didn't say hi to me when I was having dinner. Now I got to drop 40 on him. Oh, this dude was talking about my mama. Oh, this dude, he dropped a bucket on me and he said he had like one of the hellacious games. He said my game can't play. Dude, whatever you got to do to get yourself in the mindset of beating up people, do that, because you have to come out here and beat up the Cowboys. Right now, 28.5 point favorites by Caesars Palace. Or I joke that whenever I say Caesars Palace, that's Caesars Sportsbook, guys.
Right.
Just putting it out there. But yeah, man, I think it's going to be one hell of a game. The Longhorns, can they cover? Great teams cover, Rodney. Great teams cover. I don't want to overlook the Cowboys though, man. Like the 28.5 gives me a little bit of caution, man, because if they were able to beat the Red Raiders in overtime, then they're able to win in close ball games. And if you let this turn into a close ball game, that kind of scares me a little bit, man. You saw them struggle a little bit against Rice, and then they had an excellent turnaround the Longhorns did against Alabama. So which team's going to show up on Saturday, man? That's the one thing I gotta find out still.
And I think you answer all of the questions that we're talking about right here about playing down and maybe the national pundits that are waiting for Texas to fall on their face like we have done in the past. I think you come out, quick start. I mean, put this thing to bed. Man. Have a first half. Don't have a 16-3 halftime lead, because that's where all the where all that starts when you have something like that, because people aren't going to, critics are not going to think about, well, it's a hangover weekend because of the Alabama win. They're just going to go straight to the negative, and they're going to find every problem that whether obvious or not may be happening. But this, and I'm curious to see, because the conversation has been about establishing the run game, and here's an opportunity to do that. But I'll tell you, just kind of doing some research here on Wyoming, this seems to be what they are able to contain well. So here you go. I mean, you want to establish a run game? Here's a good test right here. And this is a good test. I mean, you can't overlook this. I mean, there are no cupcakes. And you have to take this Wyoming team seriously, because I mean, they're coming in, dude. They're coming in, and they
fired up, man. They got nothing but confidence.
Who wouldn't be? I mean, this is huge for them. I mean, you come in, you're 2-0. I mean, I'm sure a lot of folks are, I'll be curious to see when we talk.
Peasley's played decent ball, man. Peasley's played, 350 yards through the air. I mean, so they don't go out there and throw it all over the field vertically, but they're very efficient and very deliberate on where they put the ball at. But I mean, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's played clean. Yeah. And of course, we'll get the breakdown here in a little bit in about 15 more minutes here. But I didn't get a chance to talk pro ball. And before we start breaking down this Wyoming and this Wyoming and Texas bout here, I want to get into some pro ball, man, or some pro ball. What the hell do the New York Jets do with the fallout in Aaron Rodgers? 4 snaps. I mean, literally, how many minutes of ball did he play in a Jets uniform? Not
like 5
not
plays,
much, man. So where do they stop the bleeding at? The Jets do. Gangrene's got to rally. You've seen what they can do with that defense. Do they rely on the arm of Zach Wilson? The only thing that I could think about when this happened was when Trent Green went down, and just the face, like you saw the face on Robert Salah, right?
100. I thought the same thing. I almost tweeted out, Kurt Warner, come on. Here we go. Here's the next big dude. I thought that exactly. See, that's
all
why
I
you
could
and
hear was Vermeil's
That's why
words.
we're so good, dude.
We're going to rally around Kurt Warner. We're going to rally around Kurt Warner. That's all I could hear was Vermeil saying that, man.
Yeah. I don't know. You got to go. I mean, call Tom Brady.
Do you? I mean, seriously, do you really call Tom Brady?
I would. I sure as hell. I mean, what, dude? I'm in sales. People tell me no all the time. So, I mean, the worst thing that's going to happen is he's going to tell you no, and that's great. And you never know with him. He may tell you no today. I was taught a long time ago by a great mentor. No means no, not right now. No, not right now. I mean, you never know. I mean, but I mean, Wilson, I mean, if this is a guy that you're going to roll out, here you go. You're going to Dallas, and that defense looks like it's lights out, man. It could be tough sledding for him. I talked about it yesterday, though. The Cowboys talk about playing down to your competition when you have a team that's ailing, and this team, the Jets, appear to have the coronavirus with the problem they have right now. I mean, roll into Dallas, and hell, you may knock them off. I mean, I don't know. But definitely, if you're the Jets, you better go find somebody. Because even if you're going to roll out with Wilson, who the hell are you going to have behind him?
Well, the thing that I want to kind of address just a little bit is that Zach Wilson wasn't in the mentality to play the game.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, and for him to go out there and perform. Now, of course, let me walk that back a little bit. I think every professional quarterback has the mentality of you're one snap away, you're one play away of getting in the ball game. But to me, you know, how can Zach? I mean, Zach Wilson's just seen the quarterback that was, you know, 2 years removed from MVP status come in, bring in his repertoire of wide receivers as well with Lazard and Cobb. Now he's been coached up by Aaron Rodgers for, you know, a preseason, and honestly, you thought that the reins were kind of taken off you, like the stress and all that added weight of the young quarterback to take a franchise like the New York Jets that hasn't had too much success, especially at the quarterback room, especially in the quarterback room. Now you have to take this team and essentially put them on your back and carry them to a championship. Zach Wilson wasn't ready for that, so they brought in Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was coaching Zach Wilson to carry that load, to cross bear that weight. However, 4 plays into it, Aaron Rodgers goes down. So how in the hell does the mentality of Zach Wilson be prepared for going into that game and taking on an NFL caliber team? To me, Zach Wilson showed up. He did what he had to do. They were able to get out of there and beat the Buffalo Bills and get on to the next week, Rodney, because that's what it has to come down to week to week. Now, where do you go from here? Do you plug and stop the bleeding and go find another quarterback, or do you invest a whole bunch of trust into Zach Wilson? You still have Aaron Rodgers there. It's not like he can't coach him up.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, maybe this is something, I mean, with Aaron Rodgers, I mean, add to your legacy right here. I mean, talking about with Kurt Warner and all of that, I mean, mentor this dude, continue to make him better. And regardless, they need to get somebody else in that quarterback room because they're going to need somebody. I mean,
Joe Flacco, huh? Joe Flacco. I just really like Joe Flacco. I think he throws a great ball, hon. That's some Baltimore coming out for you.
And that's the other part of that. That's the other part of this is there are so many weapons around the quarterback. You know, it is a lot of panic right now with them as obviously as it should be. But I mean, yeah, Flacco, you get a veteran in there. I know Matt Ryan. I know it did not end well for him, and he's not done. I don't think he's retired. I don't think he's actually officially retired. But I mean, put him in the right situation. We talked about that last week, dude. You get somebody. I mean, look at Geno Smith last year. You put him in the right situation, and boom, there you go. I mean, I think that's the best thing. Where if you're gonna take a flyer on one of these folks, whether it be Flacco, whether it be Matt Ryan. I know a lot of folks are talking about getting Colt. That's great. Yes, Colt would be great to have there. But look, man, I love Colt McCoy. I love Colt McCoy.
I think Colt McCoy is just as good as Matt Ryan at these days.
Well, but here's the thing that concerns me about Colt McCoy. Think about when he led the Washington team. You know, beat the Cowboys on Monday night. A week later, he gets knocked out. I mean, he's out. Then he's hurt again, and that was several years ago. It's an older quarterback. That's the thing that concerns me about all of these guys. And I've heard the Cooper Rush conversation right there. Honestly, if the Jets went out and got Cooper Rush, think about what he did last year when Dak was down. I mean, that's the kind of guy that you need in there that can guide this offense, where it's not going to be solely on him to make this offense do what it's intended to do.
Yeah, and that's a good point too, because Dallas is the Cowboys have a lot of players in that quarterback room. They're very crowded right now. So what do you, I mean, and maybe this is the reason why you traded for a Trey Lance, you know what I mean? Maybe to move him around in some places, right now, the value for Trey Lance has kind of gone up a little bit if you're the Jets.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, if you're looking in that Cowboys room and being like, hey, man, we need a quarterback. But do you solely put it on Trey Lance? I don't think Trey Lance is the play. I think Cooper Rush, a quarterback that we've seen make the throws in an established system, I think that's actually the move. If you're going with Trey Lance, you essentially have Trey Lance on your bench right now with Zach Wilson.
Exactly. Yeah. You're just adding Zach Wilson to prototype is what you're doing if you bring that dude in. I mean, if they were aggressively going to try to make a deal with the Cowboys for one of those quarterbacks, I would go to Cooper Rush. I mean, because he's a proven commodity, as they say in the business world, where that's a dude you've watched him do what you need to do. And with this team, it really is. You don't need somebody to come in and be Patrick Mahomes. You don't need somebody to come in and be Joe Burrow. Well, not this past weekend, Joe Burrow. You don't need a franchise quarterback. You just need to get somebody in here that's going to be able to guide the fucking ship and get you down the road. And the bottom line is that AFC East, dude, Miami, Tua, hell. Week 1, knee-jerk reaction, Miami to the Super Bowl. All right.
Are you serious? That's what you're calling right now?
No.
I'll tell you what,
I'm saying
knee-jerk
reaction.
Hill gets like that, man.
No.
Dude, when Tyreek Hill gets like that, he's uncoverable, man. The separation that he is able to make in that secondary, dude, I really don't see too many people able to cover him, man. You got to put a blanket on him. You got to surround that dude, roll him up like a burrito, my man.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, Grant right there. I love and that's another name that has come up. Call the old man out of retirement with 14 kids. Yeah, if I were him, I'd be like, I would be calling the Jets if I were him. I'm like, dude, all these, I got to get out of this house, man. Please. Let me.
You're going to bring, so Grant wants Phil Rivers to come out of retirement with his football team and come on in, because Phil Rivers has his own football team himself that he's, hauling around in that van. Phil Rivers was the emergency quarterback play for San Francisco last year.
Mm-hmm.
They were thinking about calling him for Brock Purdy, but hey, Brock Purdy is no longer Mr. Relevant. He is Mr. Established, because that dude is a bona fide baller in the NFL, man. Now look, can the Jets kind of get lucky and find a quarterback on the low? I don't think so. I think what we just talked about, calling Dallas, seeing what they can get for a Cooper Rush, or seeing if somebody else is available in that Dallas Cowboy quarterback room. That is obviously the play for me. I don't know if going out and calling a Tom Brady or calling a Phil Rivers or, Cam Newton. I don't think the quarterbacks that have happened in the past, maybe a Matt Ryan, maybe a Matt Ryan, but I still think Colt McCoy is just as good as Matt Ryan in the stages right now for Matt Ryan.
Well, and this could be another situation if you do go get Colt. I mean, imagine the tutelage that you would have going on right there with Aaron Rodgers and Colt for Wilson. I mean that can only help that. I don't know.
Zidek says Zach can't do it because he's too busy slaying beaver.
Well, that's okay. That's a good problem to have right there.
Ooh. Daryl G here with a Carson Wentz.
You want to ruin your season? You have such aspirations. You want to go get that dude?
Well, hold on here. But look at what do you think he could do with Hackett?
That's a great point, dude. And again, this goes back to situation, exactly to what you're speaking right there. Yeah, I mean, well, he's available. Yeah, and that's the bad thing for him. With Carson Wentz, you have you have a season or two. You have those seasons that are so great, and then you were just set up to fail. You know,
Right.
and it's so the spotlight is always on the quarterback when that happens to the quarterback, because it's the most obvious, it's the most spotlighted person on one of these teams, and then when they go in there and they fuck up and they're not what they're supposed to be and getting all of this money. I mean, it goes solely on them, and that goes back to the psyche that we talk about, dude. Wentz doesn't have a job right now. Talk about motivation. Shit, get him on the
DJ
cheap.
comes in and says Colt and maybe Jameis Winston. Yeah, we've thrown out Colt so far, but yeah, Jameis Winston made a cameo not too long ago. Just a couple of, yesterday or on Sunday rather, when he got to talk about a play, saying, yes, I confirm with Derek Carr here, we should throw the long ball to Sheed here. You know what I mean? So he's just sitting on the bench getting some time, looking over some game film and whatnot, learning from Derek Carr and whatnot. But hey, let's remember, Jameis Winston, he's got an arm, he's got a cannon, he can throw it through the air of MetLife here. The only thing is it going to be sound throws? Is it going to be throws that are well wanted? You know what I mean? Or I guess on the flip side of that, could he throw you 30 interceptions? You know what I mean? Like there's a lot to go with Jameis Winston, but I mean, there's still a ceiling there, but the floor for Jameis Winston is still very low, man. That's the one thing for me. Is he a proven quarterback? Sure. But again, if he's been able to take some of the ill-advised throws out of his repertoire, then yeah, maybe you give the guy a shot. But again, that's another quarterback room you call too. Let's see what St. Louis is doing, or not St. Louis, New Orleans is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really doesn't matter whoever. I mean, maybe a couple of these guys, because like I said a while ago, you're going to get them on the cheap, and that's, I mean, you bring them in, and I'm really curious to see what the focus is going to be at this point, and I guess we just have to wait for that first ball to drop to see who they bring in.
Right.
If they're going to go to try to negotiate, because if you go and you're trying to make a deal, in my opinion, if you're going to try to make a deal with another club, you're probably trying to find your starter. If you start getting guys like Colt, I mean, I see Teddy Bridgewater just popped up there. I've heard that as well. You go to get Jameis. I mean, I honestly, if you go to get Jameis Winston, I would get him to insert him as the starter, because I think that's a dude that, like you said, under the tutelage right there of
yeah, you put him with Hackett, and I think that can turn into something okay.
Yeah, I think that's something
with a championship level defense like the Jets have.
That's the whole thing. If we were talking about a team that had gaping holes throughout, all three phases of the football team, where there was going to be issues right there, this conversation would be an entirely different one. But this is a team that is built to win. This is a team that for the last several years, you've been putting the pieces in place. Finally, you go out and get the quarterback that you think is going to be the one that's going to be your franchise quarterback and take you to the next level, and boom, he's gone. So
sorry, I'm dehydrated.
That's all right. You and Bucky. So that's the whole thing. I mean, you get somebody in there.
Big ass cup of water here, man. I'm trying to stay hydrated, dude. I'm still under the weather, bro. Still under the weather, man.
That doesn't go away, man. What you guys are dealing with, that shit literally doesn't just stop. I mean, It's like it stays with you.
Yeah, you can't even put a cork up in there, man. A couple more minutes before we get back into some Cowboy and Longhorn talk here. Just finishing up a little bit of our thoughts on the Jets and what they need to do in terms of a succession plan for Aaron Rodgers. Again, one's in place with Zach Wilson, but I don't think that's been able to come into fruition yet. I think the whole entire plan was to have Zach Wilson there under the tutelage of Hackett, and the combination of Hackett and Rodgers, and learning pretty much on the fly, seeing real life game time situations and learning from Aaron Rodgers. That's what Aaron Rodgers took 3 years and learned under the tutelage of Brett Favre. Now, one could argue that Favre's mentality isn't really the type of gunslinger mentality you want on every level of NFL team, but still, the gunslinger knew how to go out there and win games and win ball games. Some ill-advised throws, sure. But again, you'd like to think that Aaron Rodgers learned from those ill-advised throws and just took the great from Brett Favre and left the bad, because Aaron Rodgers has usually had a really good TD to interception ratio.
Mm-hmm.
Brett Favre, not so much. Now, and hell, we'll see if that comes to fruition for Jordan Love as well. He was able to sit under the tutelage of Aaron Rodgers as well. However, I just think, given it would have played out the entire season and who knows, maybe even, next season too, and then have Zach Wilson step in and take over the reins, that would have bowed out a lot better. Everybody knows that would have bowed out a lot better for Zach Wilson. Yeah, but a knee-jerk reaction, shock and awe, you're thrown into the fire, you're thrown into the limelights there of New York. Welcome back, Zach Wilson. QB number 2 is actually QB number 1.
And how about this, Wags? And it's the one thing I think that so many, it's kind of swept under the rug right here. They won the game.
Yeah.
I know, Josh
Again,
Allen.
nasty defense. But hold on now. We got to give roses to Garrett Wilson as well, because Zach Wilson threw a nice, I guess he intended, the target was the back shoulder.
Yeah.
But it got a little bit away from him. It still threw a little bit forward of the receiver. But Wilson was still interfered with, and he had to actually make a play like he back palmed or whatever the damn ball, and then was able to bat it and tip it back to himself and still made the catch one-handed after getting interfered with. That's a special player, special talent, making special catches like that, man. And it's only going to happen a lot more going forward in the NFL. And look, that's got to be a tremendous weapon for Zach Wilson moving forward. And then Breece Hall being able to reemerge and look like the Breece Hall of old. Now he's still, look, my kid was giving him a little bit of grief because he lost a little bit of steam, but dude, he started, that was on the 2-yard line. That was a 98-yard run.
Yeah. Dude, and the bottom line comes down to these guys are paid professionals. This is a game. It's still a game, but how about this story right here for the Jets? This is a time for them to do something really special. I don't give a damn who you bring in. With Hard Knocks and getting, we get to see the Aaron Rodgers chemistry there, and invigorated Aaron Rodgers really seemed to be loving the game again after all of the shenanigans that we've watched from him. Seemed to be a really team guy, and then this happens. Cinderella story right here, dude. This is where, and then in this market in New York, for crying out loud, and with the history of the Jets, Super Bowl III, man, it's been a minute. This is an opportunity for these guys to do something really special. And I tell you what was really impressive on Monday night was with the shell shock right there when Rodgers goes down, and we all had a pretty good idea what this injury was and the repercussions of it.
But how about Trey, dude? Trey was all over it, dude. He goes, it looks like an Achilles.
Oh, he's a doctor. He's a doctor. That's what happens with that.
I took Aaron Rodgers in the 10th round of my fantasy league in Dynasty, so I'm over here sweating. I'm like, please, just let it be an ankle, man. Let it be an ankle.
But the Jets, kind of to my point right there, the Jets could have been like, man, you could have popped the balloon, and they'd have been like, but man, they rose to yes. Buffalo helped them. Josh Allen helped them, but
come on, man. The defense helped them. Don't just give it all to Josh Allen.
It was a combination of factors that helped them, but they won the game. And if they can find a way to win games, that's what it's all about.
No kidding. All right, we're about to bring Alex on here, but before we do, why don't you hit him with a covert real quick, Rodney?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Don't forget, coming up on Friday, we will be out at Covert BKs, as you will have your meet and greet out there with our man, Casey Studdard. How about that right there? The minister of meat.
Party.
No, yeah. The minister of meat, as I like to call him. It is Casey Studdard. Oh, man, go on out there, have some great conversations with him. It is Covert Bee Caves, 42 acres in bee caves out in the hill country. Beautiful views out there. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships carrying 7 brands of OEMs, as I like to call them in the racing world. It's the Rams, the Jeeps, the Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, and Buicks. And, of course, you've got Covert Hutto, which is that's the Ford. That's the Ford brand out there off 79. And Covert in Austin is your Ford and Lincoln. Covert will also service all makes and models of vehicles in their 86 service bays out there. So, like I say, don't mess with that yourself. Take it to them. Let them handle that for you. It is our great partners out at Covert Bee Caves. And be sure to check out all of their specials, because like we like to talk about here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, they don't do monthly specials. They don't do tax-free weekend specials. They don't do holiday specials. They do weekly specials. And you can find all of those at covertbeecaves.com. Check out the inventory online, or you can stop by. Doing it for many, many years, all the way back since 1907. Say hello to Dan Covert out there in Bee Caves. It is the Covert family of dealerships. You are not going to beat a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
No, you will not. All right, let's welcome on Alex Taylor right now. You can follow him on Twitter at Alex_M_Taylor22. He's the beat writer for the Wyoming Cowpokes and all YO sports there. We welcome him on. How's your morning going right now, man?
Oh, it's going pretty well, man. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Fantastic, dude. Well, again, welcome. And, thank you for joining Texas Sports Unfiltered on your Wednesday morning, dude. The only thing that I can say right now that I wish is that we were up in Wyoming instead of down in Austin, because the temperatures here, my guy, the
It's
temperatures
cooling off.
Yeah,
We're in the 90s.
It's a temperate 95 right now.
Yeah, I wonder if Texas Tech fans were saying that same thing 2 weeks ago, and then they
I
ran
don't
into
know, man. But
some
look at you guys,
altitude.
shocking the world, going in week 1 with an overtime win. And I guess, does the Big 12 run through Laramie now? That's the joke, right?
Well, I made a joke before the season, but I literally tweeted out like, if Wyoming beats Texas Tech in Texas, they automatically get an invitation to the Big 12. So halfway there.
Love it. All right. So again, everybody watching, we also encourage you to hit us up in the chat line right now. Ask Alex anything that you want to ask him about the Wyoming Cowpokes here, as we break down some of the best things that they do and what we'll probably see on Saturday, and how they come into Austin, after a huge victory against Alabama, and try and shock the world again like they did in week 1.
Yeah, I'm curious. This is their first road game. They were home twice. So I haven't seen them on the road yet, but this is their strength, is their maturity. You got, obviously, this COVID year, everybody's kind of dealing with that, but you got 5th, 6th year guys on here that have all played together all the way through. So this is they were like bottom 20. I think they were one of the youngest teams last year, and all those guys came back for the most part. So now they went from the youngest team in the Mountain West to one of the more experienced ones in a year. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, a lot of chemistry we talked about. And we talked a little bit about Peasley just a little bit ago. Look, the dude, doesn't really light it up too much through the air, but plays really efficient football, man. 5 touchdowns so far, and pretty clean football with only 1 interception.
Yeah, that was his problem last year. He was so up and down. So they played at Illinois to start the season last year, and it was kind of a disaster. But then he that was his first start. He transferred here from Utah State last year, but he was 52.4% completion last year, which obviously isn't going to cut it, and that is kind of his target of where to improve. And I think wasn't that completion percentage was right around, I think it was 40 or 53% against Texas Tech. So still not great, but then he just came out, played 3 quarters last weekend against Portland State, and it was up around 70, and he had like you said, they don't really air it out, but he had career high. He had 3 touchdown passes last week. So it's kind of, they're not going to throw 50-yard verticals like Texas Tech or Texas, but they're kind of just chipping away, and it's kind of the opposite of what a lot of these Big 12 schools do. But the passing game kind of complements the running game instead of the other way around.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that right there first, Alex. In terms of the plan of attack for the Cowpokes moving forward on Saturday, is it to keep them all? Is it to keep the Longhorns off balance with the rushing attack, or try to basically throw off of their run?
Yeah, I think. Obviously, Craig Bull's strength is, I think the goal is going to be to keep Texas off the field as well, their offense, as much as possible. Obviously, you have Wyoming's offense is kind of built on these 15-play, 8-minute drives where Quinn Ewers is sitting on the sideline, so he can't hurt you if he's not in the game. And I think that strategy is going to be pretty similar this weekend. Obviously, it's going to be a tough. Like, if that is to happen, you have to get first downs, and their running game hasn't been where they want it to be up to this point. But they will have, so Harrison Whaley, I don't know if he'll start, but he's coming. He's going to make his debut. He transferred to Wyoming from Northern Illinois. He had 900 rushing yards in the MAC last year. So I think they're going to give him a pretty significant role out of the backfield. And I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being the starter for the rest of the season after this one, but we'll see how much he plays.
Yeah. Alex, let's go over the defensive side. I know one of the things here in Austin, in the Austin area, that obviously with what Texas has done to this point, and for years, it seems like it in this regime, we've talked about we need to establish the run game is what people are just yearning for as Longhorn fans. It really seems like the Cowboys are good at containing the run game. Kind of talk on the defensive side there with the Wyoming Cowboys.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. I mean, just kind of going over what Texas has done up to this point. I mean, obviously they've really struggled at establishing that run game in their first two games, and I don't see it getting any better this weekend. I mean, I think a lot of these players on Monday we're talking about, you have to make a team like Texas one-dimensional. So I think if Texas is going to beat Wyoming, it's going to be in the air. Like they have 4 preseason all-conference defensive linemen by Phil Steele. And, I mean, they have Mountain West preseason defensive player of the year at linebacker, and they're deep on the defensive line. So I think I would be pretty surprised if Texas is able to just come out and run for 15-yard gains here and there. Like I think if Texas wants to win this game by running the ball, I think that's going to be a mistake because Texas's biggest strength is these quick drives where obviously they want to balance attack, but Wyoming's biggest weakness is, I'd say, if there's any weakness on the defense, it's going to be that secondary, and I think that's where it comes down to that defensive line getting pressure on Quinn Ewers to make him uncomfortable so he doesn't have all day to throw and kind of just tear their secondary apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alex, you spoke about how the Longhorns were going to have to win through the air and kind of take the approach of, an aerial assault. We've seen in the past 2 weeks that Sark likes to come out high tempo and throwing the ball. Do you think the Wyoming Cowboys will struggle with dealing with the up tempo? Because in week 1 they played the Texas Tech Raiders, who are very known for their high up tempo and high caliber offense. And throughout the past 2 weeks, you've seen kind of like the schedule or the script of the playbook with Sark, up tempo, and then in the latter part of the game, then they start to run the ball and establish the run because I guess the defense is already worn down a little bit, and now they throw in a little bit of that off-balance attack. And my God, you're starting to see 3rd and 8s turn into, delayed RPOs, and all of a sudden, they stretch for 8 yards to 12 yards and picking up new fresh sets of downs.
Yeah, I think what really killed Texas Tech in week 1 was they get up 17-0. So 2 quick touchdowns. I mean, they had like a 5-play, like less than 2-minute drive. And I think it ended with like a 40-yard touchdown pass. So they got up. The passing game got them up 17-0. And then they tried to go to the run game and it didn't, like they just had so many drives stalled I think they scored 3 points between the second quarter to overtime. And they kind of just went away from the passing game. So I think I would, like I said before, I mean, I would be pretty surprised if Texas takes that same approach where you get up early and then you kind of put it on autopilot and try and run 3 quarters off the clock when in reality it's only a 17-0 game. So I don't think Quinn Ewers will be sitting in the 3rd quarter in a game like this. I mean, I know it's a 28-point spread, but I would personally be like, from what I know about Wyoming, I would be pretty surprised if it's a blowout at halftime.
Yeah, I agree.
Alex, and we're speaking with Alex Taylor. You can find him on Twitter at Alex_M_Taylor22. Alex, Rodney and I talk about this all the time. Everybody gets up for Texas. It doesn't matter who you are. It's you see it on the schedule. It doesn't matter what record Texas is. It's a $2.1 billion college revenue institution, if you want to call it that. everybody gets up for Texas, man. I don't foresee the Wyoming Cowboys not getting up for Texas. So I think it's going to be a tremendous ball game. What are your thoughts on what you think is going to unfold on Saturday?
Yeah, kind of going back to your last question. I mean, that tempo, Texas kind of like not as quick as Texas Tech, but that high tempo. So Wyoming having that game against Texas Tech already under their belt, and then Portland State, obviously it's an FCS school, but they also play high
Very
tempo,
fast.
no huddle. And so I think that experience helps. And I don't think they're going to have a problem being motivated on Saturday to go win, compete, whatever you want to say. But it's, I don't know. I'm sure you saw on the broadcast after the game, Andrew Peasley was like, yeah, we took them to the deep end and they folded. And, I mean, they were 14-point underdogs at home to start the season. They're 28-point underdogs going on the road at Texas, and I don't think this team cares what Vegas thinks, what fans in Austin think, and what national writers think. I mean, obviously, Craig Bull knows. He said it in his press conference on Monday. This is the best Texas team I've ever seen, and that goes back. He was a defensive coordinator at Rice in the late 90s. I mean, he's played Texas at almost a dozen times, I think. And so that says a lot about what a veteran coach like Craig Bull is saying about this year's team.
Yeah. Nobody enters the fight thinking that they're going to get their ass kicked.
That's right. That's right. Alex, talk about that part, because Craig Bull, I mean, this is, you don't see coaches with tenure. I mean, it's 10 years for him at Wyoming. And I mean, you've had bowl victories. I mean, this is, success. It's kind of one of those programs that maybe kind of flies under the radar just a little bit with the success that he has had there and the success of the program. Just kind of speak to him. I mean, because you nailed it right there. When you have a veteran coach like that, dude, that is how you get prepared for huge games like this.
Yeah, it was funny when Texas Tech went up 17-0 in the first quarter. I had a bunch of fans tweeting at me to fire Bull. And it's just like, for a school like Wyoming, like just where it's at in the landscape of college football. I mean, I don't know who else you would bring in that would be able to do what he's done. I just wrote a column this morning, but he's had at least 6 wins, so he's been bowl eligible all 6 of the last 6 seasons, if you exclude the COVID year. And I mean, I think for a program like Wyoming, I mean, it's a lot like where Boise State's at now, where it's like you can get to that national level, but I don't know how sustainable it is in the long term, especially with the transfer portal. And that's another thing about Craig Bull. He got absolutely killed with the transfer portal 2 years ago. I mean, I think he had a ton of guys leave, and a lot of them were saying that he just didn't have relationships with these players, and that's been a big emphasis for him over these last 2 years. Is he did really well in the transfer portal this offseason, and they had more guys coming in than going out, which is seems to be a rarity these days. But he's late 60s, but he's really adapted to what college football is now, especially in a place like Laramie. I mean, it's 30,000 people here. I mean, it's the only 4-year university in the state. So I mean, he kind of knows what Wyoming football is, and he's embraced that and kind of made it what you guys see on paper now.
Well, we're going to embrace the battle coming up on Saturday, that's for sure. But before we let you get out of here, man, I noticed your shirt, and I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about your Fighting Dan Campbells, man. Besides the Jets, the Lions were probably the most hyped up team in the preseason of the NFL this year. And look, dude, they not only did they bite off one kneecap, they bit both kneecaps off, bro. How you feeling about your Lions there? Your Fighting Dan Campbells.
So I'm a Michigan guy originally. So this is the first time I've been able to wear this shirt and not have to like wear a sweatshirt over it. It's fun. It's weird because I've never. I mean, maybe with Calvin Johnson, Matthew Stafford, like maybe 10 years ago or so. I mean, obviously they had some hype with that team, but I've never I've never flipped on ESPN and seen the Lions on there. It's bizarre. So I'm trying to like tamper my expectations but no, I'm excited. I was watching that game, and so in Wyoming there's a lot of Broncos fans, but there's also a lot of Chiefs fans. And so I was at the bar watching that game on Thursday, and I'm wearing this shirt,
Right.
and a bunch of people are just Kansas City fans, and they're all pouting and crying into their beers at the bar, and I'm just like smiling ear to ear. Feels good.
Yeah, you gotta like what's going on there. A lot of high potent offense there with St. Brown and of course Goff at the helm there. And a lot of people were kind of, saying finally, finally Matt Stafford is out of Detroit and finally in a place where he can win. Well, not so fast, my friends, to quote the old football coach of Lee Corso, because it looks like Jared Goff and company has come to play business here in Detroit, dude. The dude is a winner. I've always thought the dude was a winner. I think he got a bad rap in LA. They shipped him out way too early. And look, it's going to pay dividends for Detroit.
Yeah, I don't know who I dislike more between the Bears and Packers, but it felt pretty good to watch the Bears be so bad again. And then obviously the Vikings lose to Baker Mayfield. I feel I am kind of worried about Jordan Love and the Packers. I mean, he looked pretty. I mean, obviously it was the Bears defense, but we'll see. He's a Mountain West guy. Jordan Love. He was from. He went to Utah State. So it's interesting. But I think Jared Goff has really proved Sean McVay wrong, just in terms of obviously that trade couldn't have worked out better for either side. I mean, the Rams got a Super Bowl. The Lions got all the guys that they've drafted in the first and second round the last couple of years, and I don't know, it's far. I'm still not convinced he's the guy to win you a Super Bowl, but he's probably a guy that can win you a playoff game or two, which the Lions haven't done since I've been born. So,
Well, I'll tell you right now, the Jets will take him. The Jets would have him in a heartbeat.
I wanted to ask you that part, Alex, because so for you as a Detroit Lions fan, I mean, I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan. I mean, he has broken my Cowboys' heart so many different times. And when I see what happens on Monday, I mean, I don't wish that on anybody. I mean, your thoughts on that, dude? He was like, man, what a way to go down.
I just felt bad for him. Obviously, you don't root for injuries on anybody, but at the same time, it was kind of just ironic because all of the hard knocks and all the hype, and then it's September 11th, and I think there was an article where DeShone Kizer the first thing Aaron Rodgers had said to DeShone Kizer was, "Do you think 9/11 was real?" and then he turns and makes on 9/11 on his third snap of the season or whatever. So obviously you don't root for that. I mean, kind of changed the whole trajectory of that game. I mean, obviously the Jets still won, but I'm kind of I was on the side of I'm just glad that I don't have to watch Aaron Rodgers in the NFC North anymore, and now you don't have to watch him at all. But we'll see if he comes back next year. Who knows?
I don't know. That's going to be a hard injury to come back from, especially at his age, 39 years old, and Achilles injury. Man, that's tough, man. But if you're in great shape, we'll see what can happen.
Somebody had asked me on Twitter if the Lions should give up Teddy Bridgewater if the Jets sent back like a third or fourth round pick. And I feel like, I mean, you saw it on Monday, but like those backup quarterbacks are so valuable now, especially with running as a quarterback being such a big part of the game. I mean, obviously Aaron Rodgers isn't a scrambler, but anything can happen. So, I mean, the Lions are paying Teddy Bridgewater for a reason. So like, I don't think the pick that you got back would be worth not having that insurance behind Jared Goff.
Right.
So.
You need a better return on investment.
You have to have them ready. And I think that's the one thing that a lot of teams fail on, that to where they don't have that next dude ready to go. And you look across the NFL, I mean, and it's very likely that, I mean, your quarterback's going to miss a game or two, and you got to have somebody in the holster that can get in there and hold their shit together.
Yeah. You should, after your show, you should look up Wyoming versus Boise State last year. So Andrew Peasley got a concussion the week before, and so Wyoming and Boise State were basically playing for a spot in the Mountain West Championship game late in November, and so that Wyoming was starting their backup quarterback, and he ended up, I think it was 3 of 15 for, I want to say like 30 yards, and he had three picks, and 2 of the picks were in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. I think it was tied, and threw a pick in the back of the end zone on what would have been a game-winning drive instead of kicking a field goal to go to overtime. So then they lost, and
Dagger.
That was basically how their season ended.
Dagger. He is Alex. He is Alex Taylor. You can find him on Twitter at Alex_MTaylor22. Alex, you going to be making a trip down to Austin?
Yeah, I'm leaving. I always fly out of Denver, so I'll be leaving Denver tomorrow morning. I'll be in Austin Thursday through Sunday. So
Love it, brother. Well, you have a safe flight, man. And make sure you check out some of the barbecue, dude. Hit me up if you need any barbecue spots. We'll make sure that it happens for you.
For sure, guys. Well, I appreciate the time, man. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Thanks,
coming
Alex.
on
Appreciate it, man.
Chaos Theory for Texas Sports Unfiltered, man. We appreciate your work, dude. Thank you. And there he goes right there, man. Hey, look, he broke it down, dude. They don't really stretch the field vertically, but they actually play very efficient football. They got a lot of galvanized chemistry there, and they know how to win.
And I think the confidence that he has, as long as that's instilled in that football team, the confidence that you hear in his voice, and like we talked about, you've got a veteran football coach. You've got a guy that has been at this for a long time, and he can prepare this team. And I think part of that is, Wags, you go back and you've already done it once. Yes, not the magnitude of beating Texas and Austin, but dude, you already came back and what you did against Texas Tech. And like you said, they trailed 17-0 in that ball game, and they came back and won that against a team that they probably shouldn't have had a chance against. I mean, just think about the confidence that team's rolling up here with, dude. And that's 90% of the battle right there, man.
And that's just it. Like week one should have made you a believer, right?
Absolutely.
Being able to get the overtime victory in in Lubbock or whatnot, or excuse me, not in Lubbock, but it was in Laramie.
Yeah, it's up there. Yeah.
But anyways, and then going out and then seeing this game on your schedule, which was ultimately the Super Bowl. So you got your conference championship basically with, the Red Raiders. And then 2 weeks later, you got your Super Bowl with Texas. Now, Rodney, I can't believe I'm going to say this. If for some godforsaken reason that the Cowboys do win on Saturday, you got to think, if you're the Cowboys fans, if you're Alex Taylor and company and the beat writers for YO Sports, goodness, you actually have your chance of a 12 win season here, man. So my God, dude, like I said, everybody gets up for Texas. I hope Texas is just able to beat the cupcake. And I don't want to call Wyoming a cupcake, especially after the past 2 weeks of being able to handle up-tempo football. Yeah. But man, your favorite 28.5 points here, Rodney. You got to take care of business, and you got to do it from the get-go.
And honestly, in my opinion, with that, because we've talked about it a lot, and a lot of folks have said, with the cupcakes, and it was supposed to be Rice and Wyoming. Rice was the cupcake. This is hardly a cupcake. I mean, and not just because they're 2-0 right now, not just because they beat Texas Tech. Go back and look at the resume of this program. This is a winning football program. This team has won bowl games. It won 3 straight bowl games. I mean, and that's a big damn deal. That is a big damn deal. Have we won 3 straight bowl games? That this is hardly a cupcake, and that's why you cannot overlook this squad, because they're coming in and Wags. What do they have to lose?
That's what I'm saying, man. Nothing.
Damn thing.
Nothing, man. You're gonna go in there and give one of the best fights of your life against one of not one of the biggest revenue college institutions in the nation, man, which is the Texas Longhorns. $2.1 billion of revenue that this school brings in. And that's why they are everybody's Super Bowl, man. They are the damn New York Yankees of college football. Hey, man, in just a couple minutes, it's going to be time for Hanging with Hardge. But before we get you going and off with him, we got to tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678. Tom McKay and the crew are the best in the business, setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years, since 1988. You don't know what you want in your house? Look at the gallery of projects that they've done on their website at abconsultations.com. I got 2 flat screen TVs right in my game room. I also got 2 arcade units with an arcade system right in front of me that you guys see. I got a whole gaming system and a whole gaming network here right in front of me that I'm looking at you guys at, or you're staring at me through. And then downstairs, I got the Dream Theater system that we can watch all of our movies on. You make it happen with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. Best in the business, setting the standard in audiovisual automation. The smart guys that never make you feel dumb, as BK likes to say. All right. Let's bring on our guy, Mike Hardge. It's time for Hanging with Hardge, and he's going to get you cooked up for the next hour right now, man. If he is right there, he is, my guy. He had to come back from the piano. He was playing the piano. He's sitting there serenading me a little bit there with the first Noel or whatnot. That's the first song that came to my mind.
I like that how you said first Noel. That's kind of funny.
Noel, man.
Yeah, because the New York Jets.
I learned, bro.
Hey, the New York Jets are looking for Santa Claus to bring them a present because I know that they don't want to continue to hang with my man, Zach Wilson. I believe in Zach Wilson, but I'm not a Jets fan. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
Yeah. Me neither, man. So, I mean,
leave him in. Leave him in there.
The skies must be opening up, and they're praying to somebody, brother. They are praying to God because they're looking for answers. They are.
I tell you what, Mike, they may need another quarterback because when you get this Cowboy defense coming at his ass this weekend, you may need 3 quarterbacks by the time you're done here.
And they are filling out the resumes.
That's right.
That's all for us, man. We had a great morning. Big shout out and thank you to Alex Taylor, the beat writer and cover for YO Sports. Make sure you guys give him a follow at Alex_M_Taylor22 for all your questions about the Wyoming Cowpokes. And now we turn it over to Hardge, man. You guys know the drill. Live it, love it. We love everybody here, man. Level up, get the dub, and enjoy the ride. It's
great show. Rock on.
Rock on, fellas. There they go. The Chaos Theory doing their thing as always. I want to welcome everybody into another edition of Hanging with Hardge right here on the Texas Sports Unfiltered Network. I am your boy, Hardball Hardge, representing the 254 as always, but I'm also representing the 512. As always, make sure you follow us on Twitter at TS Unfiltered, and then follow us on Instagram at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And you can also text us at the show, 512-222-9328. Let's give some of those super chats going too. I see everybody trying to do these super chats around the country. Make sure y'all hit us up with the super chat. It'll jump you to the front of the line. On today's show, we're going to have my man Danny Davis of the Austin American-Statesman joining us at 11:25 to kind of talk about what are you seeing with the University of Texas football team thus far? What are the expectations? Get his thoughts on the Bama game and what's next for Texas. As we've talked about before, whenever you're dealing with the University of Texas, can they handle success? Have they been able to handle success? And that's one of the things that I'm going to be paying attention to. And I want to get Danny's thoughts on that because Danny's been covering this team for quite some time, the ups and the downs, the highs and the lows. So I want to make sure that we get Danny Davis of the Austin American-Statesman's perspective because he sometimes is the voice of reason. You know, you got to be neutral in these types of situations. And sometimes it's hard for me to be as neutral as a professional like my man Danny Davis. So we'll get into that. Also, I'm working on a guest for you guys on Friday. Can't tell you who it is, but let's just say this. Get your baseball questions ready for me so we can go through them on Thursday. I'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. But as we talk about baseball, I want to get into it just a little bit. As most of you know, I've been around the game for a very, very long time, and I have been watching it and breaking it down. I do some analyst work for Flow Baseball. I've done some stuff with my man Craig Way doing Texas Longhorns baseball. I've done some professional games around Rock Express with my man Mike Capps. And shout out to Chris Amadeus and Tim Jackson, Jackson Ryan, Reed Ryan, all those guys. Got a chance to spend some time with them yesterday over at the ballpark. So it's always good to chop it up and get back engaged with this baseball because it is that time. I know we want to talk a lot of football. I am a football guy too. I love football. But as you sit here and you look for the hunt for October. September is very important. You're starting to see some call-ups. You're starting to see some of these top prospects, but you're also starting to see who is going to be there at the end and who is just going to fade away. So it leads me to this, and it's kind of interesting to me because what's the question that I have right now? And I know my man Ike is going to be mad at me for bringing this up, but what's going on with the Houston Astros versus whenever they're playing against the Oakland A's? They lost to them last night, 6-2. And it is interesting because this whole time, the Oakland A's have been a team that is the worst in baseball. They are 46-99 as a team, and they're battling the Royals for the worst record in baseball. The Royals have lost 101 games. The Houston Astros, the Oakland A's have lost 99 games. So they are battling for being the worst. And here we are with the Houston Astros. They're battling to win the AL West. And the team that always seems to give them trouble is the Oakland A's. They played them twice. They've already beat them twice. The Oakland A's have already beaten them twice at home. And this is the most intriguing part for me as if you're an Astros fan. The Astros have a better record, 45-27, on the road than what they have at home, at Minute Maid. Is that normal? No. The Houston Astros playing at Minute Maid is normally a place where other teams come and get beat up. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand how they let this happen to them. So here's the other part of it. When you start to think about it, and I'll equate it back to football. We always talk about the Texas Longhorns and how they play down to their opponent. Is that what we can say for the Houston Astros at this time? Are the Houston Astros playing down to their opponent? Now, it's a series, so I'm not really worried about it. They'll move on and be away from them. But it's one of those stories where you continue to look at it and you say, interesting. How does this continue to happen? Are they playing down to their opponents? And it's important to understand, too, that they are now in this race with the Texas Rangers, who beat the Blue Jays yesterday 6-3, and they're on a 4-game winning streak, and they're 1 game behind the Houston Astros right now for first place in the AL West. Thoughts? Ranger fans, Astros fans, is this going to be a fight to the finish? Are they expected to be a battle for the AL West? Now, we all believe that they're going to make it. I think both Texas teams are going to be in the playoffs, and they're going to. I hope that they end up playing each other to get to the World Series. But as of right now, when you sit and you look at how this is playing out, because whoever wins the West might get a bye. This is going to be an exciting race. And let's not forget about the Seattle Mariners. But the Seattle Mariners are stumbling a little bit. Yeah, they got the victory last night, but the Mariners are 3-7 in their last 10 games. This entire race is what September baseball into October is all about. Everybody dials in. Everybody is trying to figure out the positioning of where they're going to be. How are they trying to match up? You look at last night's game for the Rangers. Scherzer messed up his arm, had tendonitis, still went 5 1/3, got the win. But what is that going to do for the setup for the Rangers, and who is going to be the one to step up for them? Because now if Scherzer's out, you've already lost DeGrom. Nathan Eovaldi is still trying to get healthy. Haney went out the other day and tried to pitch. You still got Martin Perez. I was at Round Rock yesterday. I saw some AAA pitchers that might be able to come up and help you. But the one thing that continues to be a problem for both of them, AAA and the major leagues, is developing pitchers in the bullpen to be able to come in and get crucial outs for you. That is the intriguing part for me for the Texas Rangers. Now, for the Houston Astros, we can continue to give them the benefit of the doubt because of the fact of who they are, what they've been through, how they've achieved, and who's going to be the guy. I mean, how are they going to continue to look into that light and be successful? They've been there. They've done that. They've been around it. They've done their part with that. But are they prepared in this day and age to have their bullpen set up the right way, their position players doing things? It is a fun time. And that, to me, is going to be the most interesting part. Pay attention to baseball. We are coming up against it. And this is where teams kind of try to separate themselves. Some teams are already positioned themselves. The only team that has clinched a spot in the playoffs is in the National Leagues, and that is the Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves are playing some unbelievable baseball. They're putting up ridiculous numbers. Matt Olson tied the record with Andrew Jones for the most home runs in a single season. And think about that. You trade away a player, and will you let him walk? Freddie Freeman, who's an all-star, who's a stud, who's slapping the hell out of the baseball for the Dodgers. But you go out and get a Matt Olson, and then he just comes in and picks up where Freddie left off and just kept it moving. And if you listen to my shows before, we had Chipper Jones on, and Chipper is really tight with Freddie Freeman, real tight with Freddie Freeman. But he also said that when the Braves make you an offer, because Chipper is somebody who spent his entire career with the Atlanta Braves with one team, when he was drafted number 1 overall in 1990 and played his entire Hall of Fame career with the exact same team, they go out and they go and get some people and they make things different for you. So for them to go out and get Matt Olson and to make it like that, that was very, very impressive. But as we were talking about in baseball, I wanted to make sure that we gave a special shout out to Corey Seager. Corey Seager is the shortstop for the Texas Rangers. And I also want to give a shout out to my man, Jarrett Sandler. Follow him on Twitter or X at Jarrett Sandler on Twitter. He's the voice of the Texas Rangers. He does a lot of their radio games. He brought these stats up, and these are some amazing, amazing stats when you think about it. Corey Seager leads the American League in hitting, batting average at 341. He missed 40 games this year due to injury. He missed 40 games. He's qualified enough. He's got enough at-bats, qualified to be in the running for a batting title. This is a guy who last year, when he came over, everybody thought it was disappointing because it was him and Marcus Semien. They came in. It was not the most productive situation for them. I thought Corey hit the ball well. He was making some hard outs, and sometimes the numbers are skewed. I don't always believe in every single number that's out there because you don't know the situation, how it played out. Was it early in the game? Was it late in the game? There's so many different things that go into those numbers. But the one thing that I do know is every time I got a chance to watch him, I went to spring training this year, got a chance to spend some time with those guys, got a chance to watch them go to work and look at the diligence at their job. Corey Seager is a man. He fills out that batter's box better than anybody that I've seen in a very long time. And the numbers are telling us that. So he's missed 40 games this year. But just so you know, and this is courtesy of Jared Sandler, he said Corey Seager is leading the American League with 39 doubles. The fewest games played by a player to lead their league in doubles is 118 by Paul Molitor. And that was in 1987, where he had 41 doubles. If Seager was to play the rest of the way, he'll get it in 119 games. Think about that. He also gave us this stat. He said Corey Seager has 69 extra base hits on the season. Let's put this in perspective. That's on 160. If he was to play 162 games, he would have 111 extra base hits that would put him with the third most in the history of Major League Baseball. And you want to know who those people are? And remember, mind you, if he would have played 162 games, he would have 111 extra base hits. 119, Babe Ruth. 117, Lou Gehrig. 111, Corey Seager. And 107, Barry U.S. Bonds. Now, I'm a baseball guy. I love the game. I watch the game. I don't know, like I said, I don't always look at those numbers and just fantasize about them and just drive myself crazy with them. But what I do know is when a guy is able to put up those types of numbers, a guy that is able to swing the bat the way that he is able to swing the bat and be the productive batter for that team. If I'm not mistaken, I believe last night he had 3 hits. I was watching the game while I was doing some work, but every time I looked up, he was rounding the bag, getting another double. I mean, the guy is a hit machine, and he plays a damn good shortstop. So I know we were talking about Shohei Ohtani and what was expected of him and him possibly being the MVP of the league. Excuse me. I would look at Corey Seager now because, number one, he's on a team that's winning. I just told you that the Rangers are 1 game out of first place in the AL West. If he can continue to hit the ball the way that he is, that, to me, is going to be the most impressive part of it. Shout out to my man, Sal. Sal asked me a question. Hardge, the MLB Network should hire you. You're a brilliant baseball man. I've been working on that, Sal. My buddy Cliff Floyd is over there. I keep telling Cliffy he needs to get me on there, but I just watched the game and I understand it at a different level. Not saying better than anybody, because there's a lot of people that are diving into the analytics of it all and looking at different things. But when you sit and you watch the game and you see the productivity and you learn how people move and you've been in those dugouts and you see the work ethic that people put into it, it's interesting to me because these guys are now facing dudes that are throwing 95 miles an hour on a backdoor slider and then running 102 mile an hour fastball up there, and they're turning it around like it's nothing. And people always ask me, why is it that baseball is so different now than it was then? And I said, it's still the same baseball game. Everybody always wants to look at the numbers and say, let's hit home runs and put this up. I still believe that the art of winning baseball games is moving a guy over when you need to. You don't have to play for the 3-run home run. If you get your pitch and you're able to drive it out of the park, great. But look at what Ronald Acuna Jr. is doing for the Atlanta Braves. He's not only hitting home runs, he's stealing bases, he's scoring runs, he's doing all the things that are asked of a professional baseball player. Because at the end of the day, you want to win ball games. And I don't care how you get there. You know, they're paying guys now ridiculous amounts of money. I am not jealous and I ain't pocket watching, but I know that what I was told as a player is now I would have been one of those guys that have been up there, but I was striking out a lot. I'm not afraid to say that. I struck out a lot because my approach was not what it was later in my career. Early in my career, my approach was I was trying to get it. I was swinging at everything. You roll it up there. I was trying to be Vladimir Guerrero before Vladimir Guerrero. But now you sit and you watch, and guys are now changing it. That's why they took away the shift. That's why they sped up the game. That's why they're only making you able to throw over to second base or first base on pickoffs twice in a game. There's so many different angles of this game and the thought process. The one part also that everybody was talking about was we need to do more with the understanding of the fundamentals of the game. Because what we're teaching the kids nowadays is velo and launch angle and exit velocity and all that stuff. But you can throw 100 miles an hour, but if you can't throw strikes, what good are you? I was at the Round Rock Express game. There was guys that was up there throwing gas, but they couldn't find the strike zone. What good is that? Oh, look at how fast he's throwing. Yeah, but he hit the carnival worker over there on the side. So what does that do for you? Nothing. So this, getting back to the point, is I love this time of year because we're getting football. We're getting pennant races. You got soccer. I know, don't get it twisted. I live in a soccer household. I like soccer. Love watching the kids play. I watched the USA team last night. So this is a fun time for everyone that's involved. We got NFL action that is happening tomorrow night. NFL Thursday night football, Minnesota Vikings is going to be taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. That's an intriguing matchup for me. So we have things that are going on all the time. But when you're watching Major League Baseball, pay attention to it. See who's getting hot at the right time. See what guys are taking their at-bats on point. See who's not giving away because it's late in the season. The guys, like I was saying earlier, the Rays and the A's, it don't look like, I mean, the A's and the Royals, they aren't giving away at-bats because they're playing for next year's contracts. So they're going to fight and they're going to play hard. So if you're thinking about playing down to your competition, you better think about it again because these guys are coming at you. All right, let's get into it. I want to talk a little bit about some of our sponsors, audiovisual consultations, Woods, Syntex tickets, Last Stand hats, Brain Vault, All Stat Beer, Relax the Back, Top Gun rental and lawn equipment, and 7-Eleven. But I want to talk to you about Covert BK. This Friday at Covert BK on 42 acres of beautiful hill country, you will get to see our man Casey Studdard. Casey Studdard will be at the Covert BK location this Friday, starting at 11:30, doing a Q&A, signing autographs, meeting people, kissing babies. Unlike Russell Wilson, Casey's retired, so he can go out there and talk to you and let you know what his thoughts are. But make sure you go out to Covert, not just to see Casey, but you need to do yourself a favor. And if you're in a mood for a new car, they got you covered. Whether it's a Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram, Covert BK will take care of you. Not only do they have those locations, they also have Ford in Hutto, and they have a Ford Lincoln in Austin off of 183. Covert BKs have something for everybody. Covert BK also service all makes and model and have 86 bays. So your wait time will be minimal. So if you can get in there, they will take care of you. Do yourself a favor, visit covertbk.com for the latest specials and inventory, and just stop by and check it out. You may pull in there just to see Casey, but you're going to see a beautiful vehicle out there, and you might end up leaving with a beautiful car from Covert. The Coverts are great people. I've hung out with both of them, all of them, and let me just tell you that those people really care about customer service. So make sure you get out to Covert BK. Visit covertbk.com. In a few minutes, we're going to end up talking to my man, Danny Davis of the Austin American-Statesman. And I'm going to ask Danny some questions about this Texas football team and what he sees, the growth, the maturation of a team. Because throughout the week and since the very beginning of the season, I've told you guys the things that I saw 3 years ago, I don't see now. The false starts, the jumping off sides, the unnecessary penalties, Coach Sark on the sideline looking like he's about to have an aneurysm because he's so wound up about his team. I think that this team is built in a different way. It's built in Sark's manner. But I think we also need to look at the coaching staff and what they were able to bring, the support staff and what they have been able to bring, the accountability that is being bestowed upon every single coach and player, and them holding themselves accountable. Those are the things that I've seen a big difference in for myself. The other part of it is he looks like he's more comfortable, and he looks like the offense, with what he's looking at, looks like they have a better understanding of their jobs. And I've talked about this for a long time, because there was a time where everybody wanted a new coach. Everybody wanted, every year we were trying to get a new coach in. Oh, we need to fire that guy. Oh, well, we need to get rid of this. And I kept saying, the more coaches that come through here, the different voices that are going to continue to happen, the players aren't going to be the ones to listen to it. Because now they have to treat a new coach different. They have to listen to a new defense. They have to have a better understanding. And now they're teaching the teachers, right? So they're spending all that time trying to learn a new system, staying late, watching film, which you should do anyway. But you put yourself in a position to where it's like, why is this happening? Why are we continuing to listen to different voices and then expect it to go out there and do things the way, to a high level? You can't do that. I understand the change sometimes is necessary, but unnecessary change creates unnecessary problems. Because if you go in there and you put the work in, things change. And if you're listening to the coaching staff and the way that they present things to you, you will have a better understanding, and they're putting you in the right place. So those are the things that I've seen differently when it comes to the Texas Longhorn football team. And joining us right now from the Austin American Statesman is a good friend, good man, Danny Davis. Danny, you're muted, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. I always like to keep myself on mute when I'm not talking, because I'm always afraid something's going to crash in the background, or I'm going to cough or something like that, or make some noise that no one needs to hear. So I always like to play it safe with the mute button.
Well, I appreciate you joining on and taking the time. I know that you're a busy man. First question that I have for you, sir. Did you go to Tuscaloosa?
I did. We were spending money like crazy at the States, and we actually sent 6 people to Tuscaloosa. So we were rolling 6 deep into Tuscaloosa, and it was a lot of fun. Just being at that stadium, obviously seeing the game, just kind of getting a taste of what the SEC is like. The rental car situation was a little bit was not fun. I don't think they were ready for all these Texas fans and media coming in. So that was a little bit of a mess. But as soon as we got that figured out, the rest of the trip was a lot of fun.
That sounds like it. It sounds like it. I mean, the atmosphere, give us a breakdown on what the atmosphere was like. I know, like you said, this was the first trip. Now, we've been to New Orleans. We were there when Georgia and Texas played in the Sugar Bowl. So we've seen a little bit of the SEC atmosphere, but you're going to someone's home field. You're going into their territory, and they've been doing this for a while. They're not used to getting punched in the face at home. So what was that atmosphere like in Tuscaloosa?
I mean, this was 100,000 people who love football. It's probably, I don't know if you can completely liken it to Fayetteville in 2021, just because there was extreme hatred for Texas on that on that beat. I heard from plenty of parents who were walking out after that game and had some run-ins with some joyous Arkansas fans, and granted, there were some run-ins with some angry Alabama fans during the game, has been well reported. But I mean, Alabama, it was just a lot of people who love football, are very passionate about their team and their program. Walking around campus, kind of walking by the frat and sorority houses, and they were doing all their things, and a lot of people just walking around having fun before the game. And then obviously you get in the stadium, and it was a little. I didn't get the full experience because you're in the press box, and as in a press box, it's the windows are closed and stuff like that. They did open up some of the windows, so you could hear some stuff, but the light show is probably a little bit different for those people who are in the stands or on the field, as opposed to it was in the press box. And Sweet Home Alabama probably was a little bit louder if you were out in the field than where we heard, and it was pretty loud in the press box. So I mean, there's just a lot of tradition there, and a lot of fun. I think it gave those Texas fans and Texas players a taste of what's going to happen in the next couple of years. Maybe not next year, because I don't know if Vanderbilt's going to bring that when they go to Nashville, or Kyle Field will be rocking when Texas heads down there next year. But I think the last, that trip to Fayetteville and that trip to Tuscaloosa probably did give the hardcore Texas fans that made that trip kind of a taste of what SEC life's going to be. And it's probably going to be a little different than Stillwater or Manhattan. Those places do get up when Texas comes into town.
I think everybody gets up when Texas comes into town because everybody gets kind of annoyed by the Texas hoopla and the noise that Texas make. And speaking of noise, obviously the reason why you were there was to see how this Texas football team was going to react going up against Nick Saban and that Alabama Crimson Tide. First true road trip with Quinn as the quarterback where it was going to be hostile. He knew it. We thought about it last year. We were in the press box last year watching Quinn pretty much take apart that Alabama defense before he got the injury, and everybody was left with the what if. Well, now he got a chance to go out there. I'm not going to even call it a redemption. I would call it more of finishing the game where Texas had an opportunity last year to win that game, and it goes to the what if. Well, we saw what Quinn is able to do. What were your first thoughts when you saw the energy and the execution? And shout out to Coach Sark with the game plan. That game plan was on point. I watched the game again last night, but what was your takeaway when you saw how Quinn was able to respond to the Alabama defense?
Yeah, I think, as you said, I don't know if redemption is the right word. That's definitely not the word Quinn would use. Maybe it's more affirmation for what, us in the media, the Texas fans, a lot of the people who follow college football thought that, okay, this was this 5-star kid, 3 years ago at this point is when he got to Ohio State. And this is what a lot of people expected out of him. Kind of, there's some bumps and bruises along the way. There's some high points as, that first quarter against Alabama last year, certainly the Oklahoma game, but there was definitely low points too. And, I'm sure there's plenty of people who watch your show or, Texas fans who are on message boards or emailing us at the Statesman talking about, Arch Manning or Malik Murphy and kind of wondering if those young men should be given the keys to this vehicle. But Quinn kind of showed why, Steve has stuck with him and given, he gets so much, he's gotten the benefit of the doubt from his head coach. Now, granted, it helps when your offensive line does not allow Alabama to pretty much, sniff you the entire night. It helps when your receiving crew is stacked and incredibly talented. But Quinn made the throws. Quinn did not make any mistakes, and Quinn is kind of the heartbeat of that offense. And he definitely guided them and played, was really efficient throughout the afternoon and kind of just evening and just gave us finally just that taste of what we've been waiting for. If you've been covering or rooting for the Longhorns for a long time now, I guess, the Sam years were good if you were a Texas fan, but Texas fans have been craving for that quarterback since they got spoiled there for a little bit with Vince and Colt back to back. They've been jonesing for that taste again, and Quinn delivered that on Saturday. And now it's just a matter of, can he continue that going forward?
Well, I'm glad you said that too. We're talking to Danny Davis of the Austin American Statesman, and I'm glad you brought that up, Danny, because that has been my biggest point of emphasis for the week is rinse and repeat, right? You got to get that out of there. You everybody's telling you how great you are. You're on national television all over the place. You jump up in the rankings, and yes, you achieved something that we thought could be done, but now the ultimate goal for you as a team has always been to be in the Big 12 championship game and win a Big 12 championship. Coming in this weekend, Wyoming's the team that just happens to be next on the schedule. I was telling folks yesterday that my neighbor came to me on Sunday and said, I wish that this game would have been on the road again, because now they're back at home. Now they're going to be thinking about us. They're going to be loved upon. Are they able to focus? And my biggest question mark, and this is something I wanted to ask you, my biggest question mark is, do they know how to handle success? I think that's the biggest question this week. Can this team handle success? And is that on Coach Sark or is it on the players?
Well, first off, I think your neighbor is saying that as someone who wouldn't have to actually travel to Laramie this weekend, because
Very true.
I don't know anyone who actually wants to go to Wyoming. But that's a
Nobody wants to go to Laramie. I got
that's
you.
the Montana in me. I'm allowed to poke fun at our friends from the South. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna find out. I mean, it's you always talk about the pressure it is to be a Texas Longhorn, and everyone's used to having all this attention, but it's a little different when you're Texas got to come into the season as silly as it is, being a Texas Longhorn, being the Hunters. And, even though, everyone likes to say, we're Texas, we're the biggest game on everyone's schedule, people are always coming after us and all that stuff. They, weren't ranked in the top 10. They weren't, they were on top of the Big 12 poll, but there's still a lot of questions marks about this team. But now they are unquestioned. The team, everyone's coming after them. They're going to be favored unless something really bad happens. They're going to be favored in every game the rest of the way. So I mean, the target is on them. That pressure's on them. They're going to have to deal. They're going to figure out how to deal with a different kind of pressure. And it's it's easy for us to say we think this team can do it. We think they had the mindset to do it, but it's another completely thing to do it. I mean, you do think that it helps that they do have some good veteran leadership in that locker room. I think Steve was asked about it on Monday, or one of the players was, and they listed off like 10 different players, veteran players who, are going to be in charge of leading that way. And it helps, when you have a Jalen Ford. It helps when you have a Jordan Whittington who's been here 5 years, a Christian Jones who's been here 6. Some of those guys who have seen the highs and remember what it was like coming off that 2018 season and then everything completely cratering out the next year when maybe they weren't as focused as they needed to be. So I think it does help that you have those veterans in the locker room, but we'll see. It's easy to predict, but it's going to be completely a different thing for those guys to go out there and do it. And if you're a Texas fan, you just hope that A, the talent on the field wins out, but then B, the leaders in that locker room are able to keep those maybe some of the younger players keep their focus on the prize and not the cute girls in the stands or the NIL opportunities are, I'm sure, going to start flowing in, and some of that off-field stuff, and that they can all focus on that stuff maybe come January as opposed to the middle of September.
So yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up too, because there has been a ton of accolades that were given out, and rightfully so. I mean, I love the fact that Anthony Hill, he was one of the guys that I had on Friday that I wanted to see grow up a little bit. He didn't play a lot of snaps in that first game against Rice, and maybe that's why. I don't think a lot of those guys got an opportunity. But when you look at what this defensive line and the defense period, because we've talked so much about the offense, but that defense was something to behold. I mean, from the front four and the rotation of guys that were able to come in and put in pressure. You looked at the linebackers kind of chasing around Jalen Milroe and kind of keeping him at bay on the ground. But then the secondary, the defensive play calling from PK. I said on Saturday, I was like, PK and Sark were in their bag on how they were trying to stop this team. What stood out to you on the defensive side of the ball? I know about the pressure, but who would you have given game balls to if you had to?
I mean, I think the easy answers are probably Anthony Hill or Ethan Burke, two young guys who are definitely coming around. But I love the way. I mean, I love watching Jade Barron play. I think he's a fun, big highlight guy. Can hit and cover. Always seems to have a turnover at the right time. Jaron Thompson is kind of the leader. In that secondary, it helps to have a Jaron Thompson and a Jalen Catalong, two old guys as your top two safeties. And Jaron obviously had that big pick that kind of when Alabama desperately needed a response, that pick set up another score and kind of helped Texas just kind of finally just take control of the game. So I mean, if there was one game ball, I mean, you'd have to just get out the axe or whatever you use to cut up a football and divide it up 5 or 6 different guys. And I think we did our podcast yesterday, and said Golden gave his game ball to Steve just for kind of how he made a game plan and how the team kind of married his aggressiveness and all of that stuff. But I think PK deserves some love. Like, it wasn't too long ago that I don't know exactly what your thoughts were on the matter, but probably you, every other member of the media, every single fan that's going to go into DKR wanted that guy on the first plane back to Wyoming. And there was some fans who would have helped him pack if given that opportunity. But Texas obviously was not impatient with him, stuck it out, and they got over those growing pains from that first year. And it helps now that there's staff continuity. It helps now that those players are, the Jalen Fords, Jaron Thompsons, the Devondre Sweats. Those guys are all in year 3 in this system, and then you can bring along those young phenoms they've signed, the Anthony Hills, Ethan Burke in year 2 now, and it just seems like everything's kind of meshing together, which was not something that I think a lot of us saw. I mean, I don't think if you had asked me coming off the field after that Kansas loss, how many points do you think they're going to hold Alabama to the next 2 years? I can tell you, I would not have guessed 20 and 24. I may have guessed combine that and double it by 2, and that may be the over under. And so that's a credit to this coaching staff as well as the players who had to go out there and execute and make the plays.
I'm glad you brought that up about PK, because yes, I was one of those guys just like you that was like, wait, how does nobody ever do their research when they come to the Big 12 to understand that the Big 12 is not what you thought it was going to be? These guys like to run the football. Yes, they throw it to set up the run, and sometimes the run is the setup for the pass. So I was with you on that. But the other part of it too, and this is another reason why I was really big on PK and what he was able to design, was the fact that last year the whole conversation was about Gary Patterson. It wasn't about PK. It was Gary had a whole offseason to look at this film, and maybe PK did too, but it was his game plan. It was his players going out and executing it. And I've been preaching what you just said too, Danny, the entire time. Everybody was quick to change, but not understanding that every time you bring in a new defensive coordinator, the defense is having to learn, and they don't play free. They play slow. And so they don't want to make that mistake. They think they see what they thought they saw, but now they just go and react to it. And that to me is why this team, because everybody's keep talking about, man, they look fast. They look fast. It's because they're just playing now.
And I will say, just going off that, and I don't know if I'm in the minority. I don't know if I'm in the majority. I don't know where I am as far as his opinion, but I hated that Gary Patterson storyline last year. I thought it was so overplayed and so overrated. I'm sure Gary did contribute to the success, and it did help to have him in the room and as a resource and stuff like that. But on the list of reasons I think this defense has got better, Gary is far down the list, and I think it was disrespectful to give him that much credit. I think it was disrespectful to the coaches. I thought it was the coaches. That was disrespectful to the players, because the players are out there making the plays, and the coaches, like I said, I think the continuity among them helped. I thought the scheme, it's PK's scheme, and Gary Patterson was not the reason why this defense got better. He he might have contributed, but I think he got far too much credit from some of us in the media who like Gary and wanted to keep those ties, but on the list of reasons why I think this defense made a turnaround, Gary is far down my list, but that's just my personal thought on that.
Yeah, Gary's spending a lot of time with his TCU buddies here lately. Every time I look up on social media, he got the Horned Frogs up. So I don't know what's Gary doing now, but I know he's enjoying that retirement. So now let's fast forward. We need to move forward. I know everybody's still talking about Bama, and fans should be. They should continue to enjoy it. But the players, they've got to put their focus on the Wyoming Cowboys as they come here to play at DKR. And you sit here and you look at this team, and you truly don't know what to think of them, because you see what they did against Texas Tech, and you look at the numbers that they put up and going to double overtime, and they win that game. And then next week they play Portland State, and it's only a 31-17 type of game. What is it that you see from this Wyoming team from the time that you've been kind of scouting and paying attention to them that Longhorn fans should expect?
Hey, look, Texas has the most talent on this team. That's not breaking news. No one just fell out of their chair when I
can't believe you said that, Danny.
Yeah. And Texas should win. And Texas, I mean, I heard the spread's like in the 20s or whatever like that. I don't want to say
28.
cover that spread or whatever. But, the thing that Wyoming does have for them is I don't think Wyoming is going to be scared of Texas. I think that helps when you beat a team like Tech a couple weeks ago. I think that probably gave them a lot of confidence and a lot of swagger. And, this Portland State game, I haven't gone back and watched the film, but maybe they were caught looking ahead maybe to this week as opposed to taking care of a, mediocre FCS school. And that's maybe why that score was a little bit too close, which may serve as a warning to Texas not to look ahead to conference play and to take care of the team that they have coming in. But, Wyoming has a couple nice players. There's some players that, showed a couple of years ago when Isaiah Dayer transferred over here that, if they jumped at the portal, I'm sure Steve and his staff would look at. I mean, they do have a graduate transfer at quarterback who's very confident, having a pretty decent season. They have some nice linebackers. They have a really good kicker. So if the field goals aren't going to win this game, can't get into the field goal shootout, but if someone needs to make a kick, they definitely probably have confidence that can get done. And like I said, after opening the season against Tech with a win in the game, I'm sure not many people outside of Laramie thought they were going to win. They're going to come in here, and I'm sure that they've been reminded that Tech beat Texas last year, and that Texas has had a history of coming up short in some situations when they shouldn't, and so I'm sure they're going to come in here thinking that they can win this game. And Texas is gonna. They don't need to pull out all the stops, I don't think, but they definitely need to take this Wyoming team seriously. And I would assume that, the second that they got to practice on Monday, Steve was telling them to flush all the Alabama talk and all the Alabama. Some of the players couldn't because they had to come talk to us a couple hours later.
Right.
But as soon as they got done with the media on Monday, I'm sure Alabama has not been mentioned in that locker room once. And they've been trying to give Wyoming their due respect so that they can go take care of business this weekend, which I believe they will.
Yeah, I believe so too. And the spread is 28. Somebody asked me about it the other day, and to your point, you're like, Texas has the best athletes on the field. They should be able to go out there and play. Now, the mental part of it and being dialed in to make sure that you do what you're supposed to do. Now, that's going to come on some of those players, and that's that leadership. And we always talk about player-led team is a team that normally has a lot of success. But if those player-led teams don't have good players, it don't matter, right? And this team definitely has good players. So, Danny, before I let you go, man, what are your biggest keys that you are truly looking at moving forward? What have you seen in the rest of the Big 12? Because you brought it up, Texas should be favored in every game. I don't know if it's going to be 7 or 27 moving forward. But as you look across the landscape of the Big 12, what are some of your intriguing storylines right now?
I mean, you do wonder, where exactly a team like Tech is at. It's been very underwhelming so far this season. And then you kind of wonder, hey, is Oklahoma back? Are they that team that was last year, or was that just everything went wrong and Dylan Gabriel got hurt, and that wasn't really the product that Oklahoma should have been put on the field? Are they going to be a force to be reckoned with in the middle of October? I mean, I think Kansas State is sitting right there, and they deserve everyone's attention. I'm not quite buying into the Kansas hype. I mean, I know there's a lot of people talking that Kansas with Jalen and just kind of what he does at quarterback can be a team to threaten Texas. I don't necessarily buy that, but that's another team that'll be interesting to see when they come into DKR in a couple of weeks, because that's a team, because of what happened 2 years ago, that definitely is not going to be intimidated and is going to feel that they have a shot at winning.
My man got an Applebee's deal right after that. That was before NIL.
They made us ignore what happened last year and just focus on what happened 2 years ago when they had their quarterback. So I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who challenges Texas and if Texas can live up to those expectations, because I think the Big 12 is down this year, but that doesn't mean that Texas is going to cakewalk through this conference. There's definitely teams that are talented enough that on any day they can definitely take it to Texas, and that's going to be the Kansas States, the Kansases, the Techs. I thought Tech was going to be a lot better going into the season. I thought that was probably the one game that I thought Texas needed to be really concerned with. So maybe they get back to where they're supposed to be, and we'll see what happens in Dallas, because that's definitely one of those games where the last 2 years will tell you who the hell knows what's going to happen in that game. So it's gonna be fun to cover this team over the next 2 months and see kind of where they are, and maybe one of these new teams, a BYU. I don't think Houston, but a BYU can come in here and make some noise. So we'll see. It should be fun.
Pay attention to UCF. UCF is another one of those teams that I followed over the last few years, and even when Dylan Gabriel was there, that's why I believed when Oklahoma got Dylan Gabriel. I said this might be a guy that can fit into their offense. The biggest story for me is what is really going on with Baylor. What are the Baylor Bears? I know they lost their quarterback, Blake Shapen, but that ain't the only reason why they're losing ball games. So I'm real interested to see how that Baylor ball game for Texas is going to play out next week too. So, Danny, tell everybody where they can follow you and where they can find all your work.
Yeah, statesman.com. If you want to find me on the cesspool that is Twitter, I'm at _ Danny Davis. And I mean, I'm on Instagram and Facebook, but I don't let people from the outside into that world. So you don't need to bother with that. But I'm on Twitter. Obviously, our work on statesman.com. There's always coverage and Longhorn related stuff there. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Well, I appreciate you jumping on and taking the time. I know you're a busy man, and I look forward to this weekend. And like you said, I look forward to following this team over the next couple of months, because I have a feeling we're going to be in for a joyous ride that we hadn't had in a very long time.
Yes.
Appreciate you, Danny.
All right, man. I'll see you later. Thanks for having me.
There's my man, Danny Davis, breaking it down about the Texas Longhorns, what he's seen so far, and the expectations of this team. I'm with Danny on that, though. When you sit back and you look at this Texas football team and how the leadership is going to fall, he's right. Coach talked about it on Monday, where he was saying that he named off 11 guys that are able to come in and talk about leadership and what's next and how they're going to improve and who's going to do this and that. Those are the types of things that I continue to look at as this team grows. Because the question is, are you going to fall for the cheese? Are you going to take the cheese or rat poison or whatever you want to call it? And I don't think this team is going to do that. And the reason why I don't think this team is going to do that is because of the leadership in there. Because I remember hearing Jalen Ford talk about the fact that we didn't finish games before. Now you got a chance to finish a game against one of the top teams in the country year in and year out. You got an opportunity to do so, and your team showed up. So I think that's a huge, huge step in the right direction for them. Now they can go back to the drawing board, still clean up some of those problems, and then dial in on Wyoming, because you still have this opportunity to win 3 games for the first time in non-conference in a very, very long time. And then you prepare for a Baylor team that is wounded. They're wounded. Their quarterback is out. I really can't wait to see Sawyer Robertson talk to his dad and former teammate of mine, and I can't wait to see this young man play. But if he's paid attention to that offense, that defensive line that Texas has right now, it's not going to be a pretty sight. That's for doggone sure. But let me tell you how to get a pretty sight. My man, Tom McKay at AV Consultations. If you want to make sure that you want to have a home theater, lighting, anything that is technologically, you want to be more savvy with your technology and watch all these beautiful games. Thursday night football is coming up, MLB playoff races. Whether you're at a bar, you're going to see Tom McKay's work. So go to AV Consultations. That's avconsultations.com, or give them a call at 512-255-8678. And that way you can have your man cave, your woman cave, your she shed, however you want to get it all set up. Tom and his crew will bring it to you. That's avconsultations.com or 512-255-8678, and let Tom and his crew hook you up. You know what I'm saying. Make sure you reach out to him. Before I let you go, I want to talk a little bit about the New York Jets and where should they go. It is a true question that every New York Jet fan is asking themselves. And the reason why they're asking themselves this is because they had expectations. They were looking to see their team win multiple games, like Super Bowl fantasies, Joe Namath days. But you know what they do have? They have that sack exchange. You remember that sack exchange. Joe Klecko, Mark Gastineau, my kinfolk Darrell Ray was on that team. You sit there and you look at this New York Jets defense and you say, this is a top 10, top 5 type of defense, the way that they play with Sauce Gardner on the outside, Quinnen Williams on the inside. They were in the backfield and they got playmakers all over the field. But the biggest question is quarterback. They went all in on a 39-year-old Aaron Rodgers. I went all in on a 39-year-old Aaron Rodgers. You know why? Because he was my quarterback on 2 different teams. And by the way, both of those teams sucked this past weekend because I didn't have Aaron Rodgers. I was going to win those games, but Aaron Rodgers got hurt. But that's me being selfish. But as I look at what's going on with the New York Jets, I believe in Zach Wilson. As I told you yesterday, my biggest question mark now is how much time is Aaron Rodgers going to pour in to young Zach Wilson? They looked like they had a great time on Hard Knocks. They looked like they worked well. He was trying to teach him certain things. Aaron Rodgers giving him crap about his headband and all this other stuff. How much is he going to pour in to him? But I see you, Ike. I had him too, bro. Ike said the same thing. Said I had that fool on 2 teams as well. Loss. But I might go get Jordan Love. Yeah, how ironic is that? But here's the deal. I posted this yesterday, and I said, as soon as it happened, as soon as everybody talked about it, I said they need to go get Jameis Winston. And I know a lot of people don't like Jameis Winston. Let's not forget he was a Heisman Trophy winner. I think Jameis Winston can get the ball to those playmakers, and I think Jameis Winston has been around enough coaches now to understand the importance of taking care of the ball. It was risk it, no biscuit before with Bruce Arians. Other teams have told him, man, be careful with the football. Everybody wants my man Styles talking about Tom Brady. How will Tom Brady do that after he just got inducted into the Pats Hall of Fame? They retired. Did they retire his jersey? I don't know. But he was just there in Foxborough running on the field, doing his arm pump. If he comes back, he probably needs to come back for the Patriots, but I digress. So there's some odds that are out there. And I said Jameis Winston. I posted it, said it. Go get Jameis. And Jameis Winston is the odds-on favorite right now to go and be the quarterback for the Jets. Now, he'll come in as a backup, but I still believe that Zach Wilson should get an opportunity. I mean, you drafted him. You spent a lot of money on that draft. You have draft capital with him. Use him. I know he's terrible, but you got a running game. You got 2 running backs that are 3 actually, but 2 really good ones in Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook. You got a playmaker on the outside. You have parts there. And your run game is way better than your passing game. And the reason why I say that is because your offensive line was terrible the other night. And I say terrible. So to me, you go get Jameis if you need to. Carson Wentz is out there at plus 700. Nick Foles plus 700. Colt McCoy, Longhorn fans, at plus 750. Joe Flacco, who was there, knows the offense. Well, I don't know, because you got a new offensive coordinator in Paul Hackett that was brought in for Aaron Rodgers. Now everybody's trying to adjust to his scheme, and another quarterback that'll come in will have to adjust to it. Taysom Hill and Cooper Rush, Teddy Bridgewater, Taylor Heineke, all come in at plus 1,000. Marcus Mariota, that's a name. Believe he's in Philadelphia right now. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I don't know. Andy Dalton, the red rifle, is still out there. Do you think that's it? Cam Newton's out there, folks. No, they're not going to do that. And the one that I think that they're going to try to go get, and I'm just joking, Tim Tebow. Go get you some Tim Tebow. That guy is ready to go. I don't know, but I hate it for the New York Jet fans. I know that you guys have already bought your tickets to Vegas because you thought you were going to the Super Bowl. I had you guys winning the division, even with Tua and Tyreek and the way that they've been going about their business. I'm sitting there thinking about that. But if I was a betting man, and I've been known to dabble in it, and my cousin has as well, I like the odds for Nick Foles, Carson Wentz, and Jameis Winston. But most importantly, I think Jameis Winston or Marcus Mariota would be the right choice. Because everything else is just like bleh, bleh. Still ride with Zach Wilson. I know nobody likes Zach, but I like Zach. Let me bring in my man Trey Elling and ask him as you get ready to prepare for Trey and BK coming up next right after Hangin with Hardge. Trey, what are your thoughts with the New York Jets situation and those odds that I just mentioned about possible quarterbacks for them to bring in? You're muted, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Now I got you, my brother.
Sorry about that. Remind me of the odds real quick, if you don't mind.
So Jameis Winston at plus 300, Carson Wentz at plus 700, Nick Foles at plus 700, Colt McCoy and Joe Flacco at 750 and 800.
Joe Flacco.
He was there. Don't forget. He was there.
Foles, what are we doing here, folks? Jameis Winston makes a lot of sense. He does. I am disappointed that the Saints didn't give Jameis more of a chance these last couple of years. I would like to see him in a situation like that. But I think Colt McCoy, in terms of a short-term solution until you figure out something longer term in terms of this season, right, I think that might make a lot of sense also. And I get you wanting to give Zach Wilson that one more chance, but unfortunately, he looked like a guy who was completely unprepared to play on Monday night. And I think that he would be a major limiting factor in what the Jets might be able to accomplish this year. Because as much as the buzz was around Aaron Rodgers, they did a really good job of building up this roster, especially on the offensive side of the ball in the offseason. And if you leave it in Zach Wilson's hands, it's all going to go for naught.
I think the reason why Zach Wilson was unprepared is probably because he didn't get any reps in practice, because it was game week. You knew that Aaron Rodgers was going to take all of the plays as he normally does at that time. So it was definitely something to pay attention to, see if he had a full week of preparation. But let's be honest, Micah Parsons is looking at him as raw meat this week, and I can't wait to see about it. My man Trey and BK coming up next, right after Hanging with Hardge. And as I always say, don't believe everything you see, because even salt looks like sugar. Peace.
There he goes. There he goes. There you go. And here you are. Welcome in to another edition of Trey and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered. It is Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. Trey and I are taking you all the way until 1 o'clock before we hand things off to Chip and Zay in the very first episode of Fire the Cannon, coming your way from 3 to 5 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the TSU app. Trey, what's going on, brother? You got your internet back on. It's good to see you.
Internet is back, BK, and I think just based on the first minute or so of you talking and you not cutting out all over the place, that we're in a better spot now in terms of the modem and Wi-Fi. All of that is now in the same room as me versus a couple rooms away. So we'll see if Spectrum has their shit together enough to help make this a reality going forward. it's been a weird 24 hours for me, BK, with regards to not only dealing with Spectrum, but also just being out and about. And it's almost like I have a target on my back of people just doing really ignorant, stupid things that impacts me, and then choosing to double down on the stupidity after that too.
Okay, well, I've got some questions. First of all, I will say I was a little nervous when Hardge brought you on and he asked you a question and you weren't talking or weren't saying anything, but that was a simple mute issue. So good that that's resolved. And yeah, hopefully Rectum has your internet resolved too, because that's necessary to live in today's society. But I need some details, man. I need some stories. You did text me before the show today saying that you've got some live confrontations that you needed to address during our program today. So you have the floor. What happened?
I don't know if anybody else deals with this, but I feel like the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme song is going off between my ears. I don't know, a good 3 to 4 hours of the day. So it starts with me getting coffee first thing this morning after taking the kids to school. Go to get coffee. It's just after 7 o'clock, so the coffee shop is pretty empty. And I go to this place called Red Horn that is near me in Cedar Park. Great spot for coffee. They also are a brewery too, have really good beers. But I only typically go there for the coffee. I'm more of a Whitestone Brewery guy for the other stuff. But I go in first thing this morning. I'm pretty much the only person in this place. There may have been one other patron. And so I park in a spot that is right next to the door. But there are, 10 to 15 other open spots in this little parking lot where Red Horn is located. Well, I get out of my car, go and get my coffee. And as I'm leaving, I open the door for a gentleman who is about to go in. And he says, "Thank you for holding the door open." And I said, "No problem." Then I turn to walk to my car 10 steps away. And I see that there is a car that is literally just idling. Like it's double parked in front of my car to where I can't get out of my space. Now, mind you, there are 10 open parking spots all within a couple more steps of the door from that very front space. But this guy chooses to park right in front of my car. So I turn around real quick.
Hold on. Okay, so you can't back out of the spot. The only way out is to go forward, and he is in front of your car.
Yeah, so my car is parked like this. It's backed in. The coffee shop is below, and he is parked like perpendicular to me to where he is directly in front of my car.
So he's not in a parking spot. He's just in the middle blocking you.
Not in the parking spot. The parking lot isn't full. It's not even close to full. So I turn around real quick and he's already at the counter. And I said, "Excuse me." I said, is your car the one that's idling out there in the middle of the parking lot?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, well, you're actually parked directly in front of me and I'd like to leave." And he said, "Oh, okay, cool." And he turns around as if he's about to order his coffee. And I said, "No, can you actually move it right now? I'm trying to leave here." And he said, "Oh, yeah, I didn't realize you're trying to leave right now, man. No problem." And so we turn and we start to walk. And he's like, "Yeah, man, I'm just in a little bit of a rush this morning." I said, "Okay, that's fine. But are you really saving that much time by not parking in a spot and completely screwing somebody else over in the process?" And he's like, "Man, I'm just in a rush." And I'm like, whatever. I'm not going to continue this because this is somebody who has serious delusions. Is probably just a toxic person in general. And I just don't want to bring them too much into my life first thing in the morning. So I get in my car and he backs his car up to where he's essentially parked in front of a fire zone, but it's a better spot than being parked directly in front of other cars. And as I'm pulling out, I hear him he gets out of his car and I hear him go, "Fuck you, man." And it's like, fuck me. Fuck me for just trying to leave when you're the jackass who's deciding to double park very unnecessarily. What? Because you lead this miserable existence?
You didn't say anything after that?
Dude, I didn't want to further engage this person. Like I wasn't being aggressive. I was just asking him to do like a proper courteous thing by moving his GD car into a regular space versus double parking in front of the only other car in this lot. It was wild, dude. Like I'm telling this story right now, having a hard time believing it. But here's the thing. I've actually seen this guy. I've thought about it. I have seen this guy do this exact same thing in this parking lot before. So rather than me like pick a fight with this dude, because I'm sure he's going to be ready to pick a fight with me next time if he's willing to say fuck you to me calling him out on his bullshit, I'm going to have to say something to the Red Horn people and say, hey, can you please tell this dude to find a parking spot and not double park in front of people just because he's coming in for a quick cup of coffee? Like, sorry.
You want to talk to the manager, Karen? Come on, Karen.
Dude, I don't want to get into a fight with this guy. And if he gets into a physical altercation with me, 1, I will kick his fucking ass. But 2, I don't care to do that. I'm not trying to fight people right now. Just have an ounce of common sense when you're conducting your business and don't completely screw other people over in the process.
How about you take a knife to one of his tires next time he does something like this? Well, I guess then you're really blocked in. Hold on. Make sure he's not parked in front of you when you do that so you can get out. But how about something like that? That sends a message right there.
If his car is idling, it's probably unlocked because it's a hoopty. If I'm being completely honest, it's a piece of shit car. So clearly, like, he doesn't care about the car. I may just get in the car and move it. That may be my next step here. And when he gets upset about it, it can be like, okay, let's go have a conversation in Red Horn and see how the Red Horn folks feel about it. Like, you think your business is that worth it for them for you to act like a complete asshole here?
You should just put his car in neutral and see where it goes. It's God's plan. We'll let the Lord decide what happens to this jabroni.
See where the wind takes it, huh?
Man, I'm a little surprised. You've changed. I can't believe you didn't respond to the FU from him. I figured for sure you would have gotten right out of your car and been like, oh, F me, F you.
I've got shit to do, dude. And like I said, I'm not looking to get into fisticuffs. There's a point in my life, not that I've ever been a big one looks to fight guy, but I would be more willing to, I guess, stand my ground there or continue to let things escalate. But at this point, I'm all about just letting it roll off my shoulders if I can and moving on. Like, I know that when I go back to this coffee shop, inevitably I will see him at some point because my guess is that he goes there in the morning to get coffee, which is why I've seen him there before. But I'm just going to be ready to have a calm conversation with somebody who has a hard time with basic rational thought and logic.
God, that is something else, dude. I love how he thinks he's the only person in a hurry when they're getting coffee in the morning, as if like nobody else has anything else to do for the rest of their day. Everyone's just going to get coffee and hang out for an hour and a half because he's the only person in the world who has stuff he's got to take care of. That's as selfish as it gets, dude. F that guy.
Well, his excuse is complete horseshit anyhow, because it's like, what, you're saving yourself 5 to 10 seconds maybe by not parking in a spot?
Yeah, or just like pull into 6. If you don't want to turn, just pull into like 3 spots and then boom, you're not blocking anybody else and you still don't have to worry about turning the wheel because apparently that's a huge issue for this guy.
He could have done that. He literally could have pulled into 3 or 4 spots, no problem. But instead, he has to be the, gosh, we need to find a sponsor for this. The soon to be sponsored colossal piece of shit of the day, as recognized by me.
I love it. Someone on the text line is calling you a hipster for buying coffee at a shop instead of making it your own. Making your own. Is that a hipster thing?
I mean, hipsters definitely work at coffee shops. I don't know. I think there's people of all ilk who go to coffee shops. Coffee is one of the longest used drugs in human history. Like, people have been enjoying coffee for tens of thousands of years now. I believe the Egyptians were figuring out ways to brew coffee way back in ye old ancient times, BK.
Okay. How are you fact checking this?
In theory, I probably have Googled it in the past, or maybe I heard somebody talking about that, or maybe one of my kids mentioned it as a factoid that they heard it at Lieutenant Dan Patrick Elementary School. Excuse me. It's Rick Perry, former Governor Rick Perry Elementary School here in Cedar Park.
Yeah, I heard the first use of coffee was actually taken by Aaron Burr before his duel against Alexander Hamilton back in the day.
See, I don't
believe Burr was able to win that one. I think he won that. I actually have no idea who won that.
Wait a second. God damn it. You just confused me now. I'm just going to accept that as the reality. Yes. Thank you for sharing another important piece of information with us.
Yes. That's what we do on this show. Oh, man. All right. Before we shift gears and get into some updated Heisman odds and some updated national championship odds, some love to some of our sponsors. Hey, how about this recorded spot from our friend Tom McKay, and his daughter, the kid McKay, from Audiovisual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audiovisual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
There you go. Thanks to AV Consultations for their great partnership with us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And also shout out to our friends at the Altstat Brewery, my choice of beer for football season here in Central Texas. It was my choice of beer for football season when I was living in Houston. It's all over Houston. It's all over the Metroplex. It's all over Central Texas. This stuff is growing like crazy, and with damn good reason. It is a damn good beer. Get your hands on some Altstat beer if you haven't yet. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This stuff is liquid gold. Going to hang out with some of the Altstat guys tomorrow afternoon, working on maybe some remote broadcasts moving forward for Texas Sports Unfiltered. So definitely be on the listen out for that. But shout out to our friends at the Altstat Brewery. It's Altstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. Trey, any other live confrontations you have today, or we moving on to some Vegas odds for college football?
I don't want to let the non-sports stuff to drag on for too long at the start of a show, BK. So instead, I will talk about confrontation number 2 with where we at in society today. And it involves a profession that I am beginning to understand is as authentic as your average weather person, for which Bucky Godbolt now finds himself. This guy has a lot of nerve, dude, saying that it was going to rain on Sunday or Monday all last week. That doesn't happen. And all of a sudden this morning, after it does sprinkle, yes, it did spit on us just a little bit this morning, and apparently overnight too, because the streets were pretty wet here in Cedar Park. He has the nerve to say that he called rain today within the last couple of days. I'm calling Mularkey here, and he is now officially in the category of weather guesser who is riding the coattails of the things that actually happen and making claims that he predicted this to begin with.
Oh, that's coming up at 12:50. And where are we at in society today? Yeah, the Buck is asking for people to praise him for the rain that dropped across Central Texas overnight. He thinks he deserves the credit for that happening.
He said that he called Thursday, but whenever he calls a day, he's given 24 hours each way to be proven right. He didn't even call Thursday. That dude didn't know what Thursday was last Thursday, so he doesn't get to call Thursday.
Oh my God! Yep, with the transgender amnesia he is dealing with. Oh, that'll be fun. All right, let's get into these Vegas odds for Longhorn football. We'll start with the individual award, and then we'll get to the team stuff. How about this updated Heisman Trophy odds following the second week of the college football season? The favorite, well, it's the guy who was the favorite going into the season and the guy who won the award last year, Caleb Williams. He's awesome. Like all of the hype, all of the buzz that we heard about Caleb Williams all off season long, both in college and from NFL people, it's legit. This dude is worth it. He has lived up to it. He has been spectacular through 3 weeks. They've played 3 games, right? Texas, most people have played 2, but obviously USC was one of those teams that opened up in week 0. Caleb Williams putting up ridiculous numbers again here in 2023. Number 2, right behind Caleb Williams, Jordan Travis, quarterback at Florida State. Obviously a big-time win for the Noles against the LSU Tigers in that standalone game on Sunday night of Labor Day weekend. You backed it up with another solid performance there. Jordan Travis, is number 2. And then number 3, the third best odds currently in Vegas to win the most prestigious individual award in college football, Quinn freaking Ewers, who was 18-1 last week after the Rice game. He jumped all the way up to 8-1, which once again has him third behind only Caleb Williams and Jordan Travis. Trey, does that feel accurate with what we've seen from Quinn thus far?
Considering the game that he had at Alabama and leading the Longhorns to a double-digit victory in Tuscaloosa, something that hasn't happened in nearly 20 years since before Nick Saban was there, absolutely. I can see the justification for Quinn Ewers as having the third best Heisman odds. I would maybe even give him second best right now, BK, but I'm not going to be bothered by the fact that he's one spot lower. The big thing for Quinn now is showing this level of consistency when we're talking about games that aren't on the biggest stage under the brightest lights. He has played his best games now at Alabama, that bowl game against a good Washington team. It's maybe one of the better non-New Year's 6-day matchups of bowl season. And then also Oklahoma last year, and then the very first time around against Alabama before he got hurt. So that's great. And you want a dude who is most clutch in situations like that. But we need to see that carry over to Wyoming this weekend, and then to Baylor after that, and hopefully Kansas after that, and then on to Oklahoma and through the rest of the schedule too.
Yeah. Agreed. 100%. 100%. Like, Quinn Ewers was awesome against Alabama last year. The problem for Texas was he only got to play for a quarter. He got to play for all 4 quarters this year and was spectacular against the Crimson Tide. And like you said, he helped Texas do something that hadn't been done in that building in decades, plural. So, yeah, he deserves to be in this conversation right now. But also, look, the Heisman's not an individual week award. It's what you do over the course of an entire 12-game season. If Quinn Ewers is able to build on that performance in Tuscaloosa, then yeah, he's got a very, very good shot to, at minimum, be in New York at the end of the year. And he had a better week than Jordan Travis. Like, Florida State coasted to a 66-13 win over Southern Miss, and Travis only threw for 175 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, they brought in the backup early. It's not like Travis played bad. They just were routing Southern Miss to the point where Travis didn't have to play all that much. But obviously Ewers, you look at what he was able to do regardless of opponent, but when you take opponent into consideration, that stat line, 24 of 38 for 349 and 3 touchdowns, no turnovers as well. He could be number 2 if you really wanted him to. And you could argue that what he did was the best individual game performance we've seen from a quarterback thus far this season.
Yeah, I think you can make a great argument for that. Out of curiosity, where did Michigan QB Cade McNamara end up on the Heisman odds, BK?
Talking about J.J. McCarthy?
Oh, wait a second. No, who is Cade McNamara? Cade McNamara is for, oh my goodness, I've screwed this up majorly now.
McNamara, used to be at Michigan,
is now the Iowa starting quarterback. That did seem strange coming out of my mouth, as did that. But Cade McNamara, I'm guessing not anywhere on the Heisman odds. Maybe he should be, though, based on the press conference that he gave. I believe this was yesterday. Have you seen the audio and video of this just yet?
I have not.
Jeez, JJ McCarthy, what a damn.
Oh wait, we actually have this. I think Hardge may have played this during his show earlier today.
I just loaded it in. Yeah.
So you did.
If you want to go ahead and click play here, we may have a new Midday with Trey and BK favorite quarterback in college football other than Quinn Ewers for at least a week.
You know, our level of communication up front and with the backs, and, you know, really everyone just being on the same page, because we know these guys are going to come a lot. I mean, there's but I mean, we have to be on key with our hots. We got to be on key with our protection. So, damn it, I was not expecting that, but yeah, we'll be.
Oh man,
Cade McNamara with the Freudian, slip. Perhaps we understand why, because he used to be at Michigan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, now we maybe understand why things didn't work out more for him with the Wolverines. Perhaps a little bit distracted by the faux pas there.
Yeah, they're going to come a lot. It's Iowa State didn't do that. They couldn't beat Iowa. They're awful right now. I think I'd bet on Lake Travis to beat Iowa State right now. And boy, if we lose to them in November, this audio is going to come back to bite me for sure.
We are not losing to Iowa State in November. Most years, I do not feel good about saying that. Iowa State is terrible this year. They're decent defensively. They are so bad on offense, though.
Yeah. Well, to answer your question, Cade McNamara is nowhere close to the Vegas Heisman odds list. He's probably in the field category because no Iowa quarterback, as long as Kirk Ferentz is the head coach, is going to even be in the discussion for the Heisman Trophy. I will give the rest of the top 5. J.J. McCarthy is number 5.
Okay.
And Michael Penix Jr., you brought up the Alamo Bowl last year. Of course, Washington over Texas. Penix played a great game in that one. He's off to a great start this year for the Huskies, who are really freaking good. I feel like not a lot of people are talking about Washington right now. We talked about it on Monday. The Pac-12's got 8 teams ranked in the top 25. UW is one of them. They've got a damn good shot to win that conference this year, and they should be viewed as a CFP threat this season.
Completely agreed with that. And Michael Penix has been doing it going back to his time at Indiana. He suffered an injury that second year after his coming out party, and unfortunately was never able to get things back on track in Bloomington. But I'm glad to see him revive his college career at Washington. He was good last year, and he's been even better this year so far. He is one of the more fun players to watch in the sport right now.
Agreed. So those are your top 5 for Heisman odds right now. Caleb Williams 1, Jordan Travis 2, Quinn Ewers 3, Michael Penix Jr. 4, J.J. McCarthy number 5. The non-quarterback with the best odds is Marvin Harrison Jr. at 22-1. He's got the 9th best odds in college football. Travis Hunter tied for the 10th best odds in college football. Both of those guys, obviously, really, really good players. And, Travis Hunter, one of the biggest stories. He might not win the Heisman because it feels like that's a quarterback award nowadays, but that guy keeps doing what he's done over the first couple of games, then people are going to continue to talk about him, and rightfully so.
I saw the Shohei Ohtani of college football label a little bit earlier today. And look, I mean, I guess it fits because he is a two-way guy, and he's really good going in both directions, but maybe not to Shohei Ohtani level just yet.
He goes in both directions, huh? Swings both ways. Is that what you're saying?
Plays for both teams, if you catch my drift.
How do you know that?
Well, he plays for the offensive team and the defensive team.
That's the same team, though. I think you're talking about something different. What did Brett McMurphy tweet something out about Travis Hunter's orientation?
Well, apparently during fall practice, BK, when offense is going against defense, Travis Hunter would play with himself and he would play against himself on each side of the ball, too.
There's only one of him, though. He can't be on both teams in that case.
Yeah, you may be right about that.
Yeah, I don't know if he's playing with himself either. I feel like I've watched both Colorado games, and I did not see that. I don't think I was looking for that, so maybe that's my bad, but I did not see that happen either. Like that would have made the rounds on X, maybe a couple of different X's if that was actually going on the sideline.
Is his quarterback ahead of him in terms of Heisman odds?
Yes, Shedeur Sanders is number 6, right behind J.J. McCarthy after a couple of weeks college football. All right, what about national championship odds, Trey? Let's go from the individual stuff to the team stuff. Care to guess who the Vegas favorite to win it all is right now?
Michigan.
Care to guess again?
Georgia.
There you go. You're performing a bit, right, by picking not Georgia?
No, but I'm clearly not on top of the sports today with my Cade McNamara mistake from a few minutes ago.
Oh, man. Well, that one's forgivable because, no one cares about Iowa quarterbacks. But no, Georgia the favorite. Michigan is number 2, so you're not too far off. Florida State, number 3. And, I mean, this basically follows the AP poll. Texas, right now, the 4th best odds to win the national championship, just slightly ahead of Ohio State, who is 5th. This kosher?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think you could make the argument that Texas has better national championship odds than Florida State right now because they have the bigger early season win. But just like with the AP poll that we talked about a couple of days ago, ultimately it doesn't matter that much. If you're the Longhorns, you keep taking care of your business, eventually those odds will get closer and closer to even. And if enough teams lose in front of you, you'll eventually find yourself with the best odds, which is just more rat poison to potentially consume.
Oh, yeah. I saw you tweet out about rat poison earlier. Texas football posted a really badass mini movie from Texas's upset victory over Alabama on Saturday night. It's almost 4 minutes long. I wish we could play it here, but copyright sucks and YouTube. I shouldn't say YouTube sucks. They're going to take this video and the whole channel down. So we love you, YouTube overlords. But we're worried about copyright with them. But I encourage you to check it out. But yeah, Trey, it's the ultimate rat poison, man. It's Wednesday, but Texas fans and even the Texas social media team still riding high from what happened last Saturday.
Yeah, that video is freaking awesome. It's why I retweeted it with the words "fucking rat poison," glorious, glorious rat poison. Because that got me hype once again. I mean, I was feeling like it was Saturday night at about 9:45 going through that video one more time. So kudos to the Longhorn football social media team and videographers and everybody else involved with that when y'all hit a home run there.
Yeah, like I was at 7-Eleven earlier today. I was looking for some rat poison, man. I was seeing if they had that flavor of Slurpee because I'm trying to drink it. Like, I'm all in on this rat poison. I can't stop. I'm feeding it, man.
So you're giving yourself a burnt orange Kool-Aid bath these days, like I have been for a couple weeks now. Just pour it all over your face, get it all over your body.
Yeah, I now think they'll go 10-2 instead of 9-3. It's one of the games I thought they would lose was the game in Tuscaloosa. They won that one, so that means 10-2.
What are the two losses again?
I don't know. Kansas State, before the season, I said Kansas State and TCU. I don't know if TCU is a loss now because of what their defense looks like this season. But that was what I said when we made our preseason picks for this team, and we kind of played the win-win, loss-win game that every fan plays for their respective team before the season starts. I had Bama, I had K-State, and I had the Horny Toads.
Watching Kansas State a little bit now, I'm less worried about that game. I already wasn't to begin with because Kansas State does typically struggle here in Austin. They're really small on that defensive line right now. So I feel like for them to win that game in November, it's going to require them to get into a shootout with Texas. And I don't think that they have the skill guys to hang for all 4 quarters if that turns out to be the case.
Yeah, look, Texas is better. I won't argue against it. Obviously, having the game here in Austin would be advantage Texas, and the Longhorns have beaten K-State 6 years in a row, right? We could never beat K-State, and now we never lose to K-State. So Texas will be favored in that one, and you're right. They've got better talent than the Purple Cats do, but I don't know. There's a slip-up game, right? There's a slip-up game. I hope it's just one. They can afford one. They can lose a game and still make it to the playoff. Matter of fact, if they lose a game and win the Big 12, they're going to make the playoff. I said it before the season started, and I'll say it now, especially because they have an at Alabama win on the resume. They're getting in if they just have one slip up. The hope is, obviously, you want them to go undefeated. That goes without saying. But the hope is they only need one mulligan because you don't get a second mulligan in college football. It's obvious. I know people have tried to make the case for Alabama with 2 losses in years past, including last year. Same thing with Ohio State. And I'm sure people will be doing that with Texas if that's what happens this year. But in the 4-team playoff, this is obviously the last year we have to deal with this, but in the 4-team playoff, there has never been a 2-loss team make it. That's not going to change this year. There are too many good teams for that to happen. So 1 mulligan, that is it. But it'd be really nice if they had none because we expect them to be favored in all of their remaining games.
Yes, we do.
Ohio State's 5th, USC, Penn State, Alabama, Notre Dame, LSU. Those are your rounding out of the top 10 for Vegas odds right now to win the CFP National Championship this year.
Wow, LSU ahead of Washington, huh?
Just barely. LSU is at 33-1. Washington is at 40-1. So yeah, even Alabama and LSU with their 1 loss ahead of a number of different teams, including Oregon, Washington, Oklahoma, Tennessee. And how about Colorado, who was 100-1 when the season started? They weren't even on the board in January. Now they are 66-1, which isn't a huge improvement, but they're in the top 15 to 20 in terms of teams with the best odds to win the CFP National Championship this year. So what a start for Deion Sanders. That's obviously been the story in college football going on. All right. What else you got?
I was just going to say, if you are betting on Colorado to win the national championship, it's cute. You're pissing your money away. It's cute, but I'm glad that we're able to have this conversation 2 weeks in the season. Deion having early success in the sport is great for the sport because it gives us one more thing to talk about.
Oh,
but
sure.
They're at least a couple of years away, right, from competing along those lines. As fun of a story as this has been up to this point.
Yeah. Look, congratulations to you if you have an over 3.5 win ticket for the Colorado Buffaloes this year. Like that, they should already be cashing those in Vegas right now. But yeah, if you've got a ticket for Colorado to win the national championship, that's a waste of time. If you want to make that bet, I will take that bet. You don't have to go to Vegas. You don't have to call anybody else. Just let me know, and I will take your money. I mean, your bet for Colorado to win the national championship this year. It ain't happening.
I like how it's your cousin who places all the bets, but you're willing to go literal bookie on these airwaves. That is a special brand of degen, my friend.
That's legal, right? You can take bets in Texas. You just can't make bets in Texas.
Sure.
Yeah. Who knows?
Was it Aaron Burr that said that one too?
No, that would have been John Quincy Adams, I believe, who hit us with that nugget back in the late 18th century. Yeah, don't forget about that guy right there. Everyone talks about John Adams, but JQA, not that bad. He was the junior before junior. They added a Quincy as your middle name if you were somebody's son. I think that's how it went in the olden times. All right, before we shift gears and get to some NFL stuff, as the NFL Players Association is calling for change following what happened to Aaron Rodgers on Monday night. Some more shout-outs to a few more sponsors. Trey, how about our friends at Relax the Back?
That's right, relaxtheback.com. That is the website that you should go to, not only to find the nearest Relax the Back location to you here in Austin and Greater Central Texas, but also to see all the different types of things that they will carry in that store. I'm just going to encourage you to find the location, though, and go into Relax the Back because they have great employees who know what they're talking about. They would love to lead you in the right direction, whether you're looking for that comfortable office chair like what I'm sitting in right now, or maybe you're like me and you're in the market for a stand-up desk too. Relax the Back can help out with that and so much more. That includes all those great massage tools of which I have been purchasing from Relax the Back going back 10 to 15 years now. I have been a customer that entire time and will continue to do so because I value what the Relax the Back location nearest me does in helping me to keep my body feeling good. Find out for yourself. Go to relaxtheback.com.
Absolutely. By the way, we have a text line, 512-222-9328. We've got hundreds of people tuning in on the app right now. If you want to get involved with the show, you can do that. 512-222-9328. Feel free to save that number in your phone so you don't have to memorize it moving forward. Shout out to Relax the Back and shout out, of course, to our great friends over at Covert BK. This Friday, another Friday luncheon leading up to a Texas Longhorn football game. We will be out at Covert BK starting at 11:30. Lunch will be provided by our friends at Smoky Moe's Barbecue and Verde's Mexican Parrilla. And joining Texas Sports Unfiltered will be legendary lifetime Longhorn and national champion Casey Studdard. That's right. One of our favorites, a guy who really embodies the unfiltered part of Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's going to be joining us this Friday at Covert BK. Casey will be there taking your questions, talking plenty of Texas football, signing autographs, taking pictures. It'll be a lot of fun. So 11:30 till about 12:30, 12:45. We ended up rolling till 1 o'clock with Michael Griffin last week. It was a ton of fun. Shout out to everybody who came by. And hey, if you missed last week, don't miss this week. Friday, 11:30 at Covert BK, and you get to see their great dealerships as well. 7 dealerships on those 42 acres of beautiful Central Texas hill country. You're going to see a ton of nice cars out there as well that you could look into buying. But come hang out with us this Friday, 11:30, Covert BK. Trey, obviously the big storyline from week 1 of the NFL season happened on Monday Night Football with Aaron Rodgers, the future Hall of Famer, the 4-time MVP, the biggest offseason acquisition in the league this year, going down to a torn Achilles. We found out yesterday that, it in fact was a torn Achilles, and Aaron Rodgers is done for the remainder of the 2023 season. MetLife Stadium, home of the Jets, home of the Giants, that has been a problem place for a lot of NFL teams in years past. It does feel like more people get hurt there than just about any other stadium, maybe outside of Washington, D.C. in the National Football League. And the NFLPA is calling for some change. The new executive director has asked the league to change all of its field surfaces to natural grass in wake of the Aaron Rodgers season-ending injury. MetLife Stadium actually installed a new field surface this year. It's called Field Turf. It's kind of a newer version of turf, but it didn't work because the most important football person in that city is out for the year, in part because the field wasn't great. So the NFLPA trying to make some changes. Golly, Trey, it feels like every other year it's like, oh, we need turf. And then, oh, we need grass. And this one's better. That one's better. Kind of feels like now grass is the move. And obviously the NFLPA is hoping that the league makes sure that everybody has grass fields moving forward.
Thanks for the empty rhetoric, NFLPA. Hey, if you really give a shit about your players, why don't you fight a little bit harder for guaranteed contracts next time you have a new collective bargaining agreement to come to a consensus on?
Well, you don't think they're trying? I mean, if they did that, if the NFL owners conceded that, they'd be playing 30 games a season.
Maybe, but the NFLPA could put its foot down on that one as well. But they do take care of the guys at the bottom a little bit more by conceding the whole guaranteed contracts thing. Look, grass is the best option. It's funny how with each iteration of artificial turf, we keep getting told, oh, this is better for the legs. This is better for the knees. This is better for the joints. Yeah, better for the joints. But ultimately, it's still not as good as natural grass, and it comes with its own set of pitfalls. You know, it's interesting. I understand that MetLife has that reputation. That turf has that reputation. I didn't really look at the Rodgers injury as a result of that turf as much as I did him just getting his leg pulled in a certain direction while his foot was planted on the ground. Now, I guess you could make the argument that the foot was stuck in place because of the turf. It didn't really look like that to me, though. Regardless, any stadium wants to make that change, starting with, I don't know. I'm going to forget about the NFL for a second, BK, and go Dish Falk Field. I would be all for that for the sake of the players, for the sake of the fans, and for the sake of the game itself.
What about DKR, right? That's been a hot button issue for Texas football fans for a number of years, right?
I want it more for Dish than even DKR.
That's how like the Dish.
That's how badly that baseball program needs grass. It is an embarrassment that you have gone so long with turf all over Dish Falk Field, including the supposed dirt around the bases.
Yeah, I'm with you on the joints, by the way. I don't like smoking turf. I usually prefer smoking grass out of my joints, so I do think that's a much better experience for everybody involved. So thank you for looking out for me on that one.
Well, it's what I do. Good thing I was talking about a different sort of joint too. But yeah, we can discuss
other joints. What do you mean joints?
I'm just going to stop talking now because all that's going to do is get me in more trouble, BK.
Yeah, here's the quote from the NFLPA Executive Director Lloyd Howell. Quote, moving all stadium fields to high-quality natural grass surfaces is the easiest decision the NFL can make. The players overwhelmingly prefer it, and the data is clear that grass is simply safer than artificial turf. It's an issue that has been near the top of the players' list during my team visits, one that I have raised with the NFL. End quote. They can't do it mid-season. You know, it is interesting to me that, like, what was the Super Bowl played on in Arizona? Wasn't that grass? It was grass. They just kept rolling it in and out to give it sunlight and to give it what, like that. I'm not making this up, dude. Forget every other year. It's every other month. People are like, grass is better. turf is better. Like we gotta figure this out. I guarantee you there's going to be an incident that happens on natural grass within the next few months where people are like, that's why we should be playing on turf. Like, I don't know what to believe, who to believe, whatever.
Wait, are people actually making the argument that artificial turf is better than grass?
Dude, after the Super Bowl, people are like, what the hell is going on? Just play this on turf so you don't have to worry about the grass.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because
everybody was slipping? Yeah, it was a disaster.
Yeah, it was loose and slippery. That's a maintenance problem more than it is the grass itself problem. It would be my guess here. I don't know for sure, although I do vaguely recall the uproar. And by the way, it was a justified uproar too after that game because the field conditions were just not very good. So that's the additional problem, I guess, with that natural surface is it does take an extra level of upkeep. And if you're not willing to do that, then yeah, I guess you do need to stick with artificial. But considering that stadium in Arizona, I mean, I remember when that stadium was first built, them highlighting how that grass completely rolls out into the outside to allow it to get the 30 to 45 minutes an hour, whatever the amount of sunlight that it needs to get every day to remain healthy is. Maybe that system's been a little bit broken. And so they're having to rely a little more on infrared or other sorts of lights within the stadium itself.
Yeah. What do you think about the NFLPA executive chairman saying that's the easiest decision the NFL could make? I don't know if that'd be at the very top of my list of changes I would like to see in the NFL.
Yeah, it's that level of histrionics that makes you realize that it is a whole lot of empty rhetoric out of the NFLPA. Like they're trying to make it look like they're sticking up for the players, but the reality is that they're not going to push hard or encourage some sort of labor stoppage as a result of guys having to play on an artificial surface versus a grass surface.
Yeah. Glad you brought up the Super Bowl, by the way. Don't forget that the Eagles would have won that game by 40 points if the field was better, because only they were dealing with the field conditions. The Chiefs were actually playing on a different surface, so they didn't have any problems. The Eagles, they would have won by a lot. So just ask any Eagles fan. They will let you know that is the only reason they lost that game.
Most rational fan base in all of sports, right, BK?
Them and Texas Tech. Them and Texas Tech. Trey, I got to ask you before we get to where we at in society here in a few minutes. Are you watching the Texas Rangers again?
I'm keeping an eye on box scores. I just can't help myself. I'm a glutton for punishment, but something seems to be moving there, BK. Something seems to be moving, and that is the Texas Rangers doing a better job as a pitching staff.
How can you see
and also
what's happening in my pants right now? What do you
already win the first two games in Toronto in a pivotal series involving a Blue Jays team that is right there in the playoff hunt too?
Yeah, how about that? Huge win for the Rangers yesterday, because them beating the Blue Jays and taking these first two games of this series means the Rangers now own the tiebreaker over the Jays, regardless of what happens over the next 2 days. So those two teams obviously fighting for playoff positioning right now in the American League. It did suck to see Max Scherzer leave yesterday's game early. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, the Rangers, who I left for dead, you left for dead. I think everybody left for dead. They've won 4 in a row. And if the season ended today, they'd be in a playoff spot. And they're only one game back of the Astros, who can't beat the freaking A's right now. How about the A's going into Houston and taking the series against the Stros? They've got a chance to pull off the sweep tonight at Minute Maid Park. Now, the Astros, who are awesome, they're a 500 baseball team at home this year. They're 18 games over on the road. They are 500 at Minute Maid Park, which has been a house of horrors for everybody not named the Astros over the last 6 or 7 years. This year, it's been the opposite. The Astros just can't win in their ballpark. And, you know, they obviously want to win the division because that probably comes with a first-round bye. But shoot, part of me is like, God, would it be better if the Astros are like the 6th seed and just have to play a million games on the road in these playoffs this year?
Yeah, maybe so. But as far as the Rangers are concerned, dude, like they make it in, then all of a sudden, even though they limped through much of August and into September, considering some of the experience they have on this pitching staff, like, look, the bullpen is going to remain a huge liability, unfortunately. But with as good as this roster is, and them having a group of veteran starters who seem to be able to get it done, You're gonna have to pay attention to what Texas is able to do, and obviously, I've got an added interest this year with the bet that I had you place in Vegas a couple of months ago. But the first goal is to get in. If you get in, then anything can happen in sports.
We know what happens to the Rangers, though. Anything can happen for teams that aren't cursed like the Rangers are, but we know how this thing ends for the Rangers, right?
Will you let a girl dream, please?
Oh, you've changed your identity.
I'm suffering from transgender amnesia right now, apparently.
Oh, man. I saw the joke on the internet yesterday that Josh Allen must be a they, them, because he certainly is not him. I thought that one was pretty good.
Well done there.
Well done, internet, and well done to she, her, Trey Elling. Appreciate that. Hey, before we get to where we at in society today, some love to a few more of our great sponsors. Shout out to centextickets.com. If you're looking for tickets to this Saturday's Texas-Wyoming game, just pull out your phone, open up your computer, open up centextickets.com. It's that simple. They've got them for you right there on site all of the time. Their tickets are 100% guaranteed. They've got you for not only this weekend's game, but every Texas game and every college football, NFL, MLB, whatever game, whatever team you want to see. They've got those tickets on site at centextickets.com. Many thanks to them, and many thanks to Ollie Pop. Love these guys. A great tasting soda that is actually good for you. Yes, that is possible. I didn't think it could happen, but the folks at Ollie Pop have found a way to make it happen. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin, which is like Dr. Pepper, plus grape, cherry cola, cream soda, tons of other unique flavors as well. They've got a ginger ale that people love. This stuff is spectacular. Ollie Pop tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with health benefits as well. There's 9 grams of fiber in every can for digestive health support. Very few sugars, very few calories. I'm telling you, this stuff is built different, as the kids say. There's science behind it. I don't do science. I'm not sure I believe in science, but they've got things figured out at Ollie Pop. Get you some at H-E-B, Target, Costco, Whole Foods, Walmart, wherever you get your groceries. Make sure you find some Ollie Pop. Trey, you teased it earlier. You've got another life confrontation you need to talk about, and we will do that as a part of our final segment on today's midday program.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right, BK. It is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. Perhaps all is not lost. But sadly, today is not that day. As a matter of fact, I don't know what has been in the water or the air recently, BK, but I feel like people in general have been extra recently, as the kids like to say. Extra what? I don't know. Extra asshole is my guess, because people just can't help themselves. It's like everybody's trying to get one over on everybody else. And I'm getting sick and tired of experiencing this in pretty much all walks of life. Like, we've discussed how Spectrum and ESPN have had their thing over the last couple of weeks, thankfully resolved before Monday Night Football. But it's like, who's going to sympathize with either of those organizations right now? It's like everybody is taking on that sort of corporate squeeze what you can out of the other person mentality and just let that be that. And the example that I have from today, well, I already shared another example that is just somebody being a complete jackass. But the example I have today of being the customer at a business and getting treated like, I don't know if I'm an idiot is the right way, or maybe it's looked at as a hipster or a Karen or something completely different. But I had to take my dog Charlie into a vet today, a vet that specializes in surgery, and even more so specializes in ACL repair surgery, because our idiot, annoying dog Charlie tore his ACL. So we're about to have to pay thousands of dollars to get this leg fixed.
Oh,
well, go ahead.
I didn't even know dogs had ACLs.
Yeah, not only do dogs have ACLs, labs tend to deal with a lot of ACL injuries, and then also hip dysplasia injuries too. Shepherds also have a high frequency of hip dysplasia injuries. But Charlie tore his ACL a couple weeks ago, so we've given it time to see if it might heal on its own if it's not an ACL injury, but sure enough, it is. We hear this regular clicking when he's walking around using the back leg. And so I take him into the surgeon's office today for a consultation and to find out what our options are. And while the experience was, I guess, okay in a sense, it was also demeaning in terms of the doctor, the vet, coming into me and talking to me and basically trying to upsell me on this surgery and pinning all sorts of add-ons to what the ultimate cost is going to end up being without understanding that I am the official doctor of Texas Sports Unfiltered. And much of what I know about humans also translates to the candid world as well. So I was asking him relevant questions and kind of catching him in his bullshit throughout this 20 to 30 minute conversation. And unfortunately, a part of this conversation, BK, had to do with him trying to peddle all sorts of medications on me to give the dog: pain medication, anxiety medication, this medication, that medication. And I've been dealing with this BS for a couple weeks now, actually a couple of months, because our dogs have had skin issues this summer, which is probably the result of maybe some allergies, but also how hot it is outside. So I'm reluctant to pay more for medicines than I have to, because they find a lot of different ways to gouge you price-wise when you're talking about going to a vet, which at this point may be on par with used car salesmen. The biggest, in my opinion, is the medicines, which oftentimes end up in the hundreds of dollars range. So at one point, this guy is telling me he's going to give me all these meds. And I'm like, hold on. You're saying that I need to give these meds to my dog the night before the surgery, the morning of the surgery. Give me that many pills. That's how many pills I need. If it's 2 pills, I just want 2 pills. I'm not paying for 100 pills here, because 98 of those pills are inevitably going to end up going to waste. And so he argued with me about it and said these pills can be for future use as well. Of course they can. But ultimately, a number of those pills are going to be wasted. I just want the number of pills that we need to make this surgery happen to where you guys feel comfortable. So we go through that back and forth, ultimately come to the conclusion that we're probably going to do surgery through this group. He tried to upsell me on a cartilage clean out, a scope of his meniscus, which supposedly would help, even though it's going to cause arthritis much quicker. And so finally, we part ways. I go to the front desk to check out, and they try and bring me 100 pills in this container. And I said, no. I told him I don't want 100 pills. I only want the 6 total pills that I have to give this dog the night before and the morning of the surgery. So at this point, the unfortunate physician's assistant has to go back and count out these pills. Maybe I'm being a little bit of an asshole, but I don't want to pay too much money for these pills. Meanwhile, the very clear cat lady at the front desk, who is already flippant about just about everything up to this point, is giving me a very passive attitude about things and giving up and bristling and making these not so subtle reactions to me insisting that I don't need all of this medicine. And so once again, just like with this jackass at the coffee place earlier, I choose not to engage. I choose not to say something, but rather try and kill her with kindness, BK, until she gives me one more bit of attitude based on her computer all of a sudden working again. I laugh in her face, and I said, oh, I'm glad your computer's working again. And she looks at me. She gets wide-eyed. I'm like, don't worry, lady. I'm not going to go after any of your 5 cats. Give me my bill, charge me the $100 some odd and let me leave here.
You said that?
I didn't say that. I was thinking it, though. I was still playing peacemaker. Even though I laughed in her face, I wasn't going to escalate things, but I was going to let her know that if somebody needed to be in control over this situation, it was going to be me, cat lady. It's not going to be you.
You should have told her 2 things. Number 1, I'm a doctor, so I know more than you, assistant. And number 2, I don't even like this damn dog.
Yeah.
That would have shut them up.
I was very close to saying the second one, because the dog expressed his anal glands at some point during the examination, which isn't completely like a dog shitting itself, but it smells wretched. And it's something that requires quite a bit of cleanup. And so I was just like, hey, if we want to play this game, I'll just let this dog hang out and walk around in the waiting room back and forth for another 15 minutes. So you get to smell a dog having expressed its anal glands for the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, I'll get to walk out of this front door, and I'm only going to have to deal with it in my car in my house the rest of the day, which wasn't very good.
What is expressing anal glands? Is that like a queef? What is that?
It is without a dog shitting itself. It's a dog doing everything but shitting itself, including releasing a smell, like very rancid Delta Airlines flight from Atlanta to Spain sort of smell. Very
Oh,
sour.
ew. So fart or shart or something in between?
Yeah. Maybe a dart, dog fart.
He just shoots darts. All right. You got to go, I think. Anal glands.
I do. Just a few minutes early. Great show, BK. Talk to you tomorrow.
You too. There goes Trey, and on comes Zay. Welcome to that, Zay.
Yo, man, of course he leaves me with this. That's just classic Trey, man. Just stories for where we at in society that are just more and more ridiculous, but that's why we love him. But how are you, my guy?
He's the opposite of the Irish goodbye, right? Like the Irish
Yeah.
goodbye is you leave quietly and no one knows you're gone. Now Trey makes sure his presence is absolutely felt by everybody before he leaves. Like he doesn't yell that he's leaving. He just says the most uncomfortable shit in the world and then walks out the door and leaves everybody else to stew on it.
Yeah, it's cold-blooded, man, but that's how he rolls. That's why we love the guy.
Don't say we. I don't think I love him. That's why you love the guy, maybe.
I do, man. That's my man.
I'm good, man. What y'all have coming up this afternoon?
We got a jam-packed show, man. Definitely going over this Wyoming game and see if the Horns have gotten off that Steven Tyler high and have locked back into what's at stake. And that's not only a Big 12 championship, but putting yourself in contention for a college football playoff. They've knocked one big big check off the box, and that's Alabama, obviously. But can they continue it? Will we see a let up? And, what I'm thinking about this Texas team is true, that they got some dogs. This is a different team. This is a different vibe. Then I don't think they'll let up at all. So, yeah, it's going to be fun to talk about that on this Wednesday, preparing for the game.
Where are you at right now in terms of the Vegas line? Texas a 4-touchdown favorite on Saturday. You just said it. You don't think this team's going to have that sort of meltdown type of game or the hangover type of game this weekend. But in terms of Vegas, you think they can cover 4 touchdowns, or you think maybe this one's a little bit interesting for a while?
I think they can cover 4 touchdowns. I've been looking at this Wyoming team a lot lately, and their quarterback, Andrew, what's his name? Andrew Peasley. Yeah, that dude, not the best thrower. And you just faced a guy that wasn't the best thrower, but was way more athletic than this Peasley guy. And they're very similar. Peasley likes to run, but he does not have the athleticism nor speed that Jalen Milroe has. So I'm expecting a lot of turnovers. Like, this is one of those rock, paper, scissors type games if you're a cornerback / safety on who's going to get the interception today. Because Peasley, he'll give it up to you. And I think this defense, man, they're as ferocious as advertised, and they're going to be all over that Wyoming offense.
Well, I'm going to leave you gentlemen with this, to try to pull a Trey and to put you in a tough spot, Zay. I heard you say on Monday that you think Andrew Peasley is a much better college quarterback than Tim Tebow. That's what I heard. And with that, I'm going to leave it to Chip and Zay. Gentlemen, I'm excited to listen. Take it away.
Oh, yeah, baby. The immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us. I'm Chip Brown of Horns247.com, longtime Longhorns insider, joined by the man with the right call at all times, the one and only Zay Collier. What's up, Zay?
Chip, what's good, man? If you didn't just hear BK, if Andrew Peasley acts like Tim Tebow this weekend, then we might have a better game than we thought. But nah, I did not say that. BK, just mucking with y'all. I said that he has Tebow's toughness. He's a tough guy, this Peasley fella.
He is tough as boot leather.
Yeah.
That's what Craig Bowl said. He's tough as boot leather.
That's what I'm talking about. That's my kind of football player right there.
Oh, yeah, man. That dude will he will give up his body I'll tell you what, Zay, I was looking at we got a loaded show for you all today. We got our man John Brown, Cane Protein, 2-time Mr. Universe, father of Equinemius St. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Can't wait to show him my new Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey that my wife got me for my birthday. We've also got Spurs Senior Vice President Brandon James joining the show at 2:15 as the Spurs continue to flex their presence in the great city of Austin, Texas. I didn't realize that Brandon James lives in Austin.
Yeah.
We'll ask him about that. But and how about KD, Kevin Durant, on campus yesterday, Zay?
Big time. That's big time, man. They named the practice facility after him. He loves this city. He loves the university. He was only there for 9 months, Chip. Like, for him to fall in love with it like he has and to always come back. You know, he supports Coach Terry. He was here when Coach Terry was here also. So when it comes to recruiting and stuff, you look at arguably one of the greatest scorers / players of all time coming back to the school that you're getting recruited by. Like, that's a big deal. And yeah, man, he's here. I saw him at the Drake concert last night, which you weren't at that concert, man. It was your birthday. I would think, you know, you hit up Mood, you got the connections and stuff. That's a $500 ticket. I know you could get it for the low with your connections. You weren't, come on, Drizzy was in town, man. That's a big deal.
Hardge and I, like, the biggest on-air fight we ever got into was over Drake. I think Drake is like so far down my list of hip hop artists, man. I don't even want to stir it up, but
stir it up. You already got the spoon out. The spoon, I see the spoon basically. You might as well keep going because I haven't heard that conversation. I'm a big time Drake fan, but I am objective when it comes to him and like his lyrics and comparing him to other rappers. I'm a huge hip hop fan. A lot of people know that. So I respect what you're saying. When people say Drake might not be a big time hip hop guy, I respect that. And I get why you would say something or think something like that.
And I did go see him at ACL when he came. And he's great with the ladies. He's got all that, you know, hey, ladies, you know, maybe one of you will come back to my room at the Four Seasons, you know, all that. He's got that.
He is light skinned, yeah.
But give me Kendrick Lamar, give me Jay-Z, you know, Tupac, Biggie, Post Malone. I mean,
whoa, wow.
I went to go see Post. I know. I went to go see Post the last show before COVID hit in Austin. That dude put on a show. Now, he might have been on something because he was rolling around on the stage, but that dude is he's just a big time performer. I know the ladies love Drake, but hey, I did not go to Drake for my birthday. Went out to dinner, probably had a little too much.
That's what I'm talking about.
Kind of slow going today, kind of moving slow.
That's all right.
But we're going to pick up the pace right here, right now with Chip and Zay for the next couple hours. And, you know, Zay, I was
we're definitely moving slow because you just mentioned Post Malone with Tupac and Biggie and Kendrick Lamar. So you might be a little off, like you said, because I don't think anybody's ever mentioned Posty with those legends.
Yeah, that's probably true. But I got a 20-year-old who loves the hip hop game. He was so busted up. He was supposed to see Lil Durk on that tour and it got canceled because he had exhaustion or something. And so I'm trying to keep up. I'm going to yield to my man Zay.
Yeah.
Cause I'm still hanging on to Post Malone from when my son was in high school and now he's a junior in college. So I'm a little slow on the uptick, but
yeah, I got you right here. Nas dropping the album tomorrow for his birthday. There you go.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
There you go.
I'll make sure to
classic hip hop artist. Nas doesn't get more legendary than him. He's dropping the album on his birthday tomorrow. So look out for that.
See, See?
Yeah, I got you.
So people can go to Spotify and check out, Chip and Zay, the podcast, and download Nas's new album.
Yeah, man.
Okay. All right. Deal. So I was doing a little research on the Wyoming Cowboys. This is how big the Alabama win was. It took me until Wednesday to really dive into the Wyoming Cowboys. Normally I'm doing that on Sunday, but Sunday we were still, we were still like going over all the big plays in that game that led to a t-shirt getting made by the University of Texas, 34-24, game over. And this Wyoming team, man, they're just tough. And their defense, they got this middle linebacker, Easton Gibbs.
Yeah.
That dude is salty, man. He's the preseason Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year, number 28. And that dude is just everywhere. Like you gotta account for him like teams got to account for Jalen Ford. And they got a tackle. They got a defensive tackle that you got to look out for. He's a big fella, Jordan Bertignol. Jordan Bertignol. He's from Casper, Wyoming, and the dude is he's like tough as boot leather.
Yeah.
He's just like he's a guy who's just gonna get in the gaps and screw everything up. So the way you beat them is by throwing it. They're not giving up much on the ground. They're giving up less than 3 yards per carry so far. And they beat Texas Tech in week 1. So Tech only averaged 3.4 yards per carry against them. So they're going to be a well-coached group. That Craig Bowl, he's tough, man. He was at Nebraska when Mac Brown went up to, he was the linebackers coach at Nebraska when Texas went up there in 98 and ended Nebraska's 47 game winning streak in Lincoln. So he knows, he's been up against Texas, and he's kind of like Chris Kleiman, Zay. He won 3 straight FCS national titles at North Dakota State from 11 to 13 before taking the Wyoming job. He should have waited for like a damn. I mean, can we get out of the Mountain West? It's hard to recruit to Laramie, Wyoming.
Yeah.
But they do have 22 kids from Texas on their roster, including 9 starters. So those kids will be fired up, man. But let's be honest, Texas is a 28-point favorite. I'm probably going to take Wyoming to cover, but let's see.
Yeah.
Probably won't have CJ Baxter.
What's his issue? Is it his legs? I saw him hobbling off the field.
Yeah, I think it's an ankle, but no one's really.
Yeah,
no one's in a hurry to give that up.
Saw the video. When you're hugging shoulders and getting carried off, and you're only putting pressure on one leg, it's a foot injury. So that's out there, but yeah, they're keeping it close to the vest. I get it.
Yeah. So, Jonathan Brooks, Jaden Blue, Keelan Robinson, do what you do. And here's what happens in games where guys are like still kind of trying to get back in the flow after a big win. I don't need the dropsies showing up this week. The dropsies have gotten Texas, man. The dropsies got them in that bowl game, the Alamo Bowl. Dropsies got them. Man, I think of that Baylor game a couple years ago in Waco where, Marcus Washington's wide open. He's dropping balls. I mean, that stuff can kind of get contagious, and Texas can light these fools up by throwing it. So let's not, it's a night game. You're going to have the LED lights. I mean, they're going to have their own Drake concert going on Saturday night, you know?
Yeah, and hopefully De'Vondre Sweat met Kevin Durant yesterday when he was on campus, give him a little extra motivation. And you're right, Chip, like where is this team at mentally from that big time win in Tuscaloosa on Saturday? Like you're smoking cigars in the locker room, you're taking pictures. Jahdae Barron and JT Sanders, they're leading chants on campus and stuff. Guys got their shirt off and stuff, which again, I get it. Just enjoy the fruits of your labor. I understand that, but you got 10 more games left possibly. You got to handle your business if you want to do what you were set out to do, the goals that you had set out beginning of the season, and that's to win a Big 12 championship and put yourself in contention to win a national championship. So they're off to a good start, but yeah, you got to keep it going. And if this run game could get going, just mentioned CJ Baxter, most likely he's going to be out. But that's kind of what we want to see. We know this passing game can be elite. It was elite on Saturday. Quinn looks good. Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, JT Sanders. Everybody is flowing when it comes, to the ball getting thrown in the air. So, yeah, they might have drops, but I think they can make up for it. It's just you don't want to have multiple drops to, like you said, it becomes contagious and everybody has that drop sickness. So, yeah, I want to see the run game. You talked about this defense for Wyoming. They are stingy. Like, Eston Gibbs, that dude might get drafted. So he might be a steal in the draft in 2024 because, he's just all over the place. He's going to be all over the ball, all over the field, sideline to sideline. He's a hard-nosed guy, and that's what Bowl has. He has just a bunch of hard-nosed, tough-ass dudes. They might not have the most talent. They might not have the most speed. They might not be the strongest dude, but they're not going to give up. I.e. the game versus Texas Tech where they were down 17 points and they came back on Joey McGuire's group, and now those Red Raiders are 0-2. So they're going to fight. And, yeah, like you said, those 22 Texas players are kids that are from the state. Hey, you didn't think they weren't prideful in the Tech game? Because, and with that mindset, it's like, oh, these guys, I would love to go to Tech coming out of high school, be at home, be my mom and dad. They didn't recruit me. They didn't want me. They didn't think I was Power 5 level. Same mentality when they come in the DKR on Saturday. So, yeah, Sark, hopefully this team has had a very good practice week, and Sark's got these guys locked in along with the rest of the coaching staff that, guys, all right, that was fun, but I bet not see nobody with a cigar. If anybody has a cigar, we're doing stairs. That's what I'm on. It's Wednesday. Alabama game. We can still be riding that high. Texas fans can still be riding that high. As far as the players, get over it. On to the next.
Hey, and their kicker has 2 56-yard field goals already this season.
Yeah, he better than Burt, who missed the kick. We don't talk about that, Chip. Burt missed the big-time kick. He's lucky. He's lucky. That's been real quiet about Burt. Of course, our job is to nitpick. But Burt, come on, bruh.
Come on, bruh.
42 yards. Like, we got to knock those down. This is big-time college football. It didn't hurt us at the end, obviously. But Burt, like, come on, bruh. We remember that. We ain't forget.
Yeah, that was impressive that Hoyland his name is John Hoyland. He's from Broomfield, Colorado. He kicked a 56-yarder against Texas Tech, and he kicked a 56-yarder against Portland State last week. He is 3 of 3 on the season. And our man Burt Auburn, I thought Burt rushed that one. I thought he got into his motion too soon. Like he didn't let the snap come down enough.
Right.
And he hooked it. But what the hell do I know? I'm like sitting up here in the cheap seats.
No, but I mean, you've been watching the game for a long time. You've seen a lot of kicks. You've seen a lot of guys go through their routine before they kick. And, that's what you're afraid of. Was the moment too big? Yes, he's made some big kicks through his young career that haven't been accounted for because some of those kicks have resulted in losses. But, that game, that magnitude, that situation, I'd be nervous too. I was nervous when he went up to kick that thing. So what could he be doing?
he was a star. Remember his commercial, his Goldman Sachs commercial ran.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was feeling the NIL pressure. You know what I mean?
True. That's
When
true.
Goldman Sachs starts backing you up, suddenly it's like,
Yeah.
they want return on investment.
Yeah,
ROI. Well, let's see. It could be a. So get this, against Texas Tech, Wyoming, they fumbled it twice early in the game at their own 26 and their own 32, and Tech punched those in for 10 points. They only allowed one touchdown drive that whole game longer than 26 yards, and it was the first drive of the game where they hit on a 33-yard touchdown pass. The rest of the game, Wyoming either held them to field goals or just ground them out. So, I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but this is a team that can hang around. Don't let them hang around is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Now what's Nate Hall doing here? What do we got here?
He's referring to Shannon Sharp. He's been accidentally calling Stephen A. Skip just because he was so used to doing the show with Bayless for all those years. So it just comes naturally. And
I mean, come
I'm
on,
not gonna
Nate.
respect my guy. Again, Shannon Sharp, just like our boy Mike Griffin. You got to watch those NFL players, man. I don't like joking about CTE, but it's a thing. Mike tried to clown me and stuff like that. He ain't all there. He don't remember that event where I dunked that thing nasty, 2 hands and hung it, swung on the rim, and he ain't give me my money just because he's cheap. That he don't remember that. So all I can think of is CTE, Shannon Sharp. Leave him alone. He's been rocked a lot. He played in the era where you don't go across that middle without, suffering the consequences. So, I give him a little bit of leeway, y'all. Come on, Nate.
I love it. Griff, it sounded the other day when he joined us on Friday before the Alabama game, like he was trying to maybe get credit for paying you back by buying, the Bowie Bulldogs football uniforms.
Yeah, what? I wasn't even there. Or he was just trying to save himself and he's still a traitor. Like, how can your son go to Lake Travis, Chip? Come on now. He wants to play where his dad went.
3 Pro Bowls.
Like, come on.
He's moving on up like the Jeffersons.
That's what I'm saying. Not just your dad, your uncle too. Like, everybody forgets about Marcus. I don't let people forget about Marcus. Marcus was tough, man. Marcus came in. Yeah, it was a package deal with Mac. Like, okay, Mike, you're going to get the scholarship. Marcus, you're going to be a walk-on. Marcus earned that scholarship. And go look, national championship game when the Horns stopped Lindell White and Steve Sarkisian held Reggie Bush out. You know who's in that game too? Marcus Griffin, number 26. He is in that game on one of the biggest plays in Texas football history. So, yeah, Mike has all the Pro Bowls in the NFL, and, he was part of that historic secondary. But Marcus, he was a part of a lot of that too, and he deserves the love. And, his Bowie days, he was the quarterback and he was a safety. So Mike was a running back / safety. Marcus was the quarterback and safety. So he was different, man. He was different. Mike talking about my background and stuff. I'm gonna hit up Marcus. I'll get a Marcus Griffin jersey in the background. How you like that?
That was the best line you had. You're like, I'm gonna get a Marcus Griffin jersey and hang it on my wall. I was like, oh snap.
Oh man, I love those dudes, man. That's me and Mike. It's just like a brother to me, so that's why he treats me like that. But yeah, what those guys have done for Bowie football, Texas football, I mean, they're legends for a reason, and they deserve the love and the flowers that they always get in this city. And yeah, man, I'm proud to have those dudes as friends.
Yeah, man, that's cool. That's cool. Griff is. I always ask him about. Sean Adams used to train them. Like Sean Adams was a trainer and he helped train the Griffins. He helped train that quarterback who went to Texas Tech. Man, that's going to kill me.
From Austin?
Yeah. But he was, oh man, this is going to kill me. He was there in kind of the early 2000s. It'll come to me. But
if you remember the high school, I could maybe help you out.
Okay. I'm gonna dig around on that.
Okay.
But yeah, so Sean was making him do box jumps and all this stuff, and I'm like, oh man. We used to get Griff on to tell those stories, but yeah, man. You have not seen the Roku, you've not seen the Cupcake Men, right?
I haven't.
I gotta find that. We gotta get on that,
man. It's only on Roku. I know we could get it bootleg free somewhere. Just I know it's somewhere. They only had 6 episodes. I don't know if it got renewed for a season 2. There's only so much you can do. Talking about cupcakes, I guess.
If any of our listeners have seen, Steven Sheffield. That's it. Good call. Steven Sheffield was the Tech quarterback.
Where'd he go to high school?
That's a good question. I'm going to look that up too.
Okay.
Way to go. Daryl came through. That's it. Sheffield. Where'd he go to high school, man? We're going to find this out.
By the way, we do have a Texas Sports Unfiltered text line you see on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. But if you're on the app, the number is 512-222-9328. Somebody said on the text line, Marcus got drafted to the Vikings, right? I don't know if he got drafted. I think they just picked him up as like a free agent once the draft was over, and he didn't make the team and stuff. So, yeah, he didn't necessarily have an NFL career. But, yeah, man, I think he's doing good now, working at a bank and stuff. I think he lives in Austin, used to live in Dallas. I don't know. I haven't seen Marcus in a minute. But, yeah, man, the Griffin twins, legends.
Steven Sheffield went to Pflugerville Connolly.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. Conley had some guys, man. Conley had some guys. Obviously, the one representing now to the fullest, Jahdae Barron. Like, that dude, he's representing Conley. I don't know if you remember Darius Darks. I played basketball with him. Iowa State wide receiver. Probably was that 2011, 2012.
Yeah.
Yeah, Darius Darks, man, one of the most athletic dudes I've ever seen. Like, Conley went to the state championship in basketball his junior year, and he was the starting point guard. Like, they were for real. And yeah, he was a football guy and big time, and ended up in Ames, which, yeah, talk about a big time Texas hater. I follow Darius on Facebook. That's what I do. He can, because he's one of those guys that, he wanted to go to Texas, but Mac wasn't recruiting him like that. So kind of the Iowa State way, those 3 2-star guys, they go up there and they get developed, and then they play Texas hard and beat them and bring out guys like Breece Hall and Brock Purdy and stuff. Just Iowa State, man, one of those weird universities.
Oh, man. And they got beat up in that Cyhawk game this past week.
Yep.
We'll see if they can muster up anything by the time Texas gets there in November. But
I mean, poor Matt Campbell, he wasn't betting on his quarterback to be a degenerate gambler, Hunter Deckers, who has a little bit, like that lefty arm, he could sling it a little bit. Like, come on, bruh. You ruined the whole season, man. Poor Matt Campbell. He should have went to the NFL, should have went and got that next job once Breece Hall and Purdy and all those tight ends left. And he stuck around because he loves Ames for some reason.
Hey, he and Kirk Ferentz both are like, how come our Iowa Gaming Commission is the only one sniffing around college student athletes? Like, no other state gaming commission is like running the logs of student athletes from, all these bets being made. And that is weird. I'm not gonna lie, because when that story broke, everyone's like, oh wow, this could be bad across college athletics. And it was just the Iowa Gaming Commission that went looking around for this stuff. The other states are like, nah, we got bigger fish to fry. We don't need to be going after these student athletes. And like, I mean, what's going to piss off your state more than you digging around on stuff that's going to, like, that Iowa Gaming Commissioner ain't going to be reappointed or whatever. I don't know. That's worth a story. Like, who's that Iowa Gaming Commissioner sniffing around on those programs? Because, man, people have just written off Iowa State since Deckers was a central figure in that deal. But, man,
they're just bored, I guess. There ain't no pro teams there. You know, it's just the Hawkeyes.
That's the other thing.
Cyclones.
Those are the two most important teams in the state, and you're going after football and basketball and baseball. Come on, man.
Yeah, let them gamble, man. That's what you're saying, Chip. That's what I'm hearing from you. Let them gamble.
I mean,
whatever the line is, man.
Their
home games, let them gamble. Rival teams, man, let them gamble. If they're over 21, what's wrong with it?
Can you give them a warning? Can you call Matt Campbell and say, hey, you might want to get this cleaned up, fella?
Yeah.
You call Kirk Ferentz, hey, just doing you a solid.
Yeah, have Matt Campbell go Nick Nolte from Blue Chips on them, like, yo, did you gamble on this game? Did you bet on this game? Like at the party, you know, in his dorm room and stuff. It don't matter. Let them know. Let them know early, because look, now that's costing the team. 100 Deckers just cost the team, the whole team. Everybody had high hopes and stuff, and now he's done so. So yeah, man. Poor Iowa, I guess. That's weird to say.
Yeah, man. That no one's looking at Iowa State and fearing Iowa State. We'll see if old Campbell can get them going, man. I'm telling you, this week, watch out for South Alabama against Oklahoma State.
Yo, that coach is nuts. Have you seen that video going around? That coach said, oh, we got some dogs in here. And then he started barking. Arf, 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 arf. I was like, yo, Coach Chris Bennett sent it to me on Twitter. I need to get this StreamYard thing going better so I could start posting videos up on here during our show. I got to link up with BK or Trey on that. But, yo, y'all need to go check that video out. The South Alabama coach has lost his mind. And you might be right. Like, they do play very hard, and they got some, you know, underrated talent over there. Just, man, coach was turned up.
Well, let's bring in our man, the one and only John Brown.
Can you see me?
AKA Kane Protein. Oh, you got some light reflections in your glasses.
Yeah, that ain't working.
You're looking sharp. Hey, JB.
I got to get this setup done right here, man.
Well, let's talk about last Thursday night.
Yeah.
Because you were flying. Oh, yeah, you just need to get closer to your light.
Oh, is that it?
Oh, yeah. There we go.
That thing is about to choke me.
Oh, no. We don't want that.
It's so doggone close.
But last Wednesday, we didn't talk to you because you were flying to Kansas City because the Detroit Lions are taking on the defending world champion Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes.
And take us through the atmosphere and everything that.
Oh, man, it was crazy. As soon as we get on the airplane, starts on the airplane, all the Kansas City people really nice, great folks, but they all had these one-liners. You flew all this way just to get a beat down? You know, all these jokes, right? They had all these jokes. I'm like, okay, that's pretty funny, you know. I feel sorry for you guys. I said, okay, all right. So you talking a lot, but you don't see this big stick we're carrying. We're quiet, but we got a big stick next to us. You don't see that. So we'll find out. And, man, I hope the Lion fans understand. One thing I learned about Kansas City, there was 3 guys in front of me from Kansas City. And whenever Kansas City was on defense, they just started yelling the whole game at the top of their lungs. I'm like, oh, okay. They're trying to create a 12th man, you know? And they just yell. So Detroit Lion fans should take a page out of their playbook, and when someone comes to Detroit, as soon as the opposing team gets the ball, just start yelling at the top of your lung because you can't hear anything.
I mean, and how does the game start? But with Amon-Ra, 9-yard touchdown pass from Jared Goff to get things started.
Yeah, that was cool. You know, I was surprised there was another play where I guess Amon did a seam route and Jared missed him, and that's very unusual. Normally Jared sees all that stuff, but they got away with that one because Amon was going down the field. That was touchdown. All Jared had to do was throw it to him, and that was it. So it was a good game. Of course, they didn't have all their players, but we didn't have all our players. You know, hey, the game was scheduled to be played that day, and that's how it is. You win or lose.
Yeah, I mean, Amon 6 catches, 71 yards, a touchdown. What you always talk about how low key he is, but what was he like after that game?
No, he's not low key once he put his uniform on.
Yeah,
no, he turned into a different person. Once that uniform goes on, he's a different guy. So he was all excited, pumped up, you know, ready to go. Like, throw me another one. He was going crazy.
Oh, we knew he was pumped up. You gotta talk about that dance that he had because they cut it short on TV.
Man, I don't know. What
he hit him with the left. It looked like he was doing like a salsa type.
Oh no, it looked like something else to me. I'm like, what you doing that for? You crazy? I did not like that. I'm like, no, that was.
Who did he get that from, John? He ain't get that from you?
No, that's crazy. I'm like, what are you trying to do? Get a fine? You gotta be careful, man. I'm like, don't do no hip thrusting or nothing like that, you know? What the heck you doing? Do some push-ups or something. or some kind of dance, you know, but don't do that. I was shocked when I saw that. But, oh my God, what's he doing?
Oh my God.
He lost his mind.
Oh, did you tell him that?
Yeah. I go, what the hell were you thinking? No, it's good. Don't worry about it. It's good. It's good. I said, you may get fined, you know, so. I'm like,
yeah, because first game of the season, everybody's watching it.
Yeah, I mean, all the things you could do. It was to me, it was out of his character. I'm like, what are you? What?
You just said it when he puts that uniform on. Completely different person.
Yeah, a different guy. You're a different guy. Yeah.
I mean, it was a crazy game, and everyone's like, I mean, take us through it. Like, where were you sitting?
Dude, I was sitting in a prime location, like row 7, section 130, something, like right behind the Detroit Lions bench. Where I was a little too low because I wanted to be a little higher. I realized I can see the game better. But, you know, after that first touchdown, I go, okay, good, that's one. You know, get as many as you can. And I saw him in that seam route. I thought, oh, that's it. And then Brian Branch got that pick. I said, oh, okay, we got a chance here, right? We're still fighting Patrick Mahomes and them boys. So it's not going to be easy. They made a touchdown. Oh, man. It comes down to who got the ball last. And the Detroit Lions normally screw that up. But they didn't, man. They did the right thing. And Dan Campbell, come on, man. That fourth down on our 17, that field goal, I mean, that fake punt, oh, my God.
Yeah, what a call.
That was big time.
That was a heavy call right there.
That was like
the Kansas City Chiefs defensive coordinator was losing his mind on the sideline. He was so mad, like, I told you guys, watch these guys. I told you. Oh, he was losing it. I'm like, he was so pissed. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it comes down to, you know, it's Mahomes was pissed because Kadarius Toney was dropping everything, including that ball that got intercepted in return for a touchdown. I mean, his post game was like, he was pissed. But you know what, John? No one remembers that. They just remember that you beat the Kansas City Chiefs when they hung the banner, baby.
That's it, right? So I'm like, hey, let's see what happened. I mean, Dan Campbell's smart. Brad Holmes smart. They know this is one game and they got to keep going. But I tell you, man, they have a pretty good squad, you know?
Yeah.
Pretty good. I think they're going to make a lot of noise. Everyone was like, why is the Detroit Lions playing that first game? Why isn't it the Eagles against Mahomes or the Bengals or somebody else, another opponent? Like we didn't deserve to be there. They shocked the world, yeah.
Yeah.
Now they know.
Now they know. Okay, so this is what happened. I called my wife afterwards. I'm like, baby, where are the Lions playing on Texas's off week? And she goes, Tampa. And so she booked a trip and got me this Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey to wear to the game. So now
you going to the game in Tampa?
I'm going to the game in Tampa.
My wife is going to be there.
Okay.
You guys can, y'all go get together.
Okay.
We'll go to on is it Sunday or?
Yeah, Sunday at noon.
So maybe Saturday y'all can all meet up and go eat with Amon.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, that'd be crazy.
I'll shoot you her information.
Oh, that'd be incredible.
Yeah, so I'm excited about this next game because Seattle beat them last time they played, and Seattle beat the Rams, so to keep the Lions out of the playoffs. So this is going to be a really good game this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about that one?
It's going to be tough. I mean, all those games are tough. The parity in NFL football is unbelievable. So every game is going to be coming down to the wires, possibly. You know, you got to know how to close out those games. That's what I've learned about the NFL. You got to know how to close games out.
Yeah, that one's in Detroit. That's at Ford Field.
In Detroit,
and they're sold out. They're season tickets.
Dude, I saw. A lot is relative, but I saw a lot of Detroit Lions jerseys at Kansas City. And I was talking to guys, hey, you guys, when did you guys come in? Oh, we drove up. A lot of guys just drove. They didn't care. We're driving 9 hours. We're driving. We got to see this. And it was worth every penny. Worth every penny they spent. Yeah.
Let's talk about your other son a little bit. You know, Equimenius, he didn't play on Sunday. What's his status? Is he going through an injury? Or?
No, he's healthy. They just decided to do a different game plan with the running and stuff like that. So they wanted to bring up more tight ends, more running backs. And so somebody had to sit out. So
that ain't work. So they need to put him back in the lineup.
Yeah, they smart. They're smart guys. I mean, you know, you, as a coach, you learn, you do what you think is best. And if it doesn't work, you go back to the drawing board and try something else. So I'm hoping next week they'll activate him to let him help the team, you know, to get a victory.
Well, they talk about how loud Arrowhead Stadium is. Is it that loud, John?
Dude, I'm like, okay, I want to hear this because Texas is loud, right? Texas is the loudest stadium I've ever been in, right? The UT. And I thought, okay, let me see how loud it is. Okay, it's loud. Man, it was so loud that if I was standing right next to you and I scream or said something at the top of my lungs, you would never hear it. If I was standing right next to you, I'm telling you, it's almost like, it's not, but it's like a form of cheating. I remember looking at all the people going, man, what would happen if you didn't do that? What would happen if you didn't do that? You would have an even tougher time. So it's to their advantage to make that noise because you can't hear anything. I mean, if I'm standing next to you and I'm yelling at the top of my lungs, you could not hear me. You just see my mouth moving. That's how loud it is.
Wow. All right, so you going? What games are you going to? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm burnt out now, man. I went from there to Chicago. I'm burnt out.
Yeah. So now you need to take a break.
Another airplane. I mapped out some games, and me and my wife have to sit down and look at them and go, okay, which one do we want to try to go to next? You know, because it's grueling.
I mean,
it's fun, but it's a lot of work. I mean, God, airplanes, airports. I'm not. That ain't me.
I mean, think about it. Those college games when you had Equimenius at Notre Dame, Osiris at Stanford, Amon at USC. I mean, how was Equimenius already out by the time?
When Amon got to SC, Equimenius was on his way out. But still, even it's the same situation because he was with Green Bay. I still got to go to either Green Bay, Stanford, or USC. It never stopped, you know? So it's a lot, you know?
Speaking of Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers.
It broke my heart, man. I hate to see that. I hate to see anybody get injured. You know, I just have a liking for Aaron because, you know, my son played all those years with him at Green Bay, and I just broke my heart to see that, man. But he'll be all right.
What do you?
I tore my Achilles once.
You did?
Yeah, so I understand how that injury works and what it looks like. It's a nasty thing. He won't be able to really. I remember I was in the hospital. Doctor came in, said it's torn, it's partially, but he says, you know what? Hold on. I have another doctor, a friend of mine, a colleague. I want him to look at you, and let's hear what he said. He has a different opinion than I would have because he's from the Army. I never forget it. I go, well, what's the Army got to do with it? He said, well, the Army, they think different. They want to get soldiers back out on the front line as soon as possible. So his take going to be different than mine. So the guy came in, older guy, looked at it and said, well, I wouldn't operate on it. It's going to take you 1 year before you can really walk without a limp. Exactly the day, 1 year, I was able to walk without. And I wasn't thinking about it. I just all of a sudden woke up one day and I could walk. And it was exactly a year.
Wow.
So, and remember, Jeff Okuda had that.
Yeah.
And he had that operation. And, you know, he was limping for a long time. I said, Jeff, it's going to take you a year. It's going to take Aaron exactly a year. But after that, he'll be all right.
Yeah.
He'll be able to play. But I really wanted to see him play. Oh, God.
Man.
Like, with your background bodybuilding and stuff, like, what would you recommend athletes doing to prevent rupturing their Achilles or tearing it?
You know, that's difficult because that's a tendon. And so somehow it's weakened. And you can't, I don't know if anything you can do to strengthen a tendon, right? I mean, you can do calf raises, you can jump rope, you can do all kind of isometrics, but if your tendon is weak, it's going to at some point just give. It's really nothing you can do. But I can tell you this, guys who have hamstring issues or any kind of injury in the past, always tell them that's your weak link. Now you have to understand how to train that weak link to keep it strong throughout your career. So let's just talk about hamstring. If you had a hamstring issue, worst thing you can do is stretch. Stop stretching it for the rest of your life until you retire. If you stretch it, it's like having a scab on your arm. You stretch the scab, it's going to reopen. Don't stretch. I know all these trainers got these guys stretching, but they need to stop that. All he has to do is, once he gets healed, do leg curls, maybe 2 days, minimum 2 days a week, maybe five sets of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 reps, 60 reps each, twice a week. That's all you got to do. And that quad, that hamstring was strengthened. It's weak. That's because the quad is too strong for the hamstring. So it's a muscle imbalance. So you got to try to catch up your hamstring to match the strength of your quad. But guys don't understand that. You know, they just put them in. I guess who's that? Cooper Kupp, was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he went to some specialist.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're telling him, but why are you going to a specialist? Go to the gym. It's okay, just go to the gym. But these guys don't know. So he's just running around flying all over. Well, he should come fly. He should come see me. I'll take care of it. Fly here. Come to my house in California. I'll take care of your hamstring. So if he wants to fix his hamstring, I can show him how to take care of it. It will never happen again until he retires. But if he doesn't understand what I'm telling him, it's going to happen again.
What's the latest going on with Cane Protein, baby?
Well, still trying to get another. I got a two manufacturers I'm talking to. I have a guy now, but I got to get a new manufacturer to help us supply the demand. It's growing, and so we got some growing pains right now with that. But we're interviewing a couple of guys, and we'll be all right with that, you know. But yeah man. Hey, how about Deion Sanders?
Wow.
Come on, man.
That's the other shirt. Huh? That's the other shirt my wife got for me. She got me a Prime Colorado shirt.
Man, let me tell you something. What people don't understand is historical what he's doing.
Amazing.
I mean, you talk about every college program right now is looking for their Deion Sanders. Before, a coach would come in and say, hey, it's going to take me 3 years to rebuild. Deion said, it takes me three months. So now it's like, he done stirred up the hornet's nest. And even when he first started, I got to admit, dude, I didn't believe in what he was doing. Because, he's 50-some years old, hat crooked, gold chains dripping, tripping. I'm thinking, I don't know, man, Deion, man, come on, I don't know if this is gonna work, man. I was like, don't make a fool out of us. But you know what I realized after he won those games? I could have been an Uncle Tom. I could have been an Uncle Tom. You see, once you become, I'm from the neighborhood. So what he's doing is where I come from. That's my language. But if you become educated and you think you're educated, and then you become Uncle Tom and don't know you're Uncle Tom because your education. So what happened was Deion said, look, I'm sticking to my roots. Here's what I think is right. This is how I talk to my players. This is how we play. This is the music we listen to. This is how we get down. And I'm thinking, well, it's the complete antithesis of what I know to work. Is that going to work? So it kind of concerned me. But hey, if you're out there and you black and you didn't believe it and you still don't believe, you Uncle Tom. You don't even know it. You don't even know it, See, what Deion Sanders did, man, he changed it. I'm telling you, he single-handedly changed everything.
I mean,
I think what happened is because he's from that neighborhood, he speaks their language. And so it's easier for him to identify the players, the dogs. He understands, he can see that, he can smell it. That's him. If you try to come with your swag, Deion will see that. No, that's not dog, that's swag. I need the dog. So what is that gonna do? All the other coaches in trouble now. If you're a black coach, white coach, Hispanic, don't matter. If you ain't from the hood and you don't understand those kids, you in trouble. Deion just proved that. So he done changed everything. Everyone's complaining. Oh, they don't give enough black coaches jobs. They're gonna give it to him now. I'm telling you that right now.
They're talking about him as maybe the next Dallas Cowboys coach.
I guarantee Jerry Jones looking at that guy, going, wait a minute, man, what could he do here? What could he do here? Come on. I tell you, USC, I love USC, right? I love Stanford, Notre Dame, because my sons were there. I'm partial to these teams. But it's going to be a tough game, man, down there. I hope SC wins, but it ain't going to be easy.
Yeah. And he did it on the highest level, John. Like, he's one of the greatest NFL players to ever touch the turf. So he has that background too. Like, yo, I know what it takes to be in the NFL.
I've been to the mountaintop.
Yeah.
He's saying, look, he's saying what I'm saying. I was a 5-time world champion. I've been to the mountaintop 5 times. So when it comes to getting your kids ready, I know what it looks like. There's no question about that. I know exactly what sport it is. Show it to me. I go, nah, that ain't how it looks. So Deion understands what it looks like. So when he sees it, oh, that's it. He can smell it. That's it right there. That's what I want. I want that kid.
Yeah, and he's got a good staff, man. Deion, everybody he's worked with swears by Deion. Teammates, former coaches, because they know how hard he works. They know how talented he is, and he never took anything for granted. So you got a guy like Mike Zimmer, who is a longtime defensive coordinator in the NFL, as a special assistant for him. I mean, he's got good people around him because he always built bridges, Yes.
And that's what a coach does, right?
Yeah.
That's what a good coach does, right? He's a good manager of men. And he selected the right guys. Let's say the guys that were available to him. Out of all the ones that were available, he selected the best. Can you imagine if he was at LSU or something like that?
Yeah, I wonder how long he'll stay at Colorado.
Here's what I think. He'll stay this year, obviously. I think he'll stay next year. But the following year, may be gone.
Yeah.
He got to get what he needs is some young coaches underneath him to start his own Deion Sanders tree.
Yeah.
So Colorado will still be in good hands once he leaves, because, I mean, he changed everything there, right? I mean, what he did at Colorado was the biggest thing in sports right now.
Yeah, I mean, game day's there. Fox noon kickoff for the third straight week. When was the last time anyone was talking about Colorado football?
And some of them crack me up. They go, well, it's not that we didn't believe in it. Deion needs to quit saying that. We believed in him. No, you covered it because you wanted to see a train wreck. That's why they covered those games. They wanted to see a train wreck. They knew everybody wanted to see that train wreck, so that's why they covered it. But now they got surprised. Now they're like, oh, no, we wouldn't have covered it. No, that's bullcrap. You covered it because you thought it was going to be a train wreck. Now he's winning. Now you have to cover it. So they're going to be 3-0 for sure, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to beat the Colorado State Rams. My son's Colorado State Rams. He's already ducking. He's like, oh, Lord, I don't even want to see the score of that one.
Oh, man. Then they play SC next, or?
Oh.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they got a tough early schedule.
Yeah, and
Oregon. USC at home. Whoa.
Speaking of SC, John, you're right there in LA. What do you think of Lincoln Riley and what's going on at USC?
Love it. I mean, that guy is a monster. I mean, he turned that program around quick, didn't he?
Yeah.
And like Deion did in some months.
Yeah.
He just got to, work on the defense, get that defense together, He's an offensive guy. That's his specialty. So you see it immediately. So you just got to get the right defensive guy in there to get the right kids. But phenomenal what he did. Overnight, just like Deion. That goes to show you it doesn't take a long time if you know what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. If you
what about Texas, man? Your team, man.
How about that?
God. See, I think the transfer portal changed everything. College football is not the same. It would never, ever go back to – there's no more King of the Hill. No, those days are gone. You're going to see all those big teams starting to lose. Little teams that's like, what? Where'd they come from? They start beating guys. Watch what I tell you. Because of transfer portal. All you got to do is have the money to get the right players. Like Deion said, we need the right players. Give me the players. It's not X's and O's. It's Jimmys and Joes. Right.
And who wouldn't want to play for Deion right now?
Come on, man.
I mean, come on.
I would all three of my sons would go, if they're in high school, they'll be thinking, I want to play for Deion. The only concern is like he may not be there.
Yeah.
Too much longer. How long do you think he'll be there? Both of you guys.
I say till his sons graduate or go off to the league. He has Shedeur, who might be eligible for this. Well, he is eligible for the 2024 draft. I don't know.
And the other one, when is he eligible?
I don't know. He's a little younger.
Yeah, he's a sophomore.
Yeah.
So
but think about it. Even if Deion left, he would take his son with him.
Oh, yeah.
He'd take a lot of players, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think, Chip? How long do you think he'll last?
I mean, if he thinks he's got another quarterback in the pipeline after Shedeur, he'll stick around. I mean, I think coaches look at that stuff, and if not, then they'll jump. I mean, he was.
And what you got to think about the money they're going to offer him?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's.
Tell me a program that wouldn't want, besides Nick Saban, wouldn't want Deion Sanders.
Right, and when he went to Colorado, I was like, man, can't he do better than that?
Yes.
And he interviewed at TCU. They gave the job to Sonny Dykes. You don't think he wanted to?
Come on, man.
Oh,
Florida. He interviewed Florida too, right?
Oh, and this I was told he and Brett Favre went to Southern Miss and said, we'll coach the team for free. And the athletic director was like, I don't know. And now that guy's like, oh man,
he needs to lose his job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
well, Brett Favre being
God.
thrown in there, I don't know. Brett Favre's a little feisty, but Dion, that's a bad move.
Wow.
How about that? Yeah, Favre.
Unreal.
Favre went to Southern Miss. Like, that should have been a no-brainer.
See? Whole different thing. I tell you now, though, he done shook up the world. Shook up the world.
Oh,
Everybody's going to go, oh, okay, we got to get a Deion Sanders. Who's the next Deion?
Yeah.
I think guys like Steve Smith, Ocho Cinco, Chad Johnson, all these loudmouth guys are going to start getting a shot. I think they're going to get a shot. Here's a copycat league.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the question is, who are they going to put on their staff? Because Deion always had, like I said, he always had the respect of everyone he ever played with or got coached by. So he can call on that. He can call on that network.
And he recognized who was a good coach.
Yeah.
Not everybody can make that assessment. Who's a good coach? Not everybody can do that. Deion could do that with the players and the coach. So that's the difference right there. Well, we'll see. It should be quite interesting. My hat goes off to him because, man, he had a lot of people talking crap about him. You know, a lot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he'll see. Oh, yeah, this, that. Ooh, okay.
I remember him, I covered him briefly as a player, and I said, he would always take the blame. Like if something broke down in the secondary and it was like a young defensive back, Deion would be like, that was my fault. We were supposed to switch. Like, he always looked out for his teammates. And I was like, I'm never going to doubt Deion Sanders, because that dude, I mean, he's special. He's unbelievable. World Series, Super Bowls. I mean, Jerry Jones had to work some magic under the cap to get him, and Jerry did it. And Deion won a Super Bowl in '94 with the 49ers, and then won a Super Bowl in '95 with the Cowboys. And
let's see what happens. I mean,
he's something else. I'm worried about his foot.
Yeah.
That circulation. He's got terrible circulation in that foot.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to fix that.
That's a
little
fix.
That might slow him down. That might be the one thing that slows him down, because coaching is hard. Chip and I talked about it yesterday. It's basically 365, and him always being on the
A guy like him, it'll slow him down, but it won't stop him.
Yeah.
It won't stop him. He's too positive and too committed. It won't stop the guy, But
well, JB,
love what he's doing, man. I don't even know if he's getting enough credit for it.
Yeah.
It's historical.
It
It's
is
a historical moment, but they don't see it right now. Not everybody. Another 10 years ago, what he did changed everything.
No doubt. Yeah. Well, JB, man, we appreciate it. We appreciate you taking some time for us. Let's
go. I mean, I think your Texas UT, I think, man, they got a shot, man.
They got a shot.
They got a shot to do some damage. They may go all the way.
They got a shot. And now we'll see how they handle it.
I know you guys love that.
Well, it makes life interesting.
It should be real interesting.
Makes it fun. Yeah.
It makes life interesting.
What do you think about Kansas City? You think they're going to repeat?
I mean, those Dolphins suddenly, you know what I mean? No?
It's going to be tough for everybody. There's a lot of parity, like I said. It ain't easy, man. A lot of good teams out there, a lot of good coaches out there. But, man, it's tough.
I'd rather be in the NFC than the AFC.
Yeah. It's crazy, right?
Although the Cowboys, we got to see if that's for real.
Yeah, I mean,
they always beat the Giants.
And then they do good, and all of a sudden they do some weird thing, right? Like if playoffs come, they just Just something silly and something stupid and it ruins their whole year. It's like, come on, man. You know?
Yeah.
Jerry Jones lose, he gonna call Dion. He probably called him already.
Oh, you
Hey,
know
Dion,
that's
how
right.
you doing? Just want to make sure we can stay in contact. What? Can you imagine that Deion Sanders, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys? Oh my God.
Oh, that'd be too wild.
He lets everybody go. Getting rid of guys like, what? Don't worry about it. We don't need him. We need this guy. We need this guy. Because remember, Jerry Jones let go. Who was the running back that he let go and everyone was shocked?
Curvin Richards.
Who?
He cut Curvin Richards like
No.
on the practice.
No. It was a big time guy. Like Bo Jackson.
Ezekiel Elliott.
No. I'm talking about years ago.
Oh.
And he won all the Super Bowls.
Emmett?
Was it Bo Jackson? Was he there?
Emmett?
No,
Herschel Walker?
Herschel Walker. Everyone was shocked when he let Herschel Walker go.
He traded him to the Vikings.
Right? And got all those linemen, got all the players. And, yeah.
Not Emmitt Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be something like that. So
that was back when Jimmy. That's back when Jimmy was running it.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Johnson.
All right, fellas. Well, it was good talking to you.
Hey, John Brown, that was awesome stuff, man. Congratulations, and we'll talk again soon,
I
my
gotta
friend.
get my lighting situation done here. So I got some. I don't understand this thing. I got to talk to my son, get him over here. This is weird. I mean, how many lights do you have? Like one or two?
I got two. And they're all in front of me. You know?
Yeah, I got to get my light.
I got an overhead light, and then I got that circle light that's kind of on a stand right over my.
I got a big circle light somewhere in my garage. Compliments of Amon-Ra. when they had that COVID year, they was doing all those Zoom meetings. He had these big, giant lights. I got to go pull that light out. One of those big rings.
I got an extra one I'm going to give to Zay.
Oh, okay. What you got, Zay?
I got a lamp. I go old school. I got a lamp, man. I ain't high tech like my man Chip. I got a lamp.
I got a lamp.
He's got a lantern.
Yeah. Hey, it works, man. It works for me. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever keeps the lights on. You know what I mean?
That's funny. A lantern. Flickering. Oh my God.
Oh,
well, that's funny, dude. I don't feel so bad. Okay. All right, man.
Hey, baby, you're the best.
I can't look at Zay anymore without laughing. Oh shit.
Don't make fun of his camping lantern.
Oh my God.
Man. The show's still rolling. We're still good.
Tears in my eye.
I love it.
All right. I gotta go. Oh shoot. Oh man, I can't stop. Oh my God.
Oh man.
Appreciate
it, man.
John.
Thanks, John.
Talk to you guys. All right. Ciao.
Everybody get to Cane Protein on social media. Oh man.
That's hilarious, man.
Say that was hilarious. All right, while we catch our breath, I'll tell everyone about my man Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations. Folks, it is football season. It is here. You need to be upgraded to the ultimate big screen TV. If you've been thinking about it, do not. Here's a do's and a don'ts. Don't go to the box store and load up. Don't borrow, get in your truck and risk botching the whole thing. Just make one simple phone call, 512-255-8678. My man Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you, from the free consultation to installation. All you got to do is make that phone call. They'll come and take care of the rest, whether it's the ultimate big screen or multiple screens like our man BK, or, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, avconsultations.com, or make that phone call, 255-8678. Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. Tell them Texas Unfiltered. Okay, tell him Chip Brown sent you, because he's always like, are you getting me any referrals? I'm like, yeah, I'm getting you referrals. Okay. I got you. Got you, Tom. Zay, John Brown. And it is interesting to think about Deion and how long he would stay at Colorado, because I was like, don't go there, Deion, because that administration has never supported football the way they should. And I told you I did that Sirius XM radio show with Dan Hawkins, who was at Colorado, and they don't move they're not aligned. The university's leadership has been all over the place, and kudos to, that leadership there now, because they rolled the dice and they didn't have the money and they scrounged and got the money, and now it's paying off huge. I'd love to know what the breakdown is for all the Deion gear, all the prime gear, Zay. Because usually that's university stuff, and they usually build in like a clause in the coach's contract for name, image, likeness and camps and stuff. It's just like a set fee. I wonder if they did that with Prime, or if Prime said, no, let's keep that. Why don't you give me like a 4% royalty on everything? Because they're selling out of Prime buff gear.
Yeah. Yeah, and the dude's just cool, man. The swagger and the aura that he always had, from his Florida State days to his NFL playing days, Falcons, 49ers, Cowboys, etc. Like, it's just infectious. And once he touched down in Boulder, like, it was immediately present. And now being 2-0, being a really solid TCU team, and a Nebraska team who's your rival, which Matt Rule, he's getting his crap together, but still, like, that's a rival game, and you're 2-0, and you've got your guys with the limited amount of time that you had to be there, and he's just done a hell of a job. So yeah, again, we don't know how long he's going to stay. I think he'll ride it out with his kids, and then once they graduate, he'll probably figure some things out. But yeah, he's a businessman, and he's going to make sure that he's taken care of, and he's going to make sure his guys are getting taken care of. I've been seeing them in all types of commercials for Wendy's with the family, or not Wendy's, KFC with the family. They eat nuggets and stuff, just living that good life. And then the almonds commercial, and Aflac with Saban. Like, the dude is getting that bag no matter what. So hey, everybody, you included, they got all the merch and the gear all ready to go. And the dude, like, yeah, he's also coaching. He's also doing a hell of a job as a coach with X's and O's stuff by bringing other big time coaches in, like Zimmerman and stuff. Like, he's done a hell of a job, and let's just see if they can keep it rolling.
Yeah. All right, Zay. So we're gonna have Spurs senior vice president Brandon James joining us here in about 5 minutes. Do you want to tell the fine folks about Covert BK?
That's right, Covert BK, all the whole Covert family been around in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. We will be at Covert BK on Friday with the crew for a couple of the shows. BK and Trey, Bucky will be up there, and lifetime Longhorn KC Stutter, the national champion, will be there in attendance with all the free food that they provide. Covert, just a great part of the family, and Dan and the crew, they just do such a great job, and the hospitality is always terrific, and they got beautiful cars to choose from if you're trying to pick a new whip from Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Cadillac, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram. You can find anything at Covert Bee Cave, and check it out on covertbcave.com for the latest specials and inventory, or stop by and see Dan and the crew today and all the other local Covert automotive dealerships around the greater Austin area. Covert Bee Cave.
All right, so Zay, what I haven't asked you, and I needed to ask you about your about the World Cup hoops.
Mm.
I know
Sad.
you were all over that.
Yeah, man. Sad. It is. It's not like soccer, the basketball version of the World Cup. They don't take it as serious. It's kind of the opposite, where soccer, they don't take the Olympics as serious. And basketball, they do take the Olympics more serious. So all the big time, tier one players, you don't see those guys in the FIBA World Cup anymore like you used to in the early 2000s and the 90s, because they knew you had to be in that game to prep for the Olympics the following year. But yeah, when you don't medal at all, that's disappointing. I mean, I get it. The whole world is catching up. You see Giannis Antetokounmpo, he's one of the best players. He's from Greece. Luka Doncic, he's one of the best players in the league. He's from Slovenia. The winner of the championship this year, the best player on the team, Nikola Jokic, he's Serbian. So it's caught up. Like, the world is here. Some of my favorite players come from overseas, whether that's Ginobili, Dirk, Tony Parker. Like, it's here, Pau Gasol, etc. So if those guys who represent their countries, they're very proud of their country. They're most likely always going to play with their, respective country. We saw Luka play with Slovenia, Germany, who won it. They had about 3 NBA players on that team. All 3 of those guys contribute to their NBA teams when they come back to the States. Dennis Schroeder, he's solid for the Lakers. The Wagner twins, they both play for, not twins, but brothers. They both play for the Magic. So the competition, it's fierce. And they've been playing with each other since they were kids. That's just how it works over there. That's how, it's just different than what we get over here in the States. So they play on their under 18 teams and under 17 teams and 19 teams. So, they grow up in a certain basically club like playing together and playing a certain way. And the NBA and the FIBA game is just so different. So when you're just randomly selecting guys who aren't tier one guys around the league who are from America, and you're just throwing a team together in like 2 months, it's hard for them to get that chemistry and get used to the FIBA game. And that's what we saw this year in the 2023 World Cup. Like Brandon Ingram, he was horrible. The New Orleans Pelicans, like, he's one of the best scorers in the league. Steve Kerr had to bench him because he couldn't, get acclimated to the game. So it's, it's disappointing, but you're always at this point going to see USA lose in the FIBA World Cup because guys want to play for the Olympics, and just the 82-game season, they're adding the new tournament. They want to save their bodies and enjoy their summers as much as possible, and playing in the FIBA World Cup, which isn't as important, gets in the way of that.
Yeah. And everybody wants a piece of the United States.
Yes. Get everyone's best shot. Yeah.
Everybody wants that. They want to put that on their wall.
Yeah.
So how excited are you to talk to Brandon James?
Very excited. Very excited. I mean, the Spurs are just high, like, well-class organization, have been for decades. And yeah, man, talk about the championships, Popovich, all the guys that they just put to the Hall of Fame that I used to watch and try to just, imitate my game after. I used to try to do a Euro step like Manu, didn't have that in my game, so it didn't work out. I used to shoot a floater like Tony Parker, didn't really have that in my game, so it didn't work out. The bank shot, I was all right at the bank shot. Tim Duncan, I was solid at the bank shot, not too shabby. But yeah, I've always loved the Spurs, going back to the Memorial Day shot with Sean Elliott, and he had his toes just hovering over the out of bounds line, and he shot that beautiful jumper that barely went over the hands over Rasheed Wallace. And that's like one of the greatest horse shots of all time. Like, if you don't play horse and you don't call the Sean Elliott shot out, like, what are you doing? So yeah, I'm very excited to talk to him, man. Just, it's big time.
Well, let's bring him on. The one and only Senior Vice President of the San Antonio Spurs, Brandon James, joining us now here on Chip and Zay. Brandon, how you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. So you're you got all kinds of things going. I saw you're an adjunct professor at Trinity, but you're living in Austin. Is that right?
That's right. I've been here 2.5 years, but been with the organization going on year 12. And so we've had a good run and just excited about, we just celebrated our 50th anniversary last season and just excited about riding this next 50 years and being a part of that. And Austin is a big part of that. And so I moved up 2.5 years ago to get started on what that work looks like.
How you liking Austin?
I love it. Drastically different than San Antonio, but I do enjoy it a lot. I spend a lot of time still in San Antonio, obviously, but really getting to know the Austin community. It's so welcoming, so transient. People are super kind, good food, very active community. So there's a lot of things to like, and it's obviously no secret because joining me are a few million of my fellow compadres coming from all over the globe.
Yeah, I mean, and Austin, you just said it, and that's part of the reason we've got you here. Of course, Wembanyama mania. We'll get to that in just a second. But Austin, you want to build that bridge with Austin. Obviously, Spurs, playing games in the Moody Center. Tell us what the goal is and how you're building this bond.
Yeah, no. So thanks for that question. So organizationally, we always try to pride ourselves on impact and also innovation in order to keep up with the ever-changing NBA landscape, especially economically. We realize that we can't only rely on the 210 area code in San Antonio. And so our efforts are to expand our footprint from as south as Mexico to as north as Austin and everything in between and become the sort of NBA team for this entire region. Doing that will allow us to expand our reach, obviously, and really connect with fans, connect with communities in ways that we historically haven't done. And we're just super excited about being meaningful and intentional about some of those efforts.
Yeah, Brandon, culture is so important, especially with the Spurs organization, and y'all separate yourselves more than a lot of other of these organizations, not only in the NBA, but a lot of these other professions. Talk about that and how important it is to keep guys around Tim Duncan, who's always, around the facilities, TP, Manu, those guys, they really support the Admiral. They still support where you don't see that for every franchise in all sports.
Yeah, no, you really don't. I think our franchise has always led with values. So we're a values-driven organization, and that's the filter on all of our decision making. The first and primary filter is, does it align with our values? And so when you see guys like Tim Duncan staying in market to live, and same with Manu and Tony, and other guys that have come after them, it doesn't come as a surprise because those guys are like-minded in the sense that families first, doing things the right way, not skipping steps. Those are things that are part of our culture. And it's no surprise that guys want to stick around long after their careers are over to be a part of that still.
So what can Austinites look forward to as this Spurs outreach continues?
Yeah, there's something for everyone. We have a comprehensive approach to integrating our brand here in Austin, grassroots efforts from watch parties, aligning ourselves with the sort of Austin stalwarts, whether it be University of Texas, ACL, South by Southwest, really ingratiating ourselves to things that people recognize as Austin, very Austin centric, and trying to be a part of that. But also bringing our sort of values and culture that we are in San Antonio to Austin, but in a meaningful way. And so we're just excited. Our games this year are during South by. And so we had some meetings with them last week and figuring out the right way to sort of blend the two things that we're doing, just so it sort of fits naturally into this burgeoning ecosystem that is Austin.
And we don't know who the opponent is.
No, we do. Yeah, we do. We're playing the Denver Nuggets, and we're also playing the Brooklyn Nets. So we got the NBA champions coming in, and then obviously the Brooklyn Nets are a young and talented team. So super exciting 2 games.
Yeah, definitely going to have to check those out.
Yeah, so the Denver Nuggets game, can people get tickets already?
Yeah, on sale starts tomorrow, or no, sorry, Friday. And so, yeah, Friday, you can go on the website, get those tickets for the Moody Center games. There's premium packages still available. They're going to go fast, so we're excited. We broke the attendance record once, and then we broke our own attendance record the second. And so there is demand here, and I would just encourage people to get their hands on those tickets as quick as they can, because it's going to be really exciting to have the NBA teams come here and play in Austin.
So what's the date of that of those games, Brandon?
March 15th and 17th.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's big time.
So how did this come about, the partnership with the University of Texas to have games at the Moody Center? I've seen the photos with RC and, you know, Pop with Coach Terry and Vic Schaefer and stuff. Like, how did that come about? Like, what made it positive for both sides to do this?
Yeah, like I said, it's important for us to ingratiate ourselves with the things that are Austin, and University of Texas is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. And so we realized very early on that to do this the right way, we're going to have to build an alliance with the University of Texas. So finding ways for their coaches to connect with our coaches is just a piece of that puzzle. We also have members of our staff teaching on the faculty at the University of Texas. We've also done some student-driven programs. And so the more we can align ourselves with what's important to the University of Texas and Austin generally, the better, the more fertile the grounds will be for our hopeful expansion into this market.
Yeah, and for Spurs fans, take down this number, 210-444-5050, because that's where you can get the tickets that go on sale Friday for those games in Austin on March 15th and 17th. And of course, for all your Spurs ticket needs. So that's exciting, man. That's Austin is fortunate to have that. And okay, Zay, I know you want to get into the Wembanyama mania. I do too. I mean, talk about that excitement, Brandon. I mean, talk about a selling point.
Yeah. Well, I'll start off with saying he's as good as advertised in terms of the human being. Just a really genuine person. It's obvious that he's been raised with really good values, really high character. And so him fitting in personality-wise, character-wise, he's already done that, and we're excited that he's so young and still so polished and mature and values-driven. From a playing perspective, we're still figuring out how he's going to fit in. He's obviously immensely talented, but he's still very young. He's still got a lot to learn about the NBA, and our goal is to just not rush that process, to bring him in a measured way and make sure he's doing it at a good pace, and make sure the team is growing with him at a good pace. But the excitement is palpable. We've sold more tickets than we have in almost a decade in San Antonio, and that's going to continue as we build this sort of young core and this young roster. They're an exciting brand of basketball. They really enjoy playing with one another, and the future looks really promising.
Yeah, gotta love Johnson and Vassell. They play the game the right way. I've done a great job with y'all's draft picks, especially as of late. What's keeping Pop around? He just got put into the Hall of Fame. Usually, guys, when they go to the Hall of Fame, their career's over. They're not thinking about coaching again, but it seems like this guy, he just found some more juice in the tank. He just won a gold medal with the USA team a couple of years ago. Like, this dude still really loves the game and is still passionate, but, you know, he's getting up there. He is. That's just a fact. What's keeping him around, and what do you still see in him just from the motivation standpoint?
Yeah, you walk into the gym and there's this palpable energy. These guys are young, they're hungry, they want to prove themselves. I mentioned our 50th anniversary, and those guys have seen the success we've had organizationally, and they want to be a piece of that. They want to be a piece of that success, and they want to do it in their way. They want to be uniquely themselves, but they know the winning culture that this organization is, and they want to have a piece of that. And Pop is excited to lead that group, and he's our guy. He's our leader. And so as he goes, we go. And again, I just want to emphasize this is going to be a very measured approach. We're not looking to win an NBA championship, most likely this upcoming year, but we're excited about the growth and the development. And if we take our time and do it the right way, the next 50 years will hopefully look just as good as the past 50.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon, you just hit on it. The expectation level, Spurs fans remember Tim Duncan being the number 1 overall pick and David Robinson. I mean, those guys led to championships. The blueprint, and Popovich, of course, was right in the middle of it all.
Sure.
So talk about the blueprint and maybe, asking for patience from fans, but how do you see the expectation? What level of expectation should fans have?
Yeah, a phrase that Pop likes to use in terms of playing style is respecting the basketball gods. What does that mean? It means playing the right way. It means making the right pass. It means good to great. It means sharing the ball. It means uplifting your teammate. It means knowing your role. It means understanding your role and understanding the role of other pieces. It's being respectful to the staff and to everyone around this community. And it's being a part of this community. And so the blueprint is there. The good thing about this excitement that we have organizationally is that we've done it before. We know how to build a winning culture and a winning team. And so it's exciting that we can plug these new talented pieces into that and keep this sort of success and winning culture going forward.
Brandon Jabari Rice, Texas alum. A lot of our fans
Sure.
listening right now can't wait to see what he does for the Austin Spurs and the San Antonio Spurs. We'll see
Sure.
what happens sooner than later. But what was the process of picking him up, and what did y'all like in him?
Yeah, so we've known Serge Jabari for some time now, playing in our backyard, and so we had a good familiarity. Obviously, we're close with the coaching staff, but he brings something that's unique. He obviously was a big part of UT's success last year, and they had some real success, and excited to see how they can build on that under Coach RT this coming up year. But again, first filter is our values, and Jabari fit nicely into that. And I think the development that he's going to have with our player development group and our program in Austin, fans are really going to get to see a player grow into someone that can fulfill a big potential. And we're excited to see what he can do. And I think Austin fans are lucky to have Jabari stay in market and continue watching him play.
Yeah, Brandon, when you talk about Wembanyama being as good as advertised, is there anything, that you all have seen since his time with the team that, you can share that just shows he's beyond his years?
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Last night, in fact, and so we hosted the team here for some Austin immersion experiences last night. We had a couple player programming activities. We had a nice dinner downtown, and then the team went to go see Drake at the Moody Center. And I'm talking 14 out of our 14 players off of our roster, so almost the entire team, including Wembanyama. And frankly, Victor had the opportunity to be on stage with Drake, and decided that if my teammates can't be with me, I'm not going to do it. And that is just a testament to his maturity, to his team first attitude and approach. And just to have someone like that, it just makes us really excited beyond just his ability on the court. Just having someone who understands the dynamics of a team and how important it is to put team first, we couldn't be more excited.
How about that, Zay?
Yeah, that's big time. That's big time. That's the Spurs way, though. That's the Spurs way. He's starting to get it very early. Hey, Brandon, let me ask you about the new all-star load management rule that's getting thrown out there from Adam Silver,
Sure.
where if you can't hold two all-stars or two guys who have been all-stars or two main players out in the same game, the Spurs, they were kind of the first ones to start load management, which I'm all for. Like, at the end of the day, it's about winning the championship, and certain guys, when you have a lot of miles on those tires, you got to be careful with certain players. So I got it when Manu and Timmy and Tony, you would have to sit out the games. I understood that. How do y'all feel going about it nowadays that so many people are watching to see, okay, who's on the court, who's not? Is this a national televised game? Is it league passed, etc.?
Yeah. No, it's a great question, and one that I think the whole league and the basketball community is going to be interested and intrigued to watch unfold. And as you mentioned, load management is not something that's novel to the Spurs. I think, fortunately, we play a brand of basketball that we're not super reliant on any one or two players. And so when you make up a roster that has a lot of guys who can step up and be the guy that particular night, it just makes it easier to have that load management. When one person needs to sit, the next person steps up, and you hopefully don't miss a beat. And so it's business as usual for us. Pop's always going to put the players' longevity and career first. And it's good to see the sort of NBA and Players Union get behind the importance of that, but also understanding from a fan's perspective that they're paying good money to see these players play. So I think there's a balance, and it's just business as usual for us, making sure that the next man up is ready to rock.
Well, Brandon, man, we really appreciate it. This is exciting stuff for Austinites, and again, just take down this number so that you're ready to go when the tickets go on sale on Friday. 210-444-5050. You can also text Spurs games to 210-444-5050 to get more information on pre-sale access and the I-35 series premium package. So again, text Spurs games, all caps, to 210-444-5050 to get that information so that you can be right there watching the Spurs and the Nuggets playing in March.
Exactly.
Hey, Brandon, before we let you go, what's your favorite Spurs moment of all time? From Sean Elliott's Memorial Day miracle shot to 05 winning in Game 7 against the Pistons. Hell, you could even say when Robert Horry knocked over Steve Nash and made those guys, Amari and Boris Diaw, get up, and David Stern suspended them. It don't matter. But what's your favorite Spurs basketball moment?
Yeah, so I joined the team in 2012. We won the championship in 2014. And so I had the fortune of going through a finals and losing to the Heat. And then just the redemption story of coming back and facing that same opponent and actually winning it. There's no more memorable experience than being a part of a championship team. And that will always be etched in my memory as sort of a big piece of why we do this. And so on the quest to do it again, we think we have the right pieces to start that pathway. And I think Austin should be really excited to be a part of that. And we're excited to share that with the community of Austin for sure.
Well, it's a great relationship. You got the Austin Spurs, you got the 5-time world champion San Antonio Spurs, and now you've got the number 1 pick in Victor Wembanyama, and they're coming to Austin, folks. So seize the moment. And Brandon, we'll be in touch.
Great.
Now that you're an Austinite, we got to make sure that we're getting you on every now and then.
I'm here to help, and I appreciate what you guys are doing. And go Spurs, go! Thank you guys for the time.
Appreciate it,
Brandon.
Appreciate it.
See ya.
Brandon James, Spurs Senior Vice President, taking some time for us. So everybody get on board, get moving. Friday is when those ticket sales go, or when those tickets go on
quick.
Yeah, they're gonna be gone quick, right,
Zay?
Zay?
Gone quick. The Nuggets, man, they're gonna be
Come
gone
on.
quick. And we just talked about that new rule. Adam Silver put in Joker or Jamal Murray. They're gonna have to decide which one ain't playing tonight. That's the new rule. You can't sit out both. So one of them's going to play, which means you're going to see some serious ball out there. And even if they didn't play, you'd still see some serious ball of Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, and other guys. But yeah, man, Brandon, that was a great interview.
I mean, how excited are you?
Oh, very, very excited, man. I get him talking about that 2014 team and what they had to overcome and losing to the Spurs in 2013, especially the way they did. I mean, Ray Allen, LeBron missing the shot, Chris Bosh gets the rebound, Ray Allen hits the three in the corner, and that was game 6. And you knew after that shot, just momentum wise, even though it's the Spurs and they're so mentally tough, it's very hard to come back from that. And they end up losing. And in 2014, hey, they got their mojo back and what became one of the greatest teams of all time. Like, that 2014 squad doesn't get enough credit. They should be mentioned with the 86 Celtics, the 96 Bulls, a couple of those Bill Russell, Bob Cousy teams in the 60s for the Celtics. Like, that's one of the greatest teams of all time. About 4 Hall of Famers on that team, and Tim Duncan, Manu, Tony Parker, and Kawhi's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Like, that Spurs team was special. Patty Mills didn't miss a shot that whole playoff, it seemed like. Boris Diaw, they would run the offense through him at times. Like, it was ridiculous, that 2014 team. And they played so fun. Like, the ball moved around. It jumped around. The shot went up at the right time. Like, yeah, that 2014 Spurs team is one of my favorites of all time, and I definitely understand why that's one of Brandon's favorite moments of being a part of the Spurs organization.
Well, I'm glad he didn't talk about the 2005 NBA Finals, because that was my Detroit Pistons just getting crushed by Manu in Game 7. Oh.
Rodney was doing everything. That was a low-scoring game too. I remember as a kid, like, dang, are we gonna get in the 80s?
Right.
Like, that
81-74.
Yeah, man. I just remember Rip Hamilton couldn't buy a bucket, Chauncey Billups, all those guys. They could not hit a shot. And Manu, man, with the hair, that's when, before the ball spot and stuff, when he was doing a lot of this, he was moving and shifting and Euro stepping his way around folks. Like, yeah, that's, if you're a Detroit Pistons fan, that one hurts a little bit, because that was the last time they went to the finals with that crew.
I mean, Manu took over in that fourth quarter, him and Duncan. I mean, I thought Manu should have been the MVP. They gave it to Duncan. Hey,
Yeah.
But Manu was unstoppable in that fourth quarter. It was a great moment for the Spurs. Tough.
I gotta go back and watch that, because was Tayshaun checking them? You would have to think, for Larry Brown's crew, like, Tayshaun was one of the most underrated defenders of all time. 6'10", coming out of Kentucky, the long arms that he had, like his iconic Reggie Miller block. Like, that dude was an elite defender. So I don't know who else he would have been guarding, but if Manu was giving Tayshaun work in Game 7, I mean, that's why he's a Hall of Famer himself, Manu Ginobili. Like, that's very impressive.
Yeah.
My bad, man. That's that bad PTSD for you.
Yeah, that the 2004 finals was epic, because you had Jack and Kobe and the Pistons, just Chauncey Billups becoming Mr. Big Shot, and they just tore through the Lakers, and then here came the Spurs, man. Because at that point, the Pistons had 3 world championships, the Spurs had 2. They had 99 and 03, and then the Spurs won it in 05, and Pistons were never heard from again.
Yeah, man. Like, one of the greatest in-season trades of all time was getting Rasheed Wallace from Portland. And I want to say he played like a game in Atlanta. Then y'all got him from there. And him and Ben Wallace, like, it was hard to score when you got past Chauncey Billups and Tayshaun, which was hard enough. Like you ran into a Rasheed Wallace or Ben Wallace, who was the best defensive player of that time. Like nothing was easy. They kind of were like reincarnated version of the bad boy Pistons. And then, yeah, you said it, like Chauncey Billups, Mr. Big Shot. Everybody thinks Stephen Curry is one of the first ones to shoot like the pull-up three on the fast break. No, sir. Chauncey Billups. It might not have been as deep, but Chauncey Billups was the first one consistently that I saw like get the ball for a defensive rebound, get the outlet pass, push it up the court, and stop at the three-point line and shoot that pull-up jumper. Like he was one of the first ones in the era where that was considered a bad shot. Like if you shot pull-up threes in 04, you're taking a bad shot. Coaches hated stuff like that. And Chauncey was one of those ones, man. Rip Hamilton coming off of those screens, curling, the mid-range game when mid-range was actually sweet and pretty to watch. And yeah, I love that Pistons team. Like I really did. They played really hard, and then LeBron James got in the way.
Well, and that was also when it really, really, really hit home that the Pistons had totally screwed up the 03 draft by taking Darko Milicic. Whoops.
Bad move. They were looking for that big man. That's why they traded for Rasheed. Like they were looking for that big man. And Darko was supposed to be good. He was supposed to be special. Like, I don't know how you don't pick Carmelo with what he did to the Horns in the Final Four game and what he did to Kansas in the championship game as a 19-year-old. Like, I don't understand that. Like, that dude, say what you want about Carmelo Anthony. He's one of the greatest scorers of all time. He was special. Like, sorry, Darko, but yeah. Carmelo could play the four for us. He could be a power forward. He was big enough. He might not block those shots, but he'll get it back with a three, you know?
Carmelo went third, Chris Bosh went fourth, and D. Wade went fifth.
Oh. And then D. Wade ended up beating you in 06.
Yep.
That's what really hurts.
Like, it really hurts.
Man. Yeah, that's
really hurts.
That's tough.
Hell, David West went 18th in that draft.
Yeah. He was solid, borderline Hall of Famer, probably.
Man. Okay. Enough pain. Enough pain. Zay. I guess it's time for the right call, my friend.
Oh, let's get it, man. Yeah.
The right call.
Yeah, man, the right call today. Let's see. What do we have here? So, you know, the show, Quarterback, Netflix show, terrific. Marcus Mariota, Kirk Cousins, Patrick Mahomes, all did fantastic jobs. And Peyton Manning, who's the executive producer and has his little media company, Omaha and stuff, he's doing a great job with that. You know, we saw different aspects of where the quarterback is in the NFL, from Marcus Mariota being a couple of plays away from being out of the league, lost his job. Kirk Cousins, kind of the middle of the pack. Can he get over the hump and put the Vikings over the hump? And then, you know, one of the greatest quarterbacks in the National Football League, Patrick Mahomes, who won a championship last year. So it was terrific. But, Chip, for season 2, Peyton Manning's having a very hard time finding guys wanting to participate in the Netflix special. And I get it. You know, the NFL game, especially being a quarterback in the NFL, like, it's a lot of pressure. You know, they call it not for long for a reason. I mean, you don't have many opportunities, some bigger than others, some longer than others, but you could easily get distracted. And that's what a lot of these guys who have declined, that's what they say. They say, like, I just can't have the distraction. I don't want to be a part of that. And they did such a great job of getting the families involved. You saw all these guys' wives. You saw them with their kids. Like Patrick Mahomes' wife was pregnant. Marcus Mariota's wife was pregnant. Kirk Cousins reading to his kids and stuff. So that's a lot. That's a lot. Bringing
Cousins' wife picking out his clothes.
Yeah, picking out his outfits and stuff. Which, like, you know, hey, to each his own. But yeah, like that could be a lot. And having to worry about that win or lose, that seems like something that could really just get on your nerves depending on the person. So they finally found their first quarterback for season 2, and it's Matt Stafford. So that's going to be interesting. Matt Stafford going through this year in 2023, what we're going to see from that. But other than that, they just can't find people. But yeah, the Dallas native, Highland Hills, he's going to be season 2.
Okay. All right.
We like it?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, Matt Stafford's a fascinating character for me because he was at Highland Park. I'll never forget Mac Brown.
Yeah.
Mac Brown trying to put a deadline on Matt Stafford's recruitment, and Matt Stafford was like, I don't think so. I will be taking my time and my talents to Georgia. Yeah, Mac tried to, Mac was always trying to get guys to commit early and stuff. But then he goes to the Lions, of course. So, and I thought Matt Stafford was unbelievable. I mean, he led all those fourth quarter comebacks in Detroit. They were always having to come from behind because they were always behind. And then he goes to the Rams, wins the Super Bowl. I could not have been happier for him. He deserved it after all of his, attempts and just being a great teammate in Detroit. And they had some windows in Detroit, but they had terrible coaching. And it just drove me up a wall because oh God, who's the defensive coordinator for the Eagles? Jim. He was the head coach. Like they needed a CEO who could preside over all of it, and they kept either going offense or defense. And then they went and got oh my God, the former Jim Caldwell. And Jim Caldwell had the offense going, but he had talented dudes on defense. He had Ndamukong Suh, and they couldn't get it all together because you're sitting there going, geez, they got talent. And that organization, changed when Mama Ford took it over. It got better, which that should have happened a long time ago. But
Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, Jim Schwartz. Like he couldn't connect with the whole locker room. And so you're just like, come on, I really wanted them to hire Mike Zimmer, but what could you do? So now we'll see. Dan Campbell is a guy who's played the game. He talks to him honestly and transparently, and they respect him. He's like, listen, we're going to hit today because we gotta hit today, guys. I'm not going to make you do this all the time. Like, he explains why he's doing something. And I think they really play for him. And that's hard to find in the NFL. It really is. Like, you look at the Buffalo Bills right now, Zay, like Josh Allen, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but his post game after that Monday night game where he's like, same crap, different day, I got to be better. 4 turnovers. And you're like, is Brian Daboll really that important to Josh Allen's success? Like, sometimes it is. And you're like, wow, okay. Dan Quinn, we know Dan Quinn is enormous to the Cowboys' success. And sometimes you got to have that. You got to have all of it fit together. And we'll see for the Cowboys. We'll see if Mike McCarthy's the secret sauce on offense. We know Dan Quinn is the secret sauce on defense. And let's see, man. But yeah, that quarterback series is good. And Sarkisian watches it because he basically admitted it on Monday.
Yeah, him being a former quarterback, I could see him loving it. And yeah, he mentioned it talking about Andy Reid, a guy that he looks up to and probably steals a few things from when it comes to his own play calling. But yeah, I love Dan Campbell. It's hard for me to love an Aggie, but it's hard not to love that guy. Now, I think he needs to calm down on the caffeine. Have you seen his what all his like caffeine / coffee dose every day. It's ridiculous. Like, how is he not running off the walls? Which you could tell there's something not all there with him, and that makes a lot of sense. How much he spends on Starbucks every day. But yeah, we talked about it with John Brown, Chip, and Deion Sanders. Like, they have to see your most authentic self. They have to see you being real because that's relatable. So when guys are, trying to be the tough guy and the meathead, and you got to understand these guys have families too. These guys have kids. This is grown ass men in the NFL. And if you can't relate to that and you're just out here yelling at them and stuff like that, you could lose a locker room really easily. And that's what happens to a lot of guys that get got very early in their careers, like Nathaniel Hackett. You can't tell me he wasn't doing some of that stuff. We just talked about Shorts a little bit. Like, there's certain guys that just think that, hey, my way or the highway. They don't hire good, people around him. They think that their say is the best say. They're not willing to listen to their coordinators or assistants and stuff. And it's just, doomed for disaster. So yeah, like, you need that type of coaching as far as quarterback goes. It's just going to be really hard for Peyton Manning to keep finding these guys. Like, it's just that position, what you saw this past season. Like, you got to live up to Patrick Mahomes. Like, you got to live up to a guy going to the Super Bowl and you following that. Like, that's that tough crowd,
Yeah.
And a lot of these guys are trying to beat that. Like, Patrick Mahomes is clearly confident in himself and just like as sure as I don't know what. I can't say a lot of these other guys, 31 guys, are like that. Can, have that. Chris Jones on the other side, Andy Reid as a coach, Travis Kelce, and, you can focus on other things off the field and focus on being filmed along with, the stress and what comes with being an NFL quarterback. Like, guys don't want that. And I get it. I get it. It's just such a stressful game. It's such a physical game. You got to be locked in, and that's easily a distraction. So do I want season 2 to happen? Absolutely. It's great. You said it best. Like, it's a great show. It's great for us NFL football fans to just get behind the scenes, but it's going to be hard for them to keep this up, because guys just don't want that limelight, guys, because when they play bad, what are they going to say? Oh, they're filming quarterback for him. He's not locked in. They showed him, with his niece at a quinceañera or something like that, and he was dancing with her before they got blown out like Daniel Jones 40-0 with the Giants versus the Cowboys. Like, that looks bad. It looks really bad. So I get it, and it sucks, but yeah, I don't expect to see guys signing up for season 2 anytime soon, except for Matt Stafford.
Yeah, they kind of like peaked in season 1. You had Patrick Mahomes winning the Super Bowl, and Kirk Cousins got off to that great start, and and then Marcus Mariota. I mean, it's a fascinating concept. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to get guys to sign on because there's a lot that can go wrong. But I think because Peyton Manning is Peyton Manning, he got those guys to sign on. And now that everyone's seen it, they're like, oh man, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Like, you're in house talking to my chef, like talking to my wife, and the wives have to agree too. Like, how many wives want that publicity and stuff? Like, oh, they're going to be in the house. They're going to be around the kids. Like, a lot of people don't want their kids being shown on camera that often. Not everybody's like Trayvon Diggs' son and is out there just being a little baby kid and stuff. Like, not everybody's like that. So, yeah, not only the quarterback does he have to agree, he has to check in on the household and see if everybody agrees that in the house that he's living in, which, you and I are both married, that could go east or west.
Yeah, for sure. Well, before we get to the debut of our new show here,
can't wait.
Texas Sports Unfiltered, Fire the Cannon.
Can't wait.
Let me tell you about Dr. Greg Eckert, because Dr. U he's Austin's dentist. And listen, whether you just need a checkup or you need some advanced dentistry, or whatever your dental needs are, Dr. U's got you taken care of. And they want to give you that smile that is worth smiling about. So just get this number down, 512-345-3166, or check them out online at Dr. Eckert, DrUeckert.com. And Dr. U's also doing some amazing things with Brain Vault, the mouth guard that's patented, that has, proven to reduce the risk of concussion. So if you're a parent, a coach of a youth football team, just go to brainvault.com to schedule a fitting. You know what I'm saying? So Zay.
Yeah, excited about the Fire the Cannon podcast. Megan and Rocky, they are Texas fans, bleed burnt orange through and through. You probably see them on Twitter at Texas Fancy Boots, and Rocky knows best. These ladies know their stuff. They love their football. They love their Longhorns, and great bringing them to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Brad has just done a great job bringing such a great group of people to give out that great just Texas media product that a lot of people have been fiending and missing. So yeah, glad to bring these ladies to the team, and we just get stronger and deeper, Chip Brown. We just get stronger and deeper at Texas Sports Unfiltered.
This is the place to be. This is where you need to be to get all your favorite voices from Austin Sports Talk. And the fact that BK came back from Houston to make this happen, that was enough for me to jump on board. And we're just building this thing, just building it, and that's what it's all about. I think we should bring on, I don't know if the ladies are ready for us to bring them on or not. I don't know. Oh yeah, thumbs up. All right. Megan and Rocky are ready. What's up?
Hello.
What's up, ladies? How's
Hello.
it going?
Hey guys, how are y'all? Oh, we're so excited. Hey, Chip. Hey, Zay. How are y'all?
Doing
good. Welcome to the team.
Thanks. It's exciting. We're thrilled. This is going to be fun.
I mean, you got a lot to talk about.
Hey, it's a good time to have a first show, right? It's a good time. So.
Everybody wants to keep talking. I say move on to Wyoming. Nope. No. I'm going to milk this till kickoff of the next game.
That's what I said to Zay. I said I finally started writing about Wyoming on Wednesday. Normally I'm like on it on Sunday night, and we're still, putting all the pieces together from that incredible win at Alabama. So
the team needs to move on. We don't.
That's right. That's right. By God. Yeah. Well, listen, we can't wait to take it all in. So now that we've brought you in, we'll hand the baton to Fire the Cannon, Megan
exciting.
And Rocky.
We appreciate y'all.
Thanks, guys.
Y'all have fun.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
Welcome to an episode of Fire the Cannon, this time with Texas Sports Unfiltered, live online, so we get to engage with our friends.
I know, we're excited. I'm Rocky. And I'm Megan. And we are Fire the Cannon, y'all. Here we go. Well, Rocky, we have a ton to talk about. How are you feeling after Alabama? Let's jump right in. Jump right in.
I'm glad we got our voices back, right? And then yesterday I had to teach a class like shouting. I'm like, oh, I don't shout, but I have to raise my voice. And I said, oh, sorry, I'm trying to talk. No, I'm like, how are we going to do a show with no voices? But we got our voices back, and that's what we want to talk about. We were there from Thursday to Sunday all weekend long in Alabama. So we had our different experiences than some people had coming back saying, oh, they were so nice to us. It's not what we got.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that. But we came home with the W.
We did came home with the dub. And I know that, we had talked about it a little bit before going out to Alabama, a little bit of trepidation about the game, but I feel like both you and I, we picked Texas to win.
Texas to win.
And Rocky, I think we were pretty accurate with our picks.
We have some audio from, we'll wrap up where we talked last week going into the game. You were driving to all the way past, we're driving to Trustville to the Finkleys. And Richard and I were flying the next morning. So we were recording while you were driving. And we were like, what's the keys? And we'll get to that in a minute. What are the keys that we picked? What needs to go right? What can't go wrong? And we're spot on.
Yeah.
Also, you mentioned got to keep the score to 24 or less.
Hold them to 24. Yeah.
Done. she picked the number. And then I said, well, what if Texas wins by 10? What's going to happen? And what do you know?
Yeah, turns out that was spot on. And what I was saying is, look, if Texas wins by 10, you're not going to be able to shut up the national media. You're not going to be able to shut up Texas fans. Like, we're going to be talking national championship. We're going to be talking, Texas is back.
Texas is back. Have some fun. Relax. Just play. It's okay.
And, here we are. So we think we were pretty spot on with those predictions. Excited about that. Happy to be here. And thanks, y'all. We see some of the comments coming in. We appreciate you. We're really excited to join and have everybody throw us your questions, your burning questions.
Bring it,
you want to know.
ladies. Thank
Let us know.
you.
And gentlemen, everybody, bring it.
Bring it, ladies. Gringo horn. Nice.
So let's talk about it. We rolled in. You guys came in on Thursday. We met up. Very fortunate to meet up with the Finkleys. Where shout out to Dr. April Finkley.
We're going to get into all of her party.
Yeah,
It was amazing.
and Dr. Jock Finkley, who threw a pretty great the biscuits and what was it? The biscuits and brisket beat Bama Bash.
Beat Bama Bash.
And it was a good time. Partied up there. Got some nice insights and what they were expecting. And yeah, let's just jump into it. I mean, night of, we were there Thursday night, start partying it up.
Yes,
what was your feeling coming in, flying in? What was your experience at the airport like coming in?
Well, because we came in on Thursday, apparently way more people were coming in Friday from Austin and everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And our experience was because it's hard to get to Tuscaloosa, you have to fly into Birmingham, and to get to Birmingham, you have to fly in from somewhere else, not Austin. So we flew our route, left at 6 a.m. and we had to go through Baltimore, Maryland, and then all the way back. So actually getting on the flight from Baltimore to Birmingham, it was a lot of Bama fans. And
so you're a little bit worried at that point.
Well, yeah, I was like, where are the horns? I was like, okay, well,
because really, who lives in Tuscaloosa?
The ridiculous route, plus the time, plus it was an extra day early. I wasn't too worried. There were a handful of Texas fans coming in, but when we went to sit down at the bar, because you sit at the bar when you go on the airplane. I went to sit at the bar. As soon as I sit down, we have been in the airport 2 seconds. Horns down from this guy.
And they started.
From this guy. I'm like, okay, cool, that's fine. And then he had to throw it out a few more times. I'm like, okay, cool, just let me eat my soup. And then he says, him and his other buddy are talking, and he keeps trying to chat back at us, me and Richard. And him and his other buddy are talking, and he says, oh, I have, the Chiefs are favored by 4. I think I'm going to take that. I'm like, the Lions look good. I would, and he says, nah. And I hear him and he's like, I'm going to take the Chiefs. So then that night when we were at the party and the Lions won, I was like, I hope Bama guy put a lot of money on that game.
I love it. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, I was driving in. I left earlier. I left on Wednesday just to kind of knock out some of the drive on the way. Took care of the dogs and everything late. Got a late start Wednesday. Stayed over in Monroe, Louisiana. I was actually pretty surprised when I stopped in Louisiana for gas. I got more of the Roll Tide in Louisiana than you would expect in Taiga country, right? But rolling in, I'm seeing people excited. There was a buzz in the atmosphere getting into Alabama, and of course, got some horns down. Most was Roll Tide. But, we got ready for that party, got everything going. And I have to give the Finkleys credit. I mean, they're holding strong in burnt orange when they're surrounded by that crimson. We'll get in a little bit later when we talk about the game day atmosphere itself. But there was, they've gotten some shit for Justice committing to Texas, being that close to Tuscaloosa. And I'll tell you, they were excited to kind of rub it in people's faces, get that burnt orange up in Birmingham at their house, have the neighborhood come over. And we had a lot of burnt orange at that party. It was a good time. You get a lot of crimson too.
Yes. So Dr. April Finkley and her husband, Dr. Jock Finkley, they hosted an incredible party because April, she was saying, we got to do something because, they are always being hosted by all the great Austin family and friends and parents and all the people they've met in Longhorn country, right? They're just like the opportunity to, return the favor and show hospitality, and what an opportunity for her to do that. And so she had all her aunts and uncles and cousins and nieces and
The
all the
neighborhood was there,
the
y'all.
family, the neighbors, the friends, all the supporters, half dressed in Bama, half dressed in Texas. And she put on a spread. I mean, it was just the decorations, the food. I mean,
Crazy.
the wings, the chicken like came off the bone, and it was awesome. Megan set up her projector. We had good music. Everybody was getting along and just had a great time and getting really pumped for the game. And her house was burnt
To the
orange,
nines. It was
inside
awesome.
and out, burnt orange, right in the middle of Alabama country.
Yeah, it was a good time. Of course, put up the big Texas flag, the 8-foot Texas flag. That got a little bit of attention there. But yeah, it was a great time and a great setup to roll into Tuscaloosa then on Friday. Just quickly, we ended up in Cottondale Friday, which is just outside of Tuscaloosa, with a pretty awesome party
Like
house.
5 miles from the stadium.
Yeah, but really when we started getting into the shit, right, was we decided to go out kind of downtown. So Tuscaloosa, their main drag, what we would consider like our 6th Street, runs directly in front of their stadium. It's actually a pretty cool setup.
Pretty cool.
The campus is real pretty. It's gorgeous. So we're in Big Earl, my Bronco with the horns on it. And we're rolling through with the Texas stuff and the lights going. And that's when it got a little thick, when we started hitting in the students. A lot of horns down.
Which is fine if you keep your space. Like stay right there and say horns down all you want. But we had some pretty aggressive,
like
in
the face.
our physical space,
Sure.
you know, reaching across and over us to be in our space. You know, we were like, okay, we had a pint. Let's get going, because we're either going to go to jail tonight. Like,
I'm either
let's
going to
just
make
go.
friends or start fights,
Yeah.
one or the other, right?
And we did make friends.
We did.
Some Longhorns, but we weren't welcome down there. It was like getting kind of sketchy, and everybody was just partying really hard. Good for them. But we definitely weren't. Hey, we had a couple.
We got that with the older
couple.
crowd.
Welcome to Tuscaloosa. But mostly we got.
Yeah, I mean, we got some welcomes from the older crowd. I would say they were, hey, thanks for being here. We appreciate y'all. Looking forward to it. Welcome to Tuscaloosa. But definitely the students, as we found out later, definitely a problem in Tuscaloosa. They've got some issues. Well, again, we'll talk about that a little bit later as we go on. But do want to give a shout out to Stevie and co.
Yes.
Ran into y'all at World of Beer. Really kind. They're big Fire the Cannon fans, and it's still crazy to me that people recognize us from a podcast when we're out and about. So that was fun. Just want to say, hey Stevie, thanks, girl. We had a lot of fun with y'all.
That was
Appreciate
fun.
you. It was a good time. So yeah, just getting into it. Tailgate. I set up a little tailgate. Had a fun time. Officially. Rocky, I think it's official. We have the invite to the barbecue.
Oh, we got to go to the
Right?
barbecue.
I feel pretty special about that. And I didn't even get asked to bring paper towels or anything. So that was awesome.
They also didn't ask you to bring any food.
That's fair. That's accurate. But listen, no raisins in my potato salad. Okay. I've at least got a little bit of taste, right? So we set up a little tailgate, partied with some folks ahead of time, and then headed in. And that's when it got pretty thick. We were heading into Bryant-Denny Stadium. We had a kind of a crew with us, probably 4 or 5 people, a little entourage that kind of grew and grew as we went in. It was a good time. Lots of horns down in the face, lots of yelling. You don't belong here. Go back to Austin. Who wants to live in Austin?
Oh yeah,
that's always my favorite.
Some weird insults. I'm like, we got nobody wants to live in Austin.
Right.
I'm like, I up until this year, it was the number 1 place to live every year forever. And 2 million so people live in this area and surrounding area, and people are dying to buy homes here. And it's not the perfect city, but to say nobody wants to live there. Okay. I'm like, well, tell me you've never been to Austin, because everybody who visits for the weekend tries to move here.
Right. Yeah. So, and it's funny. I've gotten go back to Austin. Nobody wants you here. Austin's the worst.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, every time we get those comments, or I've gotten those comments, it's always been in some shithole like Lubbock. Right now, I am not let me be very clear. I'm not comparing Tuscaloosa to Lubbock. Way better place. Way more fun.
It was fun.
But it was definitely funny to get those comments to me. Hey, we just want to say, Jose, I definitely see it. Not going to lie. You cried after the game, and your wife didn't make fun of you either, because she knew how important it was. Yeah, absolutely. Look, we saw a lot of folks there after that experience. I was elated. We have some pictures from after the game. You guys can check it out on Twitter. Check out at Rocky Knows Best and at Texas Fancy Boots. Check us out there. See some of the post-game pictures, but I don't think I saw, I mean, you could have told me that my cat died at that point, and I don't think I would have, that frown would have come across my face. I know it's
Even
terrible.
your new kitty?
Well, the new kitty maybe, but yeah, I mean, it was awesome. We had a ton of people. I mean, I saw some folks crying. It was good. It was a good time.
It was great.
And shout out to Hardge. We love you too, Hardge. We appreciate you. We're excited to be here. So.
Our good friend Mike Hardge. That's a nice picture, Mike. I like it.
It's so handsome.
All right. So we jumped right into our adventures here, and we're going to keep talking about it. But we do realize now that we're a few minutes in, people are logging in and welcome. So we're Fire the Cannon. If you're new, because you follow the Tech Sports Unfiltered crew, talented crew, BK, KD, all the guys on Mike Hardge, all the guys on that show. So you're following them, and you saw they invited 2 women to come talk sports. Yes, they did. And we talk just to get to know us a little bit for a couple minutes, and we'll come right back to our adventures this weekend before we hit the big game stuff. We'll tell you a little bit about ourselves, because some of you might be new to who we are. Megan, I'll let you go first. This is
on the spot.
And up at the top, it has our Twitter and our Instagram. Megan has beautiful, amazing photos on her Instagram. I have posted 0 things ever on Instagram, so don't worry about following me or anything on Instagram, because you will get nothing from me. I use it only like if an artist is like, oh, here's my stuff, or a hairstylist is, here's what I do, something
Stalking
like that.
Folks, right?
Yeah, or my kids' wrestling team, they posted a video today. But I don't use that, so don't worry about that. Yeah. But anyway, so Megan, tell them about what got you to here today, right this moment.
This long journey in 5 seconds. Got it. I like it. Love being put on the spot.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. Look, I've been a Texas fan for a long time. Went to UT, graduated with a BS in advertising. So, the folks the Aggies that like to make the t-shirt fan comments doesn't really apply, which, by the way, dumbest comment ever. I don't understand the t-shirt fan argument. When you make the t-shirt fan argument, all you're saying is my university is so popular that people that weren't able to get in or couldn't afford to go or grew up loving this school but didn't have the opportunity loves my school and supports my school. How is that hurting my feelings?
Like a lot of the Alabama fans this weekend.
Yeah,
They go
right.
to different schools, and that's fine.
Yeah.
They cheer for their state university.
Yeah, it was I always think that's a silly argument, but been around UT for a long time. My family worked there. My family went there. My sister went there as well. Mom and dad went there. Stepmom went there. So it's been, UT's in the blood. Burnt Orange is there. I've gone to pretty much every home game. I've only missed 8 home games since I was born. So watched a little bit of football in my day, a little bit of football. Hey, Paolo, quick shout out to our buddy Paolo.
Oh, he's coming
We appreciate
in
it.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
We'll talk about you.
So, go to all the games. And then in 2013, I started going to all the home and away games. And that just became a thing that I didn't stop doing. God help me, in the worst decade of Texas football.
You could have 4 Lamborghinis or go to every
game. Yeah, I probably made some poor life choices there, but here we are. But yeah, I mean, jumping into this, we actually found out I technically met you on Twitter, which is crazy. And here we are years later, best friends and many adventures later.
We've crossed paths a million
So many
times
times.
and been in the same places a million times, just didn't connect.
Yeah. Funny quick story. When Rocky and I started hanging out and really getting to know each other, we were talking about just the different places we've been and the things we've done for Texas. And it turns out we actually had pictures of each other in each other's phones from events that we had been to, that like I was in the background of her photos. She was in the background of mine. Crazy story. So I feel like our friendship was just meant to be. So loving it. But tell us a little bit about yourself for the folks that are tuning in for the first time.
Okay, I'm sure you're going to learn a lot about us as we go, but I'm from Austin. I grew up in Austin, Texas. My dad always drove me by the university and said, Miha, that's going to be your school one day. And I went to Texas. I did my undergrad and my graduate at Texas. I studied art and art education. I am now working on my PhD at Texas State. And that's kind of why Fire the Cannon is goes, and then we take a break. Then we goes, because we have lots of things going on all the time. So right now, I hope to graduate in May. That's my plan. If I work a little harder, I just might. And I've always been a sports fan. I've, like with my dad, always watching, NFL, not so much college growing up, but until later that I watched a lot more college ball. But I played rugby forever. I coached, ref, traveled all over playing rugby. So that's kind of where my sports background comes, is I'm a rugby player. And right now the World Cup's going on. So I'll throw in something about that if you care. But so yeah, that's kind of my background. And I just love watching. I love breaking down stuff. I love following behind the scenes stuff, more of the atmosphere. We will talk some X's and O's and players and stuff like that, but I think we're really good at setting up the scene for things and the feel of things. And there are so many great people out there who break down the percentage of this place and this throw of this yards and blah, blah, blah. And that's fun too. That's great too. But I think we have a little different take and a little more conversational take on some of this stuff. So that'll be fun. But you'll learn more about us as we go.
Absolutely. So let's jump into it. Like, we're at the game. We're ready. We're amped. We're there. I will say this. There's been a lot of conversation about the game day atmosphere in Tuscaloosa. We had heard this going into it. It was several SEC folks saying this going into it, that the Alabama fans are pretty entitled. They're used to winning. Good for them. Texas our fans have had some bouts with that. We used to be called a wine and cheese fan group. I think we've gotten better, especially since Mac Brown. But we were expecting a loud, noisy stadium. But if things start to not go Bama's way, then pretty quickly we heard that the crowd would quiet down. And I got to say that was my experience. When we were there, they were loud, they were rowdy, they were ready for Texas to be there.
Yes.
And it was, they have their pom-poms going, they have everything, they have all the cheers. But the second that we got our collective poo together and we drove down and scored, that stadium got real quiet real fast for being over 100,000 folks there. Now they picked up every now and again. We'd love to hear your comments. What were y'all seeing on TV? Did y'all get the same thing? Did you get that it was, loud on TV? I've heard that, much ado was made about the Longhorn band being in the upper deck. I think Bama really thought they had a gotcha with us. They got their little feelers hurt when we were putting their fans and their band up in the upper deck in DKR last year. So they didn't bring their band. They kind of took their ball and went home, right? They thought they were going to get us by doing the same thing. And our band's like, shit, we've been in the Big 12. We do this all the time.
Wendy, our friend Wendy had a great tweet about no griping, went up there, the band represented. Hey, shout out to our friend Wendy. It's true that, and we heard about it, in conversations as we're out and about. Oh yeah, even at the airport, I hear this man mansplaining to his wife about the band and the tickets and this and that. And he says, he's telling her, well, they made Alabama sit up in the top, so we didn't go, and we're happy to return the favor and this and that. And I'm like, we make every band go up there because no band needs to be front and center controlling the crowd and louder than our band. And you know what? We said, those are your seats. They didn't come. They told Texas, these are your seats. We said, be there.
We're there.
And they were great. We heard them.
Yeah,
and
we
you could
heard
hear them on TV when I watched the replay.
Yeah, Stephen, thanks for shouting that out. Stephen over here is saying they were focusing on the students, so it seemed pretty energetic all the time. But you could hear the band on TV. We heard that too. A lot of folks were saying the Longhorn band was definitely, you could hear it on TV. It was really great. So,
and it made me smile.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, so
Justin.
Hey, Justin. Hey, I heard a lot of Texas fans. There were a lot. We have a debate on how many we actually think they are. Looking over the crowd, to me, it still felt like 85-ish% Bama and 15%. You feel it was more like 20?
I feel like it was more Texas, like 20%, 25%, maybe. We were there. Like, we came out in droves. Where we were sitting, we were kind of in the corner end zone in the LL section, and you could see like where the parents were up. We had a big, I would say a quarter of the upper deck in that end zone area, and then a quarter of the upper deck. And then the sections that we were in, like, I would give us a solid 5 sections that was just all burnt orange in that corner. Like, Texas showed up.
To me, it looked, we showed up. There was a lot of Texas fans, and there were some sporadic out, and then there were some up high, a lot up high. But we were there. We were loud. The team heard us. The team felt us.
Team heard us for sure.
They gave props to the players, that the fans and alumni that traveled.
Yeah. So speaking of giving props, y'all, if you're enjoying this, please be sure to like the video and subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered. We love y'all. We are building this thing up. We're excited to be here. So don't forget to do that. Of course, submit your comments. We are here and we're enjoying it. This is fun.
It is fun. And just normally when we record, we're like this together, just like this, or unless Megan's on the road or one of us is away. But normally we're doing this chat and talking on our things, and we can go back at it later and edit something out or fix something. But here,
live, you're getting us. This is just how we are.
And so we have the excitement of this action here, but also now we have comments, which is really cool. Like our friend Paolo, congratulations to you both. He's actually coming this weekend to Austin. For him and his wife are coming this weekend for the West Virginia game. They're staying with me. It's gonna be fun.
I love it. Well, all right, so let's jump into the game. We were in Tuscaloosa. Things were loud. It was crazy in the beginning. We got to experience, I'm excited about it at least. We got to experience a little bit of what DKR is going to feel like this weekend.
Ooh,
Bama had the red lights and the white lights going, and it was a cool atmosphere. They did a really neat thing. We'll share this on Twitter later. They did a really neat thing where they do the wave with their phones, which I thought was really cool. I feel like Texas fans really showed up a couple years ago with that organic moment of people turning their lights on when Don't Stop Believin' came on, and it turned into a thing that was really awesome. It's fun to see what other stadiums do. And yes, Sal, we will get to you in just a minute. What is the best sporting event we've attended as a fan? Thanks. And from New York City. Hey man, thanks for joining us. I would say
New York City.
For me, I mean, this is probably a cop-out answer, but I was at the 05 national championship. I was at the 09 one too. That one wasn't as much fun, but I guess that's a cop-out because truly best game I've ever seen in my life. It was incredible. But if I had to pick something other than that, I would say that it would be, I was actually so Michigan State is my number 2 team. Don't want to talk about Mel Tucker right now. My God, my soul is hurting. But I was at the game, I think it was in 2015. They called it the Gift 6, where Michigan had the game. It was a tight game, all game. Michigan had it in the very end, and all they had to do was kick it away. And the poor punter flubbed the punt directly into a Michigan State player's arms. He ran into it. They scored. It was just me and my dad there. I had surprised my dad and took him to the game. And we were the only 2 little dots of green in a sea of maize and blue. And I'll tell you, it was awesome. That was it. I've never seen a scoreboard turn off so fast. So for me, that was probably my best sporting event as far as if I can't include the 05 national championship. Rocky, how about you?
Mine, that's a great question. And we'll show Salvatore. I like that, Salvatore. What was the best sporting event you attended as a fan? For me, mine is the craziest one. That it's one of those games that everyone says will end up saying they were there. And I actually have a photo of me there, and we're dressed up, and this is a rugby thing, but in the Rugby World Cup, South Africa, if you're familiar, they're South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, they're the top, England, Ireland now, but they're the top teams. And an up and coming team in the 2015 World Cup in England was Japan. And of course, South Africa is highly favored. We're in Brighton, south of London, and we're big South Africa fans. And we get to go to the South Africa, Japan. It should just be run of the mill. South Africa walks away with the win. Japan was amazing. Japan dominated. Japan was physical. Japan shocked the world. This was like, some people say, the biggest upset in Rugby World Cup history. We were there. So I think that's amazing. Pretty cool to be an event like that. And I was also there when New Zealand won the World Cup in 2011 in their home turf, which was pretty cool. But an upset, even though I was decked head to toe in South Africa, cheering for South Africa, you couldn't give anything but respect or love to Japan for that.
That's very
all
cool.
right. So we got off track, but that was a great question.
I love it. Yeah, thank you. So, hey, Lubbock, Texas. All right. I appreciate you, Brian.
Hey, Lubbock.
Appreciate you. I hope you're doing the Lord's work out there in Burnt Orange. I know that's a tough place to be. So
much love back to you.
Hey, Twitch, what's going on, my friend? We see you. We appreciate you.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Just a nice little wave. Just a nice little wave, buddy. We appreciate you. So, So back to Alabama. We were there. Crazy experience, good atmosphere. game kicks off. Let me ask you, Rocky, like I had my feelings before the game and during the game. How are you feeling right before kickoff as far as how Texas was going to do? What was your gut doing? What were you thinking?
Okay, well, we had things leading up. We had all the great reports out of fall camp. And when we were making our predictions going into the season, I said Texas is going to go into Bama and they're going to win. I felt good about what the Sark was building, the talent, the depth, what Sark was building, the coaches plan to strategize, like that all felt really good. Also, Bama didn't know who their quarterback was going to be. They had 3 guys rotating. They, and they have, new OC, new DC. Everything was mixing up. And I said, oh, we feel really good. And then when Texas didn't have the best
opening drive.
Well, no, against Rice. When Texas didn't shine and knock the doors off Rice, blow the doors off Rice. And then also Alabama looked really good against also lesser competition. But we didn't waver. Neither of us wavered. We still said everything that we understood why Texas didn't go all out at home the first weekend. They did solid win. That was fine. So I felt good. But once we got there, not that, just like Texas said, it's not, you don't fear it, but you respect it. Once we got there, and nobody shied away from telling us how many this they won, how many that they won.
They've earned that.
And all the way to our seats. Oh, of course, they've earned it. They have earned it. So that's also why I thought they would have behaved a little better, because they've won stuff.
Act like you've been there.
But all the way to our seats, we were hearing from people, this ain't Dallas. This ain't OU. This ain't Dallas. Like, yes, I know. You told me.
Fully aware. Thank you.
Trying to eat my biscuit breakfast here. Well, Roll Tide, you going down. Enjoy that biscuit, because tomorrow's going to suck. That one, the cook at the restaurant.
Yeah, it was a lot.
The biscuit was dry. But
do better, biscuit boy.
No, but so up until kickoff, I had wavering, questionable, but normally I'm nervous, I'm excited, especially on the road, because if things go bad, you'll never hear the end of it. We were surrounded by lots of Longhorn fans. So I still felt good. Yeah. And even when things were going, they took a hit, they came right back. And like you were saying, dread never set in.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. When we were there, like I said, I mean, I've gone to a lot of Texas games. I've been around a lot of the teams. And in years past, in that third quarter when Texas, Bama was coming back, they took the lead. In years past, it would have been this feeling of, oh God, here we go again. We had it and we're letting it slip away. But I can say I never had that feeling, never had that pit of the stomach, like, oh God, we're not going to be able to hold on to this. I think I turned to you right after that Bama drive and said, we're fine. Like I looked at you and said, we're fine. I'm not worried about this. We're
calm.
Good.
Yes,
all we got to do is come back. And even after, we had that pick, there was one point in the game, this might've been in the fourth quarter, where we're watching and I'm looking in, I said, turnover right now. We're getting a turnover right now.
You said turnover and boom.
Sure enough, that was the interception. Yeah. So I don't know. I
said, Megan, give us another one of those.
Right. I felt confident the whole time. And in a way, I felt confident in this team in a way that I haven't felt as a fan. And listen, I pump Burn Orange Sunshine. I try to be positive, but there's some shit that's been tough to deal with as a Longhorn fan in watching the growth, and I think I've been more on the side of Sark and Co for more so than some other people, especially after that race game. We saw a lot of fans chicken littling. The sky is falling. Oh God, what are we going to do? Quinn Ewers can't throw. We can't hit the long ball. He can't do this and that. We said this on our podcast, if you guys want to check it out from the past, but one of the things I said is, look, everything that I saw wrong in the Rice game can be fixed. 99% of it can be fixed with the O-line stepping up their game. And sure enough, O-line stepped up. Quinn had time to throw. He was never touched. Let's talk about that, man.
Yes.
Quinn Ewers.
That was one of your keys to the game. So you gave 3 keys to the game, and your first one was the O-line.
Absolutely.
That had to go right.
Everything had to go right with the O-line. They had to step up. They had to really show that they wanted to be there, play like the big humans that they are, be physical. And I'll tell you what, we saw those pancake factories. I loved it. We saw playing through the whistle, playing all the way through. I mean, there were definitely some calls. And let me talk about this. The officiating I thought was pretty fair. They missed a few calls here and there, but for the most part, it didn't feel egregious.
I mean, they took 2 touchdowns away from Alabama that they could have kept the flag in their pocket
right.
if they wanted to.
There was a clear PI that they missed for us. There was definitely a lot of holding.
There was a pretty good face mask on Worthy that nobody
didn't get called,
about.
right? But for the most part, I felt the officiating was pretty even in the sense that they weren't being ticky tacky. And they did that both ways. Like what we've seen in the past is one team, Texas, will get called for a lot of things, super ticky-tacky calls, and then everything is let go for the other team. It didn't feel that way this time. So,
but we pay the refs, Megan. Didn't you hear? We pay the refs.
So it was definitely, it felt like a fair fight at this point. And that was the story.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah.
That was the story of the game. Going into it, it was going to be, can our D-line hold up? What's our O-line going to do? And man, we showed up, we ran through. Again, I just want to give a shout out to our O-line they were pissed.
Huge props. They
had that chip on their shoulder. It was something that they played hard. They were pancaking guys. Yours was pressured, I think 2 or 3 times. He wasn't touched once.
QB hurries, yeah. But no sacks.
No sacks.
Huge on the road. No false starts.
Huge
in that crowd noise.
Let's talk about that. I mean,
and the other team couldn't. I mean, how many false starts and hurries and sacks did they get?
Right. Yeah. I mean, our D-line got to them.
Yes.
And God, they're big uglies. I love it.
It looked like they were on the road.
It did.
We were at home.
It felt that way. The team felt composed. Hey, Seth, we see your question. What surprised us about Sark this week? I will say, for me, I don't know that surprise is the right word, but I will say I was hoping for this, and I was happy that it did in fact happen. In the past, Sark has definitely had some issues adjusting at halftime. There's been some issues and some stubbornness of sticking with things, like when certain things weren't going his way, we got predictable. We weren't adjusting at halftime. And this was a comment that we talked about, you and I sitting in the stands. All right, we went into halftime with a lead, but Bama was showing some momentum. And that was the thing. God, I hope we adjust. I hope we're ready, because Texas teams of the past have come out and, they've started slow. Sark's teams have started slow, had a great, second, maybe third quarter, and then shit the bed after that.
From all gas, no breaks to all gas,
just
all
break.
All breaks.
And we didn't see that. So for me, I feel like we've really turned that corner with the staff, especially with Sark. The play calling was elite. There were a few things that we didn't execute. Especially starting off, we were missing there a couple times, and I'm not putting this on Quinn.
2 touchdowns that were in the hands of the receivers.
Touches the hands, but you got to catch
Quinn
it.
put it on the
Quinn had again, he had time to throw. His footwork was better this time. Still a little bit of work to go there, but he was on point, putting the ball where only our guys could get to it. Again, there were a few times that our guys, we'd have the ball in hand, it hit them in the breadbasket, hit them right in the mitts, and they dropped it. But we got over that.
That's going to happen. The other team had lots of drops too.
We got over that
environment.
And then we made those adjustments. And watching us stay all gas the whole time, for me, that was a key. Did you have any surprises with Sark?
That we were all gas, all breaks. I mean, all gas, no breaks. And in the past, it does get conservative, and in this, he was genius about finding ways to establish the run and knowing going through the middle was going to be not the first choice, right? And so he found ways to run outside angles and moved people. Of course, all the pre-snap motion was amazing, but I like that. The fourth downs, going for it on fourth downs. He said he was going to be more aggressive this year, but that is part of the all gas, no breaks and we saw this from teams like Tech last year, who used it to beat Texas and Oklahoma last year. Being aggressive, knowing that you have in your bag plays for 4th and 3, 4th and 2, things like that really showed that he's going to be aggressive, all gas, no breaks. And for a while, we were so hyped about all gas, no brakes. Then it became almost a punchline for a little while when you're up 24, 15, 17, 18 points.
Previous years.
In previous years, not
Yeah.
this year.
Yeah.
In previous years, when you take a lead, double-digit lead, even in the third and fourth quarters, and lose games.
Right.
And that's happened at home and on the road. But now it feels like all gas, no brakes.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
You're okay
and
with
when
it
you
now.
go on the
Yeah.
road in a hostile environment against a team who's won the most championships in the last decade, with composite still the top roster in the nation.
Right.
So it's not like they've can't recruit or this is not their best.
It's a Nick Saban coach team.
And they're still the number one composite roster in the country. To do that in their home with authority, with physicality, and to be aggressive and trust, Sark talked about that again this week. Trust that not only does he have to get the players and the coaching staff to trust him and the coaches, but eventually he's gonna have to trust them too. And when it's 4th and 3, and some of the calls he made, the plays he called, shows that he believed in them to execute that.
Even allowing Quinn to call a couple of the calls.
To run the plays that they had come up with. That was kind of cool.
So Netavet, agreed. It was even officiating. I really feel again, it wasn't
Thanks
a perfectly
for
called.
watching, Netavet. You're too cute. I love the eyeshadow in your photo.
Yeah, it wasn't a perfectly called game, but it was an evenly called game, and I felt good about that. So Twitch, all right, man, we got you here. So the logistics weren't easy to surmount. We got you. Okay, so you did say that the silence, you guys thought the silence was noticeable when the Horns made plays. Yeah, and we had heard that about their crowd. So I think it was pretty accurate. They were definitely in it. It could get really noisy at times, but when Texas did something well, that crowd was out of it. I mean, we were talking about like, dang, you could, I think, what did Dr. Finkley say at one point? I think her grandma said you could hear a rat pissing cotton. That cracks me up. Yeah. So
love it.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gina Jaeger, probably Jaeger. Ooh, like Jaegermeister. Cool.
So-
Sorry, not your name, the Meister. Thank you so much. I love the show. We love you.
We appreciate you. Yeah. All right. Hey, Justin. So running backs did a great job of turning negative plays into positive yards to Texas. I agree. I will say this may be something for me that was a pleasant surprise, especially up against an Alabama, a team of that caliber. Were we going to miss Rojo? Were we going to miss Bijan?
We
did. Those yaks. We did. The yards after catch were going to be critical, or yards after contact were critical. But I think Texas came through on that. We didn't have the Bijan that we knew we could hand the ball off and he's going to plow through 47 dudes on the field and up into the stands, into the band, right?
Washing machine people,
Right.
spin cycle people.
But this is again where I think Sark had his game plan ready. He knows his guys. He knows who he's working with, and getting that movement. I mean, everybody ate, y'all. Everybody got a hand on the ball. I think we had 6 guys that ended up touching the ball, running with it. Worthy, for God's sakes, ended up throwing the football. So
which could have been a touchdown.
Could have. He had a
wasn't for
nice
that
touch.
pass
He had a nice touch on it. So yeah, I mean, I think no, we didn't have the 1 or 2 guys, the Rojos, the workhorse that we know can go in and kick ass and get those yaks after. But the game plan was there enough that we could dink and dunk it. We got it into enough guys' hands.
Get the ball into your playmakers'
with the movement.
hands.
We got the ball in the playmakers' hands, and we had the movement where their defense just looked confused. They were biting where Sark wanted them to bite. They were, moving guys open, and Sark was really, really smart about getting those one-on-one matchups that he wanted. He would distract with the movement, get their safeties, especially their linebackers too, to bite, commit. And then
send Jonte Hook had one play or something, and that was AD Mitchell's, and that was just because he went one way and they had to respect it. But he was so happy when AD Mitchell was
right.
But yeah,
it was definitely a team. Like, the team is coming together. The play calling was elite. Period. Like, I will say that through and through. After the game, I was cracking up. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I was kind of porn scrolling on TexAgs after the game. Just they lost to Miami, and I'm not gonna lie, it brought my heart great joy. To see them unhappy, but
Megan said it.
I did. That's me. I'll own that. I've had some run-ins with tech tags before, but yeah, watching some of the comments, how about we just trade up Jimbo straight up for Sark? I'm cracking up. All of a sudden, Sark's the golden
They can't
man.
afford Sark.
Right. Oh, they can't afford Jimbo. Shit.
I know.
But yeah, that was definitely nice to see. And I'm glad to see Sark, there's some of that faith is coming in finally.
Okay, so you nailed it. Your 3 wins. One was the O-line. The second thing you said was you have to hold Alabama to 24 or less.
It did say that.
Megan said that.
And let's be very clear. Rocky is usually the one that gets the picks right, gets the games right. I was just spot on for this particular
number. That was pretty good. And then you had Auburn needing to make key kicks. He had a couple of great field goals. He got all his PATs. He missed a long one, but fortunately, and when that happened, I didn't have the dread, but I had the, no, this feels much like last year.
Sure.
With that missed kick that could have been the difference, that safety that wasn't called that could have been the difference.
Right.
All those little things that could have made up for that 1 point, right? So when he missed that kick, they were like, okay, they have a time. They have plenty of time, plenty of time. And then we're like, there's too much time.
We were definitely cheering for the clock at certain points for sure. So,
all right. So
what were your keys of the game?
My 3 keys, I had Jordan Whittington and Jatavian Sanders, that they needed to ball out. And I said, if they get catches or touchdowns, great. But what I need them to do is dirty work, those third downs, those blocking, moving, shifting, being in there, messing stuff up. And fortunately, they played amazing, right? JT Sanders showed why he's going to be a first-round pick as a tight end. Like, just incredible. Jay Witt, does anybody deserve success more than this guy?
Man, we've talked about this. Jay Witt, to me, is going to be one of those players that is not going to get the accolades and the credit that he deserves. But to me, he's going to go down as one of the most valuable players that we've had at Texas. He's big, he's tough, he's strong, he's got that leadership, he's bringing that to the team, and we saw that at Alabama, man. He was showing up, blocking guys downfield, staying with his assigned guys, and I cannot, again, his stats weren't necessarily outrageous or crazy for this game, but it was the intangibles, it was the things that don't show up on the stat sheet that Jay Witt had himself a game.
He had a few key catches, but there were some blocks that were just, he's just a physical guy. And there was one where he, a couple that were thrown over, like one in the end zone, one in the middle of the field that were just, Ewers was pressured and was just trying to go, get it to him, and it was over or out of his reach. But there was some that Jay Witt got his hands on, and he was just so physical after the catch.
You weren't bringing him down. It took damn near half the Alabama team on the field to bring him down.
And
for sure.
Hey, Lee, this is my rugby friend. Lee, he's a huge Longhorn. Great to see you guys. Thanks, friend. So my other 2 keys I had, so Jalen Ford, and I said he's going to need the help of someone like Ethan Burke. What?
Let's talk about your Burke predictions here, because
I've been a Burke fan.
You have?
Well, since Westlake, right? I was saying, oh, please come to Texas, please come to Texas. And he finally got it. We finally got him to Texas. That was amazing. Physical. Like Salazar, who's now was the DC and now the head coach at Westlake. Just the systems, the way they read film, the way they teach them to be students of the game, and then the training that they do. Like, there's a reason they're always one of the top teams, not just because they have to work for it. They have to, build up to that kind of a program, and the discipline that they instill in the players at Westlake. I mean, you can see Jaden Greathouse right now at Notre Dame. Like, they have players, Klubnik didn't have the best first game, but
he's had a rough game.
He's had a rough start, but he's a talent right now at Clemson. Like, they have elite talent that they instill that discipline in them, and that football knowledge and football sense. So when you can get a player like Ethan Burke, who is a workhorse, he even had somebody holding him, and he still was able to grab Milroe's foot and bring him down for a sack. Effort plays like that. We saw several times players on their belly and get up and finish plays. Because what does Sark say? We grade effort first. And when you instill that in their brains, that effort matters most, you get plays like that. Where people are on the ground and making effort, on the ground and making a second and third effort.
Well, and there were some questions about Burke coming in. We saw some of the talking heads like, is this guy going to live up to it? He's young. Is he going to be able to follow through?
To me. I told you he's amazing.
And he did. He had a hell of a game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Playing
He's
through.
already had more sacks this year than his predecessor.
Yeah.
So also, okay, my third key was special teams. And I was hoping that they would do something special. We didn't see anything stellar. The punting was amazing.
Punting was the few times that we did punt.
Yes, the few times that we did punt, especially the play where Keaton Crawford got under it, popped it back. Keelan was right there, and I don't remember exactly who recovered it, but they were able to down it within the 5-yard line. Things like that, making those long fields for Alabama paid off because Alabama had to punt many times, and their punter was good too. But the most field goals only missed the one. It was a long one.
Yeah,
that was fine.
Yeah.
So those were our keys, and they pretty much
through.
all worked out.
Yeah, they came through for sure. Now another thing too that I think we'd be remiss not to talk about, Milroe's play. There was a lot of question, and I hate that the kid is getting so much crap now. You know, he was coming to Texas, and then he decided not to. What was the play for, going to look like from Alabama's quarterback? Who was going to be Alabama's quarterback? So Milroe came in, and man, bless his heart, he was running for his life the whole time. Our D-line was big and nasty, running after him, breaking through. I felt like Alabama's O-line looked completely outmatched. I mean, it was, and we know, again, we've talked about this. It's not like Alabama doesn't have the talent. They had big uglies on the front too. Right. These are big boys up there. And our guys were just pushing them around. Like they didn't matter.
Out-physicaled them, but I also think they out-schemed them. Alabama couldn't even tell where it was coming from.
Right. Yeah, we were covering well, getting through. And again, it was that effort from all sides, that motion, that pressure. It was amazing to watch. And I think truly that took Alabama out of the game. I feel that Saban was kind of at a loss for that. He was frustrated. We saw that on the sidelines. He was frustrated. We saw it, in Austin. Hell, 2009, we saw Saban frustrated. He was on the ropes before Colt went out. But this was just Coach Sark and staff out-coached Alabama. I think they outcoached
I think it's partly outcoached and also out-executed on the field, right? But I would never say that Alabama was all the way out of it.
I don't think they were out of it because they were on their heels.
Miller had moments, and the receivers had moments, and McClellan, the running back, had moments. Like they had, but I think what Texas was able to do was put together 60 minutes. And Alabama had lots of moments and pieces, yes, but they couldn't put it all together.
And Alabama was Texas last year or the year before, where we couldn't quite.
Sputtering, and Texas has had that in the past and they've talked about that, having a first half or a second half, but not being able to put it all together. Texas put it all together on the biggest stage, in the biggest environment, on the national game of the week, all the things, and couldn't have been a better time for them to put that all together.
Yeah.
And as we'll see this weekend, if they're going to build on that or if they're going to eat that rat poison.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Hey, your friend Lee had a great comment. Ethan Burke reminds him of the edge rusher for Lion. Thank you. Shout out to my
Hutchinson.
Lions. You're right. Hutchinson that man can move. I don't know if y'all saw the clip of just the spin cycle that he was on, twirls one way, defender tries to make the adjustment, twirls the other. I mean, now it's a little bit too much spinning. He's going to have to get there eventually. But yes, that's a great comparison, man. Definitely.
Yeah, I love it. And true, Burke's young. He still has so much time to develop with this strength and conditioning team. Right. And it's going to be so good.
He's going to be a monster. He's definitely a player to watch. From here on out, certainly. Let's see what he does.
Loving all the comments. Thank you. Please like, subscribe, comment, engage with us. That's the reason we wanted to go live, is so that we could chat and talk. And what do people actually want to talk about? Yes, Whittingham single-handedly won the state championship with Cuero. He has the will to win. His teammates probably want a little credit too, but yeah. So he was a 5-star coming out of high school. Athlete who could play multiple positions. And the thing about Whittington, unfortunately, no fault of his own, is injuries.
Yeah.
Right. But he comes back. He trains even harder. He's talked about it himself, the way he cleaned up his diet, the way he cleaned up his recovery, the way he's learned to be an athlete, a professional athlete. These kids are getting paid now, but a student athlete. And so that is nothing but props and love to Whittington and what he's done, and to be a role model, a leader, and to come back this year when, because he wants to win a championship.
Yes, absolutely. Jose, Rocky, I'm going to let you take this one as the resident Westlake person. Jose says,
"Is Westlake the best lake?" Yes.
she'll have that. You're going to get tired of her saying that, I promise. But all right, maybe.
I'm from East Texas and eventually would like to go to Westlake, Lake Travis game. Oh, they're all good. They're exciting. The last couple, I don't remember the score last year. Westlake wins. Yeah, it was a lot. No, they're great. And the thing about Westlake and Lake Travis is for years what Lake Travis dominated, like 8 or 9 wins out of 10 or something, even just a few years ago. It's only been recently that Westlake has taken over that in football. But when you have all this talent in this area, of course, all the great quarterbacks and players that have come out of Lake Travis, Garrett Wilson, right, that we wanted bad.
Yeah, we did.
There's so many great talent in both schools that you can go and see D1 athletes all over the field in that game. So if ever you get a chance, go wear red, you'll be right.
Kill me, Smalls. So yeah, okay. So we've talked about things that we loved seeing, that we were really excited about, some players to watch. Obviously, Ethan Burks won. Jalen Ford's our dude. I mean, again, I think he had a great game. Not his biggest game, but he was there on every play.
Almost had that interception, that carnival play that dropped into the receiver's hand, but they brought it back for
crazy,
an eligible man downfield or something.
Right. But I do want to talk a little bit. We're happy with the win. This was a decisive win, 10 points in Tuscaloosa, handing Nick Saban his worst home loss ever as a college football coach.
I'll allow it.
That'll do, pig, right? Like, no, it was great, but there were a couple things. There's always something to work on, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you walk away from the game, what can Texas do better? Where can we improve? What were some of the things that you saw that maybe gave you a little bit of concern in this game? Or go, hell, maybe that's something we need to work on. Do you have any thoughts on that?
While I appreciate that Sark was able to scheme the running game a little wider and with more motion, and also I appreciate they had got the ball back with 7-ish minutes left and were able to run when Alabama knew they were going to run. Mm-hmm. And I think that's partly just the O-line really, really stepping up. But also I think it had to do with conditioning, that our team was so conditioned, because they were saying that they've been in 100+ degrees every day for months. Mm-hmm. And this is the coolest day they've had in forever. Like we've been in the same temperatures that the team's been in, 105 every day. They're
crazy.
Out there in the
166 on the field for the Rice game.
Right. And it was a cool 80-something degrees on Saturday. It was not hot for me, like down on the field, and they had grass, which
there was
no
sun.
Nice.
It was a night game.
It was a night game that was cooler temps. So I can imagine 3 hours in after when it's 166 is very, very much conditioning you for 78 and cloud, dark and being in the night game. But I mean, still they're exhausted. It was a hugely physical game, but I feel like the Texas team was more conditioned for that last drive.
I agree.
And we saw, and you had mentioned it, they have their hand on their hips. We saw the players like huffing and puffing, and when you can stay on the field and push them and push it, and then not only are you physically wearing them down, you're mentally wearing them down, because when it's 3rd and 7 and you get 9 running the ball right up the middle, I mean that will wear you down. And so for me, while we did see some good stuff in the run game, if you can't, especially with a team like Wyoming coming up, if you can't just pound it up the middle, eventually there's going to be some good DBs that are going to take the passing away, and we can't let people Texas can't become one-dimensional.
Right.
And when you can't go up the middle and exert your will, eventually that's going to catch up to you.
So yeah, I see what you're saying. I do think this Texas team is in a much better position than we've been in years past. We've got, depth for the first time in a really long time. We talked about Jay Witt's injuries previously, and even going back to the Tom Herman era, he was real great at getting those big 5-star big names coming in, but there was not so many people behind him necessarily, right? And we didn't have the workhorse positions there. We're seeing that shift with Sark and his staff. We've got such depth. I don't know that there is going to be a team that is going to be able to truly take away our options. But I agree in the sense that we've got to figure out. I love that all of our running backs got to eat. I like that everybody got a taste of the ball, right?
Hopefully CJ Baxter's healthy soon.
Right. We saw him hobbling off the field at the end. We were right there where, close to we were in the end zone that the team celebrated at. And we did see him have some support kind of hopping along. Still keeping an eye on that. He's day-to-day in practice, and they're keeping an eye on him. We saw him get a little banged up in the Rice game too. They said he fell on the ball funny. It looked like a shoulder injury to me when we rewatched
yeah, and then
it.
Sark said something about ribs, so who knows?
Yeah, so staying healthy is going to be key. But with our running backs, in my mind, what I'd really like to see moving forward, I love that we have the depth. I love that we have the options, but I really think it's going to be important for us to establish our go-to, right? Who's our workhorse? Are we going to be able to have a runner that can get 100 yards a game, right? Like is that necessary even, do you think?
I don't think we need to ride one guy all season. Because look, even last year, when you have Thunder and Lightning, when you have Rojo and Bijan, and they're two different styles, and if there's a difference between, 4th and goal and 1st and 10 back in your own 25, or just running the clock, or what do we need here? Or how I'm happy with a team, especially if we need them to go hopefully 15 games this year.
Yeah.
I hope. I don't think we need to wear one down or ride. And every team you have to scheme different. And that's what Sark was saying, people were saying you should have stuck more with the run or ran it more. He's like, that's not what the plan was this week. Why wouldn't you attack their weakest link, which was their DBs?
Right.
Why would you ride at their strongest?
Which again, in the past has been a part of the problem, right? Like they come in with a game plan, and when that's not working, they weren't adjusting. He had the proper game plan this time, and he adjusted when he needed to. That was great to see.
It was working.
Yeah. And again, I want to be clear. I don't think we need to say screw everybody else and only have one running back. I'm not suggesting that at all. But I do think at some point we're going to have to figure out who our go-to is. And to me, that's something that's going to sort itself out naturally, right? Be it, God, I hope not through injury, or just naturally who's getting the touches and making things happen. We've seen Blue have some really great moments, some big flashes that I think he can be real important. We know that Baxter has the juice, man. He's got it. If he can stay healthy, I think there's some crazy things. We'll see some of those big breakout plays from Baxter if he can stay healthy. So definitely like seeing that.
All right. So let's look at a couple more comments before we move to the things that we said. If they went wrong, Texas would lose.
Let's do it.
All right. So let's see. Texas, Columbus James. Are you really in Columbus, like Columbus, Ohio? Texas controlled the game momentarily, gave up the lead in the third, answered in the fourth, right? Bama only had the lead in this game for like a minute and 15 seconds, something like that total. Maybe 3 plays. They had the lead. They were tied. Texas had the lead. Then they were tied. And then Texas had the lead. Alabama had the lead for 1 minute. That didn't keep 100,000 people from cheering with their horns down. That's fine. Texas walked out with the W. This team has to make this game. They're Ohio State. Job is not done. I agree. This could be a huge momentum. Yeah. Gotta get a consistent run game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, I will, to speak to that, something that I am really excited about, and we'll get to what, some things that we want to work on in just a second. But one of the things that I was thrilled to hear, of course, Texas fans are super excited about this win. We go into Tuscaloosa, we throw our weight around, we go blow for blow, we come out on top, decisive win. In years past, this could be a thing that really screws with our team's mentality. But almost immediately after this game, we see Jalen Ford on Twitter. Man, it's all rat poison. I'm not doing,
to take Saban's turn.
I'm not doing any of it. I love seeing that. We heard from inside the locker room. One of our guys inside the locker room said, yeah, we're excited, but we didn't just win a national championship. So we're not going to celebrate like we won a national championship.
Right.
It's on to Wyoming. I could have cried when I heard that. We were talking about it. I was like, holy shit. This team really is different. This is a shift where in the past we would have seen the team, hyping this up and taking this maybe too far. And then, I will say this, at the beginning of the year, I predicted Texas was going to be 10-2. And I thought that Texas was going to win in Alabama, but then drop 2 games that we probably shouldn't, right? I'm not as convinced that we're going to do that anymore. I still have a feeling it's a long season. Shit happens. I get it. But I'm more confident with your pick. You said you felt Texas was going to go 11-1, right?
With a win at Bama.
With a win at Bama, right. I feel more comfortable with that. I still think Texas is at risk of losing a couple if we don't keep this mentality. But hearing our team have that, say those things directly after this huge benchmark win, as Sark calls it, that to me is really encouraging. That's something that we haven't seen from Texas in a minute. And I think it really speaks to the mindset, the different mindset of this team compared to teams in the past.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's good to see. All right. So a few of the things to work on. I feel that there were some times our corners were just outright beat. They were out of position.
Yes.
They were not, and maybe they bit on something that they shouldn't have, and then we're trying to play catch up. We've seen this a couple times now. We saw it a little bit at Rice. In years past, the middle of the field has been a problem for Texas. We've gotten better at covering that, but those slants are still kicking our ass every now and again. And again, something, if I'm on defense, I'm embarrassed. There were a few times that this game could have gone differently. Our corners were just outright beat. They were smoked for whatever reason. And it could have been an easy touchdown for Bama, but their player didn't make the play. That is something that I think other teams are going to see, cue in on, and we've got to get better at.
And I think they will. And those kind of things can be coached. It's not like they're not fast enough to get there. Right. And I also, to go along with what you're saying, I think there was a couple times, especially like as amazing as a game that Anthony Hill had. Amazing. Oh, when he went and did
when he put the horns down,
that was hilarious.
It filled my soul.
That was
hilarious.
As an amazing game as he had, there were times where he rushed up too quick, and here comes Miller right up the side. And we know he had the speed to contain, the power and the speed to contain him, but that, you just get so excited. Biting a little, and that's all coachable things. So, I'm excited. Like, oh, that's another player we need to talk about. The potential is insane. There's just so much to talk about. Oh my goodness. Like, how are we going to talk for 2 hours? Like, 2 hours is
easy.
Okay. All right. Let's look at a couple of the comments, and then we'll move to the things that we had that were going to go wrong. Okay. Oh, my friend Nathan. Hey, my fellow,
Nate. What's
my
up,
fellow
my friend?
Viking. Great to see you. Thanks. We're excited to be here. It's kind of fun.
I love it.
All right.
Love it. Yeah, I do. Again, we see. We are in seventh heaven. Aries, I agree with that. We are.
That's Audius. We went to high school together too. Audius Silva.
Oh, I love it. Hey, fun. All right. So, let's see. Was this the best road win since Ohio State back in 2005? That is a great question. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of bigger ones.
Yeah. I would say yes. Biggest road win? Absolutely.
Win.
I mean,
I can't think of a bigger one.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, this is a Nick Saban, as I throw my pen everywhere. Nick Saban doesn't miss. And look, I know the narrative now is that, this before the game, it was, Texas can't keep up. Elite talent at Bama. It's Nick Saban. Nobody can touch him. After the game, it's, this is the worst team ever. Fire Saban. We don't have a talent. This is the worst Bama team we've ever seen. It's still Alabama in Tuscaloosa. This is not a small.
Well, the narrative changed after Texas
won.
Right,
That's what I'm saying. As soon as Texas won, all of a sudden it's different. Screw that noise that changed. It's still Alabama. It's still Nick Saban. It's still Tuscaloosa. Texas went in there and not only won decisively. Again, Bama came in last year and won by a point that they shouldn't have had because of the safety. Fine, whatever. That wasn't decisive, right? Texas goes in and wins by 10. Hell yeah, man. This is the best win that we've had on the road in a long time.
I would agree, at least since Ohio State. What we're going to know, maybe it's still too early to tell if this is the biggest win, because if it's all for nothing, if Texas doesn't finish the season strong, if Alabama goes on to lose 5 games this year, who knows?
Here now.
Today, they have the opportunity to put, get this lightning in a bottle and ride it for the rest of the season. And hopefully that's what they do.
Yeah, agreed. It was a Tuscaloosa takeover. I like that. We were definitely saying it's the Texas Tuscaloosa takeover, and it was I like alliteration. It was
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, Columbus, I agree. Safety had some issues on that first touchdown. Agreed. Again, made some adjustments. That was great. And to be clear, again, Texas played lights out. We have the talent. I'm not concerned that this is a thing that we can't recover from. We can't get better on. But I think the issue wasn't our speed. We weren't the talent matchup was right there. I think it was more footwork. It was more don't jump the gun. It was more know where your coverages are. That's where I think Texas will make the biggest shift. Again, watching film, coming back from after this Alabama game, moving forward into Wyoming.
I mean, look at the jump they made from week 1 to week 2.
Right.
Once they got real game stuff on film, they coached them up, and that performance was amazing.
Right.
So it always helps when you do have mistakes that were visible, but you won in a tough environment on the road. That would fire the players up, to me, even more to come back and want to be coached up and look at where they can get even better.
Yeah.
And trust that what all the preparation, the planning, the Sark put them. This is one of the things I wanted to say. Sark put our players in the best position to win.
Yes.
This week, the entire staff, right? The defensive coordinators, offensive coordinators, the play calling, everything put our players in the best position to win. Not all they had to do, but they had to go out there and execute it. But everything that was called, the preparation, the planning, everything put them in the best position to win this weekend. I feel like on the Alabama side, I didn't always see their players being put in the best position to win.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Milroe had amazing moments. He could use his feet. He did what he could, but he didn't. The play calling didn't make sense for them sometimes.
It felt flat.
It felt flat. It felt disconnected, and they couldn't get a flow going.
I agree.
Of course, that props to the defense for getting them out of any rhythm.
Right.
But to me, it felt like our team was being put in the best position to win. And I don't know if I would say that about their team, especially when they had everything, like we said, everything going into that game, the statistics, the environment, everything going in would say they should dominate that game.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Texas showed up. They did what they were supposed to. This was to me, this was the most complete Texas football team and staff that we've seen.
Everything.
Maybe since Mac Brown.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We definitely didn't have anything this signature since then.
Yeah. But again, we were firing on all cylinders. The game plan was there. The preparation was there. The execution was there from our guys. I mean, I think for sure this was the most complete game we've seen from a Texas team in a very long time.
This is the best prepared this team had looked since the Sugar Bowl. I agree. That was a big win, but true. That was a 50-50 stadium. No, great win, huge win against a Georgia team that was almost in the championship game that year. And Texas dominated them from beginning to fourth quarter-ish.
Yeah.
So that's a huge win, but the only difference without it's bowl games, you have half and half, 50-50 environment, right? So to go truly, truly on the road and do that in that most hostile, and we saw the videos of the hostility.
We'll talk about that too. Yeah.
Oh, look, it's happy hour.
Hey guys, it's happy hour.
If you are,
if you are able to join,
if you are not driving,
yeah.
Thank you, Richard.
Sorry, we had to do that.
If you are not driving, we have to celebrate our first show. If you are not driving and are not going to be driving, what are you drinking?
Join in.
Tell us what you're drinking. Richard shook us something with
Thank you.
Vodka. Peach, mango.
Trying to make it burnt orange.
Trying to be
All
burnt
right.
orange. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Cheers.
I love it. Cheers, y'all. We appreciate y'all being here.
Okay, so
I did want to say, Jason, you had a comment. You love the DL rotation, the first 2 games. The DL looks fresh in the fourth quarter. Agreed wholeheartedly. And I think that's something too that we saw. The rotation, we saw this with Rice. We had our guys rotating in and out. Our coaches were keeping us fresh in that hot, awful environment. That really helped us here at Alabama. Our guys had gotten the reps at different positions. We had the rotation. We were putting the right players into the right place.
Yeah.
But with that rotation, we also had the preparation. We were conditioned. We were ready. Our guys were on point. I love that. It's a great comment for sure.
All right. I have to say quickly, my friend Tanisha. So she's my friend from my PhD program the first time I started it. And she finished. Holla, Dr. Barton. I did not finish it the first time. So I'm back almost finished. But this girl's been my cheerleader. And I've been her cheerleader. So thanks for joining us, girlfriend. Good to see you.
Okay. All right, plain old water. That works. Works till 5. Yes. Again, if you are on the job, please don't start cracking open beers or drinks and blaming it on us.
It's almost
Hey,
4:22.
no judgment there.
Okay.
Love it. You party like you want to party, my friend. All right. Yes. All right, Dan.
So if you're excited to have a drink with us at some point today, like, subscribe, join us. But we have to celebrate. And also, as we wrap up, because we still have college football to talk, NFL to talk, women in sports to talk, positive news. We have a lot to talk about, and we're just chatting and chatting. Okay. So quickly before we wrap this up, I have 2 things. So what I said, if the things that if they went wrong, Texas was going to lose this game on the road. If we didn't win the turnover battle, we won the turnover battle. If we couldn't establish the run, we struggled, but they moved the ball, and especially when it mattered the most.
And let me say something. Yes,
Yeah.
I struggled. I struggle with that word
the
a little
stats
bit.
say when you're under 3 yards to carry, you didn't dominate the running game.
But what I loved, and we talked about this a little earlier, the rotation. Everybody ate.
Oh yeah,
we put our guys in the right position, and that final drive, the 4th quarter. Texas dominated the time of possession. Texas had the ball for almost 11 minutes. Alabama only had it for 4 and some change. That was the game changer.
Yep.
That was it. And the way that they
controlling
the clock, and the way that they did that was those little dink and dunk plays. Runs for 1 yard, runs for 3 yards, runs for 2 yards. They were just biting off little pieces, and then boom, they'd have a 9 yard. Boom, they'd have right. But that just at that point, it was death by 1,000 paper cuts. Alabama was worn down. They were tired. They saw the time slipping away, and Texas controlled the ball, got the first downs when they needed it. But it was those little dink and dunks that truly kept the ball in our hands and kept it going.
It
so
worked.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I'm saying. They were able to establish enough and move the ball enough. That's fine on the road in that environment. And the last thing we said that had to go right was Quinn Ewers. This were my things. He had to stay cool under the adversity. The entire team stayed cool. They were dancing. Awesome. They were enjoying the moment. They were having fun. And when things got rough, no hesitation, came right back and answered every time.
Absolutely. That was a big deal for Texas. I was real proud of that.
Your things that if they went wrong, Texas was going to lose. You said they had to limit the big plays. They had to come out of there healthy and keep the depth. They had depth, but they had to keep their starters. And you said special teams
couldn't miss the field goals.
Couldn't miss the field goals.
Right. And again, I think Texas really came through on all of those. Again, we do have some questions about Baxter. Hopefully he's okay. It looked minor, but we'll see how that ends out. I think for the most part, Texas really did limit the big plays from Alabama. We definitely saw it. If they had a solid play, the crowd was in it. They were back, and it was noisy and rowdy and loud. But for the most part, I truly do think that Texas kept that limited. And anytime, this is something we talked about a little earlier, I want to reiterate this because holy shit, I'm proud of this team for this, was the response. Anytime there was a big play that had the momentum going Bama's way, we didn't hang our heads. We didn't let it get to us. Texas responded
within seconds.
I mean, there was one point that Texas scored 14 points in 15 seconds of the game. That's insane. That's, they had a big play. We got a turnover. They would run, and immediately Texas gets the ball back, and we responded
in 3 plays.
In 3 plays, we were right there. So I think that is something. Yes, Bama had a few big plays, but Texas limited them, and they had the Ted Lasso, be a goldfish mentality.
Believe,
right? Believe, but be a goldfish. Have that short memory. If something happens, you're over it and you're in it next play. And Texas really followed through in a way, to me, that they haven't done in a long time. So that was good to see. And yeah, correct, exactly. They didn't abandon the run. We love that. Again, Sark in the past has gone to where he's comfortable. If things aren't quite going his way, he gets predictable. We didn't see that this game. He did stick with his game plan, but it was planned so well. We stuck with what was working, what we knew we wanted to do, and to dink and dunk. It was damn near close to a pretty perfect game. I would say from a scale of 1 to 100, 100 being perfect, I would say this was a 93.
Well, who is it that graded our defense 98.5?
Yeah.
One of the national, one of those, it's like Pro Football Focus, one of those that grade every move and every play and everything. They graded Texas highest in the country this week on defense, 98.5. And that was at Bama.
Right.
I mean, how do you can't get much better than that. Elite performance all the way around, before and during and after the game, especially when they're all in the locker room with their cigars and those baller picks. They don't even light it. They just
bless their little
hearts.
But
They're adorable.
So
they deserve it.
So takeaways from the game, as we kind of wrap this talk up, and then we can move on to Wyoming.
And I have a gift for you before when we wrap this up.
Oh goodness! All
To
right.
wrap up, moving on from Alabama.
All right. Well, takeaways from the game. I'm going to ask this question, Rocky. Are we back?
Yes, we're back. And it's okay to say it. It's okay to say we're back. I mean, have fun. Who cares? If we don't say we're back, we get made fun of. If we say we're back, we get made fun of. So who cares? Haters gonna hate.
So
they're gonna be mad.
I will say,
stay mad.
I'm superstitious as hell, right, y'all? I don't
have fun.
I don't like saying stuff like that. I don't like. It worries me. And in the past, I was like,
I wouldn't say it before the game, or I wouldn't say it in the fourth quarter.
Right. But I will say this. I'm comfortable saying Texas is back now. We had our little video. We had the hats on. Shout out to our girl, Kelly Trout, for getting those "We're Back" hats 5 years ago. And you holding on to them
with the
for
tags,
all this time.
The tags were still on. That's how much we weren't back.
So, and again, I'm happy that the players don't have this mentality.
Oh, yeah. No, they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
We can.
Fans, listen, own this shit. It's been a minute since we've been able to really be happy. Just be happy. This is Texas. We are showing all the changes. You know, Sark's gotten a lot of flack from some very impatient fans, but I'll make this argument. Texas has always been Texas, right? We are a name, like it or not. Whether we're doing well or not, we're a name. We're back to playing better ball. I like it.
Good.
I like it. But I think the issues that we've had in the past, we've talked about this on podcasts in the past. I don't care how great your materials are. I don't care how wonderful your design is of the house that you want to build. I don't care the quality of materials. If your foundation is fucked up, the house is never going to stand. And I think that's something that we've seen with Texas football for a while now. The foundation had been cracking. It had issues. It was unstable. There were some problems. And we kept patching it. We kept trying to gloss over it.
With the new builders all the time.
With new builders.
Switching out staff.
And with the wrong materials and not doing it right. We weren't going back to the base. We were just saying, fuck it. Just build a new house on top of it. No, fix the foundation. And I think we really started to see that come in. CDC came in. Listen, Steve Patterson set us back years. And
we got alcohol in the stadium.
Right. That's great. But he set the program back years. Perrin came in, glad-handed, got people back happy with us again. CDC came in and cleaned up. He figured out, like, hey, there's some bloating in the athletic department. He cleaned up a lot of stuff, made a lot of hard calls, and then did the hard work, did the little things day by day, the fixes day by day.
Built relationships.
To completely get rid of the old cracked, broken foundation and start fresh. Build a new foundation, pour that foundation, let it set, for fuck's sake, then start building on top of it. And now I think we're seeing that. We've got the right staff, I believe, in Sark. You know, PK, my God. Bo Davis, can we give some love to Bo Davis after that
We've
rant?
come a long way from that flight home from
that bus ride home from Iowa State where guys were laughing. We've come a long way. And I think, again, truly, this is beyond just that we're missing a few pieces. Texas is finally took the time to build it right. And we're starting to see the fruits of that labor. You know, a lot of ball to be played. Maybe I'll be eating crow here in a little bit. You know, I know the criticism. Oh, what's Sark done before? He's never won more than. Look, it doesn't matter. We're here. Sark now has the tools.
Yes.
And we're seeing the team. We're seeing the staff. These guys believe in each other. We're building it right. I really think we're there. Yeah, exactly. Impatient fans calling him out. You know, how many times did we hear Sark was on a hot seat? Are you kidding? It's year 2. Calm down. You know, we're in year 3, and even I think that's ahead of schedule. We're doing all right. Now, what I implore Texas fans, please, guys, please, for the love of God, if we have a step back, if we have a rough game, if we lose a game we're not supposed to lose, calm down. The sky is not falling. It is okay. Take a breath. touch some grass. We will be okay. We are on the right path to building this thing the right way. I really, really believe that.
All right. So I have a gift. We're going to wrap up Alabama because we still have to talk. Well, the great thing about Saturday is not only did Texas win.
Yes.
Other teams did not. And we'll get into that in a minute.
Yeah.
And you
this
know,
is where my petty's going to come out, y'all.
This is where Megan's going to be petty. And I'm just going to I'm just going to throw out some stats.
And I'll be petty.
Some results, some numbers. And Megan will tell you how
I feel about it.
How hilarious it is.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
You know,
join us.
And we've been on the other side of it because the night what was the ugly loss we had?
I think Kansas.
I know. I bet it wasn't the night we lost to the day we had an ugly loss.
Kansas?
The day no.
Which time?
Oh no. The time we blew two Oklahomas ago.
Oh,
the night we blew the huge lead to Oklahoma, the first Sark game at Cotton Bowl was also the day that the Aggies beat Alabama.
Ugh, that was miserable.
So we've been there. We were there. We've had those couldn't be worse feeling for yourselves and then salt in the wounds.
Yeah.
We've been there. And not that we want to rub salt in anybody's wounds.
I try
but
not
we
to.
do have to report on what happened this weekend. But before we move on.
All right.
Cheers.
All right, cheers, friend.
Cheers.
Cheers. Eye contact.
Cheers.
All right.
Whenever you cheers someone,
eye contact.
You go like this.
Crazy eye contact.
And then you have to take a drink.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're just celebrating our show because we're really excited.
Yeah, all right. So
I haven't. So we were in Alabama, and we all know about the Birmingham Brawl, which was
the Alabama Slammer.
Yeah, which was the boat fight, right? The boat dock fight, and the people jumping off the ferry, and
we had Black Man coming in.
Yeah, we had Black Woman.
Yeah, Scuba Gooding Jr.
Scuba Gooding Jr. All the memes, all the gifts. It was hilarious. I mean, not for the people that got the shit beat out of them, but it was to me it was funny. Okay, so we went into enemy territory this week.
We did.
And Desmond Howard, did you see where he
brought the chair?
He picked Texas, he brought
the
folding chair because Texas was going to put a Birmingham beat down in Alabama. We did that.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, not me personally. All we did was lose our voices.
I mean, we showed up.
We showed up to help. We tried our best.
We were the ones videoing on the boat on the side.
So Megan,
right? Yeah,
I have for us.
This is my new favorite thing.
Birmingham beat down.
We got our Alabama Slammer. These are amazing.
The Birmingham beat down.
These are amazing. You are ridiculous, and I love you.
And there's a place somewhere in here where you can see where it's split like this.
Yeah.
There's a place where you can
rock it as a necklace.
Yes.
I'm gonna wear this.
It's a necklace.
Set it here right now for here.
It's the and if Amazon was on time, I would have a Texas sticker right here, but they're late.
I love
They were supposed to be here by 10 p.m. and they did not.
This is amazing.
Oh, look, everybody.
Hey, listen. So next time we see y'all, I promise you I will wear this. I'll wear this to the Wyoming game. How about that? I'm known for wearing a lot of dumb, crazy stuff to games. So I will rock that. Just to fit over my giant.
Oh, you're my favorite too.
Boom. All right, I love it.
That's awesome.
I love it. All right. Well, these are incredible.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Took Max 6 years. Thank you.
Good point.
It took Saban. Shit. Again, I mentioned earlier. Again, I'm a diehard Longhorn through and through. Michigan State. God help us. It is my second team.
I am.
When Saban was with Michigan State, that man didn't do that great. He had one great season at the end. He went 9-1 at the last season.
And it really folds.
Yeah. 9-1 last season. Then he went on to LSU. It took him a few years at LSU before he started seeing really some development. So look, man, in Sark, I believe, I think we're there. I love it. It makes me happy. I know Rocky is the most creative human.
It holds your phone.
You will ever
It's supposed to hold your phone.
meet.
Anyway, yeah, isn't that cool? You too can go on Amazon.
I love it.
And get that.
I love it. All right. Well, so let's look forward. So we're happy with Bama. There's some things to work on for sure. Not a whole lot, not as much as we were worried about after Rice. Let's talk about Wyoming. Rocky, do you have some keys to the game for Wyoming? Yeah, you
run the ball.
You had an experience in Wyoming. You met some folks.
So Texas went to Wyoming in 2009. If some of you might have been there at this game, it was maybe the second week of the year. So it was pretty early in the season, our non-conference, matchup.
Mm-hmm.
It was a blast. And so the stadium's really small. It's adorable. And we had a great time. So we ended up looking for, we took our daughter Nadia. She's now 15, but she was 1.5 at the time.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Yeah, it was 2009.
Yeah.
So this was Colt McCoy time, and really exciting because Texas had a lot of hype, of course, that year. So we looked around with different friends to find housing. This was way before get on the app and do the Airbnb, whatever. You didn't have that. You had to call around or find some rando website. So we found a friend of a friend who says, oh, she has an apartment. She lets it out, during weekend games and stuff. And she would, she'd probably be great. So we messaged her and she said that she already had it booked and we could find that maybe her parents who had thought about letting out a room or something like that for an event, but they were wary of it. But they said, well, if you're traveling with a toddler, a child, you won't be crazy party people. And I was like, you don't know my life.
I might feed my toddler booze. You don't know.
You don't know. No. So they felt better, more comfortable of inviting us, renting the room to us for the weekend because they knew we wouldn't be all crazy. We're there for the game and they're with our child, right? So we said, okay, cool, great. We got in touch with them, worked out great. And the Heracopis family, we are still friends with them. They visit us in our house in Puerto Morelos in Mexico just a few weeks ago. We still stay friends with them. They're wonderful people. And what had happened was we got to their home and they just welcomed us at this beautiful landscaped garden. We sat outside and had coffee, and it was already pretty chilly, cold there. Early September, it was cold, for me, cold, probably not for you, but for me, it was pretty cold, and it was beautiful. And they hosted us, and so the first night they said, "Oh, we invited friends over for." Dinner. We're gonna have a potluck. We get together with friends and do potlucks. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Maybe I'll run to the grocery store and make something or whatever. Oh no, this was 50 foodies, elite. I mean,
in Wyoming.
Wyoming.
And look, maybe this is my bias, but that's where I go, dang, you showed up with chefs. And I know a bunch of money has moved to Wyoming and things like that. But that surprised me about your story where you're like, oh no, we had 50 foodies and elite chefs there cooking all this stuff for you.
Yeah, so they brought in all their friends who travel the world accumulating these incredible recipes, who grow every herb in their own time, in their own spare time, in their own gardens. And they just put out the most amazing spread. Okay, so we've got this maybe Thursday. Friday, there was a rugby tournament. So we got to go watch Wyoming rugby, and our other friend's son was playing, blah, blah, blah. And so then Friday night before the game, they're like, oh, we have one of our mayor's friends is having a dinner. You're welcome to join us.
This is Rocky's life, by the way.
We go, and it's one of the state senators or something, this massive old Wyoming home.
Who does that?
And it's not me, it's them.
But your life is such that you wander, you find a house that you end up staying at and then somehow end up dining with a Wyoming senator. That's just insane to me.
It was pretty funny. And they had a beautiful home, and they just put out a welcome Texas is in town spread. So they loved that we were in our cowboy hats and our this and that. It was great. And then the game was awesome. Texas won 52-10 or something, but it was struggle. We were struggling until halftime and then put them away. Anyway, all that to say, Wyoming is a grown-ass team. Yeah. They have grown-ass players. Their entire line has a mortgage and kids.
Well, they took it to Tech. They took it to Tech.
They beat Tech at home, and they look to get good again the second week. The spread is 28-ish, 4 touchdowns.
Do you believe that?
Just like I didn't think Texas was going to cover against Rice. I don't see Texas covering again here, not because they can't. Not because they couldn't drop dimes all day, but because I think this is still, just like Rice, an opportunity to get everybody to play, to see what they have, move things around. Yeah. Whenever you're supposed to hand it to someone, why not use that opportunity as another glorified scrimmage going into Big 12 play? Especially when you're about to go on the road to Baylor, who hates Texas. Yeah. And could be resting a backup. Could be resting who turned out to be running back 1. Yeah. So going to have some depth rotating in at running back. Going to see what you can establish in the run with depth practicing. I wouldn't say they win by 4 touchdowns, but it will be a solid win. I would push Texas to win and cover. Win and not cover.
Win and not cover. Yeah. So I would think, for me, the thing I'm looking for at Wyoming, with Wyoming, not at Wyoming, I need Texas to keep up this mentality. I need them to stay hungry, stay angry. Don't, we've seen this. Agreed, Justin. The O-line has to come out and do exactly what they did at Alabama. They have to come out and show that they're not blowing this off. They're taking this seriously.
Right.
We don't want to see the rice production again. We need to grow, to me, from where we saw at Alabama moving forward. Now, Rocky, to me, I see what you're saying. We don't want to show our hand too much. But in my opinion, we already did. We played Alabama. We had a wonderfully coached game. Play calling was elite. At this point, to me, the cat's out of the bag.
Which is why I think they're going to scale it back again and go back to, what do we have in the run game? What combinations do we have?
Yeah.
That's why I say it's going to be more like a rice.
I think we're still going to see a lot of rotation. I think we're going to see a lot of guys touching the ball again, getting some of those plays in, trying some things out. But I don't think you can put the toothpaste back in the tube at this point. The plays are out. Like, we had our coaching staff was there, called a great game. You can't hide that again. You can't take it back.
Oh,
There's
no.
Take backsies. So in my opinion, I think what we're going to see is, yes, a lot of guys. I think we're going to see some reps. I think we're going to see Malik get some playing time, hopefully significant. But I don't think we scale it back as far as the play calls. I think we're just going to, if anything, we may up it a little bit just to try to get the ball in more guys' hands, get some more players, some more touches. What I do think Texas has to be careful of, again, they can't buy into the rat poison. They can't take that thinking they're the best thing since sliced bread, since they came out of Tuscaloosa,
right?
With a decisive win. Wyoming is dangerous. We saw that when they played Tech. Now, granted, that was in Wyoming. It was Texas Tech, but
they're not in Laramie and we're not Tech.
That is absolutely true. But we can't go in with that mentality. They have the ability to score quick.
Can.
You can.
Not the team.
Yeah,
I can.
But Wyoming has the ability to score quickly. We've seen that. They're smart. They've got some tricks up their sleeves too.
Oh,
so
they want to win it.
So our guys, what I'm looking for is more consistency. Again, I want to see our safeties.
Okay.
I want to see our linebackers talking. I want to see our safeties and cornerbacks covering better. Again, I don't think it's going to be as difficult against, and this is no disrespect to Wyoming, but Wyoming doesn't have the talent level that Bama did. So I don't think it's going to be as difficult for our guys to cover well, but we've got to see mistake-free football, because every game has to be Bama, right? Every single game has to be Bama.
Now that you've said we can play like this,
you better play like that every goddamn game.
I mean, they're human. They have lives. They have emotions. They have things going on in their own story. It's like, to expect a group of 150 plus players, crew, staff, all these coaching, all these things to be all on their top game every week is not human, right? So that's one part of it. Yeah, it's a long season, and it's only week 2.
I mean, it's 15 games for us, right?
Yeah, it's only so to expect all of that to happen every week is not realistic. It's a dream, and the best of the best do it, but to expect that right away this year for that to happen.
Not the third year, maybe the fourth year.
Or the 6th year, maybe the 6th. Oh, sorry.
Fair enough.
No. But
hey, it's only 6 years for Jimbo Fisher. Give him time. Give him time, Rocky.
Extend him. I think they should give him
extend that man. Pay him.
All right. So Wyoming, I think we can chat more about this later this week in the podcast, or on online. We can have a discussion about it. I would see Texas winning comfortably and could cover if they chose to. But know what I mean? You know what I mean?
If we feel like it.
No, what I'm saying is I don't feel like this is a game where Texas is looking at the Vegas odds and saying, oh, this is, no.
Stark doesn't give a shit about the line.
No, he's not worried about your bet on the line. Right. I think he's worried about what do we have, because we're going into conference play. Everyone wants to beat Texas this year more than anything in their schedule. So I mean, Texas and Oklahoma, everyone's going to want to give those two teams their all year long. So I don't think this is about running up the score. I think this is about, what do we have? Win the game. What do we have?
That's fair. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we're going to see Vince Young scores like we used to see. We had a comment here. Sorry, it's kind of scrolled by, but somebody commented like, it's not going to be 70-0. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, thank you, Lee. Agreed. It's not going to be these crazy lopsided. The rules have changed too much in college since then.
42-13.
I do feel though that this is a decisive Texas win.
Decisive, yes.
will we cover? You know what? Just to be contrarian, I'm going to say we're going to cover. But okay, I don't think we cover with Quinn. I think Quinn plays, but I think we see Texas go beyond that cover and get those 28 points with our second offense on there.
It would be nice to have Malik in the third quarter,
Right.
maybe some Arch in the fourth.
And that's something, girl.
I mean,
You know,
that's
that
what they
place-
were wanting to do with Rice.
It'll
but,
lose it. We
but
will
it
lose
didn't
our
go.
minds.
It didn't go as planned.
We will lose our minds if we see Arch Manning come out. That place is going to explode. But yeah, I would like to see Malik come out. And that's something too. We saw this late in the Rice game when, again, it was the 2s and 3s. We saw a lot of mistakes. I mean, my God, at one point we were, third and I think it was like 44 or something. I mean, it was, we just false start.
Yeah.
Man,
some
I mean,
weird call.
It was nuts. So I really,
Malik didn't get a fair opportunity in that game to show what he could do.
He didn't, but that's what I want to see from Texas for this Wyoming game. I want to see us get ahead, take a command early. Let's not play around. Let's go in and again, show dominance. And then when our 2s and 3s are in, I want to see clean football from our 2s and 3s. I want to see our guys. And again, please don't take this as any kind of disrespect to Wyoming. Talking about
they're good.
The 2s and 3s
They're
and how
grown men who want to come and win this game.
they have. I think this first quarter is going to be tight. I do, but ultimately, I think the talent of Texas will overcome and take over. The play calling is going to be fine. The depth, and just the talent level, just point blank. It's just a different level. But I really do. I want to see. I do believe this is a game we're going to see a good amount of Malik, maybe some Arch Manning, and I want to see our guys play consistently and play well together and mistake-free football when it's not our starters out on the field.
I mean, Wyoming has a gutsy physical quarterback. We
Mhm.
watched the overtime game where they played Tech. Tech was up double digits, and Wyoming came back and won that game in overtime.
They came back.
I was cuddled up in my Wyoming hoodie.
Been a fan since
I'm a Wyoming fan. I cheer for them when they're not playing us, which is rare. So rare that they're playing us. So I cheer for Wyoming. They brought out Josh Allen. I mean, they have talent that comes out of Wyoming. They have big physical grown men. So to think that they don't have something ready to come to Texas,
they'll be ready to play.
Especially they should feel confident after the way they fought back with Tech.
Mhm.
And as far as Tech beat Texas the last time they played. So why wouldn't they come in here confident about what they have? And they're going to scheme, they're going to plan. And I don't know if it's coach speak or not, but the Wyoming coach this week said, the game he saw Texas play this Saturday was the best Texas team he'd seen in like 30 something years, something like that. Yeah.
30 something's a lot, but
well,
it's a damn good team.
It's a damn good team.
Right.
And they wouldn't have taken Texas lightly anyway.
Yeah.
But they are pumped for the opportunity to come be the hangover, right? The hangover because a lot of teams go win a big game, come home heads full of themselves and lay an egg at home. And Wyoming is betting that Texas does that. So it's going to be up to Texas to show that this is the level we played at and this is the level we're going to play at. And
all right.
Yeah, I'm excited. I also don't think Texas's job is to put 90 points this weekend.
I agree. Okay, let me ask you this. Does Texas break 50 this weekend?
I don't see that.
You don't think so?
No, not that I'm not saying they couldn't if they would all out, all gas. But I'm just saying I don't think that needs to be the plan this weekend. Right when you're about to go into get your starters out as soon as you can. As soon as you feel confident in the game plan, rest everybody because we're going to Baylor the next weekend.
Okay.
And also, like I said earlier, what do they have?
All right. Well, I'm going to call it. I think I agree. I don't think Texas breaks 50, but I think they get close. I think Texas wins this 49-21. I think Wyo definitely shows up, shows that they can score, but ultimately Texas takes over and wins. Do you have a prediction for this game? I know, putting you on the spot.
Their quarterback can move the ball, and they're physical, and I would say more in the. You're not going to like it, like a 42-17, 42-20.
All right.
Not because
I don't hate it.
I think there's going to I hope we win 63-0, but
49-0. I don't know.
I don't know. I just don't see them not scoring at least
So
a couple of field goals in the first half, maybe a touchdown and a field goal in the second half.
So you've got 42-13. That's your final call. I'm writing this down. We're keeping this. For the
Okay,
next
say
game.
42. Is that covering? Because I don't think they're going to cover. 42-13.
I didn't do
That's
the math.
29. Oh, that covers.
It does cover. So what do you want to say?
Say 42-17.
All right, 42-17. You heard it here. She's usually the one that's
25.
right.
42-17.
All right. Believe her, folks. All right. So as we wind down, we've got, 20 more minutes with y'all. We just want to really appreciate everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Doug. Yes. Dougie B. Thank you. Oscar Giles is coming back. I appreciate that. I really hope, I definitely hope that we give him a warm welcome. Welcome Coach Giles back. Say thank you for everything. Now here's your L. I do. I love that.
Oh yeah. He's with Wyoming.
Yeah, but you're right. They are going to be ready. Oscar Giles knows exactly what DKR is, what this Texas team is capable of. Yeah, I think that's a great point. I really appreciate that.
But I would like to say Oscar Giles absolutely is familiar with the inner workings of the Texas program, but not under Sark and CDC's combination now.
Yeah, but he knows.
He knows.
He knows.
But like Saturday night, okay, just quickly we'll talk about the atmosphere Saturday night for the game.
Yeah.
The new lighting's coming out. Make sure you have the app. Show them the app.
I'll pull this up. Keep talking about it.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
On the Texas Longhorns app, there's this lighting thing that you can use.
So if you guys go to the Longhorn app, I know this is dumb and I'm showing you how to do it, but I'm excited about it. So if you get on the Longhorn app, you touch the top, the Longhorn, so that you get your menu down at the bottom. And at the bottom, there's a lightning that says Horns Lights. When they prompt you, when the lights are ready and they're going, you press that horn, that little lightning bolt at the very bottom, and that will actually open it out. It's a countdown cam now, but it'll tell you, if you have this open, it'll count down to when the light show comes on. And then your phone, the light on the back will actually sync with the music and the light show that's playing. So if you don't have it, download your Longhorn app. And if you're at DKR, it's going to be freaking awesome. I'm excited to see it.
Night games. So everyone who will have been tailgating, they get to show not just this
I'll be in peak
app
form.
thing. Megan will be ready to speak on this.
Speak clearly.
So they'll have the lights going, the new orange lights that they've been kind of teasing you with. We'll get to see what they actually do.
Show. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
So at the Bama game, they did some cool stuff with the lighting. And what they did was they had, the DJ guy that comes out and riles.
We don't need that.
No, we don't need that. But he was good. He was cool. He was fun. He riled them up. They all turned their lights on at a certain time and they would go up, down. And then he had the wave.
Do the wave around.
It was cool. They used their phone lights to do the wave. That was pretty cool.
But your phone will sync. It'll be great. All right.
Awesome.
So
we're going to be cooler.
We've called the game. I've got 49-21. You say 42-17. We would love for y'all.
You have them scoring 3 touchdowns?
Yes.
Wow. I didn't even give them touchdowns.
I'm giving them credit.
I'm
saying. So, okay. All right. So y'all, we would love it if you would like and subscribe. Again, we are now happily on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Time flies, girl.
Crazy. So please do like and subscribe. Follow us. Again, we are live every Wednesday from 3 to 5. Love taking your questions, guys. This has been a ton of fun. We still have a little bit of time left. In that little bit of time, I do want to bring up maybe a touch of NFL. A little bit. You're a Cowboys person. A few picks. And then Rick, I did see your comment. Love you, my friend. Texas tennis has a killer schedule coming out. They just released it. We'll talk about it next show, or find us on Twitter and we'll definitely engage there. And again, Rick, happy you're back from Europe. Hope you had a great time. Good to see you here. We appreciate you being here. Again, Texas men's tennis is no joke. I will say, since we're talking about national championship contenders and volleyball, Texas volleyball, struggling a little bit this year.
They'll be fine.
But Ellie, not worried about it. Look, the one that was surprising was dropping the game to Long Beach in the beginning of the season, the Long Beach Invitational. We're a different team this year. We're still figuring out how to play. We lost some key players, but we still got, we've got Asia O'Neal. Again, Molly is killing it. The only other loss was to number 2 Stanford. It was in Austin.
And you got swept.
We got swept, but they were close sets.
Right.
They were close sets. So if y'all haven't been to a volleyball game on campus, I am telling you, it is one of the best game day atmospheres of any sport that I have ever been to. Go to Texas volleyball. It's a blast in the Greg. It's a smaller venue. It's air conditioned, which is lovely. You're right on top of the court, and it's hype. Like, the students are there. They're losing their minds. The band is there. I mean, it is it is a fun atmosphere. So if y'all have never been, please do go. Check it out. All right. So now we want to jump in NFL. You're Dallas Cowboys. Listen, I'm a Lions fan.
Well,
go Lions. We did well against Kansas City, but I know nobody cares about my Lions. So we're going to talk about
people
your
care
Cowboys.
about your Lions. Well, my A team is the Titans, but
we don't want to talk about your
already
Titans
in the
today.
trash can. My B team, 1A, 1B, is the Cowboys. I mean, we're not going to get into specifics. Y'all watched it. The funny thing is, so the Cowboys, you know, they whooped up on the Giants 40-0. But the funny thing is, like, so we talked about the numbers of the viewership of, well, you and I offline, not on the show tonight, but the viewership, the most watched ESPN game in almost 10 years was Texas at Alabama. And that was even with the
Spectrum blackout,
with the Spectrum not having ESPN and all these things. Well, most of you know DirecTV doesn't have NBC right now. So I forgot. And I said, we got home from our flight from Birmingham, and I was like, oh, I can't wait to watch the game. What happened? Like, seeing it on TV is so, with the announcers and the angles and the computers and the replays, it's so different than being there live. You miss a lot when you're live.
Yeah.
So I said, oh, I can't wait to watch it. And I'll just let the NFL game build up. So we hit record on the NFL game, the Cowboys at Giants, and rewatch the Texas game. And then I go start the Cowboys game, and I get that screen that says, call your
NBC
provider.
doesn't exist.
Of course. Oh, yeah. We don't have NBC.
Super cool.
So then I had to use the Peacock app and start it over. But by the time I checked in, 26-0. And I was like, okay, Cowboys.
I will say that I grew up a Cowboys fan. I grew up Lions, Cowboys, and Oilers, right? Living in Austin, you get the freedom to choose. I was born and raised in Austin, but my family's from Detroit, from Michigan, and from the Detroit area. So I'm a Lions fan through and through. I suffered through my team being 0-16. Listen,
0-16.
Nothing anybody can say can hurt me.
After 4-0 in the preseason, right? Did y'all go 4-0 in the preseason and then
we're
0-16?
We've been terrible for a long time, but this year we're going to the damn Super Bowl. I love it. I'm excited. Yeah, listen, I'm impervious to pain because I am a Lions fan. So that's helped me with my Texas fandom over the past few decades. But the Lions are looking legit this year.
I told you they're going to be good.
They came in. They played on a Thursday night against Kansas City. Miss me with that. Oh, they didn't have Kelsey. Like, miss me with that. I don't care.
He's impactful, but they have 31.
Miss me with that.
They have more players.
Lions are going to do well, but I did not anticipate your Cowboys being up like that. I don't know that anybody did. 40-0. That's crazy.
They dominated in every way. I mean, when the
first defense looked great.
They were up, well, because they missed the PAT. They were up 13-0, and the offense hadn't even scored a touchdown yet. Like, oh my goodness, that was exciting.
Yeah.
When I flew through on the Peacock app. Yeah.
I was driving, so I didn't get to watch it.
It was exciting. And then I tried to watch it and I fell asleep because we were out all weekend. But
yeah,
I tried to watch it all.
So in these final 15 minutes, let's jump in. Let's look a little bit at college football. What happened? Maybe make a couple of picks.
I have
y'all. I'm gonna disclaimer. If this is your first time with Fire the Cannon,
we're all over the place.
We appreciate you. I'm terrible at picking things. Don't ever listen to me. She's the one you want to listen to.
Do not put money on anything I say, but if you do, share it with me because my picks are pretty good.
She's solid. She kicks my ass every year. All right.
Oh, yeah. Bijan and Rojo both got TDs.
Exactly.
And baller TDs, too. Like, they put people in spin cycles.
And yes. And Rojo was out there looking like a grown-ass man, just bowling people over. How embarrassing is that to get bowled over by a rookie and then hurdled in the same play? Like, he put the man on his ass and then jumped over him. That made my soul happy. Again, as a Lions fan, I struggle with the Bears. But I will always be a Rojo supporter. I love him. I wish him the best.
I hope he scores 5 touchdowns in their loss.
Yes, exactly. But it's great. Rojo's doing well. And Bijan, was there ever any doubt, y'all? I mean, he comes in. Both of them had touchdowns in their first NFL
and they're
games.
Using him. They're not scared to throw it to him.
Again,
they're using him.
Grown-ass man. Again, I think we're finally starting. And I know he's a Herman guy.
Mm-hmm.
Sark developed him. I think we're finally past that Texas doesn't develop players narrative, right? Like we're seeing some of that finally come to fruition. So I'm loving it. All right. Let's now talk about, do a couple pick'ems. You picked a few games for the week.
Well, so this is probably the crappiest week of college football.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing exciting, no ranked and I even went through like the Vegas spreads of 28-point favorite, 27-point favorite, 40-point favorite. There's nothing good. There's a couple.
There's no close games.
There's a few games that are even within a touchdown difference, like a touchdown. There's not many good games. Just the only thing that was kind of interesting is Ohio, not Ohio State.
Right.
Iowa State is so down right now that they're only 3-point favorites at Ohio.
Like Youngstown.
Yeah, like whatever that team
just
is.
Ohio.
The green, aren't they green?
I have no idea. We know that they're just Ohio.
Not
Wolf.
Ohio State.
Wolf.
Not Ohio.
All right.
Another close game, which could actually be kind of interesting. Kansas State is a 5-point favorite at SEC team Missouri. Both teams are 2-0.
Missouri's trash though. Come on.
I know, but that could be an interesting game.
I'll take.
Does Kansas go in there? Kansas State, go in there and run it down their throats, or what happens? Because they only have Kansas State as a 5-point favorite.
I don't know what Vegas is thinking. Again, I'm terrible at picking things, but for me,
I would Kansas State to cover.
Kansas State is one that I had giving Texas shit this year, so I'm going to take Kansas State, and I'm going to take Kansas State covers.
At Missouri?
Yeah, at Missouri.
Both teams are 2-0.
Yeah, Mizzou's trash.
Yeah,
though.
I know. They haven't paid anybody. Washington at Michigan State. And I only bring this up.
I know.
Because
I know.
Washington State right now is ranked number 8 in the country. They can throw it everywhere.
Yeah.
They are 16-point favorites going into Michigan State. And I hate to say it, but with all the turmoil that's happening in Michigan State right now.
Again, MSU is my number 2.
Washington could cover.
Agreed. Listen, as I mentioned a few times, Michigan State's my number 2 team. Jesus Christ, Mel Tucker, what were you thinking? We'll get into that at some point. But yeah, listen, they've got so much distraction. They've got so much going on. And they're coming in against the team has been hit or miss. They were starting to build, haven't been great. Yeah, Washington comes in, they cover as much as it hurts my soul to say it. I don't see Michigan State showing up to that game at all.
Okay, there we go. They are green and white. They are the Ohio Bobcats. Thank you.
Thank you, Dougie.
Ohio,
we appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you. I knew that. Aren't they green? Yes. Thank you. That's how rando. Ohio State is only favored by 3 to beat them. All right, we'll move on. Tennessee at Florida should be interesting. Florida's not good right now. They are on the struggle bus.
Yep.
But Tennessee is supposed to be all high and mighty right now. They're only a touchdown favorite at Florida. So are they thinking maybe Florida has something to give them?
Again, I haven't seen anything from Florida this year that makes me think that Florida is going to show up. And I know that Heupel, like, he's got a team, man. He can coach. They might not be the real UT, but they're solid. I think Tennessee goes in. If we see the Florida that we've seen the past couple of weeks, I think Tennessee goes in and covers.
Yeah, I don't even remember the name of the team they played this past week, but it was a really, 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 really small school.
Well, all right. So who do you have in that game?
Tennessee probably covers.
Probably.
All right.
No, be decisive.
Tennessee will cover.
Thank you.
Okay, there's one. Here's a close game, and it's a rivalry too, which makes it really exciting.
All right.
Pitt at West Virginia.
Eat shit, Pitt. I love it.
Yeah, they go at each other. They're rivals, right? And they're regional, and
and that's a rivalry that when West Virginia joined the Big 12, they
kept
lost.
Yeah,
they lost. They didn't see it for a while, but they had it the past couple years. Right.
Okay, so Pitt is a 1-point favorite at West Virginia. So that's a pick 'em game.
You go. I think I know where I'm going, but you go. You know what? I'll go. I'm going to take West Virginia.
I'm going to take Pitt.
All right. I like
it.
West Virginia's not good this year, but they're at West Virginia. And this is such a heated rivalry. I see that much like I see the Texas OU game. Like, I've seen really good Texas teams go into OU and lose. And I've seen really bad teams go in and win, right? So I'm going to take West Virginia just because it's at home, and I'm going to say they cover.
I'll take Pitt.
All right.
I mean, interesting. 2-0 teams again.
Okay.
BYU at Arkansas. That's going to be a physical game.
Okay, you're going to make me...
Arkansas is favored by 8.
Yeah. You're going to make me pick against my heart here, aren't you?
Yeah, Arkansas, I think,
wins. I want Arkansas to lose everything forever till the end of time. I've had terrible experiences with their fans. It's just not the old Southwest Conference rivalry. BYU, at least when we got curb stomped when we went up there, Your fans were kind. So look, again, this is a different era. I'm happy it's not 2013 anymore. But I don't see how BYU. It's at Arkansas.
It's at Arkansas, and Arkansas is favored by 8.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Arkansas takes that and covers. Oh God,
I think so too. I don't know, but I feel like it's going to be a good physical, low-scoring game.
Yeah.
So maybe somewhere in the 21-13 range.
Oh, I'm not ready to pick numbers. But
No, I'm just saying.
But Arkansas covers.
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
Okay, so I think a couple months ago this would have been a bigger spread. Well, I don't know. TCU at Houston both had bigger hype going into the season than they actually ended up with.
Yeah.
Houston just lost at home
to Rice.
To Rice.
Can we talk about? Well, we missed it. We'll talk about it later.
That's right.
Rice is a better team than people gave them credit for when they played Texas closer than we thought.
Was it considered a home game for Houston or a home game for Rice? I don't remember because they're both at home.
Fun fact for this, I think it was Houston home game. But fun fact for this, did you know that Rice and Houston is the closest FBS rivalry? Those are the two closest teams FBS that play each other.
They're how close are they? Just
like
a few miles.
A few miles away.
Yeah.
It's like 1.5 miles or something like that. They're super close, but they are the closest teams that play each other in the country.
Oh,
as a rivalry. Fun
cool.
fact.
All right. Well, TCU is favored by only a touchdown.
Yeah, TCU covers.
TCU covers.
Dana Holgerson, terrible, the worst. I wish him nothing but the worst.
I don't know if he's the worst.
He's the worst.
And Kansas, 4 touchdown favorites at Nevada. Just mentioning that, you don't have to pick it. But so 27.5.
Ooh, all right. You know what? I'll pick it. Kansas wins but doesn't cover.
At Nevada.
I don't see them covering 4 touchdowns.
I mean,
I know they're a different Kansas.
I don't know much about Nevada, but can they score as many touchdowns? 4
is a lot.
Can they, if Kansas gets 5 or 6, can Nevada score 1 or 2?
I don't know. All right. All right. And thank you, Doug. I do think that's a great trivia answer. You're welcome for that one. Challenge your friends at tailgates. I'm just
Who is
saying.
the closest rivalry?
Yeah, closest rivalry in FBS.
Well, it depends because everyone thinks they're a rival.
They are. No, Rice and Houston hate each other. Let's be clear. They don't love. But there's nobody close to us.
Very different.
There's nobody close
There's
to us.
two very different not demographics. That's not the right word.
It doesn't matter.
But they're two very different.
They're geographically that close.
Okay.
All right, y'all. So we've got our pick'ems in. We've got our predictions.
Put money on them.
Put money on her, not me.
Don't put money on mine.
We've got our predictions in for Wyoming. As we close down, Rocky, do we want to talk about a cool thing that women are doing in sports right now?
Yes, we have to talk about it.
We do. All right. So we got to talk about Coco, right? We're watching some incredible, like you have some stats. No? Yes? I don't know. We've talked about this.
Well, yeah, we
Please
were just, we wanted to do kind of because not a lot of women get to this platform, right? And there are some amazing female athletes out doing really great things. And of course, the biggest story of the weekend, Coco Gauff. And we saw when we were at the Bama game, they even put it up on the screen during the game, and the entire stadium went crazy.
Lost their minds. Yeah, it was awesome.
Everybody was
awesome.
So excited. And then when I watched the playback, the announcers were talking about it too. So we know she's 19 years old. This was her first major. She won the U.S. Open. The first American teenager to win it since Serena Williams, right?
Yeah.
So she beat the number 2 player in the world. So just everything about that is incredible. And I wanted to read a quote that she wrote. She says, those who thought because she won something small and they said, oh, she's not going to do better. And then she won something a little bigger and they said, oh, she's not going to do better. They said, those who thought they were adding water to my fire, they were really putting gas on it. And I am burning so bright right now.
I love that.
So huge props to a young American phenom athlete who really had to ball from losing the first set to coming back and winning the U.S. Open.
Yep.
Huge.
Truly incredible.
Props.
So that's awesome stuff going on there. All right. We're going to close out. Again, we want to thank everybody. We really appreciate this.
Like, subscribe.
Please do like and subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered. You will see us here every Wednesday, again, from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock Central. If you didn't have a chance to check out the whole show, don't worry. BK always throws these up. You can catch the whole show. You can catch the previous shows. You can catch Chip and Zay, who are on just before us.
Yep.
Check out BK. Check out KD. Listen, we're
a good crew.
We're very honored to be a part of a really amazing team that they brought us on and had faith in us. We really appreciate that. So check us out. please like and subscribe. Again, if you want to follow us on Twitter, that's where I'm probably the most mouthy. I'm Texas Fancy Boots at Twitter. Rocky knows best. Give us a follow. Come say hi. We're excited to be here. Doug, yeah, we see the Love Coco's answer about what she's going to do with her winnings. Yes, she's incredible. And yes, she is now the number one player in the world. Thank you, Tanisha. That's awesome.
Yes, now the number one player in the world.
I love this. Again, we're gonna leave on that happy note. I like that. So
positivity, women in sports, doing great things.
Hell yeah. So again, we truly appreciate y'all. We're looking forward. If those of you that are coming to Wyoming, the Wyoming game in Austin, please pop by, say hi. You can find us off near the San Jacinto Garage. I'm usually the one that's drunk with a cape on. So there we go with that. That's who I am. You know, I don't deny it. I'm obnoxious about my Texas stuff. So here we are. So until next time, y'all, we really appreciate you joining us. Till next time, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we are Fire the Cannon. All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye.